Transformers, the leader's testament, without a system? Without a cheat. Xiao Tianhan decisively joined the ranks of the Autobots. Initially believing this would be an effortless victory, he soon discovered it was a fever dream of a Doomsday scientist. In the eyes of the Decepticons, I am the cruel demon king. In the eyes of the Autobots, I am the crownless leader. The mechanical insects revere me as their king. The colossal behemoths regard me as their father. Chapter 1, Xiao Tianhan. Jasper Night. An Oshkosh Striker 3000 airport rescue fire truck roared its engine, speeding down the road. Keyword: Greek deities and golden orbs, global search. A mechanical voice resonated, projecting several images in the empty driver's cabin. Xiao Tianhan gazed at the golden orb held aloft by a statue of a Greek deity. It was indeed the Energon Harvester from Transformers, the leader's testament. For reasons unknown, the Harvester had been left on Earth and was housed within a museum. Through humanity's network, its location was quickly pinpointed. Xiao Tianhan was a traveler, merging with the memories of his predecessor, who was a transformer from Cybertron that had come to Earth to escape the ravages of war. To conserve Energon, the original being entered a slumber lasting millions of years, ultimately succumbing to sleep. Subsequently, Xiao Tianhan arrived, his soul fully merging with the mechanical form. Xiao Tianhan, research-oriented organic mechanical life form. Faction, the High Council. Identity, genius scientist, two-change transformer, researcher at the Iron Fortress Science and Technology Bureau. Height, 10 meters. Equipment, sniper cannon right arm. Upon his arrival, Xiao Tianhan began to sift through his memories, recalling cities of steel, boundless stars, and a myriad of faces. He had initially thought he would belong to the Autobots, only to find himself as a remnant of a fallen dynasty within the High Council. However, the High Council had been overthrown by Megatron millions of years ago. Yet beyond these revelations, Xiao Tianhan's memories were filled with vast knowledge and research experiences, aligning perfectly with his identity as a research-oriented transformer. This knowledge was a treasure trove for Xiao Tianhan. He recalled a particular scene where the Autobots, encircled by the Decepticon army, used the Energon Harvester to obliterate numerous Decepticon warriors in an instant. Not only the Harvester, but also the locking staff, magnetic gloves, and phase shifter, each a product of advanced technology. It was merely the screenwriter's way of showcasing the formidable physicality of Cybertronians after all, who engages in battle relying solely on brute force. In addition, Xiao Tianhan discovered that his physique was considerably tall, perhaps slightly exceeding that of the towering Optimus Prime. However, the condition of this body seems rather dire. Observing his chipped arm, severely aged body, and the patches of rust on his chest plate, Xiao Tianhan realized that he was in dire need of Energon. He rummaged through the base left by his predecessor, uncovering not a trace of Energon reserves. No wonder the original had entered a state of dormancy. Feeling his strength waning, Xiao Tianhan understood he could no longer remain idle. Yet another dilemma arose. The easily exploitable Energon veins on Earth were predominantly under Decepticon control, and after painstaking efforts, he discovered a minuscule vein with exceedingly low Energon content. After several days of toil, he managed to extract half a fragment of Energon. At least he would not starve anymore. Simultaneously, through human networks, Xiao Tianhan confirmed the timeline of the world of the leader's testament. Although humanity officially sought to conceal the existence of Autobots and Decepticons, they could not entirely erase the impact these beings had on human society. For instance, near a gas station in Jasper, a witness had seen the robotic battle. Though the information was promptly deleted, it failed to escape Xiao Tianhan's keen perception, especially with the recent waves of Energon explosions detected from outer space. Recalling the events in his mind, he recognized that only one incident could create such a significant impact in outer space. That was Megatron's attempt to transport 1 million Cybertronian souls to Earth via a space bridge, thwarted by the Autobots, resulting in the destruction of the bridge and Megatron's slumbering army adrift in space. Following this, both Decepticons and Autobots had gone into hiding. It was evident that, true to the original narrative, Starscream had abandoned Megatron at the space bridge. As Megatron's second-in-command, Starscream, from Xiao Tianhan's understanding, was currently reveling in the control of the Decepticons, contemplating grand schemes to solidify his authority or how to subjugate Megatron's loyalists. On the Autobot side, significant actions were unlikely to occur prior to any major movements by the Decepticons. After thorough contemplation, Xiao Tianhan resolved to secure the Energon Harvester first. As one of the most remarkable inventions of the ancient Autobots, the Energon Harvester could extract Energon from any source, significantly mitigating the dangers posed by mine collapses to Cybertronians. Moreover, for Cybertronians, the Harvester was a devastating weapon, for Energon was akin to their lifeblood, the essence of existence. And such a powerful artifact lay unguarded in a museum. Xiao Tianhan had no reason to hesitate. Xiao Tianhan's vehicle form was that of a fire rescue truck, and he traversed the roads with remarkable ease. He deliberately accelerated, but it was clear that he was not the sole one with eyes on the Harvester. In the dead of night, the sound of clashing steel was painfully sharp. Knockdown, Dead End had already engaged Optimus Prime. The Autobots and Decepticons moved swiftly, catching Xiao Tianhan off guard, prompting him to hastily steer toward the back entrance of the museum. Hopefully, I'm not too late. If Dead End had the audacity to confront Optimus Prime, then the Decepticons' elite forces must be nearby. After all, Dead End was known for his caution. Indeed, Xiao Tianhan soon spotted a gray Q-9 drone descending from the sky, landing behind the museum. Redirecting his gaze, he saw two human youths piloting a lift platform vehicle emerging from the museum's rear entrance. The lift platform carried a golden orb, approximately 1 meter in diameter, exactly the Energon Harvester, the shared objective of himself, the Autobots, and the Decepticons. Seizing the opportunity while the Autobots were preoccupied, Soundwave swiftly approached the two youths, reaching for the Harvester. Just as Soundwave was about to grasp it, he was struck from behind, tumbling into a nearby thicket. Shifting his focus, a crimson figure appeared before him. It was none other than Xiao Tianhan, delivering a powerful punch to Soundwave's midsection, the explosive force of his tall frame proving formidable even for a research-oriented transformer. Had his target been a mere bulkhead, Dead End might have been less affected, but against another research-type transformer like Soundwave, it was more than sufficient. In an instant, Xiao Tianhan transformed his right arm into an electromagnetic cannon, aiming at Soundwave's position where he had fallen, unleashing a high-explosive shell. He swiftly picked up the Energon Harvester from the lift platform and departed with ease. Chapter 2. Cannon Fire Knockdown. Although we cannot ascertain whether the one who seized the energy collector is indeed a Decepticon, it is highly probable that he will promptly exploit the collector to extract vast quantities of Energon, plundering reserves that are otherwise challenging to access. We must exercise utmost caution, for he may turn the energy collector against us. At the Autobot base, the theft of the Energon collector left Optimus Prime deeply unsettled. Gears, it would be best if you remained here. Are we going to rescue Mickey? With Mickey in captivity, Gears felt a surge of anxiety, attributing all blame to himself and regretting his decision to bring Mickey on the mission. Assist Ratchet instead. While you are Mickey's protector, she currently requires human aid. Agent Fowler will attend to her. With that, Optimus departed the base via the land bridge. I am Agent William Fowler, currently undergoing intensive training and will return on Tuesday. Meanwhile, Fowler was also uncontactable, prompting Gears to angrily smash Ratchet's welding gun with his fist. Gears, I still need that. Ratchet's furious voice responded. With it, the extraction and refinement processes can be bypassed, allowing for direct collection of Energon. Having acquired the collector, Shockwave returned to the previous site of Energon extraction, aiming the device at a prism-like rock resembling a crystalline column. As the collector activated, a beam of blue light surged forth, striking the rock. Upon impact, the internal Energon began to flow outward rapidly, streaming into the collector. In no time, the rock developed fissures and shattered into dust. Much easier than before. Such a diminutive device could leapfrog the mining phase, enabling the acquisition of the purest Energon. Shockwave couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the ancient Autobots. In the following hours, Shockwave continued to activate the collector, and after a day of relentless effort, he had entirely harvested the Energon from the area, encapsulating the resources of an entire vein into a small golden sphere. With this newfound Energon, Shockwave had effectively alleviated his financial woes, at least temporarily freeing himself from concerns regarding energy shortages. As he was en route back to the base, the thunderous roar of engines seized his attention. Looking towards the source of the commotion, he spotted a Chevrolet Camaro speeding past, driven by a boy who appeared to be underage. Shockwave recognized the boy as Jack, the one from whom he had taken the collector. It was evident that the Camaro belonged to Bumblebee. Trailing behind them, a red sports car transformed, revealing laser cannons on its sides, incessantly firing at the vehicle ahead. Is that Knockout? Shockwave recalled the flamboyant Decepticon doctor with a penchant for polish. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to be a fence-sitter? Shockwave was taken aback by the audacity of the statement, unable to comprehend its implications. The two cars raced ahead, swiftly surpassing Shockwave. Wait, I recognize that car. As Bumblebee sped past, Jack turned his head and spotted the empty driver's seat of Shockwave's vehicle. Beep, beep, Bumblebee inquired, puzzled. That's the Decepticon who stole the Energon collector. Jack explained. Listen, Bumblebee, while I am reluctant to call for assistance, we have no choice now. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Mickey and Raph were engaged in a remote-control car race when RC suddenly entered. Have you seen Jack? Jack, we haven't seen him, Mickey nervously replied, fidgeting with the remote control. Upon hearing this, RC's expression grew serious, realizing Bumblebee was also missing. Did they go racing? Just this once, Raph quickly defended, while Mickey silently cursed her luck, hoping Gears would become less noticeable. Do you know anything about this? RC directed her gaze at Gears. Possibly not. A little bit, Gears cautiously responded, sneaking a glance at RC's expression. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Bumblebee's voice crackled through the communicator. Knockout is pursuing you? Raph, proficient in Bumblebee's dialect, quickly deciphered the message. Knockout. That name sounds like a Decepticon. Bumblebee, do not engage. Your current mission is to ensure Jack's safety. RC cautioned. Beep, beep. Before RC could finish, Bumblebee interjected once more. Bumblebee says they encountered the Decepticon who took the Energon collector, and he is right behind them. Raph promptly translated. RC narrowed her optics. Gears, contact Optimus. On the outskirts, two sports cars sped down the road, with Knockout closely tailing Bumblebee, embodying the lethal essence of a Decepticon. Inside Bumblebee's transformed vehicle, Jack gripped the seatbelt tightly. He did not comprehend Bumblebee's words, but had no choice but to trust in him. Unbeknownst to both cars, a massive figure stealthily trailed behind them. After a moment, Shockwave transformed his back into a sniper cannon, locking onto Knockout's position. Bang! A sharp sound rang out as the dark projectile struck the road ahead of Knockout. Boom! Upon contact with the ground, the immense energy within the explosive was unleashed, engulfing the area in searing flames. Knockout screamed as the explosion propelled him into a small hill by the roadside. Knockout, this is dire. I need a land bridge now. Realizing he was in danger, Knockout urgently contacted Starscream for an escape. Shockwave made no effort to intervene in gratitude for Jack gifting him the Energon collector. He lent a helping hand. Once Knockout vanished from sight, Shockwave turned and departed. When Optimus discovered that the base personnel were missing, he would hastily arrive. Having worked at Iacon, Optimus was familiar with the original owner, and Shockwave had witnessed Optimus' inspiring speeches and his glorious ascension to leadership by the High Council. From the moment of his arrival in this realm, Shockwave had resolved to join the Autobots. According to the narrative, the Autobots would emerge victorious in the climactic Cybertronian War. The future was laid bare without any external assistance. Aligning with the Autobots was far more promising than joining the Decepticons. Yet, Shockwave felt no urgency. Just as he departed, a large truck arrived at the scene, transforming into a formidable Cybertronian figure Optimus Prime. I believe I now know who took the Energon collector, Optimus stated, gazing in the direction Shockwave had vanished. I had thought he perished in the Cybertronian War, yet he is here on Earth. Everyone stood beside Optimus, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anxiety, yet none dared to speak, fully aware of their missteps. Jack and Bumblebee arrived at that moment. Optimus, this is all my fault. Optimus regarded Jack, then the others, and sternly declared, return to the base. I wish to hear all your explanations. Chapter 3. Black Widow. The golden age of Cybertron was a resplendent epoch where boundless resources elevated civilization to unprecedented heights. In the pursuit of cosmic exploration and development, innumerable scientific vessels were crafted, venturing into the vast unknown. Among them was the ship that bore the name of Xiao Tianhan, arriving on Earth. Slightly smaller than the flagship of the Decepticons, the Nemesis. However, the arrival of this scientific vessel on Earth occurred eons ago, leaving its hull buried beneath a hill. And over time, it had succumbed to rust and severe damage. Xiao Tianhan traversed the cavern leading to the ship's entrance and re-entered the interior of the vessel. Recalling the way to the engine room, he gazed upon the reactor at the center, a cylindrical embodiment that represented the ship's heart and the source of its energy. He brushed away the dust from the reactor surface and then retrieved his collector. In the next moment, a beam of azure light connected to the reactor and, subsequently, a stream of bluish energy flowed towards it like a gentle current. With the infusion of this energy, the reactor's rusted exterior began to shed in layers, revealing a pristine core within. The luminous blue radiance gradually surged upward until it filled the reactor to its brim. In an instant, the once dim vessel was illuminated, and the damaged ship, infused with the energy, commenced self-repair, the sound of its restoration resonating throughout. Even with the memories of his former self, encountering Cybertronian technology was an awe-inspiring experience. The most significant distinction between Earth science and Cybertronian science lay in the energy source. Energon, the lifeblood of the Cybertronians, extensively utilized as fuel. As a creation of the Primus, one of the two divine entities of the universe, Energon harbored an abundance of mysteries, seemingly capable of transforming into any material. The magical spectacle reflected in the optical lens was astonishing, a science rooted in divine power. If Energon was so remarkable, one could only imagine the extraordinary potency of the enigmatic forces wielded by the Cybertronian elite. Xiao Tianhan exited the engine room and approached a terrestrial bridge, prioritizing the repair of the bridge system. The scientific vessel was vast, and the energon from a miniature vein would not suffice for a complete restoration. While repairing the terrestrial bridge, Xiao Tianhan continued to search for untapped energon deposits on Earth. Should he succeed in fully restoring the scientific vessel, he would gain a substantial advantage in this world. Swiftly, he infiltrated a clandestine military network, pilfering the Autobots' geological mapping records of energon veins, and then activated the recently repaired terrestrial bridge, stepping inside. On the reverse side of the bridge lay an untouched rainforest, where a rescue vehicle had recently mapped an energon deposit of considerable size. Strangely, how could such intense signal interference exist within the rainforest? In the humid expanse, Xiao Tianhan pondered his loss of communication with the scientific vessel, perplexed by the situation. The trees here tower majestically, their branches lush and foliage dense, casting a dim light in which the faint calls of unseen creatures resonate, creating an atmosphere both eerie and foreboding. As Xiao Tianhan traverses the rainforest and spots a snake, he is inevitably reminded of the calamity of monstrous pythons from his past life, recalling how he was haunted by nightmares of those colossal serpents during his childhood. Fortunately, the man he has become is now forged of steel. Even if a giant python were to constrict his body, it could not extinguish his life. As he advances through the forest, a peculiar trail, suggestive of an unidentified object having fallen, abruptly catches his attention. Following this trail, he soon encounters the enigmatic item, a Cybertronian spaceship. It is the Black Widow, the spacecraft of Cybertron. Upon recognizing the object, Xiao Tianhan's optical lens begins to flicker with astonishment. The Black Widow, the sole female member of the Decepticons, is a sworn enemy of RC, and their animosity is profound. With a nature that is fierce and merciless, she is cold-blooded and relishes hunting the creatures of her planet. She has previously defected from the Decepticons. Xiao Tianhan holds a vivid impression of the Black Widow. Within the ranks of the Decepticons, she possesses the ability to command mechanical insects. These insectoids, a form of ancient Cybertronian life, are greedy and combative, capable of digesting 95 of known substances, and they share information through a hive mind. Although each mechanical insect possesses its own consciousness, the swarm typically obeys the commands of the strongest among them, such as the character known as Hardshell in the original narrative. Of course, Megatron can also issue commands to these mechanical insects, but his authority is grounded in sheer force. In contrast, the Black Widow operates as the queen of the swarm, directing the hive mind with her commands. The mechanical insects are formidable, fearless, and each one poses a significant threat to the Autobots. Such a menace lies buried beneath the surface of an abandoned super-energy mine. This represents a formidable power, rivaling that of the fearsome beast from the ancient era, and it is unfailingly loyal. A smile crosses Xiao Tianhan's face as he contemplates seizing this power. His left hand morphs into a pulse gun, while his right hand is equipped with a super-energy collector as he approaches. After surveying the spaceship's perimeter and confirming that the Black Widow has vacated, he cautiously advances towards the vessel. Along the way, he detects several human footprints, unmistakably belonging to Jack. If Jack is here, then RC is undoubtedly nearby as well. The signs of battle in the vicinity suggest that they have already encountered the Black Widow. Just as Xiao Tianhan stealthily enters the spacecraft, an unusual skull comes into view through his optical lens. It is submerged in a jar of luminescent green liquid, presumably a preservative. As he scans further, He discovers an increasing number of jars containing skulls, nearly filling the ship. How many alien life forms has the Black Widow slaughtered? Lifting a storage canister. Within it resides a triangular-shaped head, devoid of eyes, yet marked by 3 gaping black voids, seemingly a creature reliant on ultrasonic navigation. Another head, strikingly reminiscent of a human's, possesses azure skin, coarse like that of a lizard, and bears 3 eyes. These peculiar beings were once the sovereigns of their respective planets, reigning over entire worlds. Yet they have been reduced to rare species by the Black Widow. Setting the canister down, Xiao Tianhan sought a concealed position to lie in wait. Despite possessing an artifact, he remained vigilant. Consider the might of the cinematic Optimus Prime, who was incapacitated by the cunning of the old foe, while the ambulance was stripped of its spark, leading to its utter demise. Caution is the mother of safety. From the distant forest, the sound of falling trees occasionally echoed. The mantis was hunting its prey, oblivious to the fact that it too was a target for others. Chapter 4. The Capture Alcee. The universe is indeed small. In the rainforest, the Black Widow confronted Alcee. Is it too small, Black Widow? Do you still harbor resentment towards me after all these years since the war? The Black Widow smirked, her tone taunting. You might as well direct that sentiment towards the Decepticons. I have chosen to pursue my own interests now. At her words, Alcee's optical lens flickered as she recalled the brutal scenes witnessed aboard the Black Widow's ship. What do you think of my trophies? The Black Widow revealed a wicked smile. I take pleasure in collecting endangered species, though technically they weren't considered endangered before encountering me. I've left a slot for humanity as well. The Black Widow narrowed her eyes toward Jack, who was hidden behind a tree. Your dreams are overly optimistic. In response, Alcee transformed her hands into pulse guns and charged at the Black Widow. As a seasoned warrior, Alcee's prowess exceeded that of the Black Widow, yet inexplicably, her limbs felt shackled, rendering her attacks futile. Ultimately, Alcee found herself ensnared by the Black Widow's web upon a cliffside. Alcee, Jack, witnessing the scene from a distance, called out in concern. His voice drew the Black Widow's attention, allowing Alcee to seize the moment, morphing her weapon into an axe to sever the webbing, delivering a blow to the Black Widow's chest that sent her flying. Jack, why are you still here? We are partners, Alcee. Partners do not abandon one another. Jack replied as he valiantly tore apart the web binding Alcee. Listen carefully. You're not my partner. You are a burden. Alcee stated sternly, devoid of compassion. I do not believe that. I see fear in your eyes, Alcee. You have never known fear. Jack continued his efforts, having spent time with Alcee. He understood her innermost thoughts. Alcee looked up in astonishment, heavy memories flooding her mind. During the war, her squad had infiltrated a vital Decepticon base as scouts, only to be tragically captured by the Black Widow. On that fateful day, Alcee's most significant ally, the formidable Black Widow, was slain right before his eyes. Though he had the opportunity to save her, the events unfolded tragically. We are all aware of the circumstances surrounding the shield. Recently, I intercepted a signal from the Decepticons, indicating that the aerial unit had also been compromised. At times, one must reflect upon oneself. Could the issue lie within you? At that moment, the notorious Black Widow regained her composure and taunted. Do you understand, Jack? My target is not merely you. I hunt the species of various planets, and here on Earth, my focus is on humanity. On you. Run, Jack. Alcee cast a profound gaze at the Black Widow, who reveled in the prospect of plunging him into an abyss of endless suffering to satiate her malevolent desires. Upon hearing her words, Jack was struck by a chilling realization. A wave of dread surged from his heels to the crown of his head, and he fled with reckless abandon. He swiftly evaded the Black Widow's line of sight. Yet she did not pursue him immediately. Instead, she approached Alcee, inquiring, "Why do those close to you meet such untimely ends? I could extinguish your hope in an instant, causing you immense agony, but the greater torment lies in transforming your human friends into my trophies." With a satisfied grin, she ventured forth in pursuit of Jack, leaving Alcee in despair. "Hold on, Jack, you can do it." As the sounds of metal clashing with wood echoed behind him, Jack realized the Black Widow was in relentless pursuit. His adrenaline surged, heart racing, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, making each step a monumental effort. Exhausted, he fled through the forest, acutely aware of the Black Widow closing in, teetering on the brink of despair, when suddenly, a pair of large hands emerged from the thicket and seized him. "Ah!" Jack screamed, fearing he had fallen into the clutches of the Black Widow. His eyes filled with despair. But silence fell upon him as a crimson arm came into view. You are the Transformer who stole the Collector. Indeed, the one who had captured Jack was the valiant Xiao Tianhan, who placed him behind him, signaling for silence as he resumed his ambush. Such a lack of challenge. I find this utterly dull. Moments later, the Black Widow arrived, arms spread wide, mockingly exposing Jack's frailty. Without hesitation, Xiao Tianhan raised the Collector, aiming it at the Black Widow, activating its mechanism. As the device whirred to life, a continuous beam of azure light surged between two towering trees, striking the Black Widow with precision. Ugh, she gasped, stunned by the impact, only to be met with excruciating pain as her super energy rapidly drained, flowing into the Collector via the blue beam. Weakness enveloped her limbs, and her suspended body crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling to lift her head, she beheld the golden iron sphere in Xiao Tianhan's grasp, which emitted a blue beam connecting to her very being. The super energy collector, Black Widow exclaimed, having once held a prominent position among the Decepticons. She was well acquainted with the energy siphon. Terror gripped her. If it were a barricade, a transformer as robust as Deadlock might endure for a while. But she was different. Her petite frame contained a limited amount of super energy, which would soon be depleted, rendering her mere scrap metal. No, before long, Black Widow succumbed completely, her optical sensors extinguished, as if life itself had ebbed away. Xiao Tianhan calculated the amount of super energy being absorbed by the siphon, and, just as the last vestige of energy was about to be drained, he shut off the device. Black Widow could not afford to die yet. She still had her uses. Wasting no time, Xiao Tianhan drew forth the steel cable he had prepared earlier and bound the semi-conscious Black Widow. Jack, witnessing this, felt a tremor in his heart, his mind flashing back to the solemn expression on Optimus Prime's face when they first learned of the siphon's existence. If the Decepticons were to seize control of the siphon, it would spell catastrophic doom for the Autobots. Jack finally understood why Optimus had expressed such grave concern. Hello, my name is Jack, he said, awkwardly smiling after having narrowly escaped. Just moments ago, he had taken the siphon from Xiao Tianhan, and now he was being saved by him. Jack was uncertain whether Xiao Tianhan was friend or foe. I know, Xiao Tianhan replied, continuing his task without turning to face Jack, his visage all too familiar. Suddenly, the roar of an engine filled the air as a blue motorcycle sped into view. It was RC. Jack, are you all right? She called out, her gaze immediately searching for him. I'm fine, RC. Thanks to him. He saved me. Jack pointed towards Xiao Tianhan. RC followed Jack's direction, and only then did she notice Black Widow, tightly bound and lying on the ground, while a towering transformer, reminiscent of Optimus Prime, stood nearby, clutching a golden iron sphere. The super energy siphon. RC transformed her hands into pulse cannons, aiming them at Xiao Tianhan. Who are you? Chapter 5. The meeting, please. Don't act this way, RC. Jack interjected, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. He sought to prevent RC from attacking Xiao Tianhan. The towering transformer had saved him twice, leading Jack to believe he was no enemy. Moreover, having witnessed Black Widow's demise, Jack realized that RC was no match for Xiao Tianhan, especially given that he wielded such a formidable weapon. You're correct, Jack. I believe I am not an adversary to the Autobots, Xiao Tianhan asserted calmly. Perhaps you could summon Optimus Prime. RC scrutinized Xiao Tianhan, noting his composed demeanor, and began to ponder. Could it be that he knew Optimus? I will report to Optimus Prime. Until he arrives, I will keep an eye on you. With that, RC disabled the ship's signal jamming and contacted the Autobot base. Do as you wish, Xiao Tianhan replied, unfazed by RC's vigilance, for he had committed no wrongdoing. Before long, sounds emerged from a distance. It had been quite some time since I last saw you, Optimus Prime. Before the spacecraft of the Black Widow, a swirling vortex of azure and white materialized abruptly. A towering red transformer stepped forth from the vortex, approaching me. Olympics, it has been an age since the outbreak of the Cybertronian War. I recall that shortly thereafter, the High Council appointed you as a leader. The newcomer was none other than Optimus Prime. From the depths of my former self's memories, I had glimpsed Optimus before, though at that time he went by the name Olympics, an archivist at the Iron Fortress archives. That was a distant past. My apologies, for I have been in a prolonged state of stasis and am somewhat unaware of subsequent events. I responded, feigning confusion. The war has raged for an extended period. Many of our brethren have perished, and countless worlds have faced devastation. Optimus succinctly summarized the situation. This is a new world, a new era. Join the Autobots, and together we shall bring an end to this turmoil, he declared, clenching his fist with fervor. It must be said that Optimus was rather direct, seeking to recruit me upon our first encounter. I found it perplexing that he placed such trust in me. I would be pleased to contribute to the revitalization of Cybertron, but as you know, I have remained in the laboratory, and thus engaging in battle is not my forte. I feigned reluctance, despite my imposing stature and considerable combat prowess. I had no desire to enter the fray. The emblem of leadership may appear perilous, yet it is anything but safe. Whether it be the Allspark extractor, the locking staff, or the later mystical weapon, the Dark Star Sword, each could ensnare one in mortal danger. Thus, since my arrival in this realm, I had tread cautiously. I would always prefer ambush over direct confrontation, and stealth over open conflict. However, my reservations were met with understanding by Optimus. Then I, Optimus Prime, in my capacity as leader of the Autobots, formally extend to you an invitation to become our technological advisor. It is a great honor. I clasped Optimus's hand, thereby joining the Autobots. My decision to ally with the Autobots was not solely due to their eventual triumph in the Cybertronian War, but more significantly, for their justice and unity. Having been born in an era of peace, I was acutely aware of my naivety when confronted with power and intrigue. Even though aligning with the Decepticons at this juncture would offer great prospects, with proper maneuvering, I could even seize control of their ranks. Yet, one must not forget the likes of Megatron, Starscream, and Soundwave, individuals who have ascended from the depths of Cybertron through a mastery of various stratagems. These ambitious beings, having lived for millions of years, secretly wield their power within the Decepticons, bound together by Megatron's hegemony, for only he could command all Decepticons. Conversely, joining the Autobots meant I would not have to engage in the struggles for power. I could dismantle the Decepticon stronghold and emerge as a founding hero. Why not seize such an opportunity? This is an ambulance, which for an extended period has taken on the responsibility of being the automotive technical consultant due to a shortage of scientists, and is regarded as the most distinguished physician among the Autobots. Optimus Prime stepped aside, revealing the red and white ambulance behind him. For the ambulance, Skyfire felt both familiarity and strangeness. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that this apocalypse doctor had once landed a punch on Megatron's face, leaving him utterly astonished. Additionally, there was the Cybertron volcano incident he orchestrated that caused a school explosion. In summary, in Skyfire's mind, the ambulance was a reliable, composed, and somewhat abstract Autobot doctor. Hello. The two exchanged simple greetings. Skyfire's vibrant era felt like a distant memory, and even Optimus Prime was merely an archivist at that time. So the ambulance did not recognize him, which did not surprise Skyfire. It seems I can finally set down the burden on my shoulders and take a proper break. The medic quipped, I excel in various technologies, yet I am no expert in medicine. The Autobots still require a skilled physician. Indeed, Skyfire's technological prowess surpassed that of the ambulance, a fact that warranted no false modesty. However, he was also not well versed in the medical field. The evidence of leadership in this world reveals that Transformers are not merely mechanical constructs, but also possess biological structures, such as transformation gears and vocalizers. Well, we can reminisce later. For now, we must retrieve the useful items before the Decepticons become aware of our presence. Skyfire pointed towards Black Widow's spaceship and addressed Optimus Prime. I concur with your assessment. Optimus nodded. The Autobots on Earth were sorely lacking in equipment, having been reduced to utilizing tools produced by humans. It was hoped that the devices aboard the Decepticon spacecraft would alleviate this predicament. Ambulance, the task of collecting Energon is entrusted to you. Skyfire handed the Energon collector to the ambulance, as this Energon mine had been surveyed by him, making no one more suitable for the job. Optimus nodded, signaling the ambulance to commence the collection of Energon. He had not anticipated that Skyfire would voluntarily pass the Energon collector to the ambulance. But this was undoubtedly a positive development, indicating that Skyfire had fully integrated into the Autobot community. Subsequently, the two towering Transformers began dismantling Black Widow's spacecraft. Optimus even summoned all the Autobots to assist, and soon the vessel was reduced to a mere shell. Ultimately, amidst a burst of flames, The ship and its nefarious contents were completely eradicated from this world. Chapter 6. The Cybertron Plague. The Explorer, a medium-sized scientific research vessel, was constructed during Cybertron's golden age and traveled to Earth alongside me during the Cybertronian War. As Skyfire toured his ship with Optimus Prime and the ambulance, he provided them with insights about it. Thanks to the replenishment from 2 energon veins, the majority of the Explorer's systems were now operational, and it would not be long before full restoration was achieved. The Explorer, a scientific research vessel, stands as a testament to the golden age of Cybertron, rivaling the Decepticon flagship, the Nemesis, in its formidable design. However, the ravages of war have undeniably caused a stagnation, even a regression, in Cybertronian technology, which is a significant factor to consider. I firmly believe that the Explorer will serve as a vital instrument for the Autobots in their quest to overcome the Decepticons. After touring the Explorer, Optimus Prime expressed his gratitude to Soundwave, remarking, "Indeed, the Earth technology we have modified often encounters incessant malfunctions. The Explorer will greatly enhance our capabilities." Ratchet chimed in with palpable excitement. Soundwave was acutely aware that the Autobots base was an abandoned military facility, characterized by its antiquated infrastructure and equipment largely modified from Earth technology, presenting quite a challenging environment. While it may seem inappropriate, Optimus, I do not concur with the idea of utilizing the Explorer as the Autobots' main base, Soundwave cautioned, not intending to dampen spirits. Reflecting on the events of the leadership trials, it was evident that the Autobots had executed their operations with impeccable precision, never revealing their base during the standoff with the Decepticons. Nevertheless, the Autobot ranks included not just Transformers, but also humans, agents, nurses, and even students. In the narrative of the leadership trials, the Decepticons had uncovered the location of the Autobot base through human intelligence. For both Soundwave and the Autobots, the Explorer held immense significance, and any signs that could lead to its exposure must be swiftly extinguished. The Explorer is invaluable to us. We cannot afford any risk, Soundwave asserted, proposing that Optimus consider designating the Explorer as a logistical or auxiliary base rather than the primary one. "I concur with your assessment," Optimus replied, recognizing the wisdom in Soundwave's suggestion. The Autobots, while diligent in their operations, could not guarantee the complete concealment of their base. Thus, the Explorer's importance warranted such precaution. To achieve victory in war, the Autobots must possess more than unwavering spirit. They require ample supplies. The energon collectors that Soundwave had brought, in conjunction with the Explorer, would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance, prompting Optimus to wholeheartedly endorse Soundwave's recommendation. Consequently, the Autobots gained an additional well-equipped and highly secretive auxiliary base, known only to Soundwave, Optimus, and Ratchet. Suddenly, Soundwave recalled an important detail. The Explorer-S systems were not yet connected to the Autobot channels. He promptly enlisted Ratchet's help to modify the ship's systems. Were these signals? After the adjustments, Soundwave noticed a red dot and a blue dot appearing on the main control room screen, indicative of some form of signal. Incredible! We have just pinpointed the exact location of the Decepticon warship, Ratchet exclaimed, marveling at the screen. Can the Explorer decipher their cloaking technology? Optimus inquired, turning his gaze to Soundwave. Xiao Tianhan spread his hands and replied, "No, the Explorer, as a scientific research vessel, lacks such technology. The Decepticon battleship must have experienced an electromagnetic leak, which is why it was detected. However, on the same frequency, there's also a distress signal from an Autobot." The ambulance then interjected, "Let us not concern ourselves with the Decepticons for now. There may be Autobots in peril. Ambulance, take the medical equipment." Xiao Tianhan, "The ship is in your hands," Optimus Prime stated solemnly. The value of life compelled him to abandon the idea of attacking the Decepticon battleship and immediately proceeded with the ambulance to search the Autobot vessel, hoping to uncover any survivors. The distress signal from the Autobots? Xiao Tianhan quickly deduced that it must be the ship that led to Optimus Prime's infection with the Cybertronian plague. I understand. Although Xiao Tianhan was fully aware that the ship harbored the Cybertronian virus, he refrained from preventing Optimus Prime and the ambulance from proceeding, knowing that even if he warned Optimus Prime about the plague, he would still rush to the aid of the endangered Autobots. "Optimus, please exercise caution," Xiao Tianhan cautioned. Only when the figures of Optimus Prime and the ambulance completely vanished into the swirling vortex of blue and white did he turn to confront Black Widow, who had been imprisoned due to the siphoning of her energy, forcing her into a dormant state. Before Xiao Tianhan could attend to her, the ambulance's icon flickered on the communication channel. Xiao Tianhan, we are in trouble. At the Autobot base, a swirling vortex of blue and white appeared, from which emerged a tall red transformer, Xiao Tianhan. Upon entering the Autobot base, he found the Autobots in a state of distress, but not due to his presence. Rather, it was due to the incapacitated Optimus Prime. What is happening? The Cybertronian plague. Any energy being that comes into contact with it will become infected. The ambulance's expression was grave. How could there be a plague aboard the Autobot ship? The Cybertronian plague is a product of the Decepticons bioweapon program, a masterpiece of Megatron. It has claimed the lives of millions of Autobots. The ambulance continued. Is there an antidote? Xiao Tianhan furrowed his brow. We have no antidote. What about the Decepticons? How could Megatron ensure he remains uninfected? We cannot inquire with Megatron, as he was obliterated into smithereens, and intercom interjected. Perhaps we could infiltrate the Decepticon database. So far, we can still pinpoint the location of their battleship, Xiao Tianhan suggested as he adjusted the scanning frequency of the base, causing a red dot to appear on the main control screen. Bumblebee, follow me. Upon hearing this, RC promptly took Bumblebee to prepare for the infiltration of the Decepticon battleship. RC, please hurry. Optimus cannot hold on much longer. Xiao Tianhan did not accompany them, for his size was a significant hindrance to stealth, and the intercom faced the same limitation. His only course of action was to fine-tune the equipment to ensure that the antidote could be produced at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 7. The Cortical Mental Link. The antidote remains elusive. RC and Bumblebee successfully infiltrated the Decepticon laboratory. Yet the elusive antidote for the Cybertronian plague remained absent from their databases. Ratchet, the condition of Optimus is deteriorating rapidly, Bumblebee relayed, while Starscream had administered some viral antibodies that proved ineffective. Infected? No, Ratchet replied, his frustration mounting. Let me check again, RC. There must be something we overlooked. I have scoured the entire database. RC asserted. Have you employed the redundant quantum algorithms? Do not presume to instruct me. You think you alone care for Optimus? Just then, Bumblebee inadvertently activated a mechanism on the laboratory wall, revealing a concealed door. Do not touch anything, Bumblebee, RC cautioned, turning to find him frozen in astonishment. Megatron. He is still alive. RC approached to discover a figure lying on a medical bed, surrounded by life-sustaining apparatus. What? This cannot be. Within the base, aside from Starscream, the others were engulfed in disbelief upon hearing the news. I'm watching him. The good news is Megatron is not aware of my presence, RC continued. He is beyond saving, entirely reliant on life support. Let me end his suffering. Wait, RC. Ratchet interjected urgently. Give me one reason. Megatron may be the only hope for Optimus's survival. If anyone knows the antidote, it is him. Megatron's cerebral activity remained vigorous. It appeared he was still scheming. But what am I to do? You must enter Megatron's mind and retrieve the antidote. Enter Megatron's mind? Ich hope you ist, Ratchet. Utilize the cortical mental link. It is a Decepticon technology that was later supplanted by the Autobots. I have studied the relevant data, and the equipment in the Decepticon lab should suffice for the procedure. Optimus does not have much time left. What must I do? With Megatron alive and Optimus facing a bitter end, no Autobot could accept such a fate. For the sake of Optimus, one must establish a cortical mental link with Megatron. As the finest scout among the Autobots, Bumblebee stepped forward at this critical moment, volunteering to connect with Megatron's mind. Under Ratchet's guidance, RC swiftly prepared the necessary equipment, and the two concealed themselves within a storeroom beneath the laboratory walls. RC connected the device to Megatron's brain, then accurately linked it to Bumblebee's. In an instant, Bumblebee's optics dimmed, his consciousness severing from his body and plunging into Megatron's mind. We have visuals, Ratchet announced. The communication downlink was activated, allowing the base to witness everything Bumblebee perceived within Megatron's psyche. Bumblebee, you could provide Soundwave with some medical insights from an expert perspective. RC quietly stood by Bumblebee's side, but it wasn't long before the Decepticons arrived. Starscream, Soundwave, and a significant portion of their elite forces. Damn it, RC muttered under her breath, her hands transforming into pulse guns as she readied herself for battle. Medics, hurry up. Soundwave quickly detected the cortical psychic link and alerted Starscream, who advanced toward the storage room. RC's expression tightened, her anxiety reaching a peak. RC, I've obtained the chemical formula for the antidote. Quickly sever Bumblebee's connection. At a critical moment, Megatron revealed the antidote's formula to Bumblebee in a dream, and the prepared hot rod promptly captured the image before contacting RC. Startled, RC swiftly disconnected Bumblebee's neural link while Hot Rod locked onto their position and activated the ground bridge. Intruders. At the same time, Starscream discovered RC and Bumblebee, immediately transforming his weapon. Excuse me. A sly smile crept across RC's face as she aimed a pulse wave at Megatron's chest apparatus just before entering the ground bridge. With a resounding bang, the life-sustaining medical tubing attached to Megatron shattered, and RC vanished into the ground bridge. Damn it! The Autobots brazenly invaded the Decepticon warship, a provocation that infuriated Starscream. However, upon hearing the commotion behind him, a subtle smile emerged on his face. Though unaware of what the Autobots had done to Megatron, they had indeed alleviated a significant burden for him, allowing him to shift the blame entirely onto the Autobots. With Megatron's demise, those foolishly loyal to him would finally recognize that only he, Starscream, was the greatest Decepticon leader and the most formidable harbinger of destruction. Starscream envisioned himself reigning supreme as the Decepticon leader, then turned back, feigning regret as he remarked, this was an inevitable outcome. His expression of feigned compassion could easily mislead anyone into believing he had just lost a father. In stark contrast to the Decepticons, the Autobot base was filled with jubilance. After acquiring the antidote, Optimus Prime finally recovered and stood once again. Let us applaud my medic, Ratchet, my scout, Bumblebee, and my advisor, Hot Rod, Optimus expressed gratefully. Incredible. Within the base, several human children gathered around Bumblebee, prompting him to bow shyly, much like a victorious champion receiving accolades. Suddenly, Bumblebee froze, his body stiffening as he stood motionless. While the other Autobots reveled in Optimus's successful recovery, no one noticed, except for Hot Rod, who remained observant. The psychic link was mutual. Just as Bumblebee could enter Megatron's mind, Megatron could infiltrate Bumblebee's consciousness as well. Hot Rod silently observed, choosing not to voice his concerns. His greatest advantage over the other Autobots lay in his foresight as a time traveler. This is a world of constant change, unlike the rigid narratives found in animated series. Xiao Tianhan is reluctant to excessively interfere with the progression of the main storyline in order to prevent events from straying into uncharted territories. Consequently, he has confined his actions to a limited scope. Ultimately, the evidence of leadership revolves around the ensemble of Optimus Prime and Megatron, while other characters possess their own subplots that do not impact the central narrative. This is also the reason Xiao Tianhan abducted Black Widow. Her primary role in the main plot is merely to unleash mechanical insects, and nothing more, as her personal conflicts do not influence Megatron and Optimus Prime. To ensure the integrity of the main storyline remains intact, Xiao Tianhan must minimize his interference in the arcs of Megatron and Optimus Prime. In Chapter 8, Megatron, having regained his strength, sees the Autobots returning to their original course, while Xiao Tianhan resumes his research aboard the scientific vessel, delving into the secrets of Black Widow's control over the mechanical insects. The Decepticons have also scaled back their forces, ushering in a semblance of peace on Earth. However, Xiao Tianhan is aware that this tranquility is merely a facade, as the Decepticons are orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Indeed, it is not long before the calm is shattered. Agent Fuller hastily returns to the Autobot base with grim news. The Decepticons have attacked the Naval Observatory in Hawaii, leaving devastation in their wake, and have made off with the primary lens of the astronomical telescope. Starscream, eager to bolster his reputation, has set his sights on a Level 7 mine hidden beneath the Arctic glaciers, which is the largest vein of super-energy material on the planet. However, a thick layer of ice covers the mine, and extracting these super-energy materials would require melting the entire glacier, necessitating the use of the lens. The complete melting of the glacier would result in a rise in sea levels, an eventuality the Autobots would never tolerate. Optimus Prime, accompanied by Ratchet and RC, heads to the Arctic for an investigation. Bumblebee, having been plagued by visions of Megatron's face, has made some reckless decisions and has been placed in a stasis by Ratchet. Bumblebee's stasis inadvertently benefits Megatron, who easily seizes control of his body and subsequently utilizes the Autobots' land bridge to retrieve the dark super-energy material he had discarded. Afterward, he uses the same land bridge to return to the Decepticon warship, intent on resurrecting himself. Xiao Tianhan, I believe I require your assistance now, he states. Optimus Prime is preoccupied with thwarting Megatron's plan to melt the Arctic ice cap, and Ratchet wishes to keep him focused. But he cannot single-handedly prevent the controlled Bumblebee from acting against him. Thus, he turns to Xiao Tianhan for aid. I will be there immediately. Xiao Tianhan halts his current endeavors and activates the land bridge to the Autobot base. What has transpired? He inquires. How foolish of me. Ratchet responds with frustration. The cortical-psychic connection is inherently bidirectional. As Bumblebee's consciousness returned to his body, Megatron followed suit. Now, Megatron controls Bumblebee, using the land bridge to transport himself to the vicinity of the original coordinates. Let's depart. Understanding the situation, Xiao Tianhan does not hesitate and strides towards the land bridge. As the tempestuous Xiao Tianhan and the medic arrived at the Decepticon warship, the entirety of Cambridge was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Decepticon grunts. Was it Bumblebee's doing? Concerned for his companion, Ratchet had followed closely, perched upon the shoulder of the medic. No, it was Megatron. Xiao Tianhan transformed his hands into weapons, vigilantly declaring, I fear Megatron's consciousness is influencing Bumblebee. He has but one objective here, to resurrect himself using the Dark Energon. Ratchet responded, then we must hasten our pace. Xiao Tianhan replied, quickening his stride. After a thorough search, Xiao Tianhan finally laid eyes on Bumblebee. At that moment, Bumblebee was nearing the completion of the cerebral cortex mental connection, approaching Megatron's birth with the Dark Energon in hand. Bumblebee, you cannot do this. Ratchet rushed forward, attempting to seize the Dark Energon, only to be ruthlessly swatted aside by Bumblebee. You would do well not to attempt that. In stark contrast to Ratchet, Xiao Tianhan kept Raph closely shielded behind him, simultaneously aiming his weapon at the berth where Megatron lay. Bumblebee merely cast a glance back before proceeding onward. Bang! Xiao Tianhan fired a pulse cannon at Megatron's berth, dismantling the life support apparatus. Suddenly, Bumblebee leaped, inserting the Dark Energon into Megatron's spark chamber. A beam of violet light erupted from Megatron's optical sensors, and to the astonishment of all present, he rose to his feet. Decepticons, your true leader and master has returned. Megatron's gaze was fierce, sweeping over the Autobots before barking orders to the Decepticon grunts at the entrance. Eliminate these insignificant pests. There are still those I must deal with. Megatron spared Xiao Tianhan a mere glance, as if he posed no threat whatsoever. This disregard irked Xiao Tianhan, who returned the gaze with equal ferocity toward the Decepticon grunts. In the face of Megatron, I yield. Against the Decepticon grunts, I strike fiercely. His right arm transformed into an electromagnetic cannon, and with a roar of crackling electricity, the projectile surged forth, utterly shredding the Decepticon soldiers, their parts soaring through the air. The scene turned gruesome, causing many Decepticons to take a step back. Of course, to the Cybertronians, this was merely a spectacle of dismemberment, devoid of sentiment, as Xiao Tianhan, in his previous life as a human, felt little regarding the scattered debris. Emboldened by battle, Xiao Tianhan continued to aim and fire until Ratchet successfully activated the land bridge. Xiao Tianhan retreat. Ratchet's voice rang out, and Xiao Tianhan turned to see the land bridge now open. Loading a high-explosive round into the electromagnetic cannon, he unleashed it upon the thronging Decepticon soldiers, leveraging the explosion's flames to leap onto the land bridge. On the warship's deck, Optimus Prime surged forth, cleaving the ice-melting apparatus in two, but in the process, he too was sent tumbling from the ship, crashing down onto the unforgiving Arctic ice. The gravest error Megatron made was allowing you to exist in this world. Optimus Prime, as the prospect of his success crumbled before him, the Red Spider, filled with rage and humiliation, transformed into his fighter jet form and dove from the skies, missiles under his belly locking onto Optimus Prime. At that critical moment, a formidable Cybertronian aircraft swooped past, crashing violently into the Red Spider, and a hand emerged from the cockpit to seize him, leaving no chance for escape. It was Megatron. He had returned. Chapter 9. Mech Special Operations Team, Xiao Tianhan. I require your assistance at the base, came the urgent call. On board the Explorer, Xiao Tianhan was diligently investigating the secrets of Black Widow's control over mechanical insects. After extensive effort, he had finally made some progress. Suddenly, the communication channel crackled to life with Optimus Prime's voice. I have just made a breakthrough in my research. What has transpired? At the Autobot base, a land bridge unexpectedly opened, and Xiao Tianhan stepped out. We've lost Mickey, Jack, and Rafi. Before Optimus could respond, the anxious companion interjected. Hearing this, Xiao Tianhan fixed a penetrating gaze on the partition, as if to say, "You jest. You summoned me to assist in locating children?" Seeing his reaction, Optimus Prime reluctantly stepped forward to explain the circumstances. Indeed, the children crossed the land bridge but did not return to the base, the medic elaborated. At this revelation, Xiao Tianhan suddenly recalled that after being thoroughly beaten by Megatron, the Red Spider not only persisted, but had secretly retrieved the dark energy core he had once extracted from Megatron's chest, intending to resurrect and control Thundercracker. The Autobots would certainly not allow his nefarious plan to succeed, thwarting his ambitions. What was initially meant to be a straightforward mission unexpectedly turned chaotic, as the mischievous Mickey led Jack and Rafi to follow along, ultimately causing them to be banished to another dimension, known as the Shadow Zone, due to the simultaneous opening of the land bridges by both Autobots and Decepticons. "So, you opened 2 land bridges at the same location?" Xiao Tianhan remarked in surprise. "We did not anticipate the Decepticons would suddenly activate their land bridge," RC explained. "I suspect a transmission misalignment occurred, sending the children to an unknown location," the medic added. "No, your reasoning is too simplistic," Xiao Tianhan replied with a serious expression. "The simultaneous activation of 2 land bridges would result in a spatial phase shift, making it highly likely the children have been transported to a parallel dimension. We must plot a broad distortion field's energy wave diagram to deduce precisely where the children have been sent." Xiao Tianhan turned to the medic. "We must act swiftly. As Optimus stated, Thundercracker's grave is empty, and it is quite possible he has been transported there." With deft fingers, Xiao Tianhan quickly established a time-space correction model. "Medic, locate the children's mobile signals. We need to find the position of the parallel dimension within our own." "Is that accurate?" the medic questioned, puzzled. "In theory, the spatial positions of parallel dimensions overlap with reality. But why is Mickey's signal located within the Autobot base?" The ambulance pointed at the red dot on the screen. Are you referring to this?" Just as the ambulance expressed its confusion, a pink phone was retrieved from the partition. With precise location tracking, the ambulance adjusted the land bridge to bring back Meichi, Jack, and Rafi. Meanwhile, Tianjun's hand emerged from the shadows, only to be crushed into oblivion by a swift kick from Xiao Tianhan. Poor Tianjun, he might never find his hand again in this lifetime. With the children returned, Xiao Tianhan resumed his busy endeavors. He first traversed the land bridge to collect some super energy bodies beneath the Arctic ice cap, replenishing his stock. He then continued his research on the Black Widow. Occasionally, he ventured out in search of new super energy body veins, taking the opportunity to inspect the abandoned mines of the Decepticons, hoping to discover the mechanical insect army in advance. "Where's the ambulance?" Xiao Tianhan asked, returning to the base with a cart laden with super energy bodies, only to find it completely deserted, save for the reclusive ambulance. The situation was somewhat intricate. "Are you familiar with Deadlock of the Decepticons? The one who wields a hammer?" The ambulance explained that he had been abducted by a group of technology fanatics known as the Mecha Special Operations Team, while Optimus Prime and his allies were in the midst of a rescue mission. Xiao Tianhan began to grasp the unfolding events. Deadlock had been captured by humans, and true to Megatron's character, he would undoubtedly abandon him to his fate. However, Optimus Prime did not wish for humanity to gain access to Cybertronian technology. Although rescuing Deadlock would not lead to a change of heart, sometimes personal grievances must be set aside for the greater good. The Mecha Special Operations Team was a band of technological zealots willing to go to any lengths for advanced technology, bordering on terrorism. Cybertronian technology must not fall into their hands. The partition summoned Optimus Prime, requesting support at its coordinates. At that moment, the voice of the partition echoed through the communication line. "I shall join you," Xiao Tianhan informed the ambulance before activating the land bridge and stepping through. As he traversed the swirling vortex of green and white, he glanced in one direction and was met with a blaze of intense firepower. Several helicopters unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon two massive figures, while armed vehicles on the ground harassed continuously, their actions remarkably coordinated. This level of firepower and operational capability was far from that of a private militia. It resembled that of a military force. Cyrus, a former Special Forces member, has infiltrated the human network. Cyrus's information flashed before Xiao Tianhan. Initially, Cyrus aimed to stealthily seize some advanced military technology to dominate Earth. However, during a struggle for nuclear weaponry, he encountered the Autobots and learned of the Transformers' existence, subsequently shifting his focus to them, seeking to appropriate their power for himself. Humanity is inherently greedy, and Cyrus laid bare his avarice and ambition before the world, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives. The existence of the Mecha Special Operations Team remained a persistent nuisance, Xiao Tianhan murmured to himself. In the next moment, Xiao Tianhan, perched high above, surveyed the fierce struggle of the barricade below and decisively opened fire. A cannonball tore through the air, striking the helicopter piloted by Sellers with unerring precision, obliterating the leader of the Mecha Special Operations Team into mere ashes. With the advanced technology of Cybertron at his disposal, the Mecha Special Operations Team was utterly oblivious to Xiao Tianhan's position, falling prey to the pinpoint attacks of the electromagnetic cannon. On the battlefield, both the barricade and Deathfire stood in bewilderment at the sudden turn of events, as the very team that had ensnared them in a bitter struggle was now sent into disarray, fleeing for their lives. Had your people arrived? The barricade inquired of Deathfire, recalling that Optimus Prime had commanded the Autobots not to engage humans in combat. Perhaps, replied Deathfire, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. He was certain that Megatron would not come to his aid. Defeated? That seemed unlikely. Suddenly, the roar of fighter jet engines approached, and several aircraft descended into the heart of the battlefield, promptly transforming into humanoid forms. Commander Red Spider, Deathfire exclaimed, taken aback by the appearance of Red Spider. Xiao Tianhan mirrored his astonishment, but upon reflection, realized that Red Spider was attempting to recruit Deathfire into his ranks. Red Spider had previously plotted against Megatron during a time when the latter was gravely injured by the explosion of the space bridge. Now, with Megatron's triumphant return, it was indeed a miracle that Red Spider still drew breath. Alas, despite Megatron's decision not to eliminate Red Spider, the latter continued to devise ways to remove Megatron from power. Thus, Red Spider had come to bolster his own forces. Xiao Tianhan understood the implications, and since fate had led Red Spider to this moment, he would allow him to claim the credit for vanquishing the Mecha Special Operations Team. Detecting the presence of Optimus Prime and his companions nearby, Xiao Tianhan discreetly vacated the scene of his actions. While he harbored no qualms about dispatching a few terrorists, the higher echelons of humanity were indifferent to their identities as terrorists. They had long set their sights on the technology of the Autobots, having refrained from retaliation only due to their inability to match the Decepticons in power. This was one of the primary reasons Optimus Prime never engaged humans, despite their malevolence. It was the Decepticons that rendered the Autobots necessary. Should the Autobots lack formidable strength and eradicate the Decepticons, the symbol of leadership would vanish and be reborn anew. Chapter 10. Dispute. Jack Darby, one of the few humans aware of the Transformers' existence, had formed a profound bond with the Autobots, particularly with RC, who became his guardian. Each day after school, RC would come to collect Jack, taking him back to the Autobot base or home. However, Jack's frequent travels to the Autobot base disrupted his normal routine. Then, trouble ensued. The owner of the takeout shop called to question Jack's absence from work, while his art teacher sent an email complaining about Jack dozing off in class. These grievances inevitably found their way to Jack's sole guardian, his mother, June Darby. Most alarming was the recent gossip that had circulated in Jasper regarding Jack's street racing escapades with Vince. This news, spread from person to person, eventually reached June's ears. Janda felt both shock and fear as she worked in the emergency room, having witnessed the catastrophic aftermath of street racing. The thought of her own child meeting a similar fate made her tremble. Subsequently, Jack found himself grounded by his mother. Originally, Black Widow had been under the control of the imposing figure, and with Silas deceased, Jack's mother would no longer be entangled in the conflicts between the Autobots and Decepticons. However, for reasons unknown, the Decepticons launched an assault on the hospital where Janda worked, leading her to witness Jack's motorcycle transform into a robot. This incident made Janda one of the few humans aware of the existence of Cybertronians on Earth. Skyfire, a vehicle is approaching, the ambulance stated, fixated on the surveillance monitor at the Autobot base. Skyfire paused his tasks and approached the ambulance. Recently, he had been summoned as a technical consultant to facilitate upgrades at the base, utilizing equipment from Black Widow's dormant spacecraft. The monitor zoomed in, revealing a civilian vehicle from Earth. "Mom," Jack exclaimed in surprise. "Here it comes again." Upon recognizing the vehicle's license plate, Skyfire sighed softly. Ever since Janda learned of the Autobots' existence, she, as Jack's mother, frequently visited the Autobot base under the pretense of caring for her son. Concerned for Jack's safety, particularly given his close association with RC and their frequent patrols together, Janda was apprehensive about the potential dangers. Although she disapproved of Jack's involvement in missions, she refrained from admonishing him, thus inadvertently directing her frustrations towards RC. Janda did not wish for Jack to accompany RC, yet RC remained steadfast, reminiscent of a dramatic familial conflict. "Hello, darling," Janda said as she exited the vehicle and embraced Jack. "I finished early at the hospital today, so I thought I would come by." "Hello, consultant." "Hello, doctor," she greeted the two at the control panel, offering a nod. "Hello, RC." She finally acknowledged the closest presence, seeming to assert her authority and express her distrust toward RC. "By the way, where is Optimus?" Janda inquired, glancing toward the ambulance. "Optimus and Bumblebee are on a mission." "I apologize for disappointing you," the ambulance replied, seemingly oblivious to the nuances of feminine sentiment as it continued to operate its instruments. Janda's expression fell with disappointment. "What a pity, I even dressed up for this occasion." "Mom," Jack interjected, feeling embarrassed and wishing to halt Janda's remarks. Just then, a partition burst open, and a sleek vehicle drifted to a halt, from which Meichi and Rafi excitedly emerged. "Did you feel that, Rafi? The incredible centrifugal force. This partition is truly wild," Meichi exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. However, upon noticing Jack's mother staring at her, she abruptly restrained her exuberant demeanor. "I remember this is a secret base," Meichi quipped, feeling at ease within the Autobot base, seeing the Autobots as friends, and freely expressing her personality without the constraints of elder supervision. However, Jack's mother was different. Like Meichi's parents far away in Japan, she was incessantly nagging, overseeing everything, and Meichi felt as though her paradise was rapidly transforming into a hell. "Auntie Xiaotian, Meichi and I have fastened our seatbelts," said Laffy nervously. "That is the bare minimum." "Hey Meichi, how have you been lately?" "I am well," Meichi replied absently. At that moment, Alexei stepped forward. "Jack, we must depart." "But I just arrived. I prepared sandwiches." Jack's mother, yearning for more time with him, insisted. "Mom, I still have things to do." Jack clearly did not wish to linger at the base any longer. "I need to assist Alexei in testing her tracking system." "All right, but do be careful." Sensing Jack's discontent, Annie Xiaotian refrained from saying more and merely advised him to be safe. "There is nothing to be cautious about. It's merely a routine test," Alexei replied nonchalantly. "Then you still need Jack's assistance." Annie Xiaotian's words left Alexei momentarily stunned, her expression shifting dramatically. At that moment, Xiao Tianhan, who had been secretly enjoying a snack, noticed the situation spiraling in an unfavorable direction. He promptly intercepted the ambulance that had detected an anomaly, saying, "Alexei, I need to investigate an unusual magnetic field fluctuation. I require your presence for an external mission." "Very well, I will accompany you." Alexei recognized that Xiao Tianhan was coming to her aid, sighed, and followed him onto the land bridge. As they journeyed toward the site of the magnetic anomaly, Xiao Tianhan observed Alexei's despondence and felt compelled to offer comfort. "Jack's mother only wishes to protect him. I understand, but before she learns the truth, I have been safeguarding Jack for a long time. Once he discovers the reality, will I become redundant? Mothers are like that." Xiao Tianhan couldn't help but recall his previous life, where his own mother was similarly fearful of even the slightest harm befalling him. In his youth, he found it exasperating, but with maturity came an appreciation for the warmth behind such concern. Never mind. Alexei wanted to express something, but sighed instead. Both she and Xiao Tianhan were akin to Optimus Prime in their intentions, acting for the greater good, yet not fond of vocalizing their sentiments. She had grown accustomed to this silence as they continued toward the site of the magnetic anomaly. Chapter 11. The Magnetic Gloves Boom. Approaching the site of the magnetic flux anomaly, Xiao Tianhan heard an unusual sound ahead. Stealthily, he crept closer and soon discerned the source of the disturbance. A blue transformer was excavating at the anomaly site, while a red female transformer stood guard nearby. Xiao Tianhan furrowed his brow. From their insignia, it was clear they belonged to the Decepticons, yet he had never encountered these two transformers before, nor did he possess any information about them. Alxi noticed Xiao Tianhan's confusion and pointedly remarked, "Crush and rebound, heads of the Decepticon Intelligence Department. Crush and rebound." Xiao Tianhan silently repeated to himself, "Aren't these two characters from Bumblebee's standalone film? It seems they have wandered into the wrong scene." Xiao Tianhan was beset by an ominous premonition. The sudden arrival of two Decepticons, who had not been part of the original narrative, raised unsettling questions. Would others, like Lightning and Dazzle, also descend upon Earth, akin to the way Shatter had? The continuous influx of Decepticons to Earth would spell disaster for the Autobots. The elite Thunder Rescue team had been scattered, while other units had either been annihilated by the Decepticons or had gone missing. This meant that the remaining forces on Earth consisted almost entirely of the Autobot leadership. If more formidable Decepticons, akin to Shatter, were to arrive, it would not only jeopardize the Autobots' chances of winning the war, but also threaten their very survival. Xiao Tianhan had envisioned fortifying the Autobots' logistics, patiently awaiting Optimus Prime and his allies to vanquish Megatron and restore Cybertron, thus ushering in an era of boundless exploration across the cosmos. However, it had become evident that the struggle against the Decepticons would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. His thoughts had been overly simplistic. The whereabouts of Optimus Prime's lieutenant, Ultra Magnus, remained unknown, and the young warrior, shrouded in mystery, was unreachable. It was clear that the Autobots would find themselves increasingly at a disadvantage against the mounting tide of Decepticons. In a soft whisper, Xiao Tianhan expressed a desire for the mechanical insects, a sentiment that went unheard by RC. "No," he said with a serious demeanor, as his battle mask activated, concealing his face. "Leave the rest to me. You go fetch the gloves." RC remained silent, but readied herself for battle. As Xiao Tianhan's arm transformed, the dark muzzle of his sniper rifle was aimed at the gloves being picked up by Shatter. "Is this what Lord Megatron desires?" Shatter mused, retrieving the gloves from the pit and inspecting them. The gloves appeared simple, yet were a fearsome weapon. With the press of a button, they could crush anyone. Before Shatter could ponder further, a sudden roar echoed through the air. The towering Shatter was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall and creating a significant dent in the hard rock. Clutching his shattered chest, azure energy seeped through his fingers. The shot had struck true, landing directly on Shatterspark. Though he was not dead, his condition was dire. In the distance, having made his mark, Xiao Tianhan retracted his sniper rifle, transforming his hands into pulse guns aimed at Shatter, unleashing a flurry of fire. Shatter, caught off guard, momentarily disregarded the gloves and hastily evaded. "Boost me." Seizing the opportunity, RC positioned herself upon Xiao Tianhan's palm, urging him to launch her forward as she prepared to snatch the gloves. Simultaneously, Xiao Tianhan's weapons continued to rain blue beams upon Shatter, forcing him to retreat. Shatter lay incapacitated, while Xiao Tianhan maintained pressure, ensuring RC was on the verge of seizing the magnetic gloves. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind Xiao Tianhan. "Meichi!" Upon turning, he beheld a girl with dual ponytails. Indeed, it was none other than Meichi. Numerous stones, dislodged by the fierce clash between Xiao Tianhan and Crush, tumbled down from the mountaintop. Unfortunately, Meichi, who had taken refuge on the mountainside, found herself the unfortunate target of falling debris. RC, realizing the imminent danger as the stones hurtled toward Meichi, Xiao Tianhan swiftly altered his course, urgently informing RC before hastening back. Due to the immense magnetic flux of his gauntlets, the surrounding mountains stood barren, the rocks cascading down without impediment. Meichi had been hiding in a small valley partway up the mountain, but a stray projectile from Crush landed above her. In an instant, a multitude of stones, compelled by gravity, began to tumble down the valley, which offered little refuge. Xiao Tianhan arrived at breakneck speed, one hand extended above Meichi, forming a shield ample enough to cover her, while the other swiftly lifted her to a relatively safe position. Meanwhile, RC soared through the air, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Crush, accelerating towards the magnetic gauntlets. Although RC's firepower was fierce, her petite stature limited her output compared to Xiao Tianhan. Without the potent suppression of firepower, Crush's movements became swifter, transforming into a Plymouth satellite racing back, engaging RC in a fierce struggle. Crush, possessing the prowess befitting the Decepticons intelligence officer, had previously crushed Bumblebee in a display of overwhelming strength. However, RC, having earned her place in the leader's guard, was no slouch herself. She was older than Bumblebee and brimming with combat experience. With a swift motion, RC's hand axe was unleashed, parrying Crush's assault before targeting her abdomen. Lacking close-range weaponry, Crush had no choice but to evade, retreating repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, RC leapt, her axe slicing cleanly across Crush's cheek. Feeling the sting of pain, Crush gritted her teeth, swinging a fist at the airborne RC. The blow landed squarely on her abdomen, propelling RC away with tremendous force. "You will regret this." Crush's already fearsome visage twisted into something more menacing as she retrieved the magnetic gauntlets from the ground, activating their switch. Just as Xiao Tianhan set Meichi down, cautioning her against running off, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pull, causing him to stumble backward. What is happening? Turning around, he saw Crush donning the magnetic gauntlets, an invisible force drawing both him and RC into the air before they were violently hurled against a nearby hill, stirring a cloud of dust. "RC, I will peel your shell away piece by piece. Then, I shall crush your new friend into a pancake." Crush raised the gauntlets, aiming at the two figures emerging from the dust, a cruel smile spreading across her face. Chapter 12. The dispute concludes. Xiao Tianhan transformed, manifesting a pulse gun. Yet there was no sight of RC in his field of vision. He activated the communication channel. "I am behind you." RC whispered, "I've adhered to your back. We have been magnetized and are stuck together." Realizing that transformers are composed of alloys, Xiao Tianhan understood that powerful magnetic forces could magnetize their bodies and generate magnetism. "Is there any way to separate us?" RC pressed her hands against Xiao Tianhan's back, attempting to break free from a magnetic bond, but regrettably, her efforts proved futile. "Not for now. Raise your hands and turn around." Meanwhile, Shatter, wielding magnetic gloves, kept a vigilant eye on Xiao Tianhan, particularly focused on the ominous barrel of his right arm. It was this very cannon that had rendered her partner, Dropkick, incapacitated with a single shot. "As you wish." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianhan resolutely lifted his hands above his head. Surrender? Absolutely not. He remembered that RC was concealed just behind him, a fact that Shatter remained oblivious to. In an instant, Xiao Tianhan pivoted, and RC, prepared, aimed at the magnetic gloves and fired decisively. A barrage of blue beams erupted from the gun's muzzle, hurtling toward Shatter. The sudden onslaught caught Shatter off guard, forcing her to evade hastily. In the midst of this, the magnetic gloved arm was struck by an energy projectile, sending the gloves flying. As the magnetic gloves were dislodged, they lost control and began to release magnetic forces indiscriminately, enveloping the entire battlefield in a colossal force field. Shatter instinctively tilted her body, straining to resist being swept away by the magnetism. Xiao Tianhan, however, leaped forward, utilizing the magnetic gloves pull to grasp them and promptly pressed the button to deactivate them. "This is bad." Shatter realized the peril as the gloves fell into the hands of the Autobots. She instantly transformed into a jet fighter, soaring into the sky to escape the battlefield. As the strategist of the team, Shatter aimed to avoid confrontation and seek an opportunity to counterattack, yet Xiao Tianhan was evidently unwilling to let her seize aerial superiority effortlessly. An invisible force spread outward, as if Shatter had become ensnared in mud. The powerful flames from her engine could no longer propel her body forward. "No!" Shatter roared defiantly. But it was too late. RC's attacks followed in quick succession. The energy projectiles collided with the engine, resulting in an explosion. Stripped of propulsion, Shatter plummeted like a fallen leaf, trailing black smoke as she descended into a nearby valley. The two Decepticon generals suggested that they should capture them at all costs. Xiao Tianhan focused on the site of Shatter's crash, utilizing the magnetic gloves to release RC from his back. "I concur. Excellent. I'll lead the way." A jubilant Mickey appeared from nowhere, interposing herself between Xiao Tianhan and RC, exclaiming with excitement, "No, this is a battle. I cannot allow you to risk your life merely for thrills." Alcie's tone grew considerably more serious. This time, it was indeed their oversight, as Meichi had nearly lost her life. Yet, the child remained blissfully unaware of the peril she had just encountered. Ambulance, take Meichi back. Ah, you sound just like Jack's mother. Upon hearing of her return to the base, Meichi's cheeks puffed up like a balloon, and with her hands on her hips, she began to protest, turning to glare at Xiao Tianhan. Elsie was right. Xiao Tianhan found it perplexing to understand Meichi. Whether to describe her as carefree or exceptionally adaptable was a conundrum. If he had faced a robotic war at her age, his heart would have raced with trepidation. Yet Meichi not only remained unafraid but seemed to revel in it. Oh, you might as well marry her. Meichi lamented in disappointment, yet dared not defy Xiao Tianhan and obediently stepped onto the land bridge. I'll handle the debris, Xiao Tianhan remarked, transforming into his vehicle form and heading towards the crash site. All right, Alcee shrugged, moving towards a damaged rebound ball and swiftly binding it. Regrettably, Xiao Tianhan could not capture the debris. By the time he arrived, it had already vanished into the land bridge of the Decepticons. Ambulance, bring us back. The land bridge activated, and the silhouettes of Xiao Tianhan and Alcee emerged from the swirling blue and white vortex. An unexpected incident had occurred, but fortunately, all was well. Xiao Tianhan held the rebound ball in one hand and offered the magnetic gloves to the ambulance with the other. A souvenir, Alcee added, but it's best not to use it indoors. They continued their banter, while Meichi stood on the platform, leaning against the railing and offering her commentary, which Xiao Tianhan and Alcee paid no mind to. The ambulance took the magnetic gloves and glanced at the rebound ball, inquiring, what do you plan to do with this Decepticon? Drain its energy and then confine it? That's the only option for now. The Autobots had not yet descended to the depths of compassion for a captive. It could only be temporarily detained. However, a living Decepticon remained a substantial threat. Thus, the rebound ball was best kept in a state of near paralysis. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhan was exceedingly intrigued by the triple changer. It was noteworthy that the Decepticon leader Megatron and the Autobot leader Optimus Prime were merely double changers. He was eager to extract and examine the transformation gears of the rebound ball. Xiao Tianhan picked up a spray gun. Considering that the rebound ball's wounds were still leaking energy, he needed to treat it first, or else the rebound ball would drain its energy before Xiao Tianhan even had a chance to intervene. Alcee, he said, once the Autobot's official duties were concluded, it was time to reminisce. Jack was the first to approach Alcee, but his mother stopped him. Wait, Jack, I need to speak with Alcee. Jack's mother stepped forward, saying, Alcee, I believe I owe you an apology. I worry that Jack, in my eyes, will always be a child. He has been close to me since he was little, especially after his father left. I find myself troubled by the thought of him departing from my life, although I am acutely aware that such a day was inevitably destined to arrive. Perhaps it is merely my inability to accept change. I never anticipated that Jack would distance himself from me due to a girl like you. Arcee, hearing my concerns, revealed a faint smile. It seems we share a commonality in our reluctance to embrace transformation. The reconciliation between Jack's mother and Arcee has brought immense joy to the ambulance. In recent days, the awkward atmosphere within the base has driven him to the brink of nervous exhaustion, and his once brilliant mind has yielded not a flicker of inspiration. The ambulance cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Tianhan, who had transformed into the welding emperor, realizing it was time to extricate this individual from the explorer. Sparks flew as the ambulance was taken aback by Xiao Tianhan's rudimentary medical technique, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. The crude welds seemed to assault his eyes, causing the corners of the ambulance's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. Let me handle the medical work. The ambulance confiscated Xiao Tianhan's welding gun and pushed him aside. Surgery is an art form, and only with dedication can perfection be achieved. Chapter 13. The Past Decepticon, Vengeance. Megatron stood with his arms crossed. Crush, you dare return empty-handed after losing a valuable soldier? I sincerely apologize, Lord Megatron, but our operation was disrupted by a newly emerged Autobot. At this moment, Crush appeared charred and disheveled, kneeling on one knee and gazing up at Megatron as if she were a humble servant. Is that so? A newly emerged Autobot. Megatron advanced towards Crush, deliberately emphasizing the word new. Crush raised her hand to activate a holographic projection, revealing a towering red figure within the Decepticon warship. Oh, is this the new Autobot you speak of? Megatron cast a cursory glance, his eyes glimmering with understanding. In that case, your failure is somewhat justifiable. Excuse my candor, Lord Megatron, but who is this individual? Knockout, his eyes darting, voiced the unspoken question of all present. It is rumored that he departed Cybertron before the war began, only to align himself with Optimus Prime. Megatron paid no heed to Knockout, recalling having seen this figure aboard the Decepticon warship during the revival of the Autobot Scout. However, due to the change in vehicle form, Megatron had not recognized him first. Knockout awkwardly opened his mouth, realizing, it seems there is no place for me in Lord Megatron's thoughts. Xiao Tianhan, appearing on Earth and joining the Autobots? At that moment, a voice familiar to all present echoed from the doorway. Every Decepticon turned in unison, and the newcomer was none other than their former commander, Starscream. Like Crush, he was battered and bruised, his arms wrapped in bandages. While the purpose of bandages for Transformers remained unclear, the Decepticons regarded the pitiful Starscream with varying degrees of sympathy. Though the shattering was tragic, it was nonetheless a wound born on the battlefield. The Decepticons fear not combat, nor the scars it leaves. Yet the Red Spider, a mere outlet for Lord Megatron's frustrations, had been struck down by him. Do you understand? The one known as Howling Sky, prior to the ascendance of both Megatron and Optimus Prime, had already earned a formidable reputation across Cybertron. Once deemed the most likely candidate for leadership, an immense threat indeed. The Red Spider's voice brimmed with indignation. The taunts of his adversary struck a nerve, as he felt like a tiger cornered by hounds. Even this fickle foe dared to trample upon him. Cursed be Megatron! If only he had perished when he ought to have. I would not have been reduced to such a state. The Red Spider mused bitterly, his fists clenching unconsciously, forgetting for a moment his dire circumstances. Enough! Red Spider! Megatron's thunderous reprimand echoed, sending a shiver through him as he realized he had provoked his master's ire, his throat constricting as he struggled to swallow a mouthful of oil. Megatron was particularly sensitive to the term leader, as the king of the Carindul arena. He had long harbored resentment towards the High Council for bestowing leadership upon Optimus Prime, something that had been rightfully his. The crimson gaze of Megatron fell upon the pitifully cowering Red Spider, who was nearly curling into himself. Despite being a traitor, Megatron had allowed the Red Spider to survive this long, finding amusement in his repeated failures. Yet the lack of novelty had begun to wear on him. Red Spider, come with me. A glance at Megatron's fierce gaze made the Red Spider tremble. He sensed that his time was running out. Where is the ambulance? Howling Sky had imprisoned the rebound ball, and upon returning to the base, he discovered that only the ambulance remained. The ambulance explained, the Divider and RC were on external mission, and by the way, Jack and Mickey had also left, while Bumblebee had gone to escort Rafi home. What have you discovered? An abandoned Decepticon mine harbored a signal from a super energy entity. There might still be a remnant left. Although we possess a collector and have ample reserves of super energy, even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. Howling Sky nodded in agreement. Life without super energy was indeed arduous, and stockpiling resources would alleviate his anxiety. Suddenly, a thought struck Howling Sky. The abandoned mine, Mickey and Jack, RC and the Divider. Could it be the very cavern where Megatron sought to have an earnest discussion with the Red Spider? I recall that in this narrative, Megatron threatened the Red Spider, inadvertently encountering the Autobots, leading to a fierce battle that ultimately caused the supporting pillars to collapse, bringing the entire mine down. The Red Spider, fearing that Megatron might truly end him, had fled just in time to escape the impending disaster. If he were to abandon the scene like this, his fate would indeed be sealed. However, upon reflecting on the ruthless methods employed by Megatron, as well as the prospect of his own hard-earned accolades being snatched away, Starscream retraced his steps to rescue Megatron. This time, Starscream was indeed correct. Megatron had no genuine intention of eliminating him. It is not difficult to comprehend. Despite Starscream's repeated betrayals, he has proven to be quite adept at assisting Megatron in managing the Decepticons. As the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron's primary objective is to steer them along the right path, necessitating a figure who can mediate the internal discord within their ranks. Ever since the explosion of the space bridge, during which Starscream personally extracted Megatron's dark energy core, Megatron has harbored a lingering resentment towards him, wishing to eliminate Starscream at the earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, his subordinates are inept, incapable of dealing even with the likes of the inert humans. Soundwave is an exceptional intelligence officer, and Megatron fully trusts him. However, The price of that trust is the necessity for Soundwave to maintain a distance from power. Consequently, Megatron specifically dispatched Devastator to Earth. Having undertaken numerous missions, Megatron is quite satisfied with Devastator's operational capabilities, hoping she can assume Starscream's responsibilities. Yet, upon her arrival on Earth, Devastator encountered significant setbacks, resulting in the loss of one of his key commanders, prompting Megatron to re-evaluate suitable candidates for the role of Decepticon commander. During this period, Megatron still wished for Starscream's survival. He still had use for him. This sequence of events was merely the result of an unforeseen accident. Ultimately, Starscream survived, and the Autobots withdrew safely. Thundercracker had no intention of intervening. What purpose would it serve? However, he could utilize this time to prepare for the forthcoming narrative, as the impending relics could prove vital for the revival of Cybertron. Chapter 14. The Scepter of Locking aboard the Decepticon warship. Before Soundwave, Starscream bore a countenance of shame, passionately reflecting upon his missteps. I am so foolish, having committed a grave error, utterly unforgivable. I now realize that I have never possessed the qualities of a leader, nor do I merit the status of an equal partner. Yet, I have come to terms with my position in the universe. I understand who I am and what my rightful place entails. I am Starscream, a subordinate, a servant to Lord Megatron. Thank you for your attentive ear, Soundwave. Starscream was acutely aware that Soundwave would relay his reflections verbatim to Megatron. His previous words constituted his formal apology to Megatron. Starscream felt compelled to respond to Megatron's clemency, as his circumstances had never been so dire, and he was striving to amend the situation, albeit with limited success. Meanwhile, in the command room, Devastator submitted to Megatron, cautiously reporting on the intelligence operations of the Decepticons. Do not attempt to bamboozle me with this superficial intelligence. I seek information of which I am unaware. Do you comprehend? Megatron spoke with an almost scolding tone, expressing his growing impatience with the report from Soundwave. He had already dealt with Starscream, and now these trivial matters were a waste of his precious time. He could not fathom the purpose of having so many Decepticons at his disposal. Soundwave, momentarily taken aback, had diligently attended to every detail, hoping to elevate his standing in Megatron's eyes, only to find his efforts thwarted. He hastily inquired, "Is it true regarding the information about the Ark? Has Starscream not reported it to you?" A slight smirk tugged at Soundwave's lips as he feigned surprise. "If he dares to repeat his tricks, I will ensure his utter destruction." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Megatron's eyes. He despised deceit, especially from those closest to him. At that moment, Starscream entered, having completed his self-reflection. "Lord Megatron, please forgive Soundwave's insolence. What was it that I neglected to report?" Faced with Megatron's menacing glare, Starscream hunched his body, attempting to appear small and submissive. "The Ark. What has happened?" Starscream exclaimed with a hint of alarm. Long ago, a Decepticon transport ship had crash-landed on this planet. Soundwave retrieved the spacecraft data from the database and explained, everyone knows that when we first arrived on this planet, I conducted an investigation at the crash site. So, you have already located the experimental weapon that the Ark was transporting?" Soundwave teased, casting a mocking glance at Starscream. "What?" Starscream stammered, momentarily stunned, until he caught sight of Megatron's furious expression, causing him to instinctively shrink back. "Where's the crash site?" Megatron's tone was menacing. "There are no records in your database." Soundwave continued. In that instant, the mounting anger within Megatron, fueled by the Decepticons' repeated failures, was ignited by Starscream's negligence. "You failed to note the coordinates of the Decepticon transport ship." Megatron's furious roar echoed throughout the bridge, causing Starscream to cower even further. "It was my oversight, my lord, but I do remember its exact location," Starscream quickly defended, pointing to his head. "Then you shall lead Soundwave to retrieve that weapon prototype." Megatron turned his back, as if to convey to Starscream that this was his final opportunity. My personal local guide. How delightful." Soundwave chuckled with abandon, inciting Starscream's irritation. Both Starscream and Soundwave could transform into fighter jet forms, swiftly reaching the crash site. As Starscream transformed and landed, he turned to Soundwave and said, "I will inform you of the Ark's exact location, but you must tell me what it is you are actually searching for." Starscream was genuinely unaware of the nature of the weapon the Ark was transporting, and he dared not inquire of Megatron, as that would only exacerbate the situation. "That is none of your concern," And you are indeed an outsider, Soundwave coldly rebuffed, not even sparing Starscream a glance. I will ensure you show me more respect. Soundwave, Starscream retorted. The Red Spider seethed with frustration. Before aligning himself with Lord Megatron, he was the commander of an aerial unit tasked with the search for energy signatures. That was centuries ago on the planet Cybertron. Recently, I personally dispatched one of Optimus Prime's most valiant warriors, Sky-High. The Red Spider scoffed, pride swelling as he clenched his fist at the thought of vanquishing Sky-High. You killed an Autobot? Indeed, and with no mercy. No wonder Megatron showed you leniency in the mines. What? You know about that? The Red Spider gasped in astonishment. Thus you are an outsider. His expression faltered, and he deflated like a punctured balloon, the one straight posture bending once more. Very well, the spacecraft lies beneath our feet. The two managed to board the ship, with the Decepticon Soundwave surveying the surroundings while the Red Spider leisurely followed in his wake. Do as you please. I conducted a thorough search here many years ago. The Red Spider confidently asserted, certain he had overlooked nothing. Soundwave, however, paid him no heed and proceeded directly to the control room to activate the ship's systems. What are you doing? The Red Spider inquired, taken aback. Checking the cargo manifest. Surely you did not forget to inspect this vessel? I say, the systems of this ship have not been activated in years. The Autobots will detect its energy signature. Behind him, the Red Spider continued to prattle on. But Soundwave had already located what he sought. Zone 23. What? The Red Spider was momentarily stunned as Soundwave hastily exited the control room. Soundwave moved swiftly, but this spacecraft, more precisely, this segment, did not contain Zone 23. It was evident that the ship had broken apart before its emergency landing. Soundwave examined the fracture and confirmed this with certainty. It broke apart in midair. If you had conducted a meticulous investigation, you would have discovered that the Autobots shot it down, the Red Spider remarked, folding his arms in a posture of knowing superiority. How far is the other segment from here? Soundwave queried, turning back. I believe you need not concern yourself with that information, the Red Spider replied, idly toying with his slender fingers, showing no inclination to divulge. Soundwave's expression hardened as he stepped closer to the Red Spider. You wish to see me humiliated before Lord Megatron, do you? To send me back empty-handed while you take that weapon for yourself. How dare you accuse me? You are merely an opportunist, relishing in your own cleverness. Are you not also seeking an opportunity? Perhaps, but I have changed. I have recognized my past errors. Now, I seek only to serve Lord Megatron. While Soundwave spoke truthfully, the Red Spider was indeed biding his time, yet he was not foolish enough to broadcast this, especially to Megatron's minions. If you wish to serve him, then swiftly reveal the location of the other segment of the ship. Speak. Soundwave's optical sensors narrowed, revealing an unmistakable menace in his gaze. The Red Spider noticed the alterations in the situation, his expression stiffening. Sighing, he remarked that it was merely a few kilometers north, easily traversed by crossing a stone arch. To be candid, the Red Spider harbored a profound disdain for those engaged in espionage, a sentiment he found quite overwhelming. Chapter 15. I wish to join you at the Autobot base. Optimus Prime, RC, and Bumblebee were present. As Skyfire stepped off the land bridge, he was taken aback by the sight of the entire Autobot team assembled, a rarity since he typically returned to the base alone, accompanied only by Ratchet. What has transpired? Skyfire inquired, directing his gaze towards Optimus Prime. Ratchet responded, we detected an ancient energy signal from the Decepticons. Then my arrival is indeed timely. That day, following the safe return of RC and the others, Skyfire returned to the Explorer. He needed to prepare for the forthcoming narrative concerning the data storage tanks. During the Golden Age, numerous data storage tanks were fabricated, each encapsulating a wealth of knowledge about Cybertron, including star maps, medicinal practices, and ancient myths. Upon the outbreak of war, these tanks were concealed in the far reaches of the galaxy to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands. One such tank lay hidden on Earth, containing records of a magnificent invention by the ancient Autobots, the synthesis of energon. This technology was imperative for Skyfire to obtain, not solely because energon was the lifeblood of the Cybertronians, but more significantly because the synthesis of energon could yield pure Cybertronian digital matter. This substance bore a striking resemblance to Cybertronian material and was the key to resurrecting Cybertron itself. Mastering it would not only allow for the revival of Cybertron, but could also facilitate the transformation of other planets into Cybertronian realms. Upon returning to the spacecraft, Skyfire constructed a data receiver. If the data from the storage tank mirrored the narrative, transmitting it into the mind of the partition would prove invaluable. Once the data receiver was completed, Skyfire returned to the Autobot base, only to encounter the unfolding events surrounding the lockdown staff. Indeed, your timing is impeccable, RC commended. History perpetually re-emerges in the present. Optimus Prime gazed intently at the signal on the screen. Previously, they had detected a distress signal from an Autobot ship. Now, they had uncovered an energy signal from a Decepticon vessel. Uncertain whether this Decepticon ship harbored unknown dangers akin to the previous Autobot vessel or if it was part of Decepticon's scheme, they understood the necessity of uncovering the truth. To err on the side of caution, all Autobots, except for Ratchet who remained to safeguard the base, participated in the operation, including Skyfire. Following closely behind Optimus Prime, Skyfire halted upon entering the ship's interior as he recognized a familiar face. It was none other than the Decepticon known as Crumble, who had previously escaped his grasp, now flanked by a Decepticon. Due to his slender physique and the iconic antenna atop his head, Skyfire swiftly identified him as the Red Spider. Red Spider, Skyfire exclaimed, and shortly thereafter, RC's voice confirmed his suspicions. Surrender. Optimus Prime uttered this familiar opening line, a refrain he consistently directed at his adversaries. In response, both Starscream and Soundwave, as they had done in the past, promptly fled. The Autobots, witnessing their retreat, swiftly opened fire. In the ensuing chaos, Starscream was struck in a leg and fell to the ground. When he lifted his gaze once more, Soundwave's figure had vanished. Wait, you cannot abandon me. I am your commander. Starscream's desperate roar was in vain. For Soundwave did not cast a backward glance as he transformed into a fighter jet and soared away. It appears you have been forsaken by your own kind, observed Skyfire, stepping forward with his massive cannon aimed at Starscream's head. Wait, I surrender, Starscream exclaimed in a panic, fully aware of his deep-seated enmity with the Autobots, who would certainly eliminate him. I can divulge everything, he hastily proclaimed. Is that so? And what do you hope to gain? Asked Ironhide, directing his inquiry at Starscream. Having dealt with the Decepticons for many years, Ironhide was well aware of their true nature. Starscream's gaze swept over the assembled Autobots, finally resting on Optimus Prime, his expression tinged with sorrow. I wish to join your side. Join us? Huh, how amusing. Ironhide scoffed, clearly incredulous that someone like Starscream would seek redemption. You will not betray the Decepticons. RC2 harbored doubts about Starscream's sincerity. It was evident that Starscream still held considerable loyalty to the Decepticons in the eyes of the Autobots, which amused Skyfire. If Starscream were truly loyal to the Decepticons, he would not have repeatedly sought to overthrow Megatron. His desires were rooted in a lust for power. Optimus Prime scrutinized Starscream, embodying the wisdom of all Autobot leaders. Skyfire was confident that Optimus was well aware of Starscream's character. Hearing RC's words, Starscream's face twisted with resentment. Look at what they have done to me lately. All I have received is humiliation, surveillance, and disparagement. Megatron even sought to extinguish my spark cruelly, only to have that treacherous fiend Soundwave take my place. She callously abandoned me, leaving me to fend for myself. So why not betray them? Upon hearing Starscream's impassioned speech, Bumblebee observed him intently as Optimus Prime, Skyfire, RC, and Ironhide stepped aside to deliberate. RC spoke first. It is true that Megatron wishes him dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do you truly believe Starscream's words? Ironhide retorted sharply. Believe him? Absolutely not. But our current objectives may align. Skyfire interjected thoughtfully. Starscream had endured considerable torment at the hands of Megatron, leaving little for him to hope for from the Decepticons. He was not a man of loyalty, unlike Jetfire, who held honor in high regard. And it was indeed possible that Starscream might divulge all Decepticon intelligence. Finally, Optimus Prime concluded, your vigilance is justified, yet I concur with Skyfire's assessment. Optimus Prime returned to face Starscream, vowing to grant him a chance for redemption. In turn, Starscream divulged the entire matter concerning the Staff of Lockdown. Upon learning that it was a weapon of the Decepticons, Optimus wasted no time in seeking further information before embarking with the Autobots to thwart the plans of Megatron. Initially, Optimus intended to assign RC to guard Starscream, but was interrupted by howling cold winds. Starscream had slain Skyquake, and with RC's intellect, he was certain she could extract the truth from Starscream. Skyquake would undoubtedly wish to spare RC from further sorrow. With this in mind, Howling Winds voluntarily took on the responsibility of guarding Starscream. Howling Winds, I am, in truth, your admirer, Starscream remarked after a moment of silence. Could you perhaps remove my handcuffs? I assure you, I will not attempt to flee. My arms are on the verge of cramping. Finding this amusing, Howling Winds responded, So, you are acquainted with me? Starscream nodded. Of course, I am familiar with you. You are a renowned figure on Cybertron, and my entire search squad holds you in high esteem. You must know that I am not a villain of great magnitude. Megatron is the true tyrant. Huh, Starscream, you truly are entertaining. No wonder Megatron hesitates to eliminate you. Howling Winds, perceptive as ever, saw that watching Starscream's antics brought him considerable amusement. Though he and Megatron held opposing ideologies, they appear to share a mutual appreciation for entertainment. Chapter 16. I was the one who defeated Skyquake. This is no laughing matter. You cannot begin to fathom my feelings. Starscream exclaimed indignantly. That crumple zone, you know not of the day she appeared, as if she were the sovereign of this realm. Behind my back, she conspired with Megatron, attempting to usurp my position step by step. Starscream's grievance painted him as a pitiable figure. I have heard she even killed Skyquake. Howling Winds remarked nonchalantly. Whether in the evidence of leadership or Bumblebee's solo film, there exists a commonality. Skyquake's demise is mourned. The distinction lies in the fact that in the evidence of leadership, Skyquake fell at Starscream's hands, while in the film, it was Crumplezone and Rebound who delivered the fatal blow. Now, with both Crumplezone and Rebound appearing simultaneously, and given that Howling Winds had not participated in the preceding events, doubts arose regarding the circumstances of Skyquake's death. What? She dares to claim credit for my achievement? That was my doing. Starscream's ire escalated, as he seemed to forget his current status as a captive of the Autobots. Howling Winds thought to himself, indeed, as I suspected, and silently shook his head. Starscream, adept at scheming and manipulation, could be easily provoked. Once agitated, he spoke and acted without thought. Such a character, after all, was fit to serve as second in command of the Decepticons, providing the Autobots with ample opportunities. To call him an honorary Autobot would not be an exaggeration. I must find a way to free Starscream. Howling Winds resolved inwardly. The figure before him unmistakably exuded the aura of Megatron. Should she successfully usurp the position of commander from Starscream, coupled with the unwavering loyalty of Soundwave, the Decepticons would indeed become an indomitable force. The strength of the Decepticons already surpassed that of the Autobots. If they were to unite, their power would escalate to unimaginable heights. A scenario that would not bode well for the Autobots. What they require is a disarrayed Decepticon faction rather than a cohesive unit, even if such a strategy might cause them to forfeit immediate opportunities. Optimus Prime embodies the quintessential leader, eschewing certain tactics that he would neither contemplate nor execute. Yet, one such as Starscream must deliberate and act. Starscream, as Optimus Prime's subordinate, bears the burdens that come with standing behind a leader, much like Starscream himself, whose methods are scorned by Megatron yet remain essential to him. Starscream's expression darkened. The implication was clear. You have slain Skyfire. What do you intend to do? A sudden chill gripped Starscream's heart as he grasped the gravity of the situation, responding with palpable anxiety. What do I intend to do? Naturally, it is to avenge our fallen comrade. Starscream clenched his fists, poised to confront Starscream, causing him to retreat in trepidation. No. You misunderstand me. It was not as you think. He sustained a fatal wound, and I merely wished to alleviate some of his suffering. He implored me for assistance. Starscream continued to plead, as though trying to convince Starscream, who he presumed to be naive as a child. Starscream seized Starscream by the nape and hurled him in front of the keys, unwilling to entertain his explanations. Very well, I concede. I have erred greatly, yet I have changed. You would not harm a defenseless prisoner, would you? Even with freedom merely a step away, Starscream refrained from retrieving the keys, instead kneeling in desperation, imploring Starscream to spare him. Indeed, I shall not lay a hand on a defenseless prisoner, so pick up the keys swiftly. Starscream's tone was unyielding, as if resolved to exact vengeance for Skyfire. I beg you, I truly wish to avoid conflict. Let the past remain in the past. I am now one of you. Starscream beseeched. Yet, Starscream showed little leniency. His arm cannon aimed at Starscream's head, commanding, pick up the keys. With no other choice, a trembling Starscream reluctantly picked up the keys. But in a moment of fright akin to an elderly woman, he fumbled and dropped them. You pitiful wretch, Starscream chided, bending down to retrieve the keys himself. Suddenly, Starscream's expression shifted, revealing a sinister smile as his hands morphed into claws, lunging towards Starscream's spark, reminiscent of the moment he had taken Skyfire's life. With a wicked grin, Starscream thought that eliminating the Autobots commander would surely earn him Megatron's favor. However, in an instant, Starscream's smile froze in place as his claws were firmly grasped by Starscream. Starscream, has Megatron ever mentioned to you how audacious you are? With Starscream's hand in his grip, Starscream lifted him effortlessly, as one would a mere chick. Xiao Tianhan was acutely aware of Red Spider's treachery and had long been prepared. Swiftly, he unfastened Red Spider's handcuffs. I had declared that I would not resort to violence against a defenseless prisoner, and I uphold my word. With a resounding thud, Red Spider was sent sprawling to the ground, his considerable size proving utterly futile against Xiao Tianhan's might, leaving him to writhe in agony upon the earth. Strictly speaking, this marked Xiao Tianhan's inaugural close-quarters combat since his transformation into a formidable entity, and he was somewhat out of practice. Fortunately, his fists remained reliable, akin to the cannon affixed to his arm. However, in his intent to release Red Spider, he could not afford to inflict excessive damage. Thus, he restrained himself, transforming his arm into a long sword poised against Red Spider's neck. Only then did Red Spider dare to rise, casting a glance toward the direction behind Xiao Tianhan, and unexpectedly found his resolve. Come on, strike me down. Even if I return to the Decepticons, Megatron will execute me for treason. So be it. Let you be the one to conclude my tragic existence. Xiao Tianhan turned around, only to discover that Bumblebee had returned, gazing at him with a look of incredulity. Very well, Xiao Tianhan grimaced. The sensation of being outmaneuvered was unsettling, much like an octogenarian delivering a punch that ultimately results in his own injury, yet demands compensation for medical expenses. Choosing not to turn back again, he left Red Spider with a significant opportunity, should Red Spider fail to seize it. That would be beyond Xiao Tianhan's control. Surely, Black Widow and the Bounce Ball would be delighted to reunite with their old comrade. Thankfully, Red Spider did not disappoint. Seizing the moment to escape, while Xiao Tianhan merely fired a few symbolic shots before sheathing his weapon. Bumblebee, why have you returned alone? Responded Xiao Tianhan with a series of varying electronic tones. Fortunately, having spent ample time with Bumblebee, he grasped the essence of the message. You mean to say that Optimus Prime and the others have been immobilized by Decepticon weaponry, correct? Optimus Prime held far greater significance than Red Spider. Thus, Xiao Tianhan promptly proceeded to the crash site of another segment of the Decepticon vessel. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron was in a furious uproar within the command chamber. You allowed Red Spider to be captured by the Autobots. Are you not aware of the grave error you have committed? Crush. But my lord, it was due to Red Spider's betrayal that we lost the tracking device. Shatter knelt before Megatron, hoping to leverage the Autobots to eliminate Red Spider, not merely for herself, but also for Megatron and the Decepticons. Megatron was disinclined to entertain any explanations, almost roaring, "Such petty tricks are beneath my concern. My second-in-command has become the enemy's captive. This implies that the Autobots may acquire all of the Decepticons' confidential information." Shatter's repeated failures incited Megatron's profound displeasure. And this latest blunder, allowing Red Spider to fall into the hands of the Autobots, was utterly foolish. Megatron had lost all faith in Shatter, yet he still required a lieutenant to coordinate the entirety of the Decepticon operations. Suddenly, Megatron appeared to have found a candidate, a faint smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, you are now able to move. It won't be long before you fully recover. Xiao Tianhan and Ratchet finally released Optimus Prime and the others from their restraints. I apologize, Optimus, for causing everyone to miss such a golden opportunity, Xiao Tianhan said as he approached Optimus with remorse. Some sentiments are destined to remain unexpressed. After a moment of silence, Optimus replied, "Wisdom does not arise from thin air. Sometimes we must pay a price." Chapter 17. The storage tank cool. What a thrill. At the Autobot base, Mickey watched the monster truck race with the partition in hand, the sound of crushed cars mingling with the roaring engines echoing throughout the base. Ratchet, overwhelmed, lifted his head from the screen and exclaimed, "Could you lower the volume a bit?" "Ratchet, come see the auto show I took Mickey to last week," said the partition, who, as Mickey's partner, also relished the sight of these muscular racing machines. Mickey pulled out her phone and said, "I took plenty of pictures." However, as a doctor, Ratchet clearly could not share in such enjoyment, lamenting, to sacrifice so many innocent cars for mere human amusement is barbaric. With that, Ratchet could not help but shudder. At that moment, Xiao Tianhan returned to the base. "Ratchet, where's Optimus?" he inquired. "Optimus is on an external mission," Ratchet replied while working. "What ancient teaching toy are they after?" The partition added, "The ancient teaching toy you speak of is the Cybertron data storage tank. No one knows the vast amount of information it contains," Ratchet corrected, simultaneously retrieving the data from the storage tank. After the war erupted, the data storage tanks were hidden in various corners of the galaxy to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands. But now, we have detected its signal on Earth. This means it could fall into Decepticon hands at any moment. Xiao Tianhan nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communication channel. "Ratchet, we are ambushed by Decepticons. The storage tank is in danger. We need support." Xiao Tianhan and Ratchet exchanged glances before speaking. "Partition, come with me to support Optimus. I was born for support," the partition said, eagerly rubbing its hands together, enthusiasm for battle palpable. Xiao Tianhan and the partition quickly raced towards the land bridge, with Mickey's cheers ringing in their ears. "Go. Partition, fight well. Ratchet, keep an eye on Mickey," came Xiao Tianhan's admonishing voice, for he knew all too well that Mickey, the mischievous child, would undoubtedly sneak along. However, this time it was genuine warfare, not a mere game. Mickey, being only flesh and blood, lacked the protective armor. A stray bullet on the battlefield could claim her life. "Oh!" Mickey stomped her foot in frustration, collapsing onto the sofa as if she had lost all hope. At the other end of the land bridge, the battle raged with unparalleled ferocity. The Decepticons had deployed Knockout and Dead End, accompanied by a dozen or so foot soldiers, forcing Optimus Prime and his comrades to contend with 4 or 5 adversaries each, resulting in a stalemate. The data storage tank lay at the very heart of the battlefield. "Come to Daddy." Knockout was the first to charge forward, on the verge of reaching the storage tank, only to be sent flying by a punch from the approaching barricade. "Go back to Mommy." The barricade, while engaged in combat, could not resist taunting, yet his triumph was short-lived as Dead End launched a surprise attack from behind, seizing him like a chick in his grasp. "Call for Uncle. Hurry." The scene descended into utter chaos. Skyquake also made his appearance on the battlefield, but his towering stature deterred the Decepticons from confronting him. Seizing the opportunity, Skyquake approached the storage tank and successfully acquired it with ease, as if on a leisurely stroll. "Optimus, I've secured the storage tank," Skyquake announced, protecting the tank and promptly informing Optimus Prime. "Medic, activate the land bridge." With the storage tank in hand, Optimus immediately withdrew from the fray, making his way towards Skyquake. At the same moment, Knockout and Dead End exchanged glances and charged towards Skyquake, being the closest to him. Without hesitation, Skyquake raised his hand, releasing a strand of web from his wrist that struck Knockout's eyes. What the heck? Knockout's vision was ensnared by the viscous web, causing him to lose his footing and tumble unceremoniously. The web was a product of Skyquake's research on Black Widow. While it lacked lethal force, it proved remarkably effective as a supportive weapon. Most importantly, it was akin to that of Spider-Man. Simultaneously, Dead End swung his hammer and charged forward. Skyquake, with a clenched fist, sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful blow to Dead End's abdomen. The impact was substantial, and Dead End was sent reeling back 14 or 15 meters, struggling to rise as he hit the ground. Quick on his feet, Skyquake released several strands of web, immobilizing Dead End on the ground. Surrounding them, an increasing number of Decepticons rushed in, while the Autobots held their ground valiantly. "Take this." Skyquake launched compressed webbing at the Decepticons. Upon hitting the ground, it erupted, scattering countless strands like the tentacles of an octopus, ensnaring all Decepticons within its reach, rendering them motionless. "Autobots, retreat." As the Autobots returned to their base, Mickey tossed aside her mop and rushed over, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Barricade. How'd it go? Did you make mincemeat of the Decepticons? Well, about that. Barricade replied sheepishly. I was knocked out by Dead End, right after I joined the fray, and couldn't participate in the ensuing battle. All right, Mickey. The most pressing matter now is to ascertain the information contained within the data storage tank, the medic interjected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhan retrieved a storage canister and proceeded to explain to the Autobots. This storage canister functions akin to a battery, where information is stored within using laser technology. To ascertain this information, it must first be released. However, how do we extract this information? RC inquired. To prevent the theft of this information, the ancient Autobots encrypted the storage canister, and we must decipher these codes to access the contents within, Ratchet elucidated. In that case, the workload is indeed enormous. Xiao Tianhan shook his head. The code from the Golden Age are notoriously difficult to crack. Subsequently, Xiao Tianhan added, there is in fact another method. He placed the storage canister on the ground and positioned a prepared data receiver directly in front of it. Mickey, Xiao Tianhan called out. Mickey, always drawn to excitement, swiftly approached him, asking, what do you need me to do? Try kicking this storage canister, Xiao Tianhan directed, gesturing towards it. Kick this metal lump? Very well, Mickey smirked, took a step back, and then dashed forward, delivering a forceful kick to the canister. Thud! Ouch! The force was reciprocal. The canister emitted a dull thud, causing Mickey to cry out as well. Xiao Tianhan shook his head at the sight, bemused by her headstrong nature. Chapter 18. Synthesizing Super Energon with a crack. The storage canister emitted a sharp sound as its outer shell promptly opened, followed by a red laser beam that surged into the data receiver. Is that it? I still don't understand. RC expressed her confusion. Because this data detected an unauthorized access attempt, it automatically ejected. Xiao Tianhan clarified. This is a security measure. If it were to be launched into the sky, it would vanish forever. Yet, the Decepticons had no reaction while we were in contention. But Mickey triggered it with a mere touch. RC continued. Ratchet, knowing the answer, responded. The storage canister was constructed during the golden age of Cybertron, a time when there were no distinctions among races. Hence, it did not view any Cybertronian as a threat. It only safeguarded against extraterrestrial life forms, such as humans. What, then, is this information? Xiao Tianhan linked the data receiver to the console, briefly reviewing the data. If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a formula for some form of artificially synthesized super energon. Upon hearing this, all the Autobots erupted with excitement. We've hit the jackpot. The excited Sideswipe leaned closer to Mickey, exclaiming, Mickey, do you understand? Mickey shook her head in confusion. Super energon is our power source, our ammunition, the essence of life. This substance is exceedingly rare on Earth, and now the problem is resolved. Optimus Prime concurred. These formulas may indeed provide us with the opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Ratchet added, or perhaps enable us to discover a way to revitalize Cybertron. Xiao Tianhan nodded thoughtfully. For a prolonged period, the Autobots had faced the Decepticons with a disadvantageous numerical ratio, leading to a rapid depletion of their energon resources. The energon on Earth was becoming increasingly scarce, while Megatron, with his avaricious grasp, had seized the majority of the planet's mineral wealth. He possessed the means to gather resources for his own sustenance. Yet supporting the entire Autobot consumption was proving to be quite arduous. However, should the Autobots succeed in the synthesis of artificial energon, they would be able to mass-produce the energy they required. In such a scenario, the Ark would no longer need to remain dormant underground, conserving energy as it currently did. Xiao Tianhan, along with Ratchet, was urged by Optimus Prime to develop this synthetic energon. The war between the Autobots and Decepticons had persisted for far too long, resulting in the devastation of numerous worlds. Now, the Autobots had obtained a complete formula for artificially synthesized energon. Optimus Prime was elated, as the limited supply of energon they possessed made the advent of synthetic energon a fortuitous boon. Xiao Tianhan and Ratchet swiftly produced a batch of synthetic energon. However, the incomplete formula used for the synthesis had adverse effects on the minds of the Cybertronians, rendering them impulsive and arrogant. In the original narrative, Ratchet, embodying the spirit of Shinnong, tested the synthesized energon derived from a flawed formula, which significantly impaired his judgment. This led to the iconic scene where the Doomsday Doctor engaged in a verbal duel with Optimus Prime, striking Megatron in the process. Consequently, Xiao Tianhan, having created synthetic energon using the complete formula, chose to refrain from utilizing it for the time being. There is no assurance that the ancient Autobot formula did not harbor similar flaws as that of Ratchet S. Suddenly, a contented sigh reached his ears. As Xiao Tianhan pondered, he inadvertently overlooked Ratchet, who had injected himself with a dose of the substance. "Are you all right?" Xiao Tianhan inquired with concern, observing Ratchet's expression akin to that of someone under the influence of a potent drug. If Xiao Tianhan had initially refrained from using synthetic energon due to his caution, he now began to suspect that the formula stored in the canister might indeed possess certain defects. Perhaps ancient Autobots had infused it with advanced technology, enhancing its effects. "I'm fine," Ratchet replied, shaking his head as he attempted to mobilize his body and subsequently assessed his condition, exclaiming incredulously, "My energy levels have surged by 30%. My physical capabilities are at their peak." "You were reckless, Ratchet." Xiao Tianhan grasped Ratchet's shoulder, emphasizing that administering substances to oneself without conducting safety tests was exceedingly perilous and irresponsible. "No, Xiao Tianhan. The evidence shows that the artificially synthesized energon is entirely safe and even superior to ordinary energon." Ratchet countered, "Do you comprehend what this implies?" "I am acutely aware, but we must take responsibility for our findings. What is a small sacrifice in the quest to rejuvenate Cybertron?" Xiao Tianhan remained silent, for the emergence of the synthetic superenergy entity had revealed to him that the Autobots' condition had become increasingly peculiar. It was akin to the eve of victory, when warriors sacrificed themselves. The Autobots seemed to be fighting with greater desperation, suffering injuries more frequently, particularly RC. "Medic, lock onto RC's location and activate the ground bridge," he commanded. Just then, Optimus Prime's voice echoed through the communication channel. Medic hurriedly locked onto RC's position and was about to activate the ground bridge when she rejected the idea. "RC, return to base quickly. They are numerous," Xiao Tianhan urged. "They always wield their numbers." RC severed the communication. Outnumbered and outmatched, she soon found herself injured. "The ground bridge is in your hands," Medic instructed Xiao Tianhan before transforming and heading to provide support. Xiao Tianhan paused, pondering why it was not he who should be offering aid. Medic seemed somewhat unusual today, a rare display of proactiveness. "Raffi happens to be at the base," he added, lowering his head to approach Raffi. He said, "Raffi, the ground bridge is entrusted to you. I must investigate." With that, Xiao Tianhan stepped into the ground bridge. Raffi, though the youngest among the 3 children who had arrived at the Autobot base, was the one that Xiao Tianhan felt most assured about. Chapter 19. The Doomsday physician brandished his blade in a rift in East Africa. RC found herself encircled by a dozen Decepticons. The rift collapsed, separating her from Optimus Prime and the others. Severely injured, she lay on the ground, unable to move, watching the approaching Decepticons with a glimmer of despair in her eyes. At that moment, the blue and white ground bridge unfolded above RC, and a figure soared forth. Medic transformed his hands into battle blades, descending with a swift strike that felled one of the Decepticons. The remaining Decepticons were taken aback, launching an immediate counterattack. Without hesitation, Medic seized the fallen Decepticon and hurled it at the advancing enemies, then leapt high into the air, executing a series of 3 aerial kicks that repelled 2 more Decepticons. "Wow," RC marveled at Medic's ferocity, astonished that the gentle doctor possessed such a wild side. Medic leaped over RC, performing a 180-degree spinning kick that left the Decepticon dazed, then drew his blade and cleaved it in 2. It appeared that the Autobots had summoned a formidable warrior. Not far away, the architect of this ambush, Knockout, observed Medic's rampage with displeasure. "I shall engage him," he declared, moving forward to challenge Medic. At a critical moment, the ground bridge opened once more, revealing Xiao Tianhan's imposing figure as he emerged. "We shall discuss this later," Knockout said, frowning, as he grabbed Deadlock and retreated from the battlefield. Having classified Xiao Tianhan as a highly dangerous adversary since their last encounter, Xiao Tianhan assisted RC, observing the valiant ambulance with a sense of admiration, silently acknowledging the reason behind Megatron's moniker for the medic. "Indeed impressive," he mused. "Ambulance, are you well?" The ambulance, stepping over the fallen Decepticon, swiftly dispatched an assailant attempting a sneak attack, responding with a grin, "Absolutely splendid," upon reuniting with Optimus Prime. Rafiki activated the land bridge to escort the Autobots back to their base. As they returned, the partition eagerly shared tales of the ambulance's valorous exploits. Rafiki, you may find it hard to believe, but our doctors sent the Decepticons fleeing in disarray. The ambulance, upon hearing this, proudly raised its head, while RC smiled and inquired, "So what transpired?" Today, the ambulance was the star of the show. Xiao Tianhan nodded, gesturing for the ambulance to present their achievements. The ambulance retrieved a vial filled with a vibrant green solution from the lab table and handed it to RC. "A synthetic super energy entity? You have succeeded," Bumblebee exclaimed, lifting the vial with wide eyes, captivated by the synthetic creation. The ambulance nodded, confirming that the synthesis formula was thorough and that the endeavor had not required excessive effort. "Today, I played the role of tough guy." The partition took the vial for a brief inspection before passing it to Optimus Prime. "Ambulance, I still believe your decision to experiment on yourself was rather reckless." Optimus regarded the super energy entity in his hand, his expression lacking exuberance. "Optimus, you cannot fathom how formidable the ambulance was at that moment. We should all consider giving it a try," RC urged, her excitement palpable. Optimus did not immediately acquiesce to RC's suggestion, but turned his gaze toward Xiao Tianhan, his demeanor tinged with concern. It was evident that Optimus sensed a shift in circumstances. Xiao Tianhan shook his head. Acknowledging the situation, Optimus approached the ambulance, affirming that the experimental results were indeed promising. However, he advised that future experiments should be confined to machinery rather than Autobots. "Old friend, although we are shorthanded, we currently require a warrior in the lab more than one on the battlefield." With that, Optimus returned the vial filled with the synthetic super energy entity to the ambulance. The ambulance refrained from arguing but appeared crestfallen, and Xiao Tianhan could sense its disappointment. This was merely a minor setback, and soon enough, Xiao Tianhan immersed himself back into research. At that moment, it lunged at me, and I executed a shoulder throw to send it back. In the following days, the ambulance was brimming with excitement, brandishing a pipette and animatedly recounting its prowess to Xiao Tianhan, to the point that Xiao Tianhan's ears felt as though they might develop calluses. "What has gotten into the ambulance?" Jack returned to the base, witnessing the unusually exuberant medic, struggling to reconcile this with the reserved engineer he knew. "I suspect he may have consumed some spurious alcohol," Mickey proclaimed, a spark of insight illuminating her expression. Xiao Tianhan chuckled softly at her comment and corrected, "Not quite. It's simply the synthetic super energy entity that has optimized the ambulance's physical capabilities." Upon hearing this, Jack lowered his head in contemplation and remarked, "Is it akin to a stimulant?" Xiao Tianhan was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Indeed, the ambulance, aside from exhibiting an unusual exuberance these past few days, has not uttered any wild claims," indicating that the complete synthetic energy body does not render one irrational as depicted in the dramas. Since the ambulance last received an injection, it has not resorted to synthetic energy bodies again, suggesting there is no addictive quality to it. Over the past few days, Xiao Tianhan has been delving into the study of synthetic energy bodies, and theoretically, there appears to be no issue. Thus, is there a possibility that the synthetic energy body itself is not problematic? It may simply be that the energy density is excessively high, keeping the Cybertronian body in an optimal state, causing the ambulance to exhibit such excitement. "Jack, you could be of great assistance." Xiao Tianhan praised Jack with enthusiasm before heading towards the laboratory, having identified a direction for improving the synthetic energy body. "But what about the ambulance?" asked Meichi. Xiao Tianhan glanced back at the ambulance, which was gesticulating in front of the partition, and replied, "It will be fine in a few days. A body in a perpetual state of excitement will soon succumb to fatigue, and in severe cases may even lead to organ failure. This applies equally to Cybertronians. Although their steel bodies are more robust than human flesh, remaining in an optimal state continuously is not favorable." Xiao Tianhan made some adjustments to the formula and produced a new batch of synthetic energy bodies. After experimentation, the energy increased by only 10%, while motor functions stabilized at 90%. In summary, the technology for synthetic energy bodies has matured, proving to be even more exceptional than natural energy bodies. The synthetic energy body would further enhance the Autobot strength. Nonetheless, Xiao Tianhan sought to express his concerns to Optimus Prime. "Optimus, I understand that the Autobots require synthetic energy bodies. However, Combat inevitably leads to bloodshed. If the Decepticons acquire synthetic energy body fluids, it is merely a matter of time before they develop their own, erasing our advantage. Should Megatron obtain the formula for synthetic energy bodies, he would undoubtedly utilize the highest energy density, significantly augmenting the Decepticons' overall combat capability, making them even more formidable. So, we possess such a treasure, yet we cannot utilize it? RC raised an eyebrow. The partition was of little concern. Without synthetic energy bodies, they still managed to defeat the Decepticons effortlessly. Optimus Prime furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. The Decepticons are relentlessly approaching Earth, and future battles will be more arduous. Nonetheless, I concur with Xiao Tianhan's assessment. Chapter 20. A new conspiracy on the endless Gobi Desert. A gravestone stood silently, resembling a meticulous soldier. RC gently wiped the dust from the gravestone, revealing a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Buddy, the scenery here is truly splendid. If your spark could still hear me, we would greatly need you. Alcee addressed the tombstone as if the mountains had yet to soar above him. It felt as though new Decepticons arrived daily, outnumbering their ranks. Indeed, one might suggest that if they were vanquished, the numerical advantage would vanish. Yet, if only it were that simple. The Decepticons have grown increasingly cunning. However, I wish to convey that I have never relinquished hope. At the Autobot base, the ambulance detected a new signal from an energon source. Howling Blizzard pointed at the unmoving signal, stating, "It seems the Decepticons have truly unearthed a vein this time." "What are we waiting for?" Alcee responded. "Autobots, let us mobilize," Optimus Prime commanded. Just then, the barrier interjected, "How about we bring along our heavy hitter? I believe medical assistance won't be necessary for this mission." Without a moment's consideration, Optimus Prime dismissed the suggestion. The ambulance's hopeful gaze transformed into disappointment as he voiced, "I can provide formidable firepower, enabling Howling Blizzard to control the land bridge just the same." Howling Blizzard remained silent, merely producing the energon collector and waving it in his hand. The ambulance shot him a disapproving glance and approached the control panel, muttering, "Fine. Consider it as if I never spoke." The Autobots swiftly located the Decepticon energon mining operation. The barrier produced an energon detector, scanning the vein. The signal was weak. They might have found a vein, yet its quantity appeared scant. Such a meager amount, and the Decepticons still seek it? It seems their reserves are truly dwindling, speculated Howling Blizzard. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. This was undoubtedly good news for the Autobots. A battalion of Autobots launched an assault on the Decepticon mining team. Blue and purple beams slicing through the desolate expanse. Alcee led the charge, transforming into a vehicle and accelerating toward the Decepticons. Harnessing inertia, Alcee's hand axe effortlessly cleaved through two Decepticons. The soldiers guarding the mine quickly adapted their strategy, attempting to encircle the lone Alcee, concentrating their might to sever the Autobots' advance. The Autobots, however, were resolute in their defense. Optimus Prime and Howling Blizzard opened fire in succession, under the barrage of pulse cannons. The Decepticons soon dwindled to a mere handful of scattered soldiers. Alcee leaped powerfully, toppling the last Decepticon and placing the axe at his neck, demanding, "Confess. What schemes is Megatron concocting?" "Humph. Even if you slay me, you shall glean no information from me," the Decepticon retorted, displaying a semblance of valor. Decepticon warriors never fear sacrifice. Sacrifice? You are merely complicit in villainy. Alcee scoffed, pressing the axe closer. The blade inched nearer to the resolute Decepticon's throat, causing him to tremble and exclaim, "I'll tell you." "Oh, aren't Decepticon warriors unafraid of death? I am merely a miner. Please do not complicate my existence." From the Decepticon miner, they learned that Megatron was fervently amassing energon. Yet paradoxically, according to this miner, they were not in want of energon. It appears that Megatron is concocting a grand scheme, and a hint of worry graces Optimus Prime's visage. "I shall investigate." RC releases the Decepticon miner and turns to depart. "RC, it is perilous for you to venture alone," remarks Ironhide. "Is there any battle devoid of danger?" RC does not look back. Instead, she transforms into her vehicle mode and drives off into the distance. Ironhide watches her receding figure before turning to Optimus Prime, silent as ever. Optimus respects the choices of others, as he always does. "Bumblebee, accompany RC," Ironhide reluctantly instructs. "Take good care of her." Bumblebee thumps his chest reassuringly and transforms into his vehicle mode to follow suit. The duo, one large and one small, kicks up dust as they vanish over the horizon. Subsequently, Ironhide activates the communication channel. Ratchet, I require real-time tracking of RC's location. At a Decepticon Energon mine, Shockwave is discussing the newcomer, Devastator, who often gestures emphatically. Though I find her rather captivating, he muses. Shockwave, alongside the Decepticons, remains silent but gestures towards Devastator's imposing back. What is it? Devastator turns, revealing a crimson Decepticon, none other than the formidable Devastator. Without uttering a word, Devastator casts a fleeting glance at Shockwave and strides towards the Energon source. Lord Megatron has dispatched me to inspect the conditions of a mine. The Decepticon cause is at stake, and we must ensure the mine's integrity, he commands, surveying the Decepticon soldiers extracting Energon from the depths. Meanwhile, RC and Bumblebee have also arrived at the mine. The extraction of such vast quantities of Energon surely indicates that Megatron is hatching a nefarious plot. We must thwart him. RC transforms her hands into weapons, preparing to strike, only to be halted by Bumblebee. RC understands his unvoiced concern. Inform Optimus Prime? The mine is equipped with jamming devices. We cannot reach him. She points towards the elevator that continuously transports Energon to the awaiting ship. The Decepticons will soon ferry these Energon reserves back to their warship, and we shall be too late. At that precise moment, Ratchet contacts Ironhide. Ironhide, the signals from RC and Bumblebee have vanished. Ratchet, continue the search for their signals. Optimus commands upon hearing this. Moreover, take us to the location where the signals disappeared. As RC and Bumblebee launch a surprise attack, the Decepticons are caught off guard, resulting in several of them falling swiftly. It seems two intruders have infiltrated our ranks. Devastator glances discontentedly at Shockwave, who oversees the mine's security. I shall handle them, Shockwave declares, transforming into a hammer and leaping from the platform to join the fray. In the thick of battle, RC found herself at the forefront of the fray. However, with her nimble form, she deftly evaded the onslaught from Deadlock, retaliating with a flurry of gunfire aimed at Deadlock's head. The latter staggered back momentarily before charging at RC once more. A stalemate ensued as RC and Deadlock engaged in a fierce confrontation. While Deadlock was momentarily occupied, the other Decepticon soldiers stood no chance against Bumblebee. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, effortlessly dispatched them all. Just as Bumblebee was about to sabotage the transport ship, a flash of red hurled him aside. Upon regaining focus, Bumblebee recognized his assailant. It was Shatter, who swiftly transformed and lunged with her battle blade. Shatter seized Bumblebee's weapon, and with a single knee strike, shattered his blade. With a deft twist of her wrist, the broken blade plunged into Bumblebee's chest. Redirecting her aim, Shatter trained her weapon on RC. In a critical moment, Bumblebee suddenly rose, grasping Shatter's gun and using the momentum to throw her down. Yet, before he could follow up with another attack, Shatter cast him aside. Bumblebee struggled to rise from the ground, only to be knocked back down by Shatter's boot. With a fierce determination, Shatter unleashed a barrage of blows upon Bumblebee's head. I will kill you first, and then her, she declared, a cruel smile gracing her features as she grasped the broken blade. Bumblebee, no, RC cried out, her heart pierced by fear and despair as she witnessed Bumblebee's defeat. Visions of the dim interrogation room, the slain barricade, and Black Widow's malevolent grin flooded her mind. In that moment of distraction, Deadlock seized the opportunity to bring RC to the ground. No, RC succumbed to despair. Just in time, beams of light pierced through the mine, sending Shatter flying. Optimus Prime, Jetfire, and the barricade rushed in. Enraged, Shatter turned to face them, cursing the Autobots for thwarting her plans, yet realizing she was outmatched. She transformed into a fighter jet and fled the mine. Deadlock, seeing this, quickly transformed and followed suit. At the Autobot base, Ratchet was tending to Bumblebee's injuries. He is gravely wounded, but fortunately, critical areas have been spared serious damage. He should fully recover in no time, he assured. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime breathed a sigh of relief, then inquired, and what of RC? Though she may have only 2 wheels, her spirit is unyielding, Ratchet replied. Optimus nodded, casting a glance toward RC, who, feeling his gaze, hung her head, avoiding eye contact. I thought I could thwart the Decepticon scheme, yet I nearly cost Bumblebee his life, she expressed, burdened by guilt. Optimus approached her, stating, "I understand your desire to aid everyone, but we almost lost two vital allies, yourself and Bumblebee. We cannot afford to lose any more comrades." Jetfire likewise approached, offering comfort. "However, we have not emerged empty-handed. You and Bumblebee have led us to the energy source we so desperately needed. For this, we owe you both our gratitude." Chapter 21. The Cosmic Emperor on board the Decepticon warship. Megatron summoned Knockout to the command room. "I seek the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, not merely to ignite my own spark, but to empower my undead army to conquer the world. For this, I require a greater abundance of dark energy entities, beyond the meager supply within my own being. So, where are my dark energy entities?" Megatron inquired. Knockout promptly responded, "They await you amidst the vast cosmos, Master Megatron." However, Megatron was far from satisfied with this answer. He desired a plan, not empty words. Noticing the darkening expression on Megatron's face, Knockout hastily added, "I believe there is no need for haste. You have sustained injuries and have been in stasis for a time. I must compensate for lost time. I can foresee the future, but I must ensure its outcome, for I am the figure prophesied to rise from the shadows." At the Autobot base, Optimus Prime gathered his comrades. The Covenant of Cybertron foretold that when 48 planets align, an eternal conflict shall commence in a world forged from chaos, where the weak will forever vanish in the shadows of the rising darkness. As Optimus observed the strange astronomical phenomena on the monitor, it mirrored the prophecies of the Covenant of Cybertron. Fiery rain from the heavens? Volcanic eruptions? Earthquakes? Just like during the extinction of the dinosaurs? It seemed that RC was quite intrigued. There must be some truth to it. Isn't that how the apocalypse unfolds? She remarked dismissively. To me, it's all just the ancient Autobots' fanciful tales. Sideswipe interjected, shrugging his shoulders. Ratchet looked at Sideswipe, saying, "I once believed the prophecy referred to our planet, but it appears otherwise. Cybertron has long since perished. Although I have known of this prophecy for many years, I have never taken it seriously." Sideswipe continued, "Why bring this up now?" Optimus turned to his comrades, stating, "Because the alignment of the 48 planets spoken of in the prophecy is imminent, and it seems to point towards Earth. Could this truly be a coincidence?" "Certainly not a coincidence," thought Starscream, his heart heavy with foreboding. "When the 48 planets align, the Cosmic Emperor will be resurrected, and Earth is the Cosmic Emperor himself. Regardless of whether this prophecy holds truth, I am concerned about those who choose to believe in it and may take action," Optimus declared solemnly. As days passed, the Autobots continued their routine of patrolling and thwarting Decepticon plans, seemingly oblivious to the prophecy's implications. Starscream returned to the Explorer, burdened with numerous scientific tasks. He entered the laboratory and accessed its operating system, allowing him to control the instruments and mechanisms remotely. After calibrating the equipment, Starscream reclined on the examination table, voluntarily opening his chest armor. He then maneuvered a mechanical arm to implant a device into his core. This device was a magnetic glove, which Starscream had designed based on Decepticon schematics, incorporating enhancements that enabled it to be integrated within his body for practical use. In truth, Xiao Tianhan preferred to focus on the locking mechanism. Yet regrettably, the ambulance had yet to repair it, and he lacked the time to undertake the repairs himself. The installation process proceeded seamlessly, with the magnetic device successfully embedded within Xiao Tianhan's being. With this enhancement, he became akin to Magneto from the Transformers universe, effortlessly commanding metal with his will. The Transformers, whether Autobots, Decepticons, or mechanized insects and colossal monstrosities, were all composed of alloys. Thus, magnetism served as their nemesis. And this formidable power now resided within Xiao Tianhan's grasp. As he closed his chest armor, Xiao Tianhan locked onto a nearby metal rod. With a mere thought, pure energy surged into the magnetic apparatus, and in an instant, the metal rod began to levitate. Excellent. Xiao Tianhan smiled, turning his attention to new research, the transformation gears for the rebound ball. He could not perpetually remain grounded, without aerial superiority, whether for support or retreat. He could not outpace the Decepticons. They could effortlessly harass and assault him from above, a predicament he could hardly endure. However, the aerial vehicle for the rebound ball was a helicopter, which left Xiao Tianhan somewhat dissatisfied. He immersed himself in his research until summoned back to the base by Optimus Prime. "What is it?" Xiao Tianhan inquired. Take a look at this, the ambulance replied, presenting a somewhat blurry image, likely a screenshot from surveillance footage. Soundwave, the ambulance explained, has stolen an advanced phase conductor from humanity, as captured on the surveillance. Agent Fuller's team has also provided us with a list of stolen items, including a plasma injector, neutron barrier, and hypercube. We are still missing a sufficient energy source. Xiao Tianhan pondered aloud. Indeed, the Decepticons are once again attempting to construct a space bridge. The ambulance expressed concern. Megatron remains fixated on his zombie army. A panel interjected. It is likely not merely about transporting zombies. Megatron's timing in constructing the space bridge suggests a more significant scheme. Regardless, we must thwart their plans, otherwise, this world will descend into chaos. Optimus Prime spoke up. Just then, Agent Fuller's visage appeared on the screen. Optimus, it appears the Decepticons are opting for a more aggressive approach. They have attacked one of our military laboratories, and our soldiers will hold the line until your arrival. Agent Fuller, I fear Megatron's actions may become ruthless, and, as you know, I wish to avoid any needless loss of life, even a single soul. Optimus Prime declined Agent Fuller's proposal. In this world, the Decepticons are far from the fragile beings depicted in films. Conventional weaponry poses little threat to them, and human forces merely fall victim in their encounters with the Decepticons, something Optimus wishes to prevent. Hearing this, Agent Fuller could only order the evacuation of all personnel. Chapter 22. Fury. The Autobots traversed the land bridge, swiftly arriving at the military base besieged by the Decepticons. The assault was executed solely by minor Decepticon soldiers, whom Xiao Tianhan dispatched with remarkable efficiency. Just as the crowd believed the matter would soon reach a conclusion, an aircraft with a unique design roared into view, landing before Optimus Prime. Megatron, determined to see the prophecy fulfilled, spoke with a sneer. Do you not find it rather foolish? If one could seize their own fate, why then should I resign myself to destiny? With a glint in his eye, Megatron turned to glance behind the Autobots. It was Bumblebee, cradling Raph in his arms. Just as Optimus Prime intended to chastise Bumblebee for bringing a child to the battlefield, he noticed that Raph remained utterly still. Optimus's eyes widened in alarm, and Skyquake could distinctly see the tremor in his pupils. RC gently took Raph from Bumblebee's grasp. He still breathed, albeit feebly. At that moment, Skyquake felt a wave of self-reproach. He cursed himself for having forgotten the scene where Raph was attacked by Megatron. Otherwise, Raph would not be suffering so. It seems I have not only captured a Bumblebee, but have also crushed a bug. Megatron's triumphant voice echoed from behind, igniting a blaze of indignation within Skyquake. The mockery of life and the disdain for humanity exhibited by Megatron filled him with fury. He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Optimus Prime. Raph needs you now. Skyquake tightened his fists and urgently called out, Medic, lock onto my coordinates. I require a ground bridge. In an instant, a swirling vortex of blue and white appeared, and Skyquake hurriedly ushered RC through it. Surely, someone was injured. The medic, detecting the urgency in Skyquake's tone, swiftly prepared the necessary tools. Medic, activate the purification chamber. As soon as he emerged from the ground bridge, Skyquake directed, while he immediately searched for a syringe to extract a vial of super energy from his own being. Meanwhile, RC returned to the base, cradling Raph. Raph! Jack and Mickey exclaimed in unison upon seeing Raph's frail form in RC's arms. Jack, quickly summon your mother to the base. Skyquake beckoned for a stretcher, indicating for RC to place Raph upon it, while instructing Jack, very well, I shall do so at once. The medic successfully activated the purification chamber and, observing Raph on the stretcher, inquired what transpired. Megatron attacked Raph. I suspect the dark super energy has infiltrated his body. We must counteract it with the super energy before it damages Raph's nerves. Without pausing in his actions, Skyquake sent Raph into the evolution chamber and injected the super energy, which emanated a brilliant light. All that remained was to wait. The weak shall perish, the medic recalled Optimus Prime's prophecy, urging Raph to remain strong. Bumblebee, anxious, pounded his fists against the wall until RC restrained him. During the waiting period, Jack's mother arrived at the base via the ground bridge. As the evolution concluded, she immediately examined Raph, relieved to find that he had stabilized. Optimus, Raph is now stable. Xiao Tianhan let out a sigh of relief and promptly contacted Optimus Prime. Thank you, old friend. At that moment, Optimus Prime, having infiltrated the Decepticons' spacecraft with the partition, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving the news. After eliminating all the Decepticon soldiers guarding the energy components, Optimus called for the ground bridge, instructing the partition to transport the energy components back to the base while he remained behind. Partition, you should return first. There is something I must attend to. Optimus's gaze was resolute. In the past, I was foolish, repeatedly ignoring the lessons of history. The Autobots and Decepticons can never reach a truce. If this eternal conflict cannot be resolved through diplomacy, then I shall eradicate the darkness. I will not allow it to descend upon any planet. To achieve this, I must eliminate Megatron. Optimus ascended to the bridge, confronting the approaching Decepticons, his hands transforming into energy cannons. I am here for Megatron. This is not a matter concerning anyone else. Stand down, and those who obstruct me shall perish. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Xiao Tianhan approached the ground bridge alone. He had previously been quick to judge, viewing the extraterrestrial visitors through the lens of human morality. He often held goodwill towards characters he favored. However, the Cybertronians, raised in a brutal environment where the strong preyed upon the weak, possessed no understanding of reverence. They exhibited no regard for life. Even if faced with a mere cub, they would ruthlessly wield their blades. Xiao Tianhan glanced back at Rafi, clenching his fists. If the Decepticons cannot be enlightened, then let us end their tyranny with violence. He activated the ground bridge, returned to his ship, equipped himself, and activated the ground bridge once more. On the other side, Soundwave had just opened a ground bridge to send the fearsome Optimus Prime away, while the Decepticons were still dealing with the aftermath. Suddenly, another ground bridge materialized, and a red figure emerged. Don't move. All Decepticons raised their weapons toward Xiao Tianhan. Transforming his hands into weapons, he declared, "Let me truly experience this world of survival of the fittest." A yellow light radiated from him, instantly crushing the nearby Decepticons. As a tremendous magnetic force spread throughout the bridge, rendering all Decepticons immobile. Boom! The entire bridge erupted in explosions, causing the Decepticon warship to tremble. What is happening? One shouted in panic, quickly glancing at Soundwave. Soundwave urgently accessed the warship's control center, bringing up the visuals from a bridge. The screen revealed a scene filled with Decepticon corpses as the red figure traversed the bridge. Any Decepticon attempting to intercept could not move, swiftly extinguished by a blast of blue energy. Blue energy seeped from the fallen bodies, pooling together and saturating the bridge in a gruesome tableau reminiscent of hell. My heavens! One exclaimed in disbelief. Damn Autobots! Crush recognized the formidable Autobot, Skyfire, who had caused her such humiliation before Megatron. However, she refrained from making a move, instead directing her gaze towards Deadlock. Deadlock, it is time to prove yourself to Lord Megatron. Go, eliminate him. Ever since being captured by the mech special forces, Deadlock had fallen out of favor with Megatron. Hearing her words, he was eager to prove himself, but he was swiftly brought down. Recently, Deadlock had been replacing parts and was not yet fully calibrated. It would be unwise for him to engage in battle. He outright refused Crush's command. How dare you defy an order? Crush exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident. I do not dare, but if memory serves, Lord Megatron has yet to appoint you as commander, Deadlock replied, fiddling with his paintwork, showing no regard for Crush. She was merely a woman who had garnered a modicum of Megatron's attention. Even Starscream would not dare speak to him in such a manner. At that moment, as the two were locked in their standoff, a white figure stepped forward. Chapter 23. Lightning Skyfire advanced step by step, his hands transforming into pulse cannons, unleashing a barrage of blue beams that swiftly extinguished one spark after another on the bridge. In the presence of such commanding power, the Decepticon soldiers stood no chance, falling apart like paper at the mere flick of a wrist. Suddenly, several missiles surged from the front. Skyfire extended his palm, and an invisible magnetic force radiated outward. The missiles, as if guided by sentient force, veered around him. Boom! The missiles detonated, creating a considerable breach in the bridge, demonstrating their formidable power. Skyfire's gaze traversed the bridge, landing upon a white transformer. Lightning, Triple Changer, Faction, Decepticon, Identity, Decepticon Air, and Ground Commander. It appeared that Megatron had invested heavily to ensure the prophecy's fulfillment. Skyfire, having accessed the Decepticon database, instantly recognized the Decepticon before him, who stood just a head shorter. Lightning was a perilous individual, not only to the Autobots, but equally so to Megatron. With formidable combat prowess and a ruthless disposition, Lightning adhered to the philosophy of destruction first, contemplation later, embodying extreme racism with a profound hatred for Autobots. During the latter stages of the Cybertronian War, Lightning had conspired with Starscream and Inferno to betray Megatron. Autobot, I shall make you scream in death. Lightning's voice echoed as he transformed into weaponry, his thrusters igniting with orange flames, propelling him toward Skyfire with astonishing speed. Skyfire's eyes lit up. Lightning's transformation gears were exceptionally crafted, allowing him to utilize jet propulsion even in humanoid form. Your transformation gears are impressive, Skyfire remarked, before deactivating his magnetic apparatus. Skyfire was quick to react. As Lightning charged at him, he delivered a powerful straight punch, striking the enemy squarely in the head. Lightning, taken aback, unleashed orange flames from his back, swiftly rising to create distance. Xiao Tianhan's hands transformed into a pulse cannon, swiftly targeting Lightning and unleashing fire just as he landed. Caught off guard, Lightning found a circular indentation left on his shoulder by the pulse cannon's might. Such formidable power, Lightning was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Tianhan's weapon surpassed his own. In response, he transformed his hands into battle blades, activating his thrusters to close in on Xiao Tianhan and delivered a swift strike. Xiao Tianhan also morphed his hands into battle blades, effortlessly parrying Lightning's assault. Inside the bridge, the clash of blades illuminated the space as Lightning lunged forward with his sword. Rather than hastily defending, Xiao Tianhan advanced, using his left arm's blade to deflect the incoming strike while his right fist charged toward Lightning's face. Unable to evade in time, Lightning retreated repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tianhan transformed his right hand into a long sword and pursued. Lightning, caught off guard, was pierced in the neck by Xiao Tianhan's blade. Desperately, he clutched the sword, attempting to fend off the attack. Blue energy blood gushed from the wound, and a look of terror crossed Lightning's eyes. Yet, Xiao Tianhan showed no mercy. His other sword swept through, leaving behind a headless corpse. After dispatching Lightning, Xiao Tianhan did not rush forward. Instead, he activated the land bridge of the Explorer and discarded Lightning's body into it. How tragic. In the command room, the defeated watched in horror as only Lightning's head remained on the screen, while Deadlock felt fortunate to have intervened. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish. As the aerial commander of the Decepticons, Lightning was no weakling, yet he was unexpectedly vanquished with such ease. A heavy silence fell over the command room, interrupted only by Soundwave, who silently approached the main door. Wait, Soundwave, are you certain you wish to proceed? Deadlock inquired, not attempting to prevent him. He doubted Soundwave could match Xiao Tianhan, and the wisest course of action would be to abandon the battleship. However, such a choice would incite the wrath of Megatron, who would annihilate them all. Soundwave remained as indifferent as ever, offering no reply to Deadlock. Xiao Tianhan pressed onward and soon reached the command room door, which simultaneously swung open to reveal a faceless Decepticon. Soundwave. Xiao Tianhan recognized him instantly, aiming his weapon at the adversary. It is well known that Soundwave serves as the Decepticons' intelligence officer, but before Megatron's rise, he was the champion of the Carindul arena. After aligning with Megatron, he had transformed himself to better handle intelligence, yet his strength remained formidable. Soundwave remained silent, as was his custom. Suddenly, a series of coordinates flashed across his face, and in an instant, a land bridge materialized, surging toward Xiao Tianhan to engulf him. Xiao Tianhan was taken aback. Land bridges were not meant to be wielded in such a manner. This is outrageous. Regaining his senses, Xiao Tianhan found himself in Antarctica, surrounded by squawking penguins. Ambulance, take me back. He contacted the rescue vehicle. Although overshadowed by the sound waves, he managed to eliminate the aerial commander of the Decepticons, Blitzwing, and dispatched numerous Decepticon soldiers, delivering a significant blow to their forces. Upon returning to the base, Skyfire found no sign of Optimus Prime. Is Optimus not back yet? Skyfire inquired. No, we assumed you had gone to find him, RC replied. I visited the Decepticon warship, but Optimus was not there. Skyfire shook his head and continued. Ratchet, locate Optimus's signal. I have pinpointed Optimus's signal. Ratchet responded swiftly. Suddenly, Ratchet's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Wait, how is this possible? Ratchet, what is it?" The Autobots gathered around, drawn by Ratchet's outcry. Skyfire turned to see the screen filled with signals from dark Energon entities. "We must rescue Optimus from there," Ratchet urged anxiously. With that, Ratchet urgently activated the ground bridge. Meanwhile, Optimus observed the dark Energon entities erupting from the volcano with disbelief. Why is the blood of the Cosmic Emperor erupting from Earth? Above the battlefield, lightning split the sky as dark purple blood rained down like droplets. Optimus was completely exposed to the dark Energon, his spark weakening. In stark contrast, Megatron felt the Cosmic Emperor's blood coursing through him, boiling, granting him unparalleled strength. The surging blood emitted a purple luminescence, transforming into plasma that enveloped Megatron, who stood like an ancient demonic figure, raising his blade. With a single strike, he could obliterate his arch-nemesis, the last prime, Optimus. "It seems fate is on my side." Megatron laughed triumphantly, thrusting his sword towards Optimus. Just then, a swirling vortex of blue and white appeared before Megatron, and before the figure manifested, an attack was launched. A shell struck Megatron, sending him flying, as Skyfire emerged slowly from the ground bridge. "Skyfire, you always thwart my plans." Megatron roared in fury. Realizing his golden opportunity to eliminate Optimus had slipped away, Skyfire ignored Megatron, acutely aware of his energy rapidly depleting from the moment he stepped out of the ground bridge. Like a lamb caught in quicksand, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. "I will hold Megatron off. You all must bring Optimus back." Skyfire commanded the Autobots behind him, then activated his battle mask, transforming his hands into pulse cannons to fire at Megatron. Megatron retaliated, aiming his weapon at Skyfire, and blue and purple pulses collided in the air, creating an explosion that sent dust swirling. "Skyfire, retreat," Ratchet urged as they quickly brought Optimus into the ground bridge. RC immediately contacted Skyfire to withdraw. Xiao Tianhan did not hesitate. In an instant, he transformed into his vehicle form and surged into the terrestrial bridge just before it closed. "No!" Megatron watched helplessly as Optimus Prime escaped from his grasp, his heart brimming with fury. He drove his sword deep into the earth and howled at the sky. Chapter 24. The Apocalypse in the primordial void of the cosmos. Before the dawn of all things, there existed two formidable entities, the primordial celestial sovereign and the cosmic emperor. The primordial celestial sovereign symbolized creation, endowed with boundless wisdom and power, while the cosmic emperor epitomized destruction and devastation, his cruelty and malevolence instilling fear. They were eternal adversaries, locked in a struggle that spanned countless ages, marked by numerous clashes where both sides experienced victories and defeats, the scales of triumph forever in flux. Yet, amidst this seemingly endless conflict, the primordial celestial sovereign birthed the earliest leaders of the Autobots, the illustrious 13 Apostles. These valiant warriors became the sharpest blades in the hands of the primordial celestial sovereign, aiding him in gaining the upper hand against the cosmic emperor in their fierce battles. Ultimately, following a breathtaking showdown, the primordial celestial sovereign triumphed over the cosmic emperor, banishing this once dominant foe to a distant, shadowy corner of existence. Subsequently, the primordial celestial sovereign merged with the core of the Cybertron planet, utilizing the enigmatic well of all sparks to commence the creation of various life forms. As for the cosmic emperor, he vanished after his defeat, leaving no trace behind. Slow down, Optimus Prime. It seems you have been exposed to an overwhelming amount of dark energon. Ratchet assisted Optimus Prime, guiding him towards the infirmary bed at the base. Optimus appeared frail, glancing toward the nearby bed where Raph lay. Not just him alone. Raph seemed to sense Optimus's gaze and turned to him. Although weak, he displayed remarkable strength. A smile graced Optimus's face, a flicker of solace, for it was rare for Xiao Tianhan to witness Optimus smile, especially in such a manner. "Raph is extraordinarily resilient," Xiao Tianhan remarked, approaching Optimus. The encroachment of dark energon had proven insurmountable for many Cybertronians, let alone humans, yet Raph endured. During their time with the Autobots, Raph, Jack, and Miko had all matured significantly. Before long, RC approached, expressing concern over the Decepticons having discovered more energon, an entire volcano's worth. "No, the issue lies not in the abundance of Cosmic Emperor's blood, but rather in their intentions on Earth," Ratchet interjected anxiously. Miko misheard Ratchet's words, exclaiming, "Did the Decepticons kill the Yam Emperor?" The Autobots were left bewildered, including Optimus himself. Miko, lost in her imagination, envisioned the Yam Emperor as an old man with horns atop his head, continuing, "You know that hairy old fellow?" Xiao Tianhan could hardly contain his amusement as he corrected. "It is the Cosmic Emperor, the ancient demon from the tales of Cybertron. His blood crystallized into fossils, giving rise to what we refer to as the Dark Energon." "What sort of creature is this Cosmic Emperor that you speak of?" Jack's mother inquired. "No, Mrs. Darby. The Cosmic Emperor once genuinely existed. It is said that at the dawn of the universe, two formidable beings emerged. One, the primordial celestial protector of justice and order. The other, the Cosmic Emperor, harbinger of chaos and destruction. They battled for millennia, and ultimately, the Cosmic Emperor was banished by the primordial celestial, vanishing without a trace." Xiao Tianhan elucidated. "Until today, when the blood of the Cosmic Emperor erupted from the depths of the earth, I was able to confirm that he has not truly disappeared." "Enough. I've heard enough." Jack's mother interrupted before Xiao Tianhan could finish. She lifted Raffi into the vehicle, intending to leave the base with Jack and Mickey. She was unfamiliar with the primordial celestial and had no knowledge of the Cosmic Emperor, yet she could sense the impending dangers. The Autobots were about to face far graver challenges. Megatron had nearly claimed Raffi's life, and she could scarcely imagine the agony she would endure if Jack were to leave her side. She resolved to take the children away from the base to pursue a normal life. The burden of saving the world was not one that children should bear. "Xiao Zhen, I apologize for failing to protect Raffi, but trust that I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of our human friends and all of humanity from harm." Optimus Prime managed to rise and expressed his remorse to Jack's mother. Upon hearing this, Jack's mother halted, not intending to lay blame on the Autobots. "Optimus, they are just children. They do not belong to your world. Their concerns should revolve around exams, prom, and adolescence, not life and death. All right, you three, come with me." Jack's mother urged the children to leave, but Jack adamantly refused. "I'll stay, I'm sorry, Mom. I refuse to ride in a vehicle that isn't an Autobot." Mickey also stood her ground. Jack's mother paused, speechless for a moment, then turned to enter the vehicle, preparing to depart. "Ambulance, engage land bridge," she commanded. Optimus Prime understood Jack's mother's worries as a parent and respected the children's choices, refraining from persuasion or obstruction. "No, thank you." Jack's mother declined Optimus Prime's goodwill and drove away from the base. Bumblebee watched Raffi depart with a heavy heart, filled with reluctance. "Bumblebee, take good care of Raffi. After all, he is your partner." Xiao Tianhan approached Bumblebee and said. Jack's mother was not Raffi's guardian, and even if she were, she had no authority to dictate Raffi's future. As a human, Xiao Tianhan understood this all too well. Optimus Prime's silence did not imply indifference, and now, the world outside resembled an apocalyptic landscape. Without the Autobots' protection, Jack's mother would not be able to go far. Bumblebee felt a surge of hope, quickly looking to Optimus Prime, who nodded. He immediately dashed after them. As the Bumblebee departed, Optimus Prime turned to inquire, "Xiao Tianhan, what does it mean that the Cosmic Emperor has not vanished? There exists no other locale in the vast universe that harbors such an abundance of dark super energies, which have not even solidified into fossils. Safer within the very being of the Cosmic Emperor," Xiao Tianhan replied. "Are you suggesting that Earth is the Cosmic Emperor? That seems devoid of scientific basis." The ambulance retorted. Xiao Tianhan offered no response. Instead, he activated the television within the base, where reports were broadcasting a plethora of large-scale disasters occurring simultaneously across the globe. Optimus Prime's expression grew grave, mirrored by the countenances of others present. At that moment, Agent Fuller returned to the base. "Optimus, did you see? It appears that the heavens are in turmoil. 7 earthquakes have transpired, coinciding with volcanic eruptions, and each bears the same magnitude. They span various tectonic plates worldwide, which, theoretically, should be unrelated. Yet, the issue lies in their occurrence at the same moment. Moreover, volcanoes have erupted simultaneously, along with typhoons and tsunamis," Agent Fuller said, his demeanor somber. "Do not tell me the Decepticons have devised a weather weapon. No, it is far more terrifying than mere weather weaponry. I fear that the ancient deity slumbering within the earth is about to awaken." Chapter 25, Negotiation Now. I shall convert the coordinates of the disasters appearing worldwide into an audio file. Pay close attention, Xiao Tianhan stated as he worked. As the control panel processed the data, a rhythmic thumping emanated forth. Goodness, it is a heartbeat. The heartbeat of the Cybertronians, exclaimed the ambulance. If we are hearing a heartbeat, it implies that the Cosmic Emperor is indeed the dark force foretold to rise. Then how shall we prevent this entity from ascending? Agent Fuller inquired. I fear this may be beyond our capacity to thwart. Optimus Prime shook his head. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented for you. Even we struggle to fully comprehend its existence. Perhaps we could locate this so-called Emperor, drill a hole into the Earth's core, and obliterate it, Agent Fuller suggested. Agent Fuller, I believe the Cosmic Emperor does not reside within the Earth. Rather, over eons, and under the influence of gravitational forces, celestial fragments have gradually coalesced around him, thus forming the Earth itself, Optimus Prime elucidated. His awakening is a consequence of the magnetic pull resulting from the planetary alignment. What will occur when the Cosmic Emperor awakens from his eons-long slumber? Jack queried. Will he stretch, causing the Earth to be reduced to ashes? Mikey also asked. Optimus Prime fell silent, uncertain of what might transpire upon the Cosmic Emperor's awakening. I surmise that the Cosmic Emperor's mode of existence has transcended physical form. Now, we must devise a strategy to ensure that his dreadful power never fully awakens. The fate of your planet hinges upon this pivotal moment. Xiao Tianhan remained silent, embodying the truth of what Optimus Prime had articulated. The existence of the Cosmic Emperor transcended the realm of life itself. He was utterly oblivious to the domain of the divine, let alone capable of thwarting the resurrection of the gods. The only conceivable means to prevent the Cosmic Emperor's awakening lay in Optimus Prime's wielding of the power of the energy cube. Yet this hinged upon knowing the location of the Cosmic Emperor's spark, a secret only Megatron, who also wielded the dark energy, possessed. Meanwhile, Megatron felt a relentless surge within him, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling. He believed he could hear the Cosmic Emperor's thoughts. Thus, he departed from the Decepticon warship, embarking alone to confront the Cosmic Emperor. Bowing before the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron proclaimed that, with his assistance, the Cosmic Emperor could dominate the world. However, the Cosmic Emperor was far from appreciative, mercilessly ridiculing Megatron for his failure to eliminate Optimus Prime. I have grown weary of your nonsensical babble. I shall personally deal with the disciple of the Primus, he declared, dismissing Megatron entirely as his consciousness descended upon a particular mine, a source of seismic activity, where Optimus Prime was conducting an investigation. Optimus Prime, I have detected a significant surge in the activity of the Cosmic Emperor's spark. The urgent voice of Ambulin crackled through the communication channel. Rest assured, Ambulin, I am well aware of my responsibilities, Optimus Prime reassured him. No sooner had he spoken than the rocks behind him twisted, revealing a visage reminiscent of a Cybertronian. Are you the disciple of the Primus? The Dark God, the Cosmic Emperor. Indeed, but for now, please refer to me as your annihilator, the Cosmic Emperor. Without further ado, the Cosmic Emperor coalesced into a corporeal form and charged at Optimus Prime. The latter transformed his weapon into a combat blade to parry the assault, but then sheathed his weapon. I implore you to heed my words, O Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor ceased his attack, inquiring what counsel Optimus Prime wished to impart. Rather than advocating for himself, Optimus Prime sought to persuade the Cosmic Emperor to spare the lives of Earth's beings and humanity. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor dismissed them as mere parasites, indifferent to the fate of Earth's creatures. Tension mounted, and a manifestation of the Cosmic Emperor erupted from the rocks. Optimus Prime swiftly severed its head with his blade. But in an instant, more of the Cosmic Emperor's avatars emerged around him, encircling him. The Cosmic Emperor's incarnations were relentless, yet Optimus Prime dared not retreat to the base, for the Cosmic Emperor's minions could track him anywhere. However, the Autobots would not abandon their comrades, especially their leader, Optimus Prime. Xiao Tianhan, accompanied by Elita, One, and Bumblebee, rushed to support Optimus Prime. The Cosmic Emperor can find me anywhere. Even with the base's barriers, I cannot place you in peril, Optimus Prime insisted, wishing for Xiao Tianhan to return to the base with the Autobots, leaving him to face the Cosmic Emperor alone. No, Optimus, should you fall, not only Earth, but the entire universe would be doomed, Xiao Tianhan declared, shattering one of the Cosmic Emperor's avatars, shaking his head. Very well. Optimus Prime conceded, nodding as he led the Autobots into a rapid maneuver. The myriad avatars of the Cosmic Emperor linger in place only to be consumed in the end. Having traversed an unknown distance, the Autobots are intercepted by a colossal doppelganger. Optimus Prime, refusing to evade any longer, rallies his comrades for confrontation. However, after prolonged exhaustion, the Autobots are fatigued. Even engaging these earthen incarnations proves taxing. Just then, several beams of light pierce the doppelganger's head, causing it to shatter into debris. Following the trajectory of the beams, Xiao Tianhan gazes and sees it is Megatron. He has arrived. Chapter 26, Cooperation Megatron. The destruction of the Cosmic Emperor's avatar by Megatron leaves the Autobots in astonishment. Despite being on opposing sides of evil, Megatron has not allied with the Cosmic Emperor. Reflecting on their meeting days prior, the irony of the current scene is palpable. If memory serves, the last time you sought to extinguish my spark to prevent the prophecy from coming to fruition. Megatron approaches Optimus Prime with a straightforward intent. He invites the Autobots to unite against the Cosmic Emperor. Though he commands a formidable army, Megatron understands that before a being of the Cosmic Emperor's caliber, numbers are mere statistics. He is acutely aware that to vanquish the Cosmic Emperor, the power of the primordial celestial must be employed, the crystallized energy source of the 13 apostles. Aside from the 13 apostles, only Optimus Prime can wield this energy. Yet, this does not render Megatron powerless. The blood of the Cosmic Emperor flows within him, granting him the ability to perceive the Emperor's thoughts and anticipate his actions, thus enabling him to sense the Emperor's whereabouts. While the Autobots and Decepticons are typically at odds, both are Cybertronians, descendants of the primordial celestial, and the Cosmic Emperor seeks to annihilate all Cybertronians. Old grievances remain, yet the Autobots find themselves with no other choice. The Cosmic Emperor has not yet fully awakened. These stone avatars are merely a prelude to annihilation. With each passing moment, he grows stronger, poised to obliterate the Earth. Soon, a new offensive from the Cosmic Emperor approaches, and the Autobots, having been nearly drained, must retreat to their base. Optimus Prime, what are your plans? Xiao Tianhan inquires. We have no alternative. Ratchet, prepare to bring Megatron to the base, Optimus Prime commands. I understand that exceptional situations require exceptional measures, but bringing Megatron here is, Ratchet struggles to accept. He has already inflicted such harm. Do you truly wish to invite the wolf into the fold? Jack's mother also objects. We will monitor him closely. Once the moment arises, he must depart immediately. Not a second longer, Optimus Prime asserts. If the location of the base is compromised, the Decepticons will surely launch an attack. Agent Fuller expresses concern. We will utilize the ground bridge to transport him, ensuring he remains unaware of the base's coordinates, Xiao Tianhan elucidates. At this moment, Jack stepped forward, asking Optimus Prime if he would be in danger should the energy cube be unleashed. Until now, the power within the energy cube had never been employed for such a purpose. Yet, you comprehend the ramifications, do you not? After a brief silence, Optimus Prime declared, For me, there is no turning back. I have no alternative. However, you possess choices. I never envisioned saving all of humanity, but for Mickey, I am willing to do so. The panel spoke first. For Jack, RC followed. Beep beep, Bumblebee nodded in agreement. Once Jack and the others were concealed, Megatron was transported to the base via the land bridge. This is where miracles are born. How shabby, Megatron remarked disdainfully as he surveyed his surroundings. Optimus Prime disregarded him, instructing Ratchet to obtain the coordinates of their destination from Megatron before turning to face Starscream. Old friend, could you safeguard something for me? Optimus Prime inquired. Sure, Starscream replied without hesitation. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Optimus Prime produced the key to the Matrix of Leadership and handed it to Starscream. The key to the Matrix. Starscream recognized it immediately, astonished that Optimus would entrust the key to him rather than Jack. Handing it to Jack would merely signify Optimus's acknowledgement of the boy from a different race, but giving it to Starscream, a fellow Cybertronian, meant that Optimus had established Starscream as the next leader of the Autobots. Once the power of the energy cube is unleashed, I may forget the past. I cannot guarantee my return, but the Autobots cannot lose their leader. Optimus entrusted the key to Starscream, stating, In our time together, I have sensed your transformation, and I believe you can lead the Autobots to victory. I shall guard the key until your return, Starscream responded accepting the key, which, though small, felt incredibly weighty. Leadership is not merely a symbol of status. Its true significance lies in the promise that, when calamity descends, I shall shield you from all harm, eternally allowing you to behold hope. Does Starscream aspire to be a leader? Undoubtedly. Yet is he truly prepared to shoulder such a responsibility? As the spark of life reignites on Cybertron, the Emperor of the Universe shall awaken once more. How shall Starscream protect the Autobots? Within the tense atmosphere of the base, time ticked away, with all eyes fixed upon the communicator, yearning for the arrival of successful news. At last, the Autobot signal re-established, and Ratchet swiftly activated the land bridge. RC, Bumblebee, and the panel returned, yet Optimus Prime was nowhere to be found. Where is Optimus? Ratchet inquired, his expression tinged with sadness. Is he dead? No, RC interrupted. Optimus is alive, but it seems he does not recognize us, nor does he even remember his own name, the panel responded. At that moment, Starscream approached, realizing that when Optimus unleashed the energy cube, he lost not only the collective wisdom of leadership, but also his own memories. However, he was as familiar with Megatron as a close friend, rebutted the petition. If Optimus Prime could not recall his own name, perhaps it was because he had yet to be bestowed with the title of leader of the Autobots at that time, explained Ratchet. As a senior member of the High Council, Starscream was acutely aware of this history, before Megatron was blinded by power and ambition. He and Optimus Prime were like a harmonious balance of intellect and strength, mutually revered as close friends and even mentors to one another. Megatron, wielding his formidable might, attracted a legion of followers, while Optimus Prime facilitated his rapid ascent in the political arena. The two could have forged a miraculous era together, but alas, once Megatron succumbed to the intoxicating allure of power, their paths irrevocably diverged. Aboard the Decepticon warship, all Decepticons bowed before Megatron. Welcome back, Lord Megatron. As Megatron entered the command room, his towering figure was revealed. Scourge, upon sighting Optimus Prime, was poised to attack but was restrained. Do not act this way, Scourge. We cannot greet a long-lost comrade in such a manner, Megatron commanded. Orion Pax is one of us. After isolating Orion, Megatron instructed Soundwave to activate the ship-wide intercom. Attention all personnel, our guest is currently being isolated to assist in his transformation. When Orion appears, you must show him the utmost respect. Should anyone dare to refer to him as Optimus Prime, I shall rip out their vocal processors. Lord Megatron, are you truly comfortable allowing Optimus Prime to roam freely aboard the Decepticon warship? What assistance could he possibly render to our cause? Shatter inquired. Nothing escapes my notice aboard this warship, including your repeated failures. Megatron glared at Shatter. As for Optimus Prime's utility, you shall soon discover. Meanwhile, the Decepticon emblem was affixed to Orion Prime. Welcome to the side of the strong. Chapter 26. For the future of Cybertron, situated in the Centaurus constellation, is a metallic planet comparable in size to Saturn within the solar system. This planet, composed entirely of metal, serves as the sanctuary for the Transformers. Iacon is the political and cultural epicenter of Cybertron, a repository of wisdom gathered from across the planet, meticulously archived and managed by the Iacon archivists, among whom Orion Pax is included. Yet, the more information Orion perused, the more his apprehensions grew. At that moment, a crimson figure entered, the very Starscream, who had come to seek Orion's assistance in researching ancient biological data. What troubles you, Orion? He inquired, noticing Orion's worried expression. I fear that the corruption among the high ranks may inflict irreversible harm upon Cybertron, Orion replied with concern. Xiao Tianhan, however, remained unfazed. I am a fervent advocate of technological progress, he proclaimed, firmly believing that advancements in technology could resolve all dilemmas. As long as we acquire more sophisticated technology, any crisis can be surmounted. However, Orion furrowed his brow and retorted, while technological advancements may temporarily alleviate the societal conflicts of Cybertron, they cannot fundamentally resolve the issues at their core. The corruption within the High Council has reached its zenith. If measures are not promptly enacted, the future of Cybertron will plunge into darkness. Xiao Tianhan frowned, perturbed by Orion's candidness. After all, he too was a member of the High Council. Enough, Orion, he snapped. This is beyond our control. Focus on your own responsibilities. Orion sighed heavily. Your perspective will only lead Cybertron to ruin. You possess the capability to salvage Cybertron's future, yet you choose to remain blind to it. Shaking his head, Xiao Tianhan reflected on his esteemed reputation in Cybertron, which had garnered him a multitude of loyal followers. If united, they could easily overthrow the High Council. Yet, he refrained from such actions. War was brutal. It could annihilate oneself, one's family, and even Cybertron itself. He could not bear the thought of innocent lives lost, nor could he tolerate the notion of directly causing their demise. Destruction may herald rebirth. Yet how many souls could endure to witness such renewal? Wishing to divert the conversation, Xiao Tianhan stated, "I have come to inquire about ancient life." Orion shook his head, realizing he could not alter Xiao Tianhan's mindset. "Are you truly intent on pursuing this research? Politics may warrant your attention instead." With a cold smile, Xiao Tianhan replied, "I believe I have articulated my stance sufficiently, Orion. Let's not revisit this matter." Orion fell silent, handing over the declassified materials to Xiao Tianhan. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he spoke, "I have a request." Xiao Tianhan halted his stride and turned back, "as long as it does not contravene principles." Orion, with unwavering determination, continued, "If one day Cybertron faces a grave crisis, I hope you will lead your followers to rise and fight for Cybertron's future." Xiao Tianhan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from Orion. "I will consider it," he replied before turning to exit the archives. As Orion watched him depart, he silently prayed that Xiao Tianhan would make the right choice when the time came. Chapter 27. The Dark Overlord. Xiao Tianhan, you have been forcibly put into stasis by the Autobots for an extended period, Orion. We are now on another planet, far removed in time, Megatron stated, ushering Optimus Prime into the command room. Another planet? Why? Orion inquired, perplexed. Because the Dark Overlord Xiao Tianhan has acted without restraint, causing a calamity. With a flick of his finger, the image of Cybertron materialized on the screen, presenting a desolate, silent, and lifeless world. Orion stared in disbelief at the devastated Cybertron before him, his mouth agape. I can hardly believe that Xiao Tianhan could commit such an atrocity. The luminous gaze of Megatron was fixed intently upon Orion, clearly pleased with his reaction. He then cast a disparaging remark. Indeed, this remnant of the High Council is consumed by a lust for power, merciless and cruel. His minions have pursued us to this place, where the inhabitants are ill-prepared to welcome us. Yet, I am resolute in my determination to spare this planet from the same fate as Cybertron. I have a question, Megatron. Why are we labeled as Decepticons? It is the malevolent Autobots who seek to ensnare us, intending to tarnish our reputation. However, we embrace this identity. If standing for justice equates to being tyrannical, then we shall be tyrants indeed. Megatron's expression was one of righteousness, steadfast like a true ally of justice. Orion had no doubt. Megatron, I shall do everything within my power to thwart the heinous acts of Starscream, whose malevolence is notorious. I solemnly swear this by the name of my spark. Though perhaps Orion was somewhat disoriented at present, I trust that deep within, he remains a true Autobot. We must seek him out and uncover the truth, Starscream remarked. Wait a moment. There is a chip implanted in my posterior, wherever I dine on lamb skewers. The government is fully aware, yet you cannot track Optimus Prime, Agent Fullerton expressed with some irritation. The Decepticons possess advanced electromagnetic shields that render our detection methods ineffective. Nevertheless, we must strive to locate him, for only then shall we have hope in executing Optimus Prime's contingency plan. Optimus Prime's contingency plan? RC and Ratchet inquired in confusion. Starscream produced a key. Optimus entrusted me with the key to the matrix of leadership prior to his departure. With it, we can access the matrix. What is the matrix of leadership? Mika asked. The matrix is a sacred relic of Cybertron, a source of ancient and mysterious power, housing the wisdom of all Autobot leaders. With the key, we can access the matrix and download Optimus Prime's memories back to him, Starscream elucidated. But how do we return to Cybertron? Just then, Agent Fullerton requested an urgent communication. Starscream, are you there? The Decepticons have attacked the military research facility that they assaulted 2 months ago. Agent Fullerton's face appeared on the screen, his expression urgent. Are they constructing another space bridge? Ratchet speculated, lifting his head. Agent Fullerton, evacuate all personnel immediately. We are on our way, Starscream instructed before setting off with the Autobots. At the military research facility, Unimpeded by any human military forces, they swiftly acquired the energy components. Suddenly, a blue and white ground bridge materialized before them. Starscream was the first to charge through, followed closely by RC, Bumblebee, and Ratchet. Ratchet, take the energy components. We must retreat swiftly. Upon seeing Starscream, Knockout became flustered. This harbinger of death had recently decimated a quarter of his colleagues, and the Decepticon warship had countless positions left vacant due to his actions. Prepare to activate the ground bridge. Knockout called to the Decepticon warship, simultaneously using his specialized electrified baton to fire several energy balls to buy time. Xiao Tianhan would not allow them to escape so easily. He swiftly transformed into a vehicle and approached the lifeless fire. The lifeless fire, burdened with an energy component upon its shoulder, was soon overtaken by Xiao Tianhan. In an instant, he completed his transformation, but instead of launching an attack, he grasped the energy component with both hands and began to grapple with the lifeless fire. Lifeless fire! Hurry! The Decepticons' land bridge has been activated. Ji Dao urged anxiously as he turned back, only to find the lifeless fire ensnared by Xiao Tianhan. Where's the Air Force? Attack quickly! He roared over the Decepticon communication channel. After a brief interval, 3 Decepticon air warriors finally arrived, forming a formation to target Xiao Tianhan before opening fire. A fierce barrage ensued, forcing Xiao Tianhan to relinquish the energy component to defend against the onslaught of the aircraft. Behind him, Alcai and the others immediately retaliated, shooting down the enemy planes. However, in that fleeting moment, Ji Dao and the lifeless fire had already entered the land bridge with the energy component. Why did you let them go? Alcai confronted. Eliminate those 3 Decepticons in the air. Autobots, retreat, Xiao Tianhan commanded without answering. Xiao Tianhan, what is happening? Reports from below indicate that the Decepticons successfully seized the energy component. I need a reasonable explanation. Came the urgent message from Agent Fuller upon their return to base. You better get your act together, or the Pentagon will shut down your operations. And where will you send us? Xiao Tianhan replied, perhaps to a small island, or perhaps launched into space, but none of that matters. Xiao Tianhan's sense of justice was not as unblemished as Optimus Prime's. He cared little about how others perceived him. He simply did what he believed was right, steadfastly adhering to his principles. Approaching the control console, he entered a command, and in the next moment, a coordinate appeared on the screen. What is this? The ambulance inquired, perplexed. The location of the energy component, Xiao Tianhan answered. So you allowed the Decepticons to escape in order to seize their space bridge? Alcai quickly deduced. But our forces are limited. Even if we gain control of the space bridge, it will be difficult to hold it, Gupan expressed concern. Though this course of action is fraught with peril, it may be our only opportunity. For the sake of Optimus Prime, we must proceed, Xiao Tianhan resolved. The ambulance, Alcai, Gupan, and Bumblebee shared his determination. In the eyes of the leader's guard, Optimus Prime's life was of utmost importance. In the following days, the Autobots waited, anticipating the completion of the Decepticon space bridge. Meanwhile, Red Spider was not idle. Since his departure from the Decepticons, his situation had been dire, suffering from a lack of super energy bodies. Starved, he finally tracked a Decepticon patrol and discovered the location of their battleship, successfully infiltrating it and stealing a substantial amount of super energy resources. As Red Spider lamented the Decepticon sloppiness in the absence of leadership, the patrol arrived. To avoid exposure, he hastily concealed himself in a chamber adjacent to the super energy storage room. As the hatch swung open, Red Spider stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the sight before him. Optimus Prime, on the Decepticon warship. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss, for this Optimus Prime appeared to be suffering from amnesia. Red Spider had initially relished the thought of seeing Optimus embrace his Decepticon identity, until Optimus mentioned Megatron, declaring that Red Spider was no more. A wave of melancholy washed over Red Spider. He refrained from exposing Megatron's ruse, but inadvertently revealed shocking information to Optimus. During their exchange, several Decepticon soldiers approached to apprehend Red Spider. In the ensuing skirmish, Red Spider was unfortunate enough to be wounded and hastily fled the Decepticon warship. Chapter 28. Journey to Cybertron. We received a high-frequency signal embedded with a message from Red Spider. Medic summoned Soundwave, who began to recite the contents. I have information regarding your leader. Bring a medical kit and come alone. After reading the message, Medic turned to Soundwave, seeking his counsel. Perhaps Red Spider possesses knowledge we are unaware of. I believe we should investigate. With that, Soundwave activated the ground bridge and ventured inside alongside Medic. Did I not instruct you to come alone? As Soundwave and Medic emerged from the ground bridge, they spotted Red Spider, who was slumped on the ground, a grievous wound marring his leg, energon seeping profusely from the injury. Confronted by Red Spider's inquiries, Soundwave spoke first. You lack the standing to negotiate with us. Where's Optimus Prime? Medic interjected. Heal me, and I shall divulge what you seek. Please look at this wound, Red Spider pleaded, gesturing toward his injury in a bid to bargain. I strongly advise you to be forthright. Has Optimus Prime sustained any harm? Medic's tone was unyielding. Optimus is aboard Megatron's warship. He is well, quite well. Red Spider replied with resignation. Do you know the precise location of the warship? Medic continued to press. Red Spider rolled his eyes. Come on, it's a warship. It can move. It took me months to track it down, only to end up in this wretched state. If you lack information to exchange, you wouldn't have summoned me here alone. Speak, provide genuine intelligence. Medic retorted impatiently. Very well. Red Spider inhaled deeply. Your esteemed leader seems to be somewhat confused. He claims to be Orion Pax, while Megatron appears to have convinced him he is a Decepticon. Share something we do not know, such as the location of the space bridge. Soundwave interrupted, aware that he had discreetly placed a tracker on the energy component, though it was not without the risk of being discovered by the Decepticons. If Red Spider could provide the coordinates of the space bridge, it would serve as corroboration for both parties. What? You even know this? Red Spider exclaimed, but upon hearing the mention of the space bridge, a flicker of despondence crossed his features. The space bridge? Are you suggesting that the Decepticons have successfully constructed the space bridge without my astute supervision and leadership? The Red Spider laughed heartily, clutching his chest. The one most injured here is, after all, me. Both Howling Cold and the ambulance exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the logic of the Red Spider. After a fit of laughter, the Red Spider ultimately revealed the location of the space bridge, situated within a Decepticon's abandoned mine, a site he had personally selected and knew all too well. As per their agreement, the ambulance tended to the Red Spider's wounds. But before commencing treatment, Howling Cold discreetly slipped a miniature tracking device into the ambulance's hand. The ambulance hesitated momentarily, but ultimately did not refuse. The Red Spider departed from the Decepticons, and the ambulance felt no concern that he could pose a threat to the Autobots. However, Howling Cold's intentions were far from benign. He ravaged the Decepticons' abandoned mine. Yet even now, he had not discovered the whereabouts of the batch of robotic insects hidden on Earth. Perhaps the Red Spider would provide him with a delightful surprise, as the Little Red had always been fortunate. Upon returning to the base, Howling Cold compared the coordinates. Finding them nearly identical, the location of the Decepticon space bridge was finally confirmed. They would access the room housing the space bridge directly via the land bridge, eradicate all Decepticon guards, and once they secured the space bridge, he would be transported to Cybertron. Remember, we must operate without a trace. Should the Decepticons send a warning to their warship, we shall face an overwhelming force 400 times our number. After completing the pre-battle briefing, Howling Cold sprang into action. First, he interfered with the space bridge's communications to buy the Autobots some precious time. The opening of the land bridge was right next to the space bridge, immediately drawing the attention of the guards. As Howling Cold landed, a barrage of beams surged towards him. Hurry, our time is limited, he urged, transforming his hands into sharp blades, cleaving through two guards with precision. The space bridge was adjacent, and he dared not utilize ranged weapons. The magnetic forces were a concern, as even high technology feared such things. Having swiftly dealt with the guards, the ambulance took control of the space bridge. Ambulance, is it operational? Howling Cold inquired. Affirmative. Excellent. I will disable the signal interference. Maintain communication with the base. Ambulance, transport me to Cybertron, destination, Kaon. Howling Cold commanded. Destination, Cybertron, Kaon, locked in. The ambulance calibrated the space bridge, and a swirling vortex of blue and green materialized within the bridge's prototype circuit. I will ensure the space bridge remains unobstructed to prevent any delays in long-range communication, making your return easier to navigate, the ambulance assured. I am departing. Howling Cold transformed into vehicle mode and traversed the space bridge. The journey through the space bridge was far more tumultuous than that of the land bridge, covering a greater distance. After some time within the azure-green illuminated void, a metallic planet finally came into view. This marks the inaugural entry of Xiao Tianhan into Cybertron, a realm devoid of soil and trees, where the horizon is dominated by steel. Towering metal edifices rise majestically, akin to the lofty mountains of Earth, one following another in an endless procession. Present-day Cybertron is shrouded in a haunting silence, interrupted only by the sound of debris cascading in the wind. Xiao Tianhan produced a key, directing it towards the location of the magical orb, and proceeded towards the indicated path, arriving at the Colosseum of Kalon. Outside the arena, a formidable statue of Megatron loomed, a testament to the honor of the Dual King. Upon entering the arena, the ground trembled as a passageway ascended from the depths, revealing the magical orb before him. Just as Xiao Tianhan was about to enter the passage, a shrill screech pierced the air. An enormous mechanical insect had materialized in the arena. The insect roared at Xiao Tianhan, but refrained from attacking, instead retracting its weapon and approaching him with an air of deference. "Very well, child, now bow before me." A unique vibration emanated from Xiao Tianhan's spark, and in an instant, the mechanical insect submitted before him like an obedient child. Xiao Tianhan, having studied Black Widow, had appropriated her ability to command these mechanical insects. Now, he was the nucleus of the hive mind, the undisputed sovereign of the mechanical insects. All were obliged to heed his command. "Xiao Tianhan, what transpired on your end?" The sound of an ambulance echoed through the communication system. "A minor issue, I can handle it," he replied, leading the mechanical insect into the passage. Chapter 29, Return Ambulance, I have secured the energy treasure, come quickly. After downloading the data, Xiao Tianhan transformed into vehicular form and sped towards the space bridge, with the mechanical insect in tow. He attempted to contact the ambulance, but received no response. "Ambulance!" Xiao Tianhan halted before the space bridge, calling out again. Still, there was no reply, and as he gazed towards the bridge, it became evident that the situation on the other side was dire. "Jianjia, it appears we have been cornered." Jianjia, the name of the mechanical insect, was reminiscent of a hardened shell, though it remained uncertain which of the two was more formidable. "Then let us shatter it." The mechanical insect transformed and landed, flexing its fists with an overtly combative stance. On the opposite side of the space bridge, Orlane finally realized he had been deceived by Megatron. They were not allies, but rather foes. Instead, he felt a profound empathy for the Autobots. To prevent the extinction of the Autobots leader's bloodline at the hands of Megatron, Orlane hastened to battle alongside them. However, having lost the memories of his leadership, he was clearly no match for Megatron. Within mere moments, Orlane was felled by Megatron, who raised his sword, poised to end Orlane's existence once and for all. At that critical juncture, accompanied by a ferocious howl, Jianjia burst forth from the space bridge, toppling Megatron to the ground. As the sovereign of the Colosseum, Megatron's prowess was undeniable. After a brief skirmish with Ironhide, he quickly regained his composure and hurled Ironhide aside. The latter collided with the railing, but swiftly steadied himself. "The leader Megatron is present. Kneel." Megatron commanded with authority. Ironhide, undeterred, let out an exuberant roar and charged at Megatron once more. "I command you to kneel." Megatron aimed his arm cannon directly at Ironhide. Fearless, Ironhide spread his arms and charged forward. In an unexpected twist, Ironhide seized Megatron's head and forcefully tossed him aside. With a thud, Megatron crashed against the wall, struggling to regain his balance, only to see Ironhide lunging at him again, pinning him against the wall. With a Herculean effort, Megatron broke free from Ironhide's grasp, his arm cannon erupting with dazzling light as he sent Ironhide flying. At that moment, Skyfire approached Orion with the key in hand. "Do you truly believe I am worthy?" Orion inquired. Without a doubt, Skyfire affirmed, directing the key towards Orion's spark chamber. In an instant, pure energy flowed from the key into the spark. This scene caught Megatron's eye, prompting him to abandon Ironhide and rush towards Skyfire and Orion. However, Ironhide would not allow him to disrupt his master's moment of triumph. Instantly transforming into a horned insect, he flapped his wings and charged at Megatron, lifting the unsuspecting Decepticon off his feet and attacking with the weapon on his horn. Megatron's expression twisted into a snarl as he glared at Ironhide, his eyes ablaze with fury. Grasping Ironhide's horn, he slammed him down viciously, brandishing his sword to execute the machine insect that dared to thwart his plans. Yet, before his sword could descend, It was seized by a massive iron hand. Optimus Prime had arrived. Megatron, stand down, Optimus bellowed, delivering a powerful punch to Megatron's head, followed by strikes to his chest and abdomen, showing no mercy as he had done to Orion. Finally, with a mighty left hook, Optimus struck Megatron's chin, sending him hurtling away. The Autobots previously knocked down by Megatron quickly regained their footing and gathered around Optimus. Skyfire, how do we end up here? Optimus inquired. It's a long story, old friend. I'll explain back at the base, Skyfire replied as the Decepticon reinforcements arrived. Optimus immediately contacted the base to initiate a retreat, and Skyfire called Ironhide back, who soon landed behind him. Although the Autobots were astonished by Skyfire's ability to tame the mechanical insect, they refrained from questioning further and swiftly entered the land bridge. Optimus. At the base, the children had eagerly gathered at the land bridge, waiting until they saw Optimus emerge. Optimus. Raph called out anxiously. Hello, Raph? Optimus replied with a warm smile. Wow, Raph exclaimed, his mouth agape in delight. He remembers us. Woo! Meichi joyfully leaped into the air. Optimus Prime gazed at the excited children for quite some time before turning his attention to the Decepticon insignia on his arm, pondering aloud. Yet, it seems there are many things I cannot recall. Optimus, this is our most critical moment, but I know that, regardless of the circumstances, the spark of the Autobots will forever blaze within your heart. Chapter 30. The extractor of sparks at the Autobot base. Meichi pointed at the unfamiliar faces within the ranks, her gaze shifting toward the partition. Hey, who is this big fellow? These are the Insecticons. They once served Megatron, but have now been tamed by Skyfire, the partition explained. The Autobots turned their attention to the Insecticons following Skyfire. Ratchet, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, inquired, Skyfire, how did you manage to tame them? It's quite simple, really. The Insecticons possess a hive mind, and I position myself as their central consciousness. That is all there is to it, Skyfire shrugged, indicating that it was not particularly difficult. Is it truly that straightforward? Ratchet expressed disbelief. Optimus Prime stepped forward, uncertain of how Skyfire had accomplished this feat, yet recognizing that controlling the Insecticons was undoubtedly advantageous for the Autobots. It would weaken the Decepticons while simultaneously bolstering the Autobot strength, alleviating their significant disadvantage in numbers. Although it seemed incredulous, this development was undoubtedly beneficial for the Autobots. Well then, newcomer, please introduce yourself. Meichi, the most excited about the addition of the Insecticons, had grown fond of the Cybertronian warriors during her time with the partition, and the Insecticons were all formidable figures. She dashed up to the second floor of the base, aligning herself with the head of the Insecticon, extending her hand for a handshake. Suddenly, the partition positioned itself before Meichi, blocking her from reaching the Insecticon, its demeanor one of caution, not out of jealousy, but because the Insecticons were perilous, having slaughtered numerous members of the Thunder Rescue Team. The partition did not trust them. Partition, what are you doing? Meichi exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly irritated. Unaware of the Insecticons' dangers, she felt thwarted by the partition's interference in her attempt to greet the Insecticon. Meichi, he is very dangerous, the partition explained. And you're not dangerous? Meichi retorted, pointing at the cannon that had unconsciously transformed on the partition's arm. After a moment of silence, the partition realized that, to humans, it bore no distinction from the Insecticons. Both were equally perilous. This is different, Meichi. Jack observed the exchange, glancing helplessly at RC. RC then looked to Optimus Prime, who turned his gaze to Skyfire, his eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. Skyfire, sensing the collective attention upon him, nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that there was no issue. With that affirmation, Optimus nodded and addressed the partition. All right, partition, the Insecticon is not our enemy. With Optimus' declaration, the partition had no choice but to step aside. At the same time, Skyfire encouraged now, Insecticon, please introduce yourself. The Insecticon stepped forward in response. I am called Jinjia, hailing from the planet Cybertron, and I stand as a warrior of mechanical insects. Upon introducing myself, I extended my forelimb to Meichi, who graciously accepted my gesture. I am Meichi, she exclaimed. Jack approached and gently touched my forelimb, with the others mimicking his actions. I am Laffy, said one, followed by I am William Fuller, an agent of the FBI, and finally, I am Jack's mother, Zinda. Thus, we made our simple introductions. However, Xiao Tianhan had no intention of placing Jinjia within the Autobot base. The mechanical insects not only possessed a volatile temperament, but also harbored deep-seated conflicts with the Autobots, necessitating a prolonged period of adjustment. Furthermore, the presence of humans within the base posed a significant risk for accidents. Consequently, Jinjia was assigned to guard the Explorer, a decision supported by Optimus Prime. The return of Optimus Prime had enveloped the Autobots in joy, yet this elation was abruptly shattered by the sudden actions of the Decepticons. Optimus Prime, we have detected a signal frequency from an ancient Autobot, came to report. Ratchet pinpointed the signal coordinates, which lay in a desolate wasteland. Whatever it may be, we cannot allow it to fall into Decepticon hands. Autobots, let us set forth. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime activated the land bridge and led the charge. Just as Xiao Tianhan intended to follow, Ratchet halted him. We had an agreement. It is my turn for field duty this time. Ever since he had ingested synthetic super energy and transformed into a formidable figure on Cybertron, Ratchet had developed a fervent desire for battle, thus proposing to Xiao Tianhan that they alternate their field missions, with the other remaining behind to provide technical support. Very well, very well. Xiao Tianhan waved his hand, relieved, for he preferred to avoid conflict. The incessant sounds of gunfire and explosions had left him somewhat traumatized, unable to comprehend Ratchet's affinity for such chaos. This is the Autobot base calling RC in Bumblebee, along with the barrier. We have an urgent mission. I am summoning you back to the base. Xiao Tianhan first recalled all field personnel and summoned Jinjia as well. If Ratchet's detection was accurate, the signal pertained to a spark extractor, a weapon of mass destruction developed by the Decepticons. The spark extractor could siphon off all sparks within a certain radius, and it must not fall into Decepticon hands, for such an event would spell catastrophe for both him and the Autobots. Imagine if the Decepticons stealthily positioned the extractor at the entrance of the Autobot base and activated it. The Autobots would be annihilated before they even realized what has occurred. RC entered the base and approached Xiao Tianhan. Ratchet has detected a signal from an ancient Autobot, and I suspect it has been unearthed by the Decepticons. It is highly likely to be a weapon of great danger. Optimus Prime and Ratchet have already departed. Once Bumblebee and the barrier return, you are to immediately proceed to support Optimus Prime. Soon, Bumblebee and the barrier returned, accompanied by Ironhide to the base. Ironhide, your mission is to seize what the Decepticons have excavated. Avoid unnecessary entanglements with them. Once you succeed, I will promptly activate the land bridge to bring you back. With a commanding tone, Optimus Prime instructed before immediately activating the land bridge to send several individuals over. At this moment, Ironhide stood as the only Autobot capable of flight, possessing the swiftest maneuverability, making him an unexpected pawn in this strategic game. Chapter 31. The Seed Extractor, Part 2, in the ancient Autobot signal coordinate location. A peculiar fighter jet, spewing 4 trails of purple flames, soared through the sky. After circling once, it landed and transformed into a tall and formidable transformer. Megatron, the medic, Ratchet, gasped in astonishment. He and Optimus Prime were currently lying in ambush on a nearby hill, where several Decepticon miners, equipped with tools, were diligently excavating something. It seems you have detected the ancient Autobot signal frequency, because it has been unearthed. Optimus Prime lowered his body, slightly tilting his head towards Ratchet. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must discern what the Decepticons have uncovered. With his battle mask donned, Optimus Prime strode purposefully towards the excavation site. On the other side, the Decepticon miners finally unearthed their prize. One miner set down his excavation tool and cautiously cradled the object within his grasp. Megatron leaned forward, intently observing the miner's actions. Bring it here, but handle it with care. Under Megatron's watchful gaze, the miner gingerly approached, cradling an oval-shaped canister. Just then, an eerie screech echoed through the air, causing both Optimus Prime and Megatron, along with the other Decepticons, to look up. A mechanical insect soared over the low hill, charging directly towards the canister. The Decepticon warriors recognized the mechanical insect at once, but hesitated to attack, as it was also one of Megatron's subordinates, a comrade. What are you waiting for? That is not an ally. Attack quickly. Megatron's eyes widened with fury as he witnessed the mechanical insect. This traitor not only disrupted his chance to annihilate the Autobot leader's lineage, but also joined forces with the Autobots, serving them, a betrayal utterly unforgivable. Under Megatron's command, the Decepticons raised their weapons and opened fire, unleashing a barrage of purple beams that formed a formidable web of firepower, blocking Ironhide's advance. Megatron, too, raised his energy cannon, aiming at Ironhide, ready to strike. Megatron, your opponent is me. Optimus Prime transformed and immediately launched an assault on Megatron. A blue beam soared over the Decepticon soldiers, striking Megatron on the shoulder and forcing him to stagger back. Megatron shifted his gaze, a long sword springing forth from his arm, charging towards Optimus Prime. Just right, Optimus. It is time to settle our score. Clang! Optimus Prime and Megatron collided, generating a powerful wave of energy. Simultaneously, the other Autobots arrived, swiftly launching an assault on the Decepticon soldiers to provide cover for Ironhide's advance. It's the Autobots. Attack! The Decepticon squad leader exclaimed, hastily reallocating forces to engage the Autobots, resulting in a significant reduction of anti-air fire. With a mighty roar, Ironhide seized the opportunity presented by the waning Decepticon firepower and charged towards the container, while the long horns atop his head emitted several beams of orange light, sending the Decepticon miner, who was holding the container, flying. The container crashed to the ground, and a blue and white object tumbled out, its silhouette resembling a creeping spider. Both Megatron and Optimus Prime, locked in combat, changed expressions at the sight. Quickly, at all costs, retrieve the contents of that container. Megatron bellowed anxiously, prompting Optimus Prime to immediately direct the Autobots. At all costs, we must not allow the Decepticons to obtain that item, even if it means destroying it. Amidst the desperate shouts of their leaders, the intensity of battle escalated again, with all Transformers igniting their sparks to unleash more formidable attacks, while the fierce bombardment nearly leveled the surrounding hills. The Decepticon miner, near the container, quickly scrambled to his feet, reaching out to retrieve the object within. However, before he could rejoice, a colossal figure descended before him. Ironhide seized the Decepticon miner with both hands and yanked, tearing the Decepticon in two. He picked up the fallen item and, without hesitation, transformed into his beetle form at the command of Starscream, swiftly fleeing into the distance. The Decepticon soldiers watched helplessly as the item was snatched away and opened fire into the sky. Quick, pursue them. Hurry! Megatron, now disregarding Optimus Prime, charged forward, grabbing a nearby soldier and tossing him aside. The thrown Decepticon, caught off guard, scrambled to transform into a vehicle, but seemingly forgot that his vehicle form was an automobile. Consequently, the Decepticon made an unfortunate landing in vehicle mode, emitting a plume of black smoke. I need something that can fly. I need flying units. Megatron roared, and at long last, a few Decepticons transformed into jets and took off in pursuit, with Megatron himself following suit. Optimus Prime, unable to fly, continued to fire his weapon from the ground, attempting to slow Megatron's advance. Suddenly, a land bridge opened in midair, a brilliant creation by Starscream. The moment Ironhide secured the Energon extractor, he reported back to his master, Starscream, who immediately locked onto Ironhide's position and activated a land bridge before him. Ironhide surged ahead, racing into the land bridge at breakneck speed. Megatron pushed his engines to their limits, barreling towards the land bridge, but Starscream would not grant him the opportunity. Just as he was about to enter, the blue and white passage vanished in an instant. No. Chapter 32. The shield generator, the spark extractor, seemingly unremarkable, possesses the remarkable ability to extract all sparks within its range. Optimus Prime received the extractor from Hot Rod and handed it to Ratchet, introducing this malevolent invention of the Decepticons, which he was already well aware of. No wonder Megatron was so relentless. Ironhide recalled the frenzied pursuit by Megatron. Even after countless years among the Decepticons, he had never witnessed such madness. "You're quite nimble yourself," Ironhide said Sideswipe, playfully tapping Ironhide's chest. Clearly, this mission had somewhat diminished his prejudice against the Insecticons while fostering a newfound respect for Ironhide. "Of course, I am a warrior of the Insecticon race." Meanwhile, Ratchet scanned the spark extractor with his instruments, meticulously recording the complete signal frequency. "This is the ancient Autobot signal frequency we detected. It's a beacon for the Iron Fortress return." Optimus moved closer, quickly deciphering the signal frequency. Arcee approached, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Optimus. Why would a Decepticon weapon contain an Autobot locator? This question echoed the thoughts of other Autobots. During the war, the highest-grade Decepticon weaponry, once seized, had been securely housed in the vault beneath the Iron Fortress, a site that had once served as both a cultural hub and a stronghold. Megatron had plundered it at a time when the Autobot army was at its weakest. It was highly probable that, anticipating an imminent breach by the enemy, these weapons were launched into outer space to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands. Clearly, the installation of the beacon was a precautionary measure to safeguard the weaponry from those with ulterior motives. Listening attentively to Optimus's explanation, Ratchet ventured a hypothesis. Thanks to our new member, he now belongs to us. Sideswipe proudly patted Ironhide on the shoulder. However, RC was not as elated as Sideswipe. A shadow of doubt crossed her features as she turned to Optimus. Is this the information you leaked to Megatron? Optimus, visibly pained by her inquiry, responded, RC. That is a poignant question, but I regret to say that my memory fails me. Hot Rod placed a reassuring hand on Optimus's shoulder. Megatron has clearly exploited your amnesia. But this is not the time to dwell on the past. We must locate those weapons before the Decepticons do, to prevent greater harm. Ratchet concurred. Hot Rod is correct. It's also possible that Megatron didn't glean any information from you. It's all conjecture. Regaining his composure, Optimus addressed all the Autobots. From here on, we must remain vigilant. Once we detect the return beacon, we must act immediately. We cannot allow it to fall into Decepticon hands. Before long, Ratchet discovered another return beacon. He stretched his limbs and prepared to activate the land bridge switch, but was intercepted by Hot Rod. Do not forget our agreement, Doctor. Xiao Tianhan thrust the pipette into the hands of the ambulance, crossing his arms with a teasing remark, a proud gleam illuminating his face. Then, amidst the furious gaze of the ambulance, he strode into the land bridge clad in his armor. I shall reiterate, do not call me Doctor. Upon hearing the furious shout from behind, Xiao Tianhan waved his hand dismissively, his back turned, before vanishing into the radiance of the land bridge, leaving the ambulance fuming with frustration. Ambulance, today is your day of reckoning. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the ambulance's misfortune, Meichi couldn't help but burst into laughter, inciting the ambulance to nearly hurl the pipette to the ground, only to have the partition retrieve it. Ambulance, do you not want this anymore? Taking a deep breath, the ambulance regained its composure and turned back to retrieve the pipette, but the partition, mistaking the ambulance's lack of response as indifference, crushed the pipette with force and accurately tossed it into the trash. Partition, I still need that. The location of the return beacon was an abandoned mine. Realizing what the return beacon was, Xiao Tianhan understood its significance. The shield generator could condense energy to form a protective shield, adaptable in size and distance, proving to be an excellent piece of equipment. He advanced with the detector in hand, with the armor following closely behind. Suddenly, the return beacon began to move rapidly. The signal is approaching us swiftly. It seems someone has arrived ahead of us. They must first overcome me. Without hesitation, the armor positioned itself before Xiao Tianhan, weapon transformed. Aimed at the mine. Blimey. A formidable foe emerged, executing a 360-degree spin down the mine, gracefully drifting to a halt before Xiao Tianhan and his companion. Initially intending to play mind games and provoke, the newcomer was startled upon recognizing them, exclaiming in colloquial slang, "Fire dead. Come out quickly, we have encountered a tough opponent." The formidable foe, tense, fixated on Xiao Tianhan, urgently called for Fire dead. Fire dead, upon receiving the message, burst forth from the mine wielding a hammer, exuding an intimidating aura. However, before Fire dead could reach Xiao Tianhan, the armor had already moved to intercept, delivering a powerful punch that sent Fire dead flying. Give it up, and I might consider allowing you to join the Autobots and turn over a new leaf, Xiao Tianhan declared, weapons transformed and aimed at the formidable foe. It's impossible. Megatron would end my life. The formidable foe unequivocally refused, immediately transforming into humanoid form and drawing out an electric baton from behind. Xiao Tianhan dared not underestimate this baton. It was the formidable foe's signature weapon, capable of incapacitating even Optimus Prime. Nonetheless, he had no need for magnetic devices to deal with such a minor adversary. Bring it on, the formidable foe shouted, swinging the baton as he charged toward Xiao Tianhan. Xiao Tianhan's left arm transformed into a long sword, blocking the electric baton while his right fist gathered power, striking the formidable foe in the abdomen. In an instant, he was struck down as if by a thunderclap, his form stiffening, and he staggered backwards, collapsing to the ground. You, knockout, are indeed a rare talent. I shall spare your life today. Ponder my proposal carefully, for the Decepticons cannot linger much longer. Starscream bent down to retrieve the fallen shield generator, offering a cautionary word. A warning not to compel him to take lethal action against Knockout. Knockout, being a clever individual, would undoubtedly have his own calculations in mind. Bulkhead, retreat. Starscream activated the land bridge, summoning Bulkhead, who had just trampled on Dead End. Consider yourself fortunate. Bulkhead scoffed before following in Starscream's footsteps onto the land bridge. Chapter 33. All forces mobilize. Knockout, you have greatly disappointed me. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Knockout stood before Megatron, who was incensed due to their failure to retrieve anything alongside Dead End. With this latest setback, the Autobots have seized two powerful treasures from us. Do you comprehend the extent of the loss you have inflicted upon the Decepticons? The string of failures sent Megatron into a furious rage, especially upon seeing Dead End's damaged visage, which ignited his ire. Especially you, Dead End. My apologies, Lord Megatron. I assure you, there will not be a next time. Dead End murmured, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Megatron's fiery eyes. There shall be no next time. Megatron raised his arm, the cannon aimed directly at Dead End. Energy coalescing at the barrel, emanating a haunting, violet glow. Wait, my Lord Megatron, though Dead End may not be a competent warrior as an assistant, he has proven quite capable. You must understand, he has saved me a considerable amount of time. Seeing Megatron poised to execute Dead End, Knockout instantly interjected in his defense, his fear of Megatron intensifying. Is that so? Megatron cast a sidelong glance at Knockout, his expression laden with suspicion. Absolutely, my lord. Upon hearing this affirmation, Megatron gradually lowered his weapon. He valued Knockout more than he did Dead End. After all, the Decepticons had but one doctor. For Knockout's sake, I shall spare you this time. But should you fail again, I will personally crush your skull. With that, Megatron waved for Knockout and Dead End to withdraw, subsequently summoning Soundwave. Before Optimus Prime fled our ranks, he left behind 3 sets of coordinates. Only one remains. We must not fail again. I command all Decepticons, mobilize the entire army. Outside the command room, Knockout and Dead End made their way toward the laboratory, with Knockout grumbling about Megatron. Megatron is becoming increasingly irritable. I nearly spilled some hydraulic fluid from fright. At that moment, the Decepticon warship began to flash red alerts, followed by the ship's intercom blaring. By order of Lord Megatron, all hands, prepare for action. Optimus Prime, another Iron Fortress return beacon has appeared. The Autobot base's alarm system also blared. As Ratchet hurried to report to Optimus Prime, Autobots, move out. Optimus Prime confirmed the coordinates and swiftly issued commands, prompting the Autobots to assemble towards the land bridge. This time was my turn. Ratchet passed by Skyfire, greeting him with a confident nod before joining the ranks. Well then, Skyfire instructed Ironhide to follow the Autobots. Whether he joined or not was inconsequential, as the Decepticons posed no challenge without the shield generator. However, unbeknownst to him, this time, the Decepticons had not come alone. The entire faction had arrived. The coordinates were situated on the slope of a snowy mountain, and Optimus, wary of alarming the enemy, designated the teleportation point at the mountain's base. At this moment, the Autobots were struggling to ascend the snow-covered terrain. Yet, Ironhide appeared unfazed, as scaling heights was a forte of the mechanical insects. Even a ceiling would pose little challenge for him, and the slope of the mountain seemed trivial. The group remained vigilant while climbing, quickly reaching their destination. Optimus cautiously peered out, intending to assess the situation, only to be confronted with an astonishing sight. The mountainside was entirely encircled by Decepticons. They formed layers upon layers, effectively concealing the coordinates from any external view. My goodness, the entire Decepticon army has arrived. Ratchet exclaimed in disbelief, lowering his voice. RC echoed his astonishment, remarking, "It has been ages since I've witnessed such a formidable display. What on earth have the Decepticons unearthed?" Indeed, the magnitude of the Decepticon presence was unprecedented. Yet we must ascertain what they have excavated in order to devise a contingency plan. Optimus furrowed his brow, meticulously observing the movements of the enemy, unwilling to overlook any detail. Before long, Megatron's exhilarated laughter echoed through the air as he hoisted a golden hammer high. Optimus Prime has seized many of our treasures. but we have acquired the true relic. Upon hearing Megatron's declaration, Ratchet cast a puzzled glance at Optimus. What weapon has Megatron uncovered? That hammer is a sacred artifact from the 13 Primes. Optimus gazed incredulously at the hammer in Megatron's grasp, explaining to the other Autobots. Is that true? Wasn't it said to be a devastating device of the Decepticons? RC questioned, perplexed. It is not outside the realm of possibility. Aside from the seized Decepticon weapons of mass destruction, any significant items stored in the Iron Fortress's vault could have also been launched into outer space. Nothing is more critical than this, the hammer of the Supreme Sky, possessing a remarkable power to forge raw materials into living mechanical constructs. To suggest that we can create any weapon we can conceive with it is a revelation. The Divider quickly grasped Optimus's intent and immediately transformed into weaponry. What are we waiting for? Optimus firmly grasped the Divider, recognizing that engaging the Decepticons in combat would place the Autobots at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the Hammer of the Chosen can only be activated through the power of a leader. Otherwise, it remains merely an ordinary hammer. Does this imply that Megatron cannot wield it? RC glanced at Optimus Prime, who nodded affirmatively. Should we temporarily store the artifact with Megatron then? Asked the Divider. It appears that this is our only option. With a resigned nod, Optimus Prime led the Autobots in retreat. Upon receiving Optimus Prime's call, Skyfire promptly activated the land bridge, standing at its forefront, eager to witness the legendary power contained within the Hammer of the Chosen. However, disappointment washed over him as he scanned the assembled figures and found the hammer absent. The Autobots returned empty-handed. What transpired? The Decepticons have mobilized. With our meager forces, we stand no chance of reclaiming the Hammer of the Chosen, explained RC. The Divider interjected. Do not worry. Only Optimus Prime can wield the hammer. Even if Megatron possesses it, he will merely safeguard it for us. Hearing this, Skyfire's concern deepened. While Megatron may be unable to use it, the former Autobot leaders certainly could. Their remains have been well preserved by the Autobots, and Megatron would undoubtedly seek to exploit their corpses. Chapter 34. The Return of the Thunder Rescue Team's Maverick Optimus Prime. What on earth are your subordinates up to? We had an agreement. We cannot afford to stir trouble. As dusk descended, the Autobots returned to the base in succession, tasked with ensuring the safe return of the children to their homes, as the presence of an ambulance and fire truck would undoubtedly raise concerns among the families. At that moment, the dark visage of Agent William Fuller appeared on the screen, angrily denouncing the Autobots' actions. I sincerely apologize, Agent Fuller, but all the Autobots are present here. Not a single one is missing. Optimus Prime first expressed his apologies to Agent Fuller, though he was perplexed. All the Autobots were indeed at the base, and the sole mechanical insect was aboard the Explorer. Who, then, had Agent Fuller witnessed? Then please explain why I received a report stating that two gigantic beings are engaged in battle 20 miles from Omaha. As Agent Fuller spoke, he sent footage from the scene, projecting it onto the large screen. It was the Decepticons. The video revealed a transformer that bore a striking resemblance to Thundercracker. This cannot be right. The paint is incorrect. It cannot be Thundercracker, for Bumblebee and Optimus Prime have already dealt with him. The Divider noted that the Decepticon displayed a blue color scheme, unfamiliar to them. RC added, later, Starscream resurrected him, transforming him into a Decepticon zombie. However, one question remains. Who is he fighting? Agent Fuller shifted the camera to the direction of the Decepticons' focus, and soon, a familiar spacecraft appeared before them, beneath which stood a white Autobot. My goodness, it is indeed one of ours. The ambulance displayed a look of astonishment, while the Jack was filled with excitement, fervently jostling the other Autobots, prompting RC to roll her eyes in exasperation. It's Jack. The old friend has returned. Even if the Grand Supreme returns, we must swiftly control the situation before the evening news breaks. Whether it be managing the crisis or supporting the Autobots, both were of paramount importance. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime led the Autobots into action. This time, neither Skyfire nor the ambulance participated. The sole adversary was a Decepticon, which failed to pique the ambulance's interest, while Skyfire had his own intentions. In the original narrative, the Autobots reclaimed the Starhammer thanks to the valiant efforts of Starscream, a warrior with an unwavering sense of honor, and Skyfire harbored hopes that history might repeat itself, as this could be one of the rare opportunities for the Autobots to retrieve a sacred artifact. Although the ambulance and Skyfire did not join, Agent Fullerton did. piloting the 35 to transmit invaluable data, allowing Starscream to escape the Autobots' encirclement. The land bridge activated, and the Autobots gradually returned to their base. Who is this colossal figure? Upon entering the base, the Jack immediately spotted Skyfire, whose imposing physique rivaled that of Optimus Prime, making it difficult not to attract attention. He is Skyfire, the current technical advisor for the Autobots, and my second-in-command on this planet. Optimus Prime introduced him to the Jack. It was understandable that the Jack did not recognize Skyfire, as he had not joined the Autobots during the Jack's previous visit to Earth. "Greetings, Commander." The Jack saluted Skyfire, who reciprocated politely, "Hello." During the battle, the Jack had sustained severe damage to his left arm, necessitating the ambulance's medical attention. As he received treatment, he recounted the tale of his life after departing Earth. Upon leaving, the Jack had re-established contact with his former comrade, Splash, but regrettably, their communication was intercepted by Starscream. Starscream had planted a bomb at the rendezvous point, resulting in the unfortunate demise of Splash. The Jack narrowly escaped due to the resilience of his jackhammer against the explosion. Thus, he pursued Starscream relentlessly, eventually tracking him back to Earth. Listening to the Jack's account, Skyfire could not help but reflect. Had he arrived a tad earlier, perhaps he could have saved Splash from the clutches of death. Optimus Prime observed a moment of silence for the fallen Splash before introducing Starscream to the group. "I am familiar with this Starscream. He is the leader of the search squad, and like his twin brother Thundercracker, he is unwaveringly loyal to the Decepticon cause. Undoubtedly, Starscream's arrival on Earth is to pledge his allegiance to his singular master. May he enjoy himself. His days are numbered." Once the Jack completed his treatment, he stood up, ready to resume his pursuit of Starscream, only to be intercepted by Optimus Prime. "Jack, this planet is home to a multitude of life forms, and any assault against the Decepticons must be meticulously planned to avoid endangering humanity. Are you suggesting that we are powerless?" Jack questioned Optimus Prime, showing little regard for his leader's authority. "Hey, you reckless fool. Your actions nearly exposed us." At that moment, Agent Fowler stormed back to the base, bursting through the door to vocally chastise Jack. "Exposed? Old Jack, we must operate covertly on Earth. You need to scan the terrestrial vehicle forms before venturing outside." The panel kindly clarified the Autobots' regulations to Jack, while Agent Fowler directed his gaze towards Optimus. "Optimus, rein in your subordinate. That object he brought down is not of Earth, and I expended considerable effort to remove it." Jack felt a surge of frustration at Fowler's accusations. "Listen here, I am not some subordinate of Optimus." With that, he strode away, and the only member of the elite guard who shared a bond with Jack, the panel, followed to converse with him. It seemed this newcomer was somewhat insubordinate. Agent Fowler was puzzled. Wasn't Optimus the leader of the Autobots? Why was there an Autobot disregarding his commands? They had previously served together in the Thunder Rescue Team, a unit that operated independently of the standard command structure. Optimus explained the situation to Fowler, who couldn't help but recall a certain clandestine department. The Men in Black? Optimus shook his head. The Thunder Rescue Team undertook missions that others dared not. Many never returned. Chapter 35. This spaceship is rather. Small Jack harbored biases against Optimus, which both the Autobots and Agent Fowler discerned, yet none dared to voice it. The Autobots were far too few. They had to cherish every living companion. The panel caught up with Jack, urging, "Listen, old Jack, even if not for humanity, we cannot engage. Our numbers are too scant." Jack's expression darkened. "Roadbuster, Knockout, Inferno, Whirl, Splash, they have all perished. That is precisely my point. There are not many Autobots or Thunder Rescue Team members left. However, if we follow Optimus, perhaps there is still a chance to end this. I believe Optimus merely engages in idle talk. When faced with true peril, he would not wade into such murky waters." "Oh, you fail to understand, Optimus. I am proud to be part of the Thunder Rescue Team, but I have come to a realization." Before the panel could finish, Jack interrupted. "Optimus is the chosen one. Enough, I understand." As the two conversed, they suddenly received an unfamiliar signal. It was Starscream. "I await you at these coordinates. If you dare come." The Thunder Rescue Team did not adhere to Autobot protocol, and Jack intended to rendezvous without informing Optimus. The panel, concerned for Jack's safety, followed him. Initially, the panel intended to report to Optimus, but Jack stopped him. As the wrecking ball departed from the Autobot base, the head of Xiao Tianhan, buried before the workbench, lifted. "Do Optimus Prime and the soldiers of the Thunder Rescue Team disregard protocols so readily?" he lamented, gesturing towards the receding signal of the wrecking ball, directing his grievances at Optimus Prime. Although the operational domain was primarily Optimus's responsibility, as a member of the Autobots, he felt entitled to voice his concerns. Indulgence marks the onset of failure. If the wrecking ball continues its reckless and unregulated actions, the exposure of the Autobot base is merely a matter of time. The Thunder Rescue team had disbanded, and a lingering frustration resided within the wrecking ball. I understand his conduct, yet adherence to essential protocols remains imperative, a point I shall convey to him in due course. Xiao Tianhan nodded, falling silent. However, soon after, an anomaly appeared in the signal from the divider. Its life signal peak had diminished, indicating potential injury. Optimus, I believe the divider is in trouble. Xiao Tianhan urgently called for Optimus, and the two activated the land bridge to provide assistance. The signal coordinates directed them to a ravine. Upon arrival, they found no trace of the divider or the wrecking ball. Suddenly, sounds emerged from a pile of stones ahead. Upon closer inspection, they discovered the wrecking ball trapped beneath fallen debris. Exchanging glances, Xiao Tianhan and Optimus immediately began to clear the stones to rescue him. What's taking so long, divider? Don't tell me you've become soft like Optimus. The wrecking ball, believing the divider had saved him, complained to Xiao Tianhan and Optimus. If you refuse to heed my commands, that is one matter, but if you endanger one of my subordinates. Optimus finally set aside his usual patience and sternly admonished. I mean no offense, Commander, but the divider understands the risks. We both do. I am certain he is trapped beneath this rubble. The wrecking ball interrupted Optimus's reprimand, digging through the debris with conviction. Listen, wrecking ball, if you cannot integrate into the team, I support your decision to fly solo, but should your recklessness lead to the loss of a crucial member, the blame will lie squarely on your shoulders. Xiao Tianhan expressed his frustration at the wrecking ball's misguided actions, unable to contain his discontent. The three of them searched through the rubble for the divider, and soon after, the communication channel crackled to life with the sound of an ambulance. Optimus, the divider's signal has moved away from your location. The divider's signal was rapidly ascending into the air, evidently captured by a foe. Optimus and Xiao Tianhan had no choice but to pursue aboard the wrecking ball. Inside the wrecking ball, Optimus crouched low, unable to resist fidgeting with his fingers. Behind him, Xiao Tianhan fared worse. He had no seat, and the vessel was too cramped, forcing him to huddle uncomfortably, akin to a human expelling waste. Fortunately, the wrecking ball moved swiftly, soon arriving at their destination. We are now in a populated area. We must proceed with utmost caution. The trio advanced in their search, and soon discovered a panel bound to a shipping container, along with a bomb affixed to its front. I must get to work. The bomb attached to the panel was on the brink of detonation, prompting Jack to begin his examination. Have you ever disarmed such a bomb before? Optimus Prime inquired of Jack, who shook his head. Only Skyfire possessed the expertise to dismantle this particular device, and now Jack could only do his utmost. Allow me. Xiao Tianhan stepped forward, crossing over to the panel. This detonator is exceedingly intricate, with false circuits and decoy bombs. It cannot simply be tampered with as one might in a laboratory. Jack harbored doubts about Xiao Tianhan's ability to neutralize the bomb, yet Xiao Tianhan offered no explanation, instead presenting a request to Optimus Prime. Skyfire is undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, observing our every move. Should he detect the bomb being disarmed, he is likely to trigger it remotely. Optimus, I need you to delay him for as long as possible. Optimus nodded and turned away, allowing Xiao Tianhan to commence his work. He raised his arm, utilizing the device affixed to it to scan the bomb, quickly grasping its internal structure. The bomb was complex, yet its disarmament was not insurmountable. However, rather than act immediately, he waited until Optimus and Skyfire were engaged before deftly severing a blue wire within the bomb. Instantly, the device ceased its operation. I knew you could do it, the panel exclaimed with relief. But it's not over yet. Xiao Tianhan cautioned the panel to remain still. The timer had merely been halted, and many wires were interconnected with the panel's internal mechanisms, all of which required careful removal. I will assist Optimus. Seeing that he could not contribute further, Jack proceeded to support Optimus Prime, knowing that as long as Skyfire refrained from triggering the bomb, disarmament could be successfully achieved. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron had received word of Skyfire's intent to obliterate Optimus. With arms crossed, he mused, Optimus Prime is not so easily dispatched. I have warned many of this. If Skyfire manages to return alive, It would indeed be a miracle. Chapter 36, Awaken My Armies. The disarming of the bomb proceeded smoothly, and as Megatron had predicted, Skyfire was captured by Optimus Prime and Jack. Skyfire, if you truly share a bond akin to that of Thundercracker, then I believe you value loyalty and honor, Optimus stated, standing before him. Were you saying, Optimus? Skyfire struggled against the port's crane arms that held him in place. You had better disarm all the bombs in the port, or prepare to face the consequences. Not only were there the explosives on the panel, but during the battle, Optimus discovered numerous bombs strategically placed throughout the port. Should they detonate, they would pose a significant threat to them all. Moreover, this is a port, a densely populated area, which will inevitably involve many innocent lives. After a moment of contemplation, the formidable Hygie realized that the remaining bombs in the port would not be capable of vanquishing Optimus Prime. He had yet to avenge his brother and could not perish in such a futile manner. Thus, he acquiesced to Optimus Prime's proposal. How have I fallen to such depths? Relying on the remnants of Energon to survive? Within a forsaken Decepticon mine, the cunning Black Arachnia pressed her body against the wall, scaling the cavernous ceiling in pursuit of Energon remnants, incessantly lamenting her cruel fate. She extracted an Energon crystal no larger than a finger, but in a moment of carelessness, it tumbled from the ceiling. Lying despondently in the mine, she felt as though life had lost its direction. Suddenly, she heard a noise echoing within the cavern. Driven by curiosity, Black Arachnia stood and cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. Are there mechanical insects here, on Earth? The origin of the noise was indeed a mechanical insect, which was also scouring the mine for Energon. With an extensive diet and heightened olfactory senses, the mechanical insect swiftly located a sizable chunk of Energon crystal. This incited great envy in Black Arachnia, prompting her to rush forward. You there, scavenger, hand over that Energon, she commanded, one hand on her hip and beckoning with her finger. The mechanical insect merely glanced back, then disregarded her entirely, infuriating her further. How dare you ignore a superior life form? I am the esteemed Black Arachnia, commander. In a fit of rage, Black Arachnia lunged at the mechanical insect, intending to teach this insolent creature a lesson. The mechanical insect retaliated, turning to swat her away with a powerful strike, and then lunged towards her. Fearing for her life, Black Arachnia transformed into her jet form and fled, while the mechanical insect resumed its excavation of Energon debris. Meanwhile, just as he returned to the base, the formidable Skyfire abruptly halted, his pupils dilating as if his brain had short-circuited. He sensed it, the presence of the mechanical insect. The locator on Black Arachnia connected to his consciousness, and in that instant, his awareness was ensnared within an immense network. The consciousness network of the mechanical insects. The density of the mechanical insect consciousness far exceeded Skyfire's expectations. Despite his remarkable cognitive abilities, he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming force of the network. Skyfire, what is wrong? The ambulance was the first to notice his abnormal state and inquired with concern. No, nothing is amiss. After some time, Skyfire's consciousness regained normalcy, and he hastily activated the land bridge to leave the base. What happened? Optimus Prime glanced over. I am uncertain, but Skyfire's demeanor seems quite peculiar. The ambulance examined the destination transmitted by Xiao Tianhan, which led to an abandoned Decepticon mine. It was unclear what Xiao Tianhan intended to accomplish there. Inside the forsaken mine, a terrestrial bridge suddenly materialized behind the mechanical insect. The mechanical insect sensed the presence and immediately went on high alert. However, it soon transitioned from vigilance to submission. It approached Xiao Tianhan, knelt on one knee, and presented all the fragments of the Energon it had found within the cavern. To serve you, my singular master. Xiao Tianhan accepted the broken remnants of Energon, though he had little need for them. What is your name? I am called Spikes, my esteemed master. Excellent, Spikes. Lead me to your brethren. Following the command, Spikes guided Xiao Tianhan into a narrow tunnel, evidently carved by Spikes itself. After traversing through the passage for a while, they emerged into a vast cavern that unfolded before Xiao Tianhan's eyes. Within this cavern, countless dormant chambers for mechanical insects were densely arranged, roughly estimated to be at least 200 in number. My goodness, Xiao Tianhan murmured. If all these mechanical insects were unleashed alongside the Autobots, they would possess the capability to eradicate all Decepticons on Earth and bring an end to the war. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the Autobots lack the resources to sustain such a formidable army. Should a war ensue, it must be decisive. The Autobots were not equipped for prolonged conflict. Jacket, immediately notify Optimus Prime to come here. Xiao Tianhan did not utilize the Autobots' communication channel, but instead informed Jacket through the consciousness network of the mechanical insects. Upon receiving the command, Jacket approached Optimus Prime and relayed Xiao Tianhan's message. Do you have any idea what has transpired? Optimus Prime inquired. The master did not elaborate. Jacket replied silently. Yet he sensed a vast consciousness network of mechanical insects had emerged on Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime activated the terrestrial bridge and, under Jacket's guidance, arrived at Xiao Tianhan's location. My goodness! Optimus Prime's expression mirrored that of Xiao Tianhan. He was astonished to discover such an abundance of mechanical insects on Earth. Spikes, standing beside Xiao Tianhan, roared and prepared to attack upon seeing the Autobot leader, but was halted by Xiao Tianhan. Spikes, stand down. He is not our enemy. Upon hearing the reprimand, Spikes sheathed its claws and quietly retreated to the side. Xiao Tianhan, are all these mechanical insects controllable? Optimus Prime inquired, recognizing Spike's obedience to Xiao Tianhan. They could be controlled, but our resources cannot sustain such a multitude of mechanical insects. I propose we awaken only a portion of them for now, and fully awaken the rest at the time of our decisive confrontation with the Decepticons. It seems that is the only feasible option. Chapter 37. Armored Shell. Xiao Tianhan swiftly awakened a contingent of relatively powerful mechanical insects, each possessing strength comparable to elite Cybertronian warriors. Only leaders could dominate them. Who among you is the fiercest? Xiao Tianhan inquired, scrutinizing the neatly aligned ranks of the mechanical insect army before him. When it comes to ferocity, nothing compares to us mechanical insects. However, if a choice must be made, I am the one. Hardshell, declared the mechanical insect at the forefront of the formation, stepping forward to respond. The other mechanical insects offered no dissent, and Jinjia remained silent. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of the mechanical insects. Lead your ranks well and do not disappoint me, Xiao Tianhan encouraged, patting Hardshell on the shoulder. In the realm of mechanical insects, strength reigns supreme. A powerful mechanical insect can assimilate the consciousness of those weaker than itself. Thus, despite Jinjia's long-standing companionship, he could not command the mechanical insects. Nevertheless, Xiao Tianhan did not neglect him, assigning him the position of deputy commander alongside the capable Spikes, whose strength was sufficient to secure their status. Additionally, from this day forward, all mechanical insects shall sever ties with the Decepticons. We are now part of the Autobots. As you command, my sole master, the mechanical insects proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating. Not far away, Optimus Prime observed Xiao Tianhan, who exuded an imperial aura, lost in thought. He believed Xiao Tianhan would not betray the Autobots, reflecting instead on how, had Xiao Tianhan possessed such resolve in the past, perhaps Cybertron would not have met its ruin. After conferring with Optimus Prime, Xiao Tianhan concluded that it would be best to assign the mechanical insects to the Explorer. On one hand, the Autobot base could not accommodate so many, and on the other, this group of mechanical insects had been the frontline troops of the Decepticons, harboring deep-seated grievances against the Autobots. Thus, the two decided to keep the mechanical insects and Autobots separate to avert any unnecessary conflicts. Once the discussions concluded, Xiao Tianhan activated the land bridge connecting to the Explorer, directing the mechanical insects to transfer all the stasis pods onto the spacecraft. After the transfer was complete, he returned to the base with Optimus Prime, accompanied by Hardshell. A land bridge materialized before them, and as Optimus Prime stepped onto it, Xiao Tianhan offered one final admonition to Hardshell. I am aware that you have eliminated several Autobots, but if you are wise, keep such matters to yourself. As you command, my master, Hardshell replied respectfully, influenced by the consciousness network of the mechanical insects. Hey, Optimus Prime, where have you been? Upon returning to the base, Mickey rushed upstairs to inquire of Optimus Prime, only to notice Hardshell behind him. Oh, Jinjia, you're here at the base too. Mickey's exuberant nature allowed her to quickly bond with Hardshell, especially since the recent absence of field work left her feeling like an empty nester at the base. I'm not Jinjia. I am Hardshell. Hardshell's response to Mickey's greeting was rather tepid, were it not for Xiao Tianhan's influence. His innate nature as a mechanical insect would have compelled him to rend this feeble life form before him. Wow, you changed your name? Cool. Mickey did not realize that there was only one mechanical insect, Scorponok, on Earth, which was brought back by Starscream from Cybertron. No, Mickey. Hardshell and Scorponok are not the same being, Ratchet explained. Are there mechanical insects on Earth? How many? RC inquired. There are probably over 200. Optimus Prime responded. My goodness. Ratchet exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. And then he turned to Starscream, a glimmer of hope igniting in his gaze. If that is indeed the case, our forces will match those of the Decepticons. However, Starscream lamented, regrettably, our resources cannot sustain such a large force. He then introduced Hardshell to the group. I have appointed Hardshell as the leader of the mechanical insects. From now on, you can coordinate their actions through him. After Starscream spoke, Optimus Prime also stepped forward. Now that our military strength is equal to that of the Decepticons, we should proactively seek opportunities for battle to bring this war to an end. Just then, as the group was engaged in discussion, a jubilant sound of horn announced the return of Sideswipe to the base. Guys, you won't believe what happened to me today. Sideswipe excitedly recounted his day's experiences. I stumbled upon a Decepticon mining operation. I infiltrated their warship disguised as an Energon entity and located the ship's energy core. He gave a thumbs up toward himself. In that moment, inspiration struck, and I did what I do best. You defeated Megatron's small warship and left it in ruins. Mickey chimed in. We should seize this opportunity to attack the Decepticons. After a moment of contemplation, RC suggested, since Starscream has just secured a large number of mechanical insects, our Autobot forces are now on par with the Decepticons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think we should give it a try. Ratchet agreed. Starscream nodded as well. Now was the time to learn all there was to know about the Decepticon warship, which lay grounded. The Decepticons had acquired the Star Saber, and Megatron could forge the Dark Star Sword at any moment, which would render any number of mechanical insects mere fodder. Although it was likely that Megatron would feed the warship with Dark Energon, significantly boosting its combat capabilities, the Decepticons were unable to deploy their warship. All we needed to do was deliver the Matrix Extractor beneath the Decepticon warship to secure victory. While reluctant to take such drastic measures, I believe we may need to consider employing some extreme tactics to ensure our ultimate triumph. Chapter 38. The Final Showdown, the Matrix Extractor. Optimus, are we truly going to proceed with this? Ratchet asked, turning to Optimus Prime, awaiting his response. Though I'm exceedingly hesitant to utilize such a devastating weapon, especially one crafted by the Decepticons, perhaps this is our only chance to bring an everlasting end to this war. The Decepticons possess a vast army within the cosmos, and should Megatron become aware, a greater influx of Decepticons would descend upon Earth, erasing any advantage the Autobots currently hold. Xiao Tianhan, you can awaken him now. Optimus Prime instructed Xiao Tianhan, subsequently sealing his visor in preparation for battle. Wait, if you intend to engage in a decisive confrontation with the Decepticons utilizing a formidable weapon. As the representative of Earth, I have a duty to witness this event firsthand. Agent Fuller interjected as the Autobots were poised to depart. Optimus Prime and Xiao Tianhan exchanged a glance, consenting to his proposal. Upon arriving at the crash site of the Decepticon warship, they discovered that the vessel had already ascended into the sky. Arrived a moment too late, Xiao Tianhan remarked, observing the Decepticon warship hovering aloft. It became evident that Megatron had infused the ship with Dark Energon. Bumblebee, initiate action. Xiao Tianhan, deploy the barriers. RC, draw the warship's fire. Optimus Prime commanded, swiftly advancing toward the vessel. The Forge Extractor was carried by Bumblebee, the swiftest among them. All mechanical insects heed my orders. Provide cover for the Autobots and ensure a retreat before the Forge Extractor is activated. Commence the assault. At Xiao Tianhan's command, 2 land bridges opened simultaneously in air, unleashing a swarm of mechanical insects that blotted out the sky. Megatron, aboard the warship, witnessed this spectacle through sonar, his expression one of astonishment. My heavens, he exclaimed, never having anticipated that the Decepticons would be outnumbered by Autobots. He quickly switched to the command channel. All hands, open fire with full force. Do not allow the Autobots to approach the warship. Rows of ship cannons emerged from the vessel, unleashing a barrage of beams that illuminated the heavens. Some of the weaker mechanical insects succumbed to the cannon's might, plummeting from the sky. Xiao Tianhan promptly ordered the rear guard to rescue the wounded. Yet many mechanical insects perished, their sparks extinguished, their lives forever frozen in that moment. Such is the nature of war. Every second, lives are lost. On the ground, Bumblebee, trailing dust and smoke, approached the Decepticon warship, the Autobots standing on the brink of victory. Suddenly, a pale blue beam shot forth from the warship, striking Bumblebee, who instantly ceased movement, as if transformed into a statue. "It's a stasis ray," Xiao Tianhan gasped in surprise. RC seized the forge extractor and charged forward, only to be ensnared by the stasis ray as well. Next came the barrier's Optimus Prime, and soon Xiao Tianhan found himself targeted. In that crucial moment, Xiao Tianhan retrieved a shield generator from his waist, a pale blue energy shield unfurling before him. The stasis ray rebounded upon contact with the shield, yet shortly thereafter, the warship fired another stasis ray, hindering Xiao Tianhan's movements. "Mechanical insects, cease your assault." Xiao Tianhan watched helplessly as the Decepticon warship withdrew from the battlefield. The battleship's dormant rays were overwhelming, leaving no opportunity for the Autobots to approach. "What are you doing? Land this vessel at once." Megatron, witnessing the immobilized Optimus Prime and the fallen Allspark extractor, commanded the battleship to descend. Yet, it soared further into the sky. Enraged, he bellowed, "But, sir, it seems the battleship has autonomously shut down its weapon systems." "Reboot the systems," commanded a Decepticon technician who immediately attempted to comply, only to find the manual controls were disabled. As Megatron prepared to unleash his fury over the battleship's continued ascent, a technician's agonized scream pierced the air. Turning around, he beheld the unfortunate soul engulfed in smoke from an electrical shock. Realization struck. The battleship appeared to have developed a will of its own. "Impossible. Locate the source of the malfunction and rectify it," Megatron ordered. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from above. "Do not meddle with my systems again. This is your final warning." "You dare issue a warning?" Megatron was taken aback, for the vessel indeed seemed to possess its own consciousness. "My mission holds the utmost priority. Any Cybertronian who dares to interfere shall be subdued. My own battleship dares to speak to me in such a tone." Megatron despised threats, especially from his own ranks. Suddenly, the technician discovered the battleship had decrypted a new set of coordinates, and judging by its trajectory, the destination aligned perfectly with those coordinates. Upon witnessing this, Megatron's expression lightened slightly. "Just as I desired. Behold, the actions of this battleship are in accordance with my will," he proclaimed triumphantly, only to be swiftly contradicted. "Your will is irrelevant. All Cybertronian artifacts belong to me. I am the leader of the Decepticons. I command you to halt this operation." Megatron expressed his profound dissatisfaction with the battleship's behavior, furiously issuing orders. "You no longer possess the authority to command me." The battleship not only retorted, but also employed sonic attacks, publicly humiliating Megatron. His face darkened with fury. "By any means necessary, regain control of this vessel." Soundwave extended a data line to connect with the battleship, but in an instant, he was subdued. "All Decepticons, sever the main power supply and disconnect the data relays, quickly," Megatron commanded, moving towards the energy core, determined to reverse the energy valves and filter out the malevolent dark energon. Faced with the Decepticons' threat, the battleship unleashed its dormant rays indiscriminately within. In a heartbeat, the Decepticons were decimated by their own vessel. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the battleship, Autobot medic Ratchet was inundated with mechanical insects being brought in, all injured from the recent battle, desperately in need of treatment. This could very well be the Autobots' most catastrophic defeat since their arrival on this planet. After the battle on Cybertron, the sight of so many injured was a rare occurrence, particularly with Optimus Prime now offline. Shockwave remained silent. This time, not only did he fail to inflict any damage on the Decepticons, but he also lost a significant number of mechanical insects, rendering this encounter an unequivocal defeat. The dominance of the warship over the battlefield exceeded Shockwave's expectations, with its artillery power fully realized under the control of superintelligence. The Decepticon warship was soaring across the Atlantic, heading toward North America. Agent Fowler received a call from the FBI and approached Shockwave. Their spacecraft was not cloaked this time, which was highly illogical. "I fear the Decepticons may openly commence warfare." Shockwave explained that Megatron had infused his warship with dark energon. It appeared the vessel had slipped beyond his control. Upon hearing this, Ratchet halted his surgery and abruptly stood up. What? Megatron injected the warship with dark energon? Are you certain? There is only one possibility, otherwise. It cannot explain how the Decepticons repaired the warship in such a short time. Shockwave turned to the children and continued, Jack, do you remember when you were trapped in the Shadow Zone? And that severed hand belonging to Thundercracker? Of course. It was chasing us. Miko interjected eagerly. This is the characteristic of dark energon. It not only possesses self-repair capabilities, but can also animate lifeless matter. Are you implying that the Decepticon warship has come to life? Ratchet inquired. Indeed. If the Decepticon warship is not cloaked, perhaps its communication systems are still operational. Jack stepped between Shockwave and Ratchet, speculating, so, do you want to make a call to Megatron and ask him what is going on? Ratchet retorted, you think that is a good idea? Shockwave nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Ratchet ultimately sent a communication request to the Decepticon warship, but the response was not from Megatron. His command had been revoked. Who are you? Have you taken control of the Decepticon warship? Ratchet asked. I am the warship. Any Cybertronian daring to interfere with my mission shall be subdued. The Decepticon warship responded imperiously, simultaneously broadcasting live footage from within the vessel, revealing all Decepticons had been subdued. What mission? Shockwave inquired. First mission, decrypt the Iron Fortress database and reclaim all Decepticon technology. Before the Autobots could pose further questions, the Decepticon warship abruptly ended the communication. Did they just hang up? How rude, Miko remarked. Rude? That is a massive ship flying around, collecting weapons of mass destruction. Agent Fowler, in a less than jovial mood, noted that the vessel was heading toward North America, and who knows what it might unleash. Above, a group of uniformed Decepticons loomed, presenting us with a singular opportunity to stealthily ascend and download the Fortress database. Jack proposed this plan, which indeed seemed plausible. I will board the battleship to download the Fortress database, stated Ambulance, stepping forward. That is not a prudent idea. Did you not witness the fate of the Decepticons? Jack countered. Let me go. Just moments ago, the Decepticon battleship targeted me, yet refrained from attacking. I surmise the ship is incapable of perceiving humans. Agent Fuller interjected, asserting that the Autobots could not venture forth, and the children were too young. He was the only suitable candidate for this perilous endeavor. As an agent of the FBI, he possessed specialized training. Xiao Tianhan produced a data storage device and handed it to Agent Fuller, subsequently affixing a miniature camera to his collar, allowing them to view the agent's perspective. I am on my way. Agent Fuller inhaled deeply and stepped onto the land bridge, while Ambulance connected the base's screen to the camera, revealing the interior of the Decepticon battleship before their eyes. Within the corridor of the vessel, dormant Decepticons were visible in abundance. I have entered, Agent Fuller reported over the communication channel. Very well. Access to the core database should be available from any control console. Following Ambulance's guidance, Agent Fuller located a control console. However, it towered above him, far beyond his reach. Fortunately, a Decepticon technician remained at his post in slumber, allowing Agent Fuller to climb atop his body. What now? He inquired. Insert the data storage device into the interface beneath your feet. Following the instructions, Agent Fuller swiftly plugged in the device, and Xiao Tianhan promptly commenced remote data download. Wait, why is the Decepticon ship heading toward Manhattan? Upon securing the data storage device, Agent Fuller looked up to see the battleship veering towards home, an ominous realization dawning upon him. This trajectory aligned with the coordinates of the first group. Agent Fuller, upon hearing this, noticed 3 sets of coordinates prominently displayed on the large screen before him, with a 4th set soon decrypted. How could the Autobots relic end up in New York? Agent Fuller exclaimed. The relic fell to Earth long ago, prior to the establishment of this city. If the Decepticon battleship enters the city, it would be disastrous. We must avert this catastrophe, Agent Fuller urged anxiously. You might first attempt to uninstall its navigation module, Ambulance suggested, but was quickly thwarted by Xiao Tianhan. If it were possible to uninstall it, the Decepticons would have already done so. Megatron has endowed the ship with sentience through dark energon, so we must uninstall the dark energon itself. Following Xiao Tianhan's direction, Agent Fuller traced the energy conduit overhead to locate the ship's energy core, then needed to reverse the energon infusion device. Guided by Xiao Tianhan's instructions, Agent Fuller swiftly identified the energy core. At this moment, the energy core was not solely occupied by Agent Fuel, but also by Megatron. However, Just as Megatron was about to reverse the injector, he was put into stasis, his hand still grasping the reverse switch. "I can't budge this," Agent Fuel exclaimed as he climbed over Megatron's body to reach the switch, pulling with all his might, yet it remained immovable. "Leave this to me, Agent Fuel. You must return to the control console and await the completion of the data download." Xiao Tianhan communicated through the channel, urging Agent Fuel back to the console. For he had a plan. "This concerns the safety of millions. I must remain here," Agent Fuel insisted, but Xiao Tianhan chose not to argue further. Chapter 40. A simultaneous assault. The land bridge opened less than a meter from the reverse switch of the super energy injector. Xiao Tianhan's hand shot out from the bridge, descending upon the switch with lightning speed, pulling it down. He severed the switch, denying the battleship any chance of self-rescue, and swiftly seized Agent Fuel, shutting the land bridge behind him. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Tianhan merely extended his hand into the Decepticons' battleship without fully entering. Having neutralized the battleship's consciousness, Xiao Tianhan reopened the land bridge to retrieve the data storage device, this time bringing a small gift for the Decepticons. As a Decepticon at the console awakened and noticed the data storage device, he reached to extract it, only to be knocked unconscious by a powerful punch. Xiao Tianhan extracted the data storage device and subsequently discarded a blue and white object onto the ground, the spark extractor. Upon hitting the floor, the spark extractor activated instantly, unleashing an invisible energy field that enveloped the Decepticons. In an instant, they convulsed as if short-circuited, their optical lenses extinguishing, signaling their demise. No! Megatron witnessed this harrowing scene, his teeth grinding in fury. He immediately raised his arm cannon and shattered the spark extractor. However, that brief activation resulted in the demise of all Decepticons at the rear of the battleship. Megatron's face darkened, as if water could drip from it, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Xiao Tianhan, you are truly ruthless." This marked Xiao Tianhan's second massacre aboard the Decepticon battleship. The previous time, he employed a magnetic device. This time, it was the spark extractor, both weapons of considerable devastation. Yet, Xiao Tianhan cared not, for as long as he could effectively eliminate the Decepticon forces, it was a necessary measure to protect his comrades. There's a saying, "Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself." Furthermore, these weapons were of Decepticon invention. They were merely reaping what they had sown. Upon returning to the base, Xiao Tianhan handed the data storage device to the ambulance. Optimus Prime and the others had awoken from stasis and saw Xiao Tianhan enter the land bridge with the spark extractor, but the extractor did not return with him. Optimus Prime had already surmised the unfolding events, yet he remained silent. To ruthlessly strike down an adversary lacking the means to resist was contrary to his principles. However, this operation had exacted a grievous toll due to the miscalculations of the malevolent Scourge, although the subsequent details remained undisclosed. We had already deciphered 4 sets of coordinates from our warships. The ambulance, oblivious to Optimus Prime's unusual demeanor, accepted the data storage device and addressed the assembly. "We must act swiftly, for Megatron, like us, possesses 4 sets of coordinates." Optimus Prime refrained from mentioning Scourge's actions. The paramount concern at present was the Autobot relics. He understood Megatron well. Should any formidable weapon fall into his hands, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Autobots. Thus, it was imperative to retrieve these 4 artifacts before Megatron could. "I will coordinate the insectoid machines. RC, you shall lead 2 squads to the coordinates at the equator. Bulkhead, you will take 2 squads to the Antarctic, and Bumblebee, you will lead 2 squads to New York." Each squad of insectoid machines comprised 4 units, including a captain, totaling 8 units per 2 squads, which should suffice to address any unforeseen circumstances, provided Megatron did not approach in his warship. Subsequently, Scourge turned to Agent Furlong, noting the considerable crowd in New York. "Agent Furlong, I would like you to accompany Bumblebee on this mission." Upon hearing this, Agent Furlong straightened his posture. "It is my duty. There's another set of coordinates I wish for you to investigate." "Ambulance," Scourge said, directing his gaze toward the vehicle. "I will assign you 2 squads of insectoid machines, and I will also contact Jolt to ensure his cooperation." Scourge's arrangement surprised the ambulance, as Optimus Prime had no assigned task, leaving him puzzled as to why Scourge had chosen him. However, Scourge's subsequent words clarified his rationale. Once the ambulance's mission was established, Scourge turned his attention to Optimus Prime. Optimus, I need to speak with you. Optimus regarded Scourge, their gazes locking for a moment before he replied, very well. Scourge led Optimus to the Explorer, and they walked side by side across the bridge, reminiscent of the first time Scourge had brought Optimus aboard. The distinction now was that the Explorer was alive with patrolling insectoid machines, a testament to its newfound vitality. Our supply of energon is dwindling, Scourge initiated, acknowledging the overwhelming number of insectoid machines, whose voracious appetites threatened to deplete the precious energon he had painstakingly amassed. I plan to reactivate the synthetic energon. At this, Optimus halted, casting a questioning glance at Scourge. If we resort to synthetic energon, can we prevent the Decepticons from reverse engineering it? I have also contemplated this matter. The anatomical structure of machine insects diverges significantly from that of typical Cybertronians. Their blood vessels are minuscule, and unless they suffer a fatal injury, they hardly bleed at all. As long as we retrieve the fallen warriors, we can effectively thwart the Decepticons from acquiring the synthetic energon blood. Upon receiving this information, Optimus Prime did not immediately respond to Starscream. Rather, he pondered the advantages and disadvantages of utilizing synthetic energon. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron dispatched multiple units to the designated coordinates to seize the Cybertronian relics. Due to significant losses incurred by the Decepticons, even Soundwave, the intelligence officer, found it necessary to engage personally. My lord, I have assembled a mining team. Please authorize us to excavate the first location. Knockout, burdened by the dismal attitude Megatron had recently adopted towards him, entered the command room. If he continued to achieve nothing, his position within the Decepticons would be jeopardized. This is a mission, not a leisurely outing. Stop posturing and expedite your actions, ensuring they are both swift and precise. Do you comprehend, Knockout? Megatron expressed his dissatisfaction with Knockout's flamboyant demeanor. However, given the dire circumstances, he had little choice left. Yet, considering the repeated failures of Knockout and Dead End, he decided to assign them an additional aid. As Megatron concluded his statement, a dark-hued Decepticon emerged from behind Knockout and Dead End. Chapter 41. The Struggle for the Relics. New York Subway Tunnel. Could we not accelerate a bit? The moisture down here is already corroding my chassis. Knockout gently wiped the mud splattered upon him, urging the Decepticon mining team to hasten. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Could you refrain from disturbing me? Knockout replied impatiently, but the individual persisted, tapping him once more. Roadblock, what are you doing? The person standing behind him was not Dead End, but rather the newcomer assigned by Megatron, Roadblock. Decepticon, Roadblock, identity, Decepticon Scout, stop. Halt the machines. Cease operations. Roadblock, known for his short temper, yelled at Knockout with alarming speed upon realizing he was being ignored. Spit is on my face. Roadblock's boisterous speech sprayed Knockout with saliva, prompting him to shove Roadblock aside and wipe his face with disdain. I said, turn off the machines. Roadblock surged forward angrily, delivering a punch beside Knockout that left a considerable dent in the tunnel wall. All right. Knockout thought that if this continued, Roadblock might indeed strike him. So he reluctantly shut down the machinery, plunging the tunnel into a profound silence. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds echoed from afar. Oh no! The Autobots have sent machine insects. We must accelerate our progress. Knockout recognized the sounds, his expression shifting. If the approaching threat were merely Autobots, he and Dead End, along with Roadblock, would face no significant peril. However, should the adversary include machine insects, that would pose a far more formidable challenge than the Autobots themselves. In the subway tunnel, not far from the impending confrontation, 8 mechanical insects scuttled along the ceiling, advancing with remarkable speed. The instruments signaled, indicating that the Decepticons had unearthed a relic. Leading this swarm of mechanical insects was Spike, whose device had detected the Iron Fortress return beacon, confirming that the Decepticons had successfully excavated the artifact. Accelerate the pace. Spike leapt from the tunnel's apex, transforming mid-air into his insect form as he swiftly navigated towards the designated coordinates, with Bumblebee and the other mechanical insects following suit. The shrill cries of the tunnel's mechanical inhabitants grew increasingly nearer. Megatron, his expression grave, cast a glance towards the source of the sound, faintly perceiving dark figures rapidly approaching. Inferno, barricade, hold them back. Megatron, torn between the imminent threat of the approaching mechanical insects and the precious relic about to be unearthed, resolved not to relinquish it easily. Should he fail again, it would be more than a matter of lost status. Megatron might very well eliminate Inferno, just as he had ominously stated. Upon hearing Megatron's command, Inferno charged at the mechanical insects without hesitation, whereas Barricade, taking a different approach, halted at an intersection and transformed, commencing fire. Purple beams surged towards the mechanical insects, momentarily impeding their flight. Concurrently, Inferno brandished his hammer, leaping high to strike at the leading Spike. Spike did not falter. Instead, he swiftly transformed mid-air and swung his fist to intercept Inferno's hammer. The collision produced a violent gust, sending Spike reeling back 2 steps while Inferno, propelled by Spike's immense inertia, tumbled several rolls before regaining his footing. I will retrieve the relic. Spike disregarded his skirmish with Inferno and charged towards Megatron's position. Observing this, Inferno prepared to intercept, but was constrained by a barrage of incoming orange energy blasts. Meanwhile, Barricade engaged Bumblebee in combat. Barricade wielded a spinning mace, muttering indistinct phrases as he surged towards Bumblebee like a whirlwind. Caught off guard, Bumblebee was sent flying by Barricade's strike. Without pause, Barricade swung the mace again. But Bumblebee adeptly rolled forward, evading the assault. Seizing the moment as Barricade's strike missed, Bumblebee retaliated, sending Barricade sprawling. Attack swiftly. Barricade and Inferno could only restrain one mechanical insect and Bumblebee, while the remaining mechanical insects advanced rapidly. Megatron, recognizing the urgency, had no choice but to deploy all available miners for the confrontation. However, the Decepticons had only equipped the mining crew with rudimentary weapons, rendering them utterly incapable of matching the power of the mechanical insects. The Spike effortlessly struck down the Decepticon miner, blocking his path, sending it flying. Clenching his fist, he aimed a blow at the fallen adversary, who hastily crossed its arms in a feeble attempt to shield itself. It was still propelled away by the force of the attack. Observing the encroaching swarm of mechanical insects, even with his rationality, he swiftly transformed and fled. The Spike did not pursue. Instead, he bent down and retrieved the sacred relic from the pit excavated by the Decepticons, effortlessly fulfilling his master's task. Meanwhile, the mechanical insects assigned to deal with the dying fire joined the ranks, dragging the lifeless form into their midst. Well done. I am certain the Master will commend you for this. At the equator of Earth, near a volcano, a swirling vortex of blue and white suddenly materialized, from which RC emerged alongside the mechanical insects. Wow, what a pungent odor, RC exclaimed, pinching her nose in distaste. It's nothing compared to what you would encounter in a Decepticon encampment. Accompanying RC was Hardshell, and upon arriving at the coordinates revealed by the Iron Fortress database, they found nothing. RC speculated that volcanic activity might have altered the location of the sacred relic. Consequently, Hardshell commanded the mechanical insects split up and search. Do not hesitate when the time comes. The insects, receiving their orders, transformed and flew in various directions, while RC and Hardshell continued their exploration. Suddenly, Hardshell halted. Something is approaching. His demeanor shifted to a state of alertness as he transformed his hand into an energy weapon, prepared for battle. Boom! Several missiles suddenly appeared in RC and Hardshell's line of sight, hurtling towards them at high speed. Get out of the way, RC shouted, quickly transforming into a vehicle to escape the attack range. Hardshell was quick to react as well, leaping into insect form, his horn firing several light projectiles to intercept a portion of missiles. Who goes there? RC transformed her weapon, aiming toward the source of the incoming missiles. Hardshell landed beside her, also brandishing his weapon in readiness. RC, long time no see. A red figure materialized before them, causing RC to squint. I certainly did not wish to see you. The newcomer was a Decepticon named Crumble, accompanied by another member of the Decepticons. RC aimed one weapon at Crumble and the other at her companion. What is this? You got a new partner? I dare say Rebound will be quite disappointed to hear that. Chapter 42. The Battle for the Relic, Part 2. Decepticon. Stun, Identity. Special Operations Team Member. Stun ignored the verbal sparring between RC and Crumble, directing his gaze toward Hardshell beside RC. Locking onto his target, Stun's back suddenly split open, and a massive scorpion leaped out, its pincers transforming into sharp drill bits that instantly burrowed into the earth. Be careful, RC cautioned, while Hardshell's focus remained fixed on Stun. With a resounding roar, the Stun initiated the assault, launching several missiles towards the formidable Hardshell. As the mightiest of mechanical insects, Hardshell reacted with remarkable swiftness, transforming to evade the explosion's radius while rapidly advancing towards Stun. In midair, he morphed and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Stun's head. Stun raised his hand to block the blow, yet the immense force compelled him to retreat repeatedly. Quickly regaining his composure, he retaliated, striking Hardshell's body with a fist that sent sparks flying. In rapid succession, Stun gathered his strength and aimed a downward strike at Hardshell's head. With a look of astonishment on Stun's face, Hardshell effortlessly caught the punch, gripping it tightly. Simultaneously, his other hand moved, and a sharp claw pierced Stun's abdomen. With a decisive force, Hardshell flung Stun across the battlefield. Regaining his footing, Stun transformed his hands into weapons, firing a barrage of pulse shots at Hardshell. However, Hardshell closed in swiftly, landing a punch to Stun's head that knocked him to the ground. With Stun incapacitated, Hardshell momentarily lowered his guard, only to be ambushed by a mechanical scorpion that emerged from the ground, its sharp drill targeting Hardshell's abdomen. Taken by surprise, Hardshell suffered a cut from a scorpion's attack. Renowned for their ferocity, Hardshell disregarded the wound, seizing the scorpion's tail and crushing its head before violently tearing it in two. "Hardshell, are you alright?" queried RC, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Crusher. Upon witnessing Hardshell's injury, just then, Crusher lunged forward and kicked RC. "Don't get distracted in battle, RC. Why do you never learn?" Crusher taunted, knowing that RC often lost focus when her comrades were harmed, her most critical weakness. "I'm fine," Hardshell replied, lowering his hand for his abdomen to reveal a ghastly scar. Yet miraculously, there was no blood. Meanwhile, other mechanical insects gathered around, encircling Crusher. One of them landed beside Hardshell, cradling a jar that contained the sacred object. "Surrender the relic, or I shall end her life," Crusher threatened, positioning his long sword against RC's neck. "That is out of the question." The mechanical insects, unlike the Autobots, were bound by their allegiance to the chilling howl of their master and would not forsake their mission for the fate of a single Autobot. "If you kill her, you shall not leave here alive." Hardshell waved his hand, and several mechanical insects began to advance towards Crusher, while two members soared above, sealing off the sky. Though captured, RC remained silent, a strange smile of relief gracing her lips. In her heart, she bore the weight of guilt for the losses endured by her comrades, including the valiant Shield and her closest ally, who had sacrificed themselves in her defense. The reckless camaraderie of the mechanical insects oddly alleviated her burden of remorse. As the mechanical insects drew nearer, Crusher hesitated, refraining from making a move. I could release her, yet I must carry the dizziness away. She comprehended that there was no turning back. The mechanical insects were once part of the Decepticons, their nature dismantled through understanding. Continuing on would merely serve to provide a scapegoat. Therefore, she chose to negotiate terms. Very well. Antarctica, where the biting winds chill to the bone, and the red spider trembles in the cold. After departing from the Decepticons, the red spider's existence had become increasingly precarious, to the point where even flight had become a challenge. Fortunately, the Ark could still connect to the Decepticons' terrestrial bridge, which led her to Antarctica, where a Decepticon explored vein of or awaited. Suddenly, several Decepticon fighters appeared behind the red spider, launching an immediate assault without hesitation. Unaware, the red spider was struck down by the Decepticons. Do you not realize that the one you just attacked was your commander? The fallen red spider, undaunted, promptly confronted the Decepticon soldiers. No longer a commander, but a deserter. A towering figure descended before the red spider, and upon recognizing the newcomer, she recoiled in shock. Thunderwing, but you were already. You mistook me for my brother. He has already perished, and you know this well, former commander of the Red Spider. Thunderwing did not conceal his disdain for the Red Spider. If it were up to me, I would relish the opportunity to eliminate you right now. However, as the vice commander of Lord Megatron, my duty is to apprehend all traitors and deliver them to Lord Megatron for judgment. As he spoke, Thunderwing produced a pair of handcuffs and restrained the Red Spider. What? You claim to be the vice commander. That was my position. Upon hearing Thunderwing's declaration, the Red Spider sprang up, seething with anger. The surrounding Decepticon soldiers raised their weapons in response, the ominous sound of charging energy causing the Red Spider to falter, prompting her to amend her words. It was once my position. With the Red Spider in chains, Thunderwing was obliged to lead the Decepticons on foot. Just as they approached the designated coordinates, another group emerged ahead. Decepticons. The Interceptor recognized the newcomers and immediately transformed, weaponry at the ready, as did the mechanical insects behind him. Autobots. Thunderwing gasped, drawing a handheld energy cannon from his back, aiming it at the Interceptor, while the surrounding Decepticons also leveled their firearms at the approaching Autobots. Mechanical insects prioritized the acquisition of the artifact. Accompanying the Interceptor was the steadfast Ironhide, one of the earliest Autobots, who cautiously regarded the Decepticons while his instruments accurately pinpointed the location of the return beacon, situated not far from them, within a human scientific expeditions camp. Receiving the directive, the mechanical insects advanced toward the human camp, simultaneously unleashing fire to hinder the Decepticons' progress. "You shall not seize the artifact," Thunderwing bellowed, charging toward Ironhide as the two engaged in a fierce struggle. In the midst of their conflict, Thunderwing grappled with Ironhide, and they both plummeted down the icy cliff. Beneath the glacier, the formidable Ironclad launched a punch at the swift Skywing, who evaded the assault with remarkable agility, sidestepping Ironclad's attack while simultaneously gathering strength to strike Ironclad's jaw, sending him hurtling into the air. With a resounding thud, Ironclad landed, rolling twice before regaining his footing and rising from the icy surface. Skywing's combat prowess was formidable. Even the mechanical insects found it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. However, he was not a competent commander, for his reckless decision to engage Ironclad in single combat left the remaining Decepticon soldiers utterly defenseless against the onslaught of 7 mechanical insects and the barrier. "What a fool Skywing is," cursed the captured Red Spider, observing the disarray of the Decepticons. "Quickly reorganize our formation and concentrate fire on that green-skinned frog," Red Spider commanded. Despite being bound, if the Decepticons around him were defeated, his fate would be sealed as well. Green-skinned frog? The barrier glanced around, realizing he was the only one among the crowd adorned in green paint. "Red Spider, who are you insulting?" he bellowed, but before he could retaliate, a barrage of attacks overwhelmed him. The Decepticon fire struck the glacier behind the barrier, causing numerous cracks to appear in the fragile ice. With a thunderous roar, the glacier could no longer withstand the Decepticon assault and shattered, the fragments swiftly engulfing the barrier and the mechanical insects. Chapter 43. A deal awaits. Since the emergence of the Howling Chill, failure had become the hallmark of the Decepticons. Collectors, magnetic gloves, targeting rods, storage tanks, spark extractors, and shield generators had all fallen into the hands of the Autobots, while the Decepticons had only acquired an unusable Starhammer, a fruitless endeavor despite their collective efforts. Yet today, Red Spider, accompanied by merely a small squad of Decepticons, had unexpectedly secured a sacred artifact. "Let me see what this is," Red Spider exclaimed, breaking through the thick layer of ice enveloping the relic, revealing a silver object within. Armor, he realized, it was designed by the Decepticons. Recognizing it as the supreme divine armor, he excitedly lifted it to his chest, and in an instant, the armor unfurled, enveloping Red Spider completely. Tapping on the weighty armor, he wore a satisfied smile. "My lord," exclaimed the Decepticon soldiers behind him, startled by Red Spider's grin, cautiously shielding their chests as they called out. Hearing the honorific, Red Spider felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly removed the supreme divine armor, instructing the Decepticon soldiers, "Take me to Lord Megatron." Through their descriptions, Red Spider had gathered insight into the Decepticons' current predicament, believing that Megatron must urgently require a victory to bolster troop morale. Now was the perfect moment for his return to the Decepticons. Meanwhile, Ironclad had found himself thoroughly outmatched, as Skywing's strength proved overwhelming. He was no match for him. "Master, please forgive my ineptitude. The merciless nature of the mechanical insects has rendered the proud Ironclad reluctant to bow his head, yet the circumstances are unfavorable for him. Moreover, under the prior counsel of Xiao Tianhan, he has no choice but to seek assistance. Since the last fierce battle between the Decepticons and Autobots, during which Xiao Tianhan lost a number of mechanical insects, he established a paramount directive for them: the preservation of life above all else. The mechanical insects on Earth are already scarce, and any sacrifice is deemed extravagant. On the battlefield, Skywing trampled upon Ironclad, drawing a long sword from behind and aiming for Ironclad's head, poised to sever it. At that moment, an invisible force restrained him, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, this force hurled him violently against the icy wall behind him. Who? Steadying himself, Skywing glanced around with a tense expression. In the Antarctic, the wind swept the snow, swirling in a hazy spectacle as a red figure gradually approached. Master. Ironclad struggled to rise and approached Xiao Tianhan, bowing respectfully. It is you. Skywing recognized Xiao Tianhan from their previous encounter during the hostage situation and swiftly seized a cannon, firing rapidly at him. However, in the next instant, that force re-emerged, sending Skywing soaring into the air before crashing him back to the ground. The ice beneath him shattered like a spider's web, and the tremendous impact inflicted varying degrees of damage to his internal systems. Xiao Tianhan approached Skywing step by step, wielding magnetic power. He was invincible, and even the formidable Skywing could only prostrate himself at his feet. This was originally meant for Lord Megatron. How dare you usurp it? Despite being subdued, Skywing's defiance remained, his mouth still spewing insolence. What do you intend to do? The deputy commander of Megatron? Skywing discerned the mockery in Xiao Tianhan's words and struggled to rise. Yet Ironclad denied him the opportunity, delivering a punch to Skywing's spine. Once more, his spine suffered injury, rendering him uncontrollably weak. Lord Megatron will avenge me. Skywing, still unyielding, stubbornly closed his eyes and turned away from Xiao Tianhan. At that moment, several mechanical insects landed beside Xiao Tianhan, and the panel rushed in from a distance. Initially, Skywing's expression tightened, but upon realizing they had not acquired the sacred artifact, a flicker of amusement crossed his face. Perhaps, but he remained indifferent even as Thunderclash was transformed into a Cybertronian zombie. On what grounds would he seek vengeance for you? Impossible. Thunderclash was indeed transformed into a Cybertronian zombie by Black Arachnia's dark energy. I witnessed it firsthand. His severed arm even pursued Mika. The panel stepped forward to testify, adding that Thunderclash's arm had reached the Autobot base, only to be crushed by Xiao Tianhan. Yet Skywing remained oblivious to these details, first registering disbelief, then succumbing to anger. Did Megatron not inform you? The panel inquired, its question momentarily stunning Skywing. At that moment, the formidable Xiao Tianhan suddenly recalled an important matter. The Hammer of the Chosen was still in the possession of the imposing Wei Tian. Thus, he conceived a plan. Let's strike a bargain. What do you mean? I can release you, granting you the opportunity to exact vengeance upon the Red Spider. Xiao Tianhan gestured for the armored guard to release Ha, demonstrating his sincerity. What are your terms? Ha inquired as he rose to his feet. Once the deed is accomplished, I demand the Hammer of the Chosen. Impossible. You know I would never betray Lord Wei Tian. Ha resolutely rejected Xiao Tianhan's proposition. But Wei Tian may not choose you over the Red Spider. Unthinkable. I am loyal to the Decepticon cause and have made significant contributions for it. Then we shall see. Xiao Tianhan replied, waving his hand as he departed with the mechanical insects. Are you truly releasing him? Guban pursued Xiao Tianhan, puzzled. Wei Tian's malevolence is unmasked. While Ha values honor, a clash between such contrasting ideals is inevitable, Xiao Tianhan explained, glancing back at Ha. Will Ha join the Autobots? Guban speculated, scratching his head. That is an unlikely scenario. Yet you still set the tiger free. Xiao Tianhan shook his head at this remark, patting Guban's back with a sense of resignation. Guban, you ought to learn from Mei Qi, rather than adhering stubbornly to your own thoughts. Chapter 44. Brave Souls, a pleasure to walk with you at the Autobot base. After completing the surgery, Ratchet opened the land bridge to seek out Jolt. The boss believes you require assistance, does he not? On the other side of the land bridge, Jolt remained his usual irreverent self, jesting. Do not flatter yourself. It is Xiao Tianhan who deemed it necessary to send someone to supervise you. Upon saying this, Ratchet was met by the 8 mechanical insects that Xiao Tianhan had dispatched, who emerged from the land bridge. Ratchet, in high spirits, bypassed Jolt, a slight smile gracing his lips. Jolt surveyed Ratchet, then the 8 formidable mechanical insects behind him, and spread his hands in mock resignation. I shall endeavor to behave, Doctor. Ratchet paused, momentarily taken aback by the title. The term Doctor conjured memories of Xiao Tianhan's impudent demeanor, prompting him to turn back in annoyance. Please, do not refer to me as Doctor. Is that understood? Suit yourself, Nurse, Jolt retorted, hands on his hips, continuing to tease Ratchet. With a resigned sigh, Ratchet followed Jolt onto the Jolt Hammer. The 4 engines of the Jolt Hammer roared to life, propelling them swiftly toward their coordinates, while the mechanical insects transformed into their insect forms, spreading their wings in pursuit. On the Jolt hammer, Ratchet succinctly briefed Jolt on the situation regarding the Autobots. So, you were saying that Optimus Prime and his subordinates are preoccupied with locating these 4 Iron Fortress relics? As the Jack, piloting the spaceship, posed his inquiries, he acknowledged the uncertainty surrounding other matters. Indeed, the entirety of the Iron Fortress database was vast, and we remained oblivious to the number of relics and the extent of the Decepticons' arsenal of weapons of mass destruction. However, one thing was certain: we must locate these relics before the Decepticons did. Fear not, Doctor, I have your back. Jack's words incited a tremor of indignation within the ambulance. My name is not Doctor. I have never required anyone to look out for me. I have proven my valor in the Cybertronian War. Then I am delighted to accompany you, brave one. The two exchanged barbs when suddenly Jack detected something pursuing them from behind. We have a tail, he remarked, glancing at the radar's alert and displaying the image on the screen. It was Soundwave, who had also set his sights on the same coordinates. Ambulance stood up, gravely stating, "The communications officer of Megatron?" Jack recognized Soundwave, who had been at Megatron's side since the uprising began. At that moment, the machine insects trailing Jack also spotted Soundwave, and their captain interrupted Jack's communication. "We shall deal with him. You focus on retrieving the relics." Upon ending the communication, the 4 machine insects broke formation, altering their course to approach Soundwave. They then launched orange energy blasts from their horns in an assault. "Hold tight, Doctor." If Jack were to heed orders, he would not be Jack. With a firm grip on the controls, Jack maneuvered the heavy load, propelling himself behind Soundwave, thus entering a high-speed chase. "Captain, what shall we do?" Jack's independent actions caught the machine insects off guard, leaving them momentarily halted. "First, retrieve the relics." The lead machine insect contemplated. Since Jack was pursuing Soundwave, they could seize this opportunity to reclaim the relics. Following the directive, the previously pursuing machine insects returned to formation and swiftly flew towards the coordinates. Soundwave quickly detected the movements of the machine insects and, unwilling to further engage with Jack, dispatched Laserbeak to intercept him while he himself pursued the machine insects. Yet he was a step too late. Soundwave swept past the coordinates, where the machine insects had already acquired the relics. The captain of the machine insects promptly called for the land bridge. He stood atop a hill, observing the machine insects depart with grace, his face betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, Jack successfully shot down Laserbeak, but took a hit from an energy blast, causing him to spiral uncontrollably toward the ground like a wild stallion. The right thruster is inoperative. Jack inspected his craft and found it reparable, much to his relief. "If you had followed my lead and pursued Soundwave, we wouldn't be in this predicament," Ambulin remarked discontentedly, to which Jack immediately retorted, "As a laser bird relentlessly pursued us." The ambulance's earpiece crackled to life with the voice of Rafi. "Ambulance, the mechanical insects have retrieved the sacred artifact, but why do I not see you?" There was a hint of concern in Rafi's tone, leaving the ambulance momentarily perplexed. "I encountered a minor issue, but I shall return shortly." "Are you injured?" Rafi inquired anxiously. "Someone is injured, but it is not I. It is the hammer, the ship of the Jack, which you have seen." Rafi sighed in relief. "That is good. I shall create a land bridge for you." With that, Rafi ended the communication, and a land bridge materialized before the ambulance and the Jack. "Jack, do you wish to return to the base with us?" the ambulance asked, glancing at the Jack, who was busy repairing the ship. "I think not. My hammer still requires mending." The Jack did not look at the ambulance, instead focusing on disassembling the armor of the hammer. He then retrieved a can of metal sealant and began his repairs. "Jack, I truly appreciate your assistance," the ambulance expressed. Meanwhile, on the Decepticon warship, the Red Spider knelt nervously before Megatron. "Ah, my supreme armor," Megatron remarked, scrutinizing the artifact to confirm its authenticity. "Please forgive my uninvited presence, Lord Megatron. I have come to atone for my misdeeds." Megatron cast a sidelong glance at the Red Spider and replied, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." "Speak, Red Spider. What do you seek in return?" "I wish to rejoin the Decepticons, Lord Megatron." Megatron did not acquiesce immediately, stating, "Skywing is now my second in command." Though the Red Spider yearned for that position, he endeavored to appear remorseful. "I accept the changes that occurred during my absence. I wish only to serve you, my sole master, regardless of your plans for me." "I appreciate your contributions, Red Spider. Rest assured, no matter the outcome, I shall make good use of what you have offered, Megatron proclaimed from his lofty position, and the Red Spider sensed an ominous shift. What outcome? He questioned. Hurry and summon the call. Megatron commanded a nearby Decepticon. At that moment, Soundwave returned to the Decepticon warship, entering the command room. Soundwave, even you have failed, Megatron exclaimed, his mind in turmoil as he gazed at Soundwave, who returned empty-handed. Having always trusted Soundwave and being aware of his prowess, Megatron was troubled by the notion that the Autobots had grown so formidable. His expression shifted repeatedly as he fixed his gaze upon the Red Spider, lost in thought. Ha! The Red Spider chuckled nervously under Megatron's intense scrutiny, attempting to alleviate the tension. Chapter 45. The Memories of the Red Spider Decepticons. It is with a heavy heart that I announce to you all that Megatron's spark has extinguished. It is time to proclaim, "Long live the Red Spider." Within the Decepticon warship, the atmosphere was laden with sorrow as the Red Spider mourned the demise of Megatron. Yet, in the wake of this revelation, he no longer needed to conceal his ambitions. A triumphant smile graced his visage, as if he were the ultimate victor. Excellent. You have wasted no time at all. Suddenly, the Red Spider seemed to hear Megatron's voice, causing his expression to tighten as he glanced around, finding no one and suspecting it to be an auditory hallucination. In an instant, Megatron's figure materialized before him, startling the Red Spider into an involuntary leap, his hand trembling as he pointed at Megatron with disbelief. What? I just saw you die. The Red Spider retreated a couple of steps, bewildered. I was not dead then, and I am very much alive now, just as you are, whether in the present or the past. The Red Spider gazed at Megatron, uncertainty etched on his features. Suddenly, a chorus of "Long live the Red Spider" erupted from behind him. He turned to witness another Red Spider reveling in the cheers of the Decepticons. What? I can't hear you. The other Red Spider spun around, seemingly oblivious to Megatron and the original Red Spider, placing his hand to his ear and joyfully listening to the Decepticon shouts. Long live the Red Spider! The Decepticon soldiers cried out with fervor. Once more, the Red Spider gestured skyward, celebrating with abandon, his hips swaying in a manner reminiscent of Michael Jackson. This was surely a spectacle to behold. You have infiltrated my mind. Haven't you? The Red Spider's consciousness finally broke free from its memories, and he comprehended the situation. A mortifying smile plastered on his face as he regarded Megatron. Cortical psychic connection. There are no secrets here, only your memories. You cannot manipulate or alter any of your recollections. What you see is the unvarnished truth, Megatron explained with an air of benevolence. Yet this revelation sent chills down the Red Spider's spine, for he harbored many a guilty secret. Visions of the Red Spider's memories flickered before them like a revolving lantern. So, where shall we begin? Yes. Long live the Red Spider. This motive is rather obvious. Red Spider, you believe you possess greater capability to lead the Decepticons than I do. Megatron mused, retrieving fragments of the Red Spider's memories, leaving the latter trembling in fear. No, I dare not. I have learned from my many failures. Yet, soon a moment of irony unfolded as Megatron entered a fragment of the Red Spider's memories. My esteemed Red Spider clones, you are but a step away from glory. That is to achieve the ideal I have tirelessly sought. The backdrop of this memory was aboard the Ark, where several clones of the Red Spider huddled together, captivated by his impassioned speech. To become the masters of fate, to wield unparalleled power, the leader of the Decepticons. The clone shared the Red Spider's memories, echoing his thoughts. That was the clone speaking, not me. In the memory's shadowy recess, the Red Spider hastily attempted to explain to Megatron before the scene concluded. It seems that in your quest to undermine my reign, you would resort to any means, including assassination. Megatron questioned. It is their ideology, and I have no part in it. Starscream hastily distanced himself. Megatron dismissed Starscream's evasive rhetoric, saying, "Why would I accept someone who is constantly plotting against me, undermining my authority, and usurping my position?" Starscream, feeling deeply aggrieved, whined, "That is not true. I have always prioritized your health." Yet, the memories reveal that Starscream had personally extracted Megatron's dark energy core and kicked it into the cosmos. Then tell me, how does this revolting act relate to my well-being? I merely sought to rid you of the dark energy that taints your body, Starscream retorted. However, the memories did not seem to favor him. In the recollections, Starscream stood before Megatron's sickbed, toying with the dark energy core he had extracted, muttering to himself. The only thing that can restore you to your feet is now in my possession, Lord Megatron. In the dim room, Megatron shot a glance at Starscream, causing him to shudder, prompting him to summon a memory that portrayed him in a more favorable light. It depicted Starscream bracing against a boulder in the mine where Megatron had brutally beaten him. For you, I nearly faced entombment, Starscream lamented. Is that so? Starscream, are you speaking the truth? As Megatron inquired, Starscream was about to respond dishonestly when the memory struck back mercilessly. In the imagery, Starscream stood outside the collapsed mine, his face alight with triumph. So now, who has truly reached the end? Starscream jested, placing his hand to his ear, pretending to listen earnestly to the sounds within the cavern. What? I'm sorry, but through all these rocks, I cannot hear you speak, ha ha ha. Farewell, Lord Megatron. Starscream offered a mock bow and strode away, but not far before retreating again. However, you have survived even worse situations. If you were to live again, you would place the blame squarely on my shoulders. If you rage further, I will have no escape. Worse yet, your blind followers will return to seek you, claiming the glory of your rescue, which rightfully belongs to me. Ah, Megatron. The anguished roar of Starscream from the memories left the present day, Starscream momentarily blinded. Megatron stood behind Starscream, unfazed, as if he had anticipated everything. Here is a piece of advice. Do not think so loudly. Starscream, tormented by Megatron in his own memories, soon begged for mercy. I no longer wish to partake in this game. Take the supreme armor and consider my visit a mere illusion. Megatron shook his head, no. Starscream, based on what I have uncovered in your devious little mind, you can only expect two outcomes. If I deem it unworthy for you to rejoin the Decepticons, I shall take your life today. Is it not a tad excessive to demand my life? At times, a good thrashing might suffice to relieve one's grievances, would it not? Meanwhile, Starscream presented Megatron with footage of his own beatings. Why not allow me to contribute once more to the Decepticon cause? After all, I possess numerous virtues. Starscream sought to salvage the remnants of his reputation, yet in his memories, he was perpetually marked by failure. You have never learned your lesson. Your arrogance invariably leads to your own undoing. The recollection of his surrender to the Autobots played in Starscream's mind, inciting Megatron's fury as he aimed his weapon at Starscream's head. But no one has ordered you to leave the Decepticons. Yet, I did indeed feel unwelcome at that time. I implore you, grant me another chance. As Starscream pleaded, he replayed his memories of confessing to Soundwave. But you seize every opportunity to oppose me. The scene shifted at Megatron's words, returning to the moment Megatron lay on a hospital bed and the segment where Starscream conspired to eliminate him. This terrified knockout, who feared Megatron would certainly kill him upon recovery. He contemplated severing the cortical psychic connection, trapping Megatron in Starscream's mind. However, Arachnid returned. Knockout had no choice but to retreat and continue to watch the live broadcast obediently. Compared to others, I place a greater value on loyalty. At that moment, Megatron's expression darkened profoundly, and Starscream offered an awkward smile. You know, we are Decepticons. I am certain even your most esteemed Arachnid is not without flaws. Starscream, no one is perfect. However, like his deceased brother, at least Arachnid understands the meaning of honor. The memories of Starscream transitioned with Megatron's keywords, landing on a segment pertaining to Thundercracker, detailing everything Starscream had done to him, including turning him into a living dead. Wise words. It would be best for you to keep this matter to yourself. Ultimately, Megatron accepted Starscream back into the Decepticons, vowing not to disclose Thundercracker's fate for the sake of the Decepticon interests. Unbeknownst to him, Arachnid had learned of Thundercracker's situation not only from Shockwave, but also happened to witness the live broadcast. In anguish, she burst out of the laboratory. How does one extinguish the spirit of a loyal heart? By betraying that loyalty. At that moment, Arachnid felt as if she were sinking into the depths of the ocean. Each step was burdened with an extraordinary weight as she made her way to the deck of the warship. The torrential rain poured down, and lightning slashed like a serpent, illuminating her anguished face. The thunder faded swiftly, leaving only the echo of her painful cries. Chapter 46, Smokescreen. The Autobots returned one after another from their quest to seize the sacred artifacts, ultimately acquiring 3 items: the phase shifter, the resonance wave gun, and the toxic energy entity. The phase shifter, upon utilization, allows one to effortlessly traverse through solid objects or be traversed, serving as an exceptional evasive weapon in combat. Its practicality is simply extraordinary. The resonance sonic gun, when employed, unleashes an immensely powerful sound wave, generating unparalleled acoustic devastation, a perfect masterpiece of the Decepticon scientists. The toxic energy entity, a product of the Decepticon biochemical weaponry program, harbors extreme toxicity, posing significant danger. Mere contact induces dizziness and nausea, while prolonged exposure can lead to severe weakness or even paralysis, extinguishing the very spark of life. In the original narrative, the phase shifter was the exclusive weapon of Smokescreen, whose boundless imagination often turned the tide of battle. The resonance sonic gun, originally belonging to Soundwave, completely compensated for Soundwave's inadequacies in close combat, rendering him untouchable. As for the toxic energy entity, while not entirely useless, its employment contradicts the moral principles of the Autobots, ultimately leading to its disposal by Starscream through high-temperature incineration. Among the 4 artifacts, the last sacred item, the Supreme Armor, was not secured due to the failure to capture the steadfast armor and partition. However, this posed no concern for Starscream, who recognized the item as the Supreme Armor, which, when donned, bestows formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, a rare treasure indeed. Yet, the Supreme Armor has a weakness. The phase shifter, currently in the possession of the Autobots, renders the Supreme Armor a minimal threat to them. The contest for the 4 artifacts saw the Autobots slightly surpass the Decepticons, yet the struggle for these relics persists. Optimus Prime is immersed in deciphering the Iron Fortress database, confident that the next set of coordinates will soon be unveiled. On this particular day, Optimus Prime diligently worked on decoding the Iron Fortress database. Raph and Jack resumed their exploration of a website dedicated to supernatural events. "Wait, what is that?" Jack called out to Raph, pointing an article about a meteorite falling to Earth, his finger precisely on the depicted meteorite. Raph halted and magnified the image. It was a Cybertronian escape pod. Raph recognized the object in the image, exclaiming in astonishment. Optimus Prime turned to look at Raph, and Ratchet also found it hard to believe. In Earth's atmosphere? Raph projected the image onto the screen. "Is it a Decepticon or an Autobot?" RC inquired as she approached. The image's resolution was too low to distinguish. Ratchet shook his head in resignation. "Regardless, it warrants investigation. There may be Autobots in need of assistance." "Ratchet, take your medical kit," Optimus Prime commanded before activating the ground bridge, prompting the other Autobots to follow suit. Barely had the ground bridge closed when it reopened once more. "Optimus, you returned so soon?" Raph, focused on searching for information regarding the Cybertronian escape pod, did not notice the direction of the ground bridge until he heard its activation sound and casually asked, what did Optimus and the others go out for? However, the response to Raph did not come from Optimus Prime, but rather from Starscream. Upon acquiring the phase shifter and the resonant sonic blaster, he could not resist delving into research, and now he has made some modest progress. He believes that it will not be long before he can equip himself with these 2 exceptional weapons. Within the Earth's atmosphere, we discovered an escape pod from Cybertron. Rafi, holding a laptop, approached Xiao Tianhan to show him. A mere glance was sufficient for Xiao Tianhan to recognize it as a Decepticon escape pod. However, it contained not a Decepticon, but a young Autobot named Smokescreen. Smokescreen was previously affiliated with the Elite Guard and personally trained by Master Titan, who even concealed the ultimate Cybertronian key within Smokescreen's body, indicating a significant level of importance placed upon him. Master Titan had nearly made it explicit that he had chosen Smokescreen as Optimus Prime's successor. Moreover, during Optimus Prime's severe injuries, Master Titan continuously hinted to him, hoping that he would transfer the leadership module to Smokescreen. Smokescreen himself is a warrior with ambition and initiative. Yet, according to the sequel to the Leader's Testament, it appears that Optimus Prime chose Bumblebee as his successor. To be honest, I have not watched the Leader's Challenge. I merely stumbled upon it while scrolling through videos. Xiao Tianhan opted not to take immediate action, but chose to wait. Finally, the land bridge opened, and a stranger rushed into the base. It was Smokescreen. Xiao Tianhan assessed Smokescreen, who stood nearly as tall as Bumblebee, but was more robust. Adorned with white paint accented by splashes of blue, he presented himself as a rather pristine Cybertronian young man with an appealing visage. "Greetings, Commander," Smokescreen exclaimed as he entered the base. immediately noticing Xiao Tianhan's scrutiny and promptly saluting him. Since Jax had arrived, no newcomers had graced their presence. Thus, Xiao Tianhan inquired, "What is your name, and how many weapons are you equipped with?" Before Xiao Tianhan could respond, Meichi eagerly dashed to the second floor, excitedly bombarding Smokescreen with various questions. After a moment of silence, Smokescreen glanced at Meichi and asked, "Is this the life form we are to protect? Are they all like this?" Fortunately, they are not. Ratchet also returned to the base, and from his exasperated expression, it was evident that he frequently endured Meichi's relentless inquiries. "How did you arrive on Earth?" Xiao Tianhan posed the question. "After graduating from the Elite Guard, I was assigned to the Iron Fortress security team, tasked with protecting Master Titan. At that time, the battlefield was 20 kilometers away from the fortress, and it was quite tranquil. However, circumstances took a swift turn when the Decepticons launched a large-scale assault. Breaching the final line of defense, I was left as the sole barrier against them. In that moment, I was filled with fervor. It was my first opportunity to confront the enemy in earnest and prove myself. But then, everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, I found myself a prisoner of the Decepticons. I managed to deceive the guards aboard the transport ship and leaped into an escape pod, fleeing from the Decepticon warship. However, I soon discovered that this was a long-range escape pod that placed me into stasis. When I finally awoke, I crashed onto the surface with quite the force. The Decepticons must have detected the signal from the escape pod, prompting them to send a search party. Ratchet soon realized this. The Decepticons believed they were encountering allies, but little did they know it was us. Their disappointment must be profound, RC quipped. "Smokescreen, do you recall what became of Master Titanium after the fall of Iron Fortress?" Optimus Prime inquired. "If only I knew. Since that day, I have not laid eyes on Master Titanium," Smokescreen replied, shaking his head dejectedly. Upon hearing this, Optimus exhibited a fleeting expression of concern, though he quickly regained his composure. Hound fell into contemplation, and based on the scene where Optimus glimpsed Master Titanium within the primordial spark, it appeared likely that Master Titanium had perished. However, the ancient Transformers from Master Titanium's era possessed abilities that defied scientific understanding, leading him to refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. Regardless of Master Titanium's fate, he left behind a sacred artifact for the Autobots before his disappearance. Hound turned to Smokescreen, recalling that Master Titanium had concealed an ultimate key within him. "Optimus, I believe it is essential to conduct a thorough examination of Smokescreen to ensure the Decepticons have not implanted a tracking device within him." Chapter 47. The ultimate key and the ultimate lock. Hound's request was entirely reasonable. For the safety of the base, Optimus had no grounds to refuse. Soon, Ratchet procured the scanning equipment, and Smokescreen willingly reclined on the examination table. Ratchet activated the device, commencing the scan from Smokescreen's head downwards. Yet, when the scanning reached Smokescreen's chest, Ratchet halted. "Optimus, come quickly and see what this is," Ratchet called out, and Hound leaned in closer. The equipment detected a foreign object within Smokescreen's thoracic cavity. Upon seeing the object's shape, Hound displayed a knowing expression, while Optimus appeared utterly astonished. "The ultimate key. A key? For what purpose?" Ratchet inquired with curiosity. "To unlock the door to the rebirth of our homeland," Hound declared, witnessing for the first time such gravity on Optimus's face. "I still do not comprehend. A single key can restore Cybertron?" Smokescreen voiced his confusion. "Allow me to elaborate. The wisdom of ancient Autobots has faded amidst our reliance on modern science. Nevertheless, the creations that embody their wisdom have not vanished. Legend has it that on Cybertron, there exists an ultimate lock possessing the power to reshape Cybertron, and the ultimate key is the key to unlocking this ultimate lock. There are 4 ultimate keys in total. If we gather them all and unlock the ultimate lock, we can restore Cybertron. Is that truly the case?" The eyes of Sideswipe sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Hound. Regardless of their capabilities, one thing is certain. We must not allow any of the ultimate keys to fall into Megatron's hands, RC asserted. Within the Iron Fortress database, 5 sets of coordinates remain unencrypted. The most reasonable inference is that the other 3 sets correspond to an ultimate divine key. We must secure the ultimate divine key before Megatron does. I must summon all my resolve to decrypt them all. Our homeland's fate hinges upon this decisive moment. After Optimus Prime spoke, he cast his gaze toward the Smokescreen. "Given your limited experience, You require training before embarking on any missions. The smoke screen instantly dissipated. Optimus, forgive my boldness, but yet Optimus did not afford him the opportunity to voice his dissatisfaction. Furthermore, we must operate discreetly on Earth. You must acquire a terrestrial vehicle form. Alita added, to aid you in maintaining a low profile. Perhaps this may feel a tad unjust to you. She recognized that the smoke screen was not one to adhere quietly to rules, yet discipline allowed no room for negotiation. Ultimately, under Jack's guidance, the smoke screen proceeded to scan for a vehicle form. Starscream refrained from voicing any objections, for he had uncovered something rather intriguing: the red energy core. On Earth, it had been extracted by humans and was currently situated at the docks. Starscream contacted Agent Furlong to evacuate the dockworkers, then activated the land bridge and made his way over. Unimpeded by the Decepticons, Starscream effortlessly acquired the substantial red energy core, roughly the size of half his form. True to its name, the red energy cores resembled crimson crystal, even with the sun still high in the sky. The radiance emanating from the core tinted the surroundings a vibrant red. This extraordinary energy entity could endow Cybertronians with remarkable speed, enabling them to move with the swiftness of lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He hoisted the box containing the energy core and returned to the base. Optimus Prime remained engrossed in decrypting the Iron Fortress database, while Ratchet had his own tasks at hand, leaving Starscream to extract the red energy core at a leisurely pace. Amidst the Autobots' efforts to decrypt the Iron Fortress database, unrest brewed within the Decepticon ranks. Skywarp, I have been searching for you, Megatron called to him. At your service. Lord Megatron, Skywarp responded, momentarily suppressing his inner fury upon hearing Megatron's voice, replying with deference. I understand that the return of Starscream to our ranks has caused you distress, as his mismanagement led to your brother's demise. However, you must prioritize the greater good. For the Decepticons to dominate the world, unity is essential. I understand. If you agree, I shall personally welcome our new comrade. The flames of vengeance burned within Skywarp's chest, though he revealed none of it outwardly. Megatron readily consented to Skywarp's request, but once Skywarp departed, he stealthily followed behind. Megatron harbored no doubt regarding the loyalty of Starscream. However, loyalty does not necessarily dictate that one will act in accordance with another's will. Should Starscream feel compelled to slay Skywarp, he would face a formidable dilemma: to choose Starscream or to choose Skywarp. Fortunately, Starscream refrained from delivering a lethal blow to Skywarp, opting instead to administer a severe beating. Megatron remained in the shadows, as Starscream, now his second-in-command, possessed the authority to chastise an ordinary Decepticon soldier. To intervene would only exacerbate the discord between Starscream and Skywarp. Skywarp, I shall ensure you pay the price you deserve, Starscream proclaimed, pressing Skywarp beneath his foot without sealing his fate. The circumstances had shifted. The Autobots now held an undeniable advantage over the Decepticons, marking one of the most arduous periods in Decepticon history. He yearned for vengeance, yet the responsibilities he bore forbade him from leading the Decepticon cause into the abyss. Nevertheless, he vowed that the day the Decepticons regained absolute power to confront the Autobots would also be the day of Starscream's demise. Chapter 48. The Starblade Excellent. I have successfully decrypted a set of coordinates for the Iron Fortress, Optimus Prime declared, having finally unraveled the coordinates. He promptly summoned all Autobots to prepare for action. Optimus, shall I deploy the Insecticons as well? Asked Skyfire, casting a glance toward Optimus, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus nodded decisively. For safety's sake, let the Insecticons accompany us. Although he was uncertain which set of coordinates would lead to the ultimate key, one thing was certain: no key must fall into Megatron's hands. He had to ensure absolute success. Skyfire acknowledged with a nod and immediately issued commands to the Insecticons. As they approached the designated coordinates, Skyfire and Optimus emerged from the land bridge, accompanied by RC, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen. Shortly thereafter, another land bridge materialized behind them, from which swarms of Insecticons poured forth, beginning to assemble in an orderly fashion. Wow, I had no idea we had such an army of helpers, Smokescreen remarked. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the Insecticon battalion with astonishment. There is much you are yet to learn. Therefore, it would be wise for you to practice humility. retorted RC, recalling the previous incident when Smokescreen had scanned an ostentatious sports car during a reconnaissance mission, much to her displeasure, though she had refrained from expressing her dissatisfaction out of respect for Optimus. At the coordinates, both Autobots and Decepticons mobilized in full force, with even the Decepticon warships joining the fray. Megatron approached the artifact, his expression one of sheer horror. By the Allspark, such a potent relic must never fall into Optimus Prime's hands. What instilled such fear in Megatron was none other than the legendary Cybertronian weapon, the Starblade. Megatron attempted to draw the Starblade, yet it remained firmly in place, its stone pedestal impervious to his efforts. This is the legendary weapon, the Star Sword, possessing power that transcends comprehension. Megatron summoned a battleship, intending to transport the Star Sword along with the Stone Mountain. In the distance, Skyfire gazed at the slowly ascending Stone Mountain and immediately discerned its significance, while Optimus Prime's pupils constricted in disbelief at the presence of such an artifact on Earth. In truth, Master Titanium had long predicted a confrontation between the Autobots and Decepticons on Earth, which is why he had sent the Cybertronian relic to assist Optimus Prime. Therefore, the presence of the Iron Fortress relic on Earth was no mere coincidence. We must seize this sacred object at all costs. With a grave expression, Optimus Prime sealed his faceplate and charged forward. All troops advance. Retrieve that sword. Skyfire gestured forward, and all the mechanical insects immediately took flight towards the Star Sword. Megatron, commanding the battleship to lift the Stone Mountain, suddenly noticed something blocking the sun behind him. Upon turning, he beheld a swarm of mechanical insects, and his pupils narrowed. Quick! Stop them! Upon hearing their leader's command, all Decepticons sprang into action, with countless aircraft roaring towards the swarm. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Starscream stood upon the battleship, incredulously observing the scene before him. Is this truly the Autobot I once knew? On the ground, Optimus Prime was unstoppable, dispatching a Decepticon with each shot, before transforming into vehicle mode and racing along the Stone Mountain. Megatron, realizing Optimus Prime's target was the Star Sword, hastily transformed into a fighter jet to intercept him. Yet Skyfire would not allow this, promptly dispatching several mechanical insects to shield Optimus Prime. With reckless abandon, Optimus Prime braved the Decepticon fire, leaping high into the air, transforming mid-flight, and successfully grasping the Star Sword. In that instant, the Star Sword erupted with countless silver-blue particles of light, automatically closing its protective barrier. Like a superhero, Optimus Prime descended from the heavens, firmly landing on the ground with the Star Sword in hand. Megatron landed on the battleship, seething with rage as he witnessed the scene. Gritting his teeth and commanding, "Crush him with that mountain," the Stone Mountain responded, plummeting directly towards Optimus Prime. The Autobots felt their hearts leap into their throats, frantically urging Optimus Prime to retreat. Yet, it seemed as if Optimus Prime had lost his soul, deaf to the cries of his comrades, standing motionless in place. Just as the Stone Mountain was about to strike him, despair enveloped the Autobots. Suddenly, at the last moment, Optimus Prime turned, swinging the sword with precision, cleaving the massive Stone Mountain in two, which then rolled away on either side. The Autobots were left in stunned silence, and Megatron remained frozen in place. Optimus Prime gazed towards the Decepticon battleship, and amidst the astonishment of all, he took a few steps forward, then turned and unleashed a powerful slash, emitting a wave of blue energy that struck the Decepticon battleship, nearly causing it to plummet. Is this still a science fiction world? Xiao Tianhan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him. Although he had anticipated this moment, witnessing the sword energy in reality left him profoundly shaken. He was not alone in his astonishment. Megatron also found it hard to believe. This marked the darkest hour in the history of the Decepticons. As they retreated to their base, Soundwave animatedly gestured about Optimus Prime's strike, a slashing blow against the wind. Meanwhile, the Star Sword in Optimus Prime's hand suddenly radiated light, seemingly activating some form of restriction, ensnaring Optimus's consciousness. Xiao Tianhan recognized that this was the message left by Master Titanium for Optimus, yet his focus remained steadfastly on the Star Sword. The power emanating from the sword far exceeded his expectations. He longed for such strength, yet simultaneously feared the force that could rival it. The Dark Star Sword loomed ominously. He had yet to reclaim the Hammer of the Chosen from the Decepticons, and this unparalleled demonic sword was on the verge of emerging. How could he counter it? The Star Sword exhibited an inherent protective barrier, suggesting that magnetic forces might not affect Megatron. What options did he have left? The resonance, sonic gun? Like the magnetic devices, it would be thwarted by the protective barrier. The phase shifter? While it could evade attacks from legendary weapons, a strategy solely based on avoidance was not a prudent choice. Xiao Tianhan found himself engulfed in frustration. Suddenly, a vision flickered through his mind, an entity adorned with steel wings, reminiscent of a Western dragon. The Titan. If any creature could survive beneath the might of legendary weapons, it would surely be the Titan. Chapter 49. The Titan in the Autobot Laboratory. Two enormous incubation tanks house colossal Western dragon-shaped mechanical life forms, peacefully asleep. Indeed, these are the Titan replicas cloned by Xiao Tianhan using Cybertronian genetic technology. Due to limited resources, he had only managed to clone 2 Titans. However, despite their small number, a wealth of research findings have been invested in these 2 beings. Inside the left tank lay a blue Titan with a dragon head and an eagle's beak, whom Xiao Tianhan named Xiantai. Integrated with a resonant sonic gun, it could unleash sound waves from its beak, capable of inflicting devastating acoustic damage. In the right tank rested a red Titan, resembling a true Western dragon, which Xiao Tianhan named Tianbao. It was infused with a phase shifter, allowing it to pass through solid objects or be traversed by them. Additionally, to ensure control over these 2 beasts, Xiao Tianhan had implanted elements of mechanical insects into their brains, guaranteeing their absolute obedience to his commands. Hardshell. Come into the laboratory, Xiao Tianhan summoned. Upon entering, Hardshell's gaze fixated upon the 2 massive mechanical dragons. Master, forgive my intrusion, but what exactly are these formidable creatures? They are Titans, prehistoric beings from the planet Cybertron, exuding a formidable presence, do they not? Xiao Tianhan explained to Hardshell that although the mechanical insects regarded him as their master and treated him with utmost deference, he had never perceived them merely as tools. As Black Widow did, he held profound respect for these warriors who fought on his behalf. The creations of their master were consistently awe-inspiring. Hardshell sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the formidable giant carnivore, and he was acutely aware that he was not its equal. However, time was of the essence. The giant carnivore project had yet to reach its final evolutionary stage, leaving both of them at a primal level of intelligence. I hope that you, Hardshell, can impart to them the fundamentals of transformation and combat. Xiao Tianhan approached Hardshell, hands clasped behind his back, to convey the purpose of his visit. The individual strength of the giant carnivores was exceptionally potent, beyond the control of ordinary humans, and Xiao Tianhan had numerous matters to attend to, leaving him no time to oversee them. Hardshell, being the most powerful of the mechanical insects, was the most fitting to mentor these 2 small beasts. Concurrently, he wished to assess the disparity between the mechanical insects and the giant carnivores as a reference for an impending upgrade of the mechanical insects. It is my honor to educate the creations of my master, Hardshell stated respectfully, placing a hand upon his chest. Xiao Tianhan nodded and pulled the valve of the incubation tank. In an instant, the green nurturing liquid was expelled, and the massive giant carnivore slowly opened its eyes. The giant carnivore effortlessly tore open the incubation tank with its sharp claws and landed on the laboratory floor, the friction of its claws against the surface sparking brilliantly. With a resounding roar, both giant carnivores howled simultaneously, their powerful sound wave shattering the glass instruments within the laboratory, creating a cacophony of noise. Enough! I understand that you are exhilarated upon your arrival in this world, but it is best to maintain silence within my laboratory. Xiao Tianhan interjected promptly. For if the giant carnivores continued their ruckus, his laboratory would be in ruins. From this day forth, you shall be called Tianbao. He designated the red giant carnivore. And you shall be named Xiantai. He pointed at the blue giant carnivore. This is Hardshell. From now on, he will be your instructor. Once the 2 giant carnivores settled down, Xiao Tianhan bestowed upon them their names and introduced Hardshell. Tianbao and Xiantai approached Hardshell, sniffed at him, and then erupted into sharp roars once more, seemingly dissatisfied with their seemingly weaker instructor. Hardshell stood unfazed before the imposing presence of the giant carnivores, suppressing the primal instinctual fear inherent in mechanical insects. Since aligning himself with Xiao Tianhan, Hardshell had garnered significant esteem, experiencing rapid growth. Evolving beyond a mere instinct-driven mechanical insect, and gradually cultivating a semblance of leadership, much like the character in the original narrative, Chong Yin-Xiao. You must respect Hardshell as you respect me. Do you understand? Under Xiao Tianhan's admonition, the two giant carnivores quieted slightly. Xiao Tianhan yearned to swiftly enhance the combat prowess of the two small monsters. Although the Tianbao and Xian Tai submitted to his authority, they would not extend their respect to the armored shell merely for that reason. To earn the fearsome respect of the giant, the armored shell must demonstrate its own strength. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tianhan instructed the armored shell to take Tianbao and Xian Tai away, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He expertly reclined on the experimental platform, and in an instant, the mechanical arms on either side sprang to life, disassembling one of Xiao Tianhan's arms. Subsequently, one of the mechanical arms retrieved a prepared component and meticulously placed it within Xiao Tianhan's arm before reassembling it to its original state. The other arm followed suit, repeating the procedure until the arm was fully restored, at which point it ceased its activity. This time, Xiao Tianhan had equipped himself with a phase shifter and a resonance sonic gun. He flexed his arm, feeling everything was as it should be, yet he did not immediately rise. With a thought, the mechanical arms resumed their work, this time targeting his abdomen. The serrated edges of the mechanical arm delicately sliced open Xiao Tianhan's abdomen, and two additional arms approached, gradually prying apart the armor of his midsection until a sizable opening was revealed. The cutting arm transformed its blade into a three-clawed hand, slowly probing into Xiao Tianhan's abdominal cavity, extracting a golden, spherical transformation gear. This was the biological device that bestowed the Cybertronians with their transformation capabilities, the transformation gear. Inspired by the lightning-infused transformation gear, Xiao Tianhan resolved to begin modifying his own. However, as a unique biological construct of the Cybertronians, the transformation gear was not a simple mechanical structure, and its modification would prove to be exceedingly complex. Consequently, Xiao Tianhan would be unable to transform for a period, whether into a vehicle or a weapon. Nonetheless, the magnetic device remained operational, as it was embedded within him, rather than being a product of the transformation gear. Of course, the phase shifter and resonant sonic gun were still functional as well. At present, Xiao Tianhan had successfully created the formidable Tianbao and Xian Tai, capable of providing him with fire support on the battlefield. The crucial point was that the forthcoming battle was beyond his intervention. Optimus Prime wielded the Star Sword, while Megatron brandished the Dark Star Sword. Their clash resembled a divine confrontation, one in which ordinary beings had no right to intervene. Thus, he intended to seize this opportunity to bestow a significant upgrade upon his own form. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Hot-E approached Megatron. "I beg your pardon, Lord Megatron. While I do not question your decision for a tactical retreat, I am now fully prepared to launch a comprehensive counterattack against the Autobots." A comprehensive counterattack? Megatron did not deem this a prudent idea. Did you not witness Optimus Prime cleave that mountain in two with a single stroke of his sword? With the Star Sword in hand, my adversaries could extinguish us with a mere wave of their hand. I must devise a method to reclaim our strategic advantage. Do we not possess a formidable ancient relic as well? Indeed, the hammer of the Celestial Champion, yet holds no value unless wielded by a leader. The hammer of the Celestial Champion may reside in the hands of Megatron, but only a leader can utilize its power. In his grasp, it is but an ordinary mallet. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated Megatron's eyes. If only I could command such a hand, I could harness its might. Megatron journeyed to the far side of the moon aboard his warship, where Shockwave beheld a colossal ringed structure, the Space Bridge. Once discovered by the Autobots on Earth, it had been relocated here to the moon's dark side, rendering it undetectable by humanity and, more crucially, placing it beyond the reach of the Autobots. Come, Shockwave, let us venture to a place in the cosmos where perhaps we might uncover a means to vanquish the Autobots. Chapter 50. The Dark Star, Soar Megatron, and Shockwave traversed the Space Bridge, arriving at a desolate planet. The devastation of Cybertron exceeded my recollections of its grim state. As Shockwave followed Megatron through the ruins of Cybertron cities, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. This is all the fault of those accursed Autobots. Megatron placed the blame squarely on the Autobots, guiding Shockwave to a magnificent edifice. Pushing open the door, they entered a tomb housing the remains of all Autobot leaders. Shockwave lingered at the threshold, acutely aware of Megatron's intentions. Crossing this portal would render his cherished honor a mere jest. For the tomb of the Autobot leaders stood as the final resting place for the deceased leaders among the 13 Primes. The division of Cybertronians into Autobots and Decepticons originated from the era of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Megatron glanced back, his peripheral vision catching Shockwave's presence. "I say, do you harbor any moral reservations about grave robbing?" Upon hearing this, Shockwave ultimately stepped into the leader's tomb. Such places inevitably evoke poignant memories, reminding me of my twin brother. Megatron, upon hearing this, wore a satisfied smile. "You ought to be pleased, for we shall exact vengeance for Thundercracker and all our fallen brethren." With a swift kick, Megatron shattered the leader's sarcophagus, transforming into a long sword, and without hesitation, severed the leader's arm. Shockwave gazed at Megatron's deranged smile as he claimed the leader's arm, a voice of doubt echoing in his heart. Is this still the Megatron I once knew? Alas, no one could provide an answer. Upon returning to the Decepticon warship, Megatron eagerly arranged for the Autobot leader's arm to be affixed to himself, and then he raised the hammer of the Celestial Champion once more. As he had envisioned, this time he successfully activated the hammer, channeling the leader's power for his own use. He placed an entire box of dark energy entities upon the experimental table and wielded the hammer of the Sky Champion. The hammer shone with brilliance, emanating a wondrous power. With each relentless strike, it forged the dark energy entities into a longsword. Overwhelmed with excitement, he grasped the long sword and, with a delicate flick, released a blade of energy that struck the battleship, resulting in a tremendous explosion, the effects of which were spectacular. At the Autobot base, Optimus Prime decrypted a set of coordinates. "Autobots, I have successfully deciphered the first set of coordinates. You shall proceed individually, for I will decrypt the second set before your return." Optimus was simultaneously deciphering multiple sets of coordinates, fully aware that the Decepticons would inevitably learn his methods and uncover subsequent locations. Thus, he worked against time. "I will join the first group. Who will accompany me?" Smokescreen stepped forward first. "I shall go," RC declared. Just as RC and Smokescreen were preparing to depart, the ground bridge suddenly activated, and Hardshell emerged from within. "Hardshell, what brings you here?" RC inquired. "There is a matter, if possible. The Master wishes for you to assist in training the new recruits in practical combat," Hardshell replied as he approached Optimus Prime. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus nodded in agreement. Skyquake had informed him that the Insecticons were temporarily unable to participate in the operation and that others would be dispatched. "Come forth." Hardshell opened the communications channel, summoning two fearsome beings. A red and a blue figure emerged from the ground bridge. At that moment, Skylynx and Onyx had mastered the art of transformation and were now in human form. They towered impressively, nearly equaling Optimus in height and exuding a formidable presence that instilled unprecedented pressure upon the Autobots. "Who are you?" RC inquired. "I am Skylynx." "I am Onyx," they replied in unison, exchanging glances before transforming into their fearsome forms to introduce themselves to the Autobots. Fearsome beasts. Optimus immediately recognized the entities before him. Realizing why Skyquake had mentioned sending others, he had indeed created the fearsome beasts. Fearsome beasts? Were those? Jack, present at the Autobot base, asked with curiosity. "They are prehistoric beings from the planet Cybertron, akin to the dinosaurs of Earth," RC explained. "But weren't they already extinct?" Bulkhead countered, referring to the prehistoric meteor impact. "Indeed, our ancestors have perished, yet our Father has allowed us to be reborn into this world," Onyx replied, reverting to his human form. "Your father?" Ratchet questioned, his expression filled with intrigue. "He is the deputy commander of the Autobots, a technical advisor, and the ruler of the Insecticons," Onyx proudly introduced Skyquake. Skylynx also stepped forward, declaring, "Thus, we are more than willing to serve the Autobots. The Celestial Feline and the Obsidian Iron are not mere clones fabricated from the primordial, fearsome Cybertronian nucleic acid. Rather, they are the products of Xiao Tianhan's extensive efforts in gene editing. In order to equip the formidable creature with a weapon system akin to that of the Autobots and Decepticons, he even infused a fragment of his own genetic material into the Cybertronian nucleic acid of the colossal beast. Consequently, he harbors no objections to their self-identification as the progeny of Xiao Tianhan. Alcee and Optimus Prime exchanged glances, and upon seeing his nod, They turned their attention to the celestial feline. Then, celestial feline, you shall join our team. The obsidian iron appeared, far more vivacious than the celestial feline. With the smokescreen already in her group, she was uncertain how her mind would cope with another. Hey, I'm Smokescreen, my friend. You're quite the imposing figure. Smokescreen, brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly restrain herself from introducing herself to the celestial feline. The celestial feline, taken aback by the compliment, scratched his head and modestly replied, "You are quite petite and exquisite yourself." Smokescreen's expression fell, and even Alcee halted in her tracks. "What are you two dawdling about? We must set off." Chapter 51. Transcendence in his sanctity without a positioning beacon. It implied that the sacred artifact remained underground, likely in that direction. Alcee, wielding a detector, pinpointed the coordinates of the sacred item directly ahead. However, there stood a pyramid, and to retrieve the artifact, they must venture inside. "Hey, can I take care of this?" The celestial feline leapt in front of Alcee, thumping his chest with confidence. "What? Celestial feline, do you think you can manage?" Alcee scrutinized the celestial feline's massive frame, uncertain if he could fit within the pyramid. "Watch me." The celestial feline, brimming with self-assurance, turned and charged towards the ruins. Observing this, Alcee's expression turned to one of regret. Damaging a historical site would surely displease Optimus Prime upon their return. Yet in the next moment, the celestial feline's form mysteriously melded into the pyramid, as if the human-constructed edifice was an illusion. "A phase shifter? Xiao Tianhan truly dotes on him," Alcee remarked, regaining her composure and teasingly adding, "I've always desired one of those, but sadly, Optimus Prime did not acquiesce." Smokescreen sighed, lamenting that this was his favorite piece of equipment, now claimed by another. "This isn't the one from the base, if I'm not mistaken. It should be a replica crafted by Xiao Tianhan," Alcee elucidated, her words slightly alleviating Smokescreen's despondency. It seemed he still had a chance to utilize it. He mused inwardly. Before long, the celestial feline emerged from the depths, triumphantly bearing the ultimate key, which he presented to Alcee. "Is this what we were searching for?" Alcee accepted the ultimate key, confirming its authenticity, and praised, "Well done. Medic, we have acquired the key. Let us activate the land bridge." With the ultimate key in their possession, the trio prepared to depart. Suddenly, a Cybertronian aircraft appeared above the trio, unleashing several flares that sent them flying, causing the sacred artifact to drop to the ground. Alcee, with quick reflexes, immediately retrieved the artifact, just as the ground bridge of the ambulance opened before them. Megatron transformed and landed, positioning himself between the ground bridge and the Autobots, slowly drawing forth a sword that radiated an ominous glow. "Surrender the artifact." The optics of the Cheetor narrowed. He recalled what Skyfire had warned him. Upon sighting that sword, he must flee. Without hesitation, he transformed into his formidable beast mode and roared, "Quick, grab hold of me." Alcee and Smokescreen, upon hearing his call, promptly seized Cheetor's wings. "Beast mode," Megatron exclaimed in surprise. Long ago, he had dispatched a beastly army to Earth to eradicate the Autobots, but he had no recollection of their ability to transform. What astonished him further was that this particular beast seemed to have allied with the Autobots, akin to a mechanical insect. He bellowed in fury, slashing with his sword. The purple energy cleaved through all obstacles like a scythe. In an instant, the sword's energy surged towards Cheetor, threatening to obliterate him. Yet in the next moment, something peculiar transpired. Cheetor's form became ethereal, the destructive energy passing through him without inflicting harm. Alcee and Smokescreen, who clung to Cheetor's wings, were similarly unaffected. A phase shifter? Megatron realized swiftly. As he pondered this, Cheetor charged towards him. He hastily raised his sword to block Cheetor's assault, only to find that Cheetor's figure once again turned insubstantial, slipping past him effortlessly. Megatron recognized he had been deceived and swung his sword downwards toward the ground bridge. Just as he shifted his stance, a mechanical tail rapidly loomed in his vision. He was too late to retract the Dark Star sword, and Cheetor's tail struck Megatron squarely in the face. With a resounding crash, Megatron was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Where he regained his footing, the Autobots had vanished. "Cursed wretches!" Megatron roared in frustration, swinging his sword to reduce the pyramid to mere dust. In a short while, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Flee! Those trivial devices of the Iron Fortress cannot save you, for the power I now wield can annihilate this world." Raising the Dark Star Sword, a dark aura surged forth, enveloping the sky, while violet lightning raged, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Alcee returned to the base, reporting the encounter with Megatron to Optimus Prime. Based on Alcee's account, it was evident that Megatron had likely acquired a power capable of rivaling the Star Sword, indicating that only I could confront him. Optimus Prime's expression was grave. The emergence of the legendary weapon had thrust the conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots into a realm beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. The defeat of either him or Megatron would directly precipitate the demise of their respective factions. We must seize the remaining ultimate god key ahead of the Decepticons, regardless of whether Megatron is aware of its significance. Optimus dared not squander a moment, swiftly decrypting the Iron Fortress database, and soon he uncovered the next set of coordinates. Bumblebee, Sideswipe, and Ironhide, you are to depart immediately. RC, remain on standby at the base. I will unlock the next set of coordinates shortly. Optimus commanded at the console, and upon hearing his orders, the others promptly entered the land bridge. Meanwhile, Soundwave had also deciphered the location of the sacred artifact, yet Megatron refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to conserve his strength for the final confrontation with Optimus. Lord Megatron, allow me to retrieve this artifact, Knockout implored. It has not been long since your visage was marred. Are you so eager to reveal yourself again? Megatron remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Knockout before shaking his head. However, given your failure to procure the phase shifter, I do not believe you're the most suitable candidate for this mission. That was due to inferior equipment. But with Starscream currently idle, I doubt he would mind if I borrowed this. Knockout defended, producing the supreme armor. Not only will I retrieve what you desire, but I shall also ensure the Autobots face some hardship. Reluctantly, Megatron acquiesced to Knockout's plan, and subsequently, Knockout set off alone toward the coordinates. You certainly have confidence, Sideswipe remarked, somewhat surprised by Knockout's audacity to approach alone. Ignoring Sideswipe, Knockout fixed his gaze on Bumblebee. Ah, just the Autobot I wish to see. I have longed to express my gratitude for your hospitality last time. With the supreme armor positioned against his chest, it instantly enveloped Knockout. Huh, Knockout bellowed, charging at Bumblebee with remarkable speed, intent on sending him flying. Suddenly, a massive figure interposed itself before him, swatting Knockout aside with a single tail strike. What a name of Primus! Knockout exclaimed, astonished by the monstrous visage before him. In the next moment, Ironhide unleashed a powerful resonant sonic wave from his mouth, pinning Knockout firmly against the rock wall, rendering him immobile. Chapter 52. The final key. Sideswipe, Bumblebee, and Ironhide swiftly returned to the Autobot base. With the colossal menace present, the supreme armor posed no threat, and they easily secured the key. The next set of coordinates has been decrypted, Optimus declared, having simultaneously uncovered another set of Iron Fortress coordinates. Only one set of coordinates remains undisclosed. The final ultimate god, Key, must be among them. Ratchet announced as he activated the land bridge, with RC, Smokescreen, and Cheetor stepping through. On the other side of the land bridge lay a dense thicket, where the trio transformed into their weaponry, proceeding cautiously while maintaining vigilance. Guided by the instruments, they swiftly located the ultimate key. RC immediately contacted the ambulance to activate the land bridge. Suddenly, a peculiar purple sword aura surged toward the trio, catching them off guard and sending them flying. RC and Smoke fell unconscious in an instant, while only the physically robust Cheetah retained awareness. Megatron emerged step by step from the jungle, approaching Smoke with the Dark Star sword pointed menacingly at him. I could cleave you in two right now, but I need you to deliver a message to Optimus Prime. If he wishes for this recruit to remain unscathed, he must come to rescue him himself. Cheetah watched Megatron warily, helping RC to the safety of the land bridge. On the Explorer, Howling Cold received a strange signal from the Decepticon, which requested to meet him. However, Howling Cold lacked transformation gears and felt exceedingly weak, so he had no choice but to don his hard shell. On the other side of the land bridge, a blue figure waited. What business do you have with me, Decepticon? Howling Cold inquired as he slowly emerged from the bridge. I have come to fulfill our agreement, was the reply from the disheartened Decepticon. Here, he retrieved the star hammer from behind him and tossed it before Howling Cold. You killed Black Widow? Howling Cold recalled their previous deal, where he had spared the Decepticon, allowing him a chance for vengeance against his twin brother, in exchange for the star hammer upon completion. No, The Decepticon shook his head. The Decepticon cause has now been tainted with disgrace. I no longer wish to fight for it. He offered no further explanation, casting one last glance at the Starhammer. I hope you will wield it wisely. With that, he departed. Howling Cold watched the Decepticon leave, uncertain of what transpired within the Decepticon ranks that led to such a resolute betrayal. Nevertheless, the Starhammer had returned. He instructed Hardshell to pick up the Starhammer and open the land bridge to return to the base. Starhammer. As Howling Cold entered the base, a group of Autobots turned their attention toward him, their expressions filled with incredulity upon seeing the Starhammer in Hardshell's possession. You visited the Decepticon warship? RC asked curiously. The Decepticon warship is not a convenience store that one can simply stroll into. In fact, it was handed to me by the Decepticon, Howling Cold explained, and then inquired, Optimus, how many ultimate keys have we collected? In response, Optimus Prime produced the gathered ultimate keys, exactly 4. You have gathered all the ultimate keys. Howling Cold was astonished by the Autobots' efficiency. They had successfully assembled the ultimate keys, and the Starhammer had also returned to the Autobots' embrace. Though his transformation gears were yet to be perfected, Optimus Prime nodded thoughtfully, accepting the Hammer of the Titans from the hands of Xiao Tianhan, and then addressed the gathering with utmost seriousness. Since the outbreak of the Cybertronian War, we have endured immense hardships and countless battles. Yet today, hope for the restoration of our planet finally emerges. We must act swiftly before the Decepticons can react, utilizing the ultimate God Lock to resurrect Cybertron. Should the Decepticons uncover the secret of the ultimate God Key and seize it to restore Cybertron, Megatron would exploit this for political gain, branding the Autobots as war criminals. He would poison the returning Cybertronians, inciting a grander war for greater power. However, the smokescreen still lies in Megatron's hands. And how shall we reach Cybertron? RC inquired. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment before responding, What Megatron desires is me. Until I reveal myself, the smokescreen shall remain safe. Our foremost priority is to activate the ultimate God Lock and restore Cybertron. With that, Optimus grasped the Hammer of the Titans and proceeded towards the land bridge. Xiao Tianhan, realizing Optimus's intention to transform the land bridge into a space bridge, stepped forward to stop him. Optimus, if you intend to use the Hammer of the Titans to convert the land bridge into a space bridge, I suggest modifying the one aboard the Explorer. Upon hearing this, Optimus nodded, acknowledging that placing the space bridge at the base was indeed impractical. This battle is of utmost importance. We must mobilize all available resources. Xiao Tianhan added, urging the Autobots to gather all sacred artifacts. Given the immense spatial fluctuations during the activation of the space bridge, detection would be inevitable, alerting the Decepticons to our journey to Cybertron. In truth, even if Megatron were to learn of our departure to Cybertron, he would not uncover the secret of the ultimate God Key. However, with the capture of the smokescreen, complications arise. He may very well employ cortical psychic connection technology to extract the secret from the smokescreen's mind. Simultaneously, Xiao Tianhan contacted Agent Fuller, requesting the return of the children to prevent the Decepticons from resorting to desperate measures, as seen in the original narrative. After completing these tasks, Xiao Tianhan activated the land bridge of the Explorer. Do we have a spaceship? The panel inquired in astonishment. Why were we not aware of this? RC also expressed her surprise. Strictly speaking, this is Xiao Tianhan's scientific exploration vessel, Ratchet clarified. I always assumed his base was akin to ours, never imagining it to be a spaceship, RC remarked. The Autobots hurried towards the land bridge apparatus, occasionally encountering patrols of mechanical insects, as if they had entered the Decepticons' lair. Upon reaching their destination, Optimus raised the Hammer of the Titans and struck the land bridge several times, transforming it into a space bridge. The process was utterly more extravagant than the antics of the gray wolf on the green grassland, leaving Xiao Tianhan in awe, questioning the very nature of modern science. The wisdom of the ancient Cybertronians is indeed remarkable, Xiao Tianhan mused, with Ratchet nodding in agreement. Chapter 53, The Cybertronian War, Red Spider. It is time to settle our accounts. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Starscream idly perused the vast expanse of the human web when, suddenly, Skywarp burst in, brandishing a handheld cannon aimed squarely at Starscream, unleashing a barrage of fire. Skywarp, what madness has possessed you? Starscream exclaimed, startled by the onslaught and hastily seeking refuge. With a swift motion, Skywarp drew his sword and lunged towards Starscream. Wait, this is for Thundercracker, isn't it? In battle, casualties are inevitable, and your brother fell honorably in the line of duty. Starscream protested fervently. Yet you have insulted him, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self. Skywarp continued his relentless pursuit, showing no signs of mercy. You are aware of this. Starscream's heart sank. How do you expect me to compensate you? I am willing to do anything to alleviate your suffering, even if it means sacrificing my own life. As Skywarp raised his sword to deliver the fatal blow, a commanding voice pierced the air. Step back, Skywarp. Megatron had returned, and Starscream clung to the sliver of hope. Save me, Lord Megatron. Megatron cast a glance at Starscream. Withdraw. This is an order. I beg your pardon, but I cannot comply. Skywarp declared resolutely, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a bright projectile pierced Skywarp's chest, extinguishing his spark, fired by none other than Megatron. In disbelief, Skywarp met his demise, unable to fathom that Megatron would turn against him, leaving this world with a lingering sense of injustice. Do not let me regret this, Megatron uttered as he departed in a haze of smoke. He made his way directly to the fallen laboratory, utilizing a cerebral cortex connection to finally discern the purpose of those keys and the coordinates of the Autobot base. Ha ha ha! Optimus Prime, let us see where you will hide this time. Megatron laughed heartily, preparing to rally his forces to assault the Autobot stronghold, only to be halted by Soundwave. The screen displayed an unknown space bridge, linking to Cybertron. The Autobots are remarkably swift. Megatron quickly gathered his troops, commanding the starship to the Decepticon space bridge to intercept the Autobots. Through the spatial fluctuations of the bridge, the two factions swiftly converged. At that moment, the Autobots had activated the ultimate divine lock, marking this day as one destined for confrontation, with no retreat for either side. Leading the Decepticons were Megatron, alongside fierce warriors such as Devastator, Blitzwing, Barricade, and Soundwave. The Autobots, on the other hand, boasted their formidable machine insects and the imposing Grimlock. The Decepticon forces outnumbered their foes, yet the Autobots' quality surpassed their quantity. Optimus Prime, it is time for us to settle this once and for all, Megatron proclaimed, drawing the Darkstar saber and pointing it at Optimus. My goodness, Megatron, what have you done? Optimus recognized the arm that belonged to the Autobot leader, astonished by Megatron's descent into madness. I find this arm quite useful, especially when wielding the Star Saber. Megatron praised, lifting the Darkstar sword. My first creation, the Darkstar sword, also known as the Leader's Blade. He clashed with Optimus Prime, the legendary weapons colliding, each strike generating powerful shockwaves. The battle between Optimus and Megatron sounded the horns of assault as Decepticons and Autobots opened fire, brilliant projectiles illuminating the dim sky. At long last, we have found our place, Optimus, transcendent and divine, together harnessing the power of the universe. With a swift strike, Megatron unleashed a purple blade of energy, effortlessly shattering the steel edifices behind Optimus. Optimus leapt high, evading a blow and retaliating with a blue energy wave that tore through the metallic floor beneath. In this battle of leadership, the heavens and earth shifted, leaving no room for interference. Megatron and Optimus were evenly matched, yet the battlefield told a different story. The Decepticon elite were restrained by the Autobots, while Ravage and Ironhide rampaged through the ranks of Decepticon soldiers. The combat prowess of the mechanical insects far exceeding that of the Decepticons, leaving them with dwindling numbers. As Megatron and Optimus clashed, a stalemate ensued until Megatron, using one hand, sent Optimus flying. It was then that Megatron beheld a dire scene. Only the elite Decepticons remained, struggling to hold their ground while the ordinary soldiers fled in terror. With a sweeping motion, Megatron unleashed a blade of energy, dispatching the mechanical insects surrounding the elite Decepticons, then activated the communication channel. Starscream, dispatch reinforcements immediately. But my lord, our forces on Earth are dwindling. Megatron, seething with anger, clenched his teeth, his gaze shifting toward the ultimate godlock, his voice dripping with menace. Optimus, only I, Megatron, can resurrect the planet Cybertron. With that, he swung the Darkstar sword towards the ultimate godlock. No, Megatron, Optimus roared, raising the Star Sword to intercept the Darkstar sword. The two blades collided, erupting with intense sparks. In a moment of disbelief, the Star's sword shattered, Boom! The Dark Star sword sliced through Optimus, severing the ultimate god lock, which instantly crumbled, causing a series of explosions. No! Optimus shouted defiantly, raising the broken sword to sever Megatron's leader arm. Megatron, you have doomed the resurrection of Cybertron. You will face retribution. Ha ha ha. Optimus, if there was such a thing as retribution in this world, I would have long since descended to the depths of hell. Megatron laughed heartily, clutching his severed arm, his ambitions thwarted. What good was resurrecting Cybertron? The elite Decepticons gathered around Megatron, supporting him as they retreated from Cybertron. Meanwhile, the Autobots stood in stunned silence, gazing at the destroyed ultimate god lock, their eyes filled with despair. Just moments away from resurrecting their home planet, yet now, the space bridge of the Explorer opened, and the Autobots emerged one by one, their spirits utterly defeated. What happened? Ratchet inquired, stepping forward. Megatron has destroyed the ultimate godlock. As the ambulance observed, its pupils trembled. Had the Cybertronians possessed tears, the ambulance would surely be weeping profusely. Yet, one could hardly blame anyone for this. All were striving with unwavering determination to resurrect Cybertron, facing peril and enduring countless sacrifices, only to witness such desolation. Xiao Tianhan couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps this is the essence of fate. Just as the Autobots were engulfed in despair, Agent Fullerton called. Optimus Prime, you must return and see. The Decepticon warship is approaching the base. The Autobots swiftly utilized the land bridge to return to the base and ascended via the elevator to the upper levels. At that moment, the Decepticon warship loomed overhead, with Megatron standing on the deck, surveying his troops. Before him stood a throng of Decepticon soldiers, their silver-white paint signaling that they were not the same Decepticons as before. Goodness, Megatron has assembled even more forces, RC remarked. We have lost our chance to restore Cybertron, all due to those accursed Autobots. Thus, we shall conquer this world as our new home. Decepticons, transform, take to the skies, attack. With Megatron's command, a swarm of silver Decepticons surged towards the Autobot base. The warship's main cannon locking onto the Autobot stronghold. Chapter 54. Upgrade Optimus Prime, retreat now. Came Xiao Tianhan's urgent voice over the communications channel. Optimus had already lost the Star Sword. The Decepticon warship was beyond the Autobots' capacity to challenge. Moreover, the current insectoid army had suffered tremendous losses in the Cybertronian War and was still recuperating on Cybertron, absent from Earth. Ambulance, you must evacuate the children to the warship immediately. Optimus understood that this was not the time to engage the Decepticons, promptly instructing the Autobots to evacuate the base. Wait, what about you, Optimus? The ambulance noticed that Optimus had no intention of leaving with them. I cannot allow the base to fall intact into Decepticon hands. Optimus's gaze was resolute as he glanced at the control panel, which held all the Autobot secrets, including the coordinates of the Arkansas. Should the Decepticons seize a complete Autobot base, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Autobots. Optimus lowered the land bridge, and after ensuring everyone else had departed, he transformed his hands into weapons and destroyed the entire control panel. Sparks erupted from the panel, and the land bridge lost control, extinguishing immediately. Optimus, I will activate the space bridge to bring you over. In the Ark, Xiao Tianhan realized that Optimus had not joined the other Autobots and understood that Optimus was covering their retreat. The space bridge opening near the Decepticon warship risked detection by sound wave, but there was no time to ponder such matters. The Ark would have to ascend and engage in guerrilla tactics against the Decepticons. I fear it may be too late. This is the final message transmitted by Optimus Prime, accompanied by a resounding roar, after which the communication channel fell into silence. Optimus Prime, respond to me. Optimus Prime. Xiao Tianhan's heart skipped a beat as he called out repeatedly, yet the channel remained devoid of any reply. Tianbao, quickly retrieve the hammer of the Primes and accompany me to search for Optimus Prime. Xiao Tianhan summoned Tianbao and took the hammer of the Primes from the vault. At this moment, only the hammer could save Optimus Prime. He desperately hoped that Optimus would hold on and not return to the Allspark. Let us proceed. As Xiao Tianhan exited the vault, the Autobots were already prepared for their mission to rescue their leader. Even the ambulance was among them. You stay on the ship. You are not to venture anywhere. Xiao Tianhan shook his head in refusal, recognizing that too many individuals would only lead to exposure. Both he and Tianbao possessed phase shifters, allowing them to operate discreetly. The Autobots would only hinder their efforts. The space bridge could not approach the Decepticon warship too closely. So Xiao Tianhan set the coordinates to a safer distance. Upon landing, he and Tianbao utilized their phase shifters to infiltrate underground, stealthily making their way toward the ruins of the base. As they neared the base, Xiao Tianhan cautiously peeked out. The entire structure had collapsed, and numerous Decepticons were sifting through the debris. It seemed the Decepticons had yet to enter the base. Xiao Tianhan hastened his pace, managing to infiltrate the base before the Decepticons could enter, and soon he spotted Optimus Prime. Optimus was trapped beneath fallen concrete slabs, his body severely damaged. Sparks erupting from him. Optimus! Xiao Tianhan rushed over, grasping the concrete slab with both hands, lifting it aside and excavating Optimus from the wreckage. Fortunately, Optimus retained a glimmer of consciousness. He turned his head slightly and saw Xiao Tianhan, wanting to speak but unable to produce sound. "Do not speak, Optimus." Xiao Tianhan instructed Tianbao to assist in lifting Optimus onto his back, while the sounds of drilling machines echoed ominously within the base, constantly reminding him of the perilous situation. Xiao Tianhan carried Optimus for a considerable distance before stopping in a concealed location. After gently laying Optimus down, he half knelt, feeling weak without the transforming gears. "Where have we arrived?" As Xiao Tianhan gasped for breath, a faint voice emerged. It was Optimus, his strength waning. "Rest assured, we are safe now," Xiao Tianhan replied. "I cannot hold on much longer, Xiao Tianhan. I hope you can lead the Autobots forward." Optimus's voice grew fainter, as if he were on the brink of eternal silence. "No, Optimus, we have the hammer of the primes. It can restore you to your former self, and the Autobots still need your leadership." Xiao Tianhan waved his hand, and Tianbao brought the hammer to him. However, the energy of the hammer was not inexhaustible. Its power had begun to wane. Optimus Prime yearned to behold the hammer of the heroes, yet his frail body forbade him from lifting his head even slightly. Regardless of the dwindling energy he possessed, it had to be devoted to reconstructing the ultimate divine lock to rejuvenate Cybertron. In that moment, he was perhaps prepared to embrace the inevitability of his fate. The continuation of our race was paramount, far outweighing personal happiness, including my own. Upon finishing his words, Optimus's gaze began to flicker, as if his consciousness was on the verge of disintegration. While I longed to assume the mantle of leadership, I found myself incapable of witnessing your demise. Xiao Tianhan shook his head. He held little affection for Cybertron. If saving an already ruined planet required the sacrifice of his dearest friend, he would not make such a choice. Furthermore, the construction of the ultimate divine key was not solely reliant on the hammer of the heroes. With both hands gripping the hammer shaft, Xiao Tianhan placed it into Optimus's grasp. The hammer of the heroes, upon receiving Optimus Prime's leadership essence, ignited instantaneously, channeling legendary power into Optimus' being. His body visibly healed, even gaining significant enhancements. His armor grew denser, and wings along with thrusters emerged from his back. This, perhaps, was the embodiment of the ideal Optimus Prime in his heart. In mere moments, he underwent evolution, transforming into the upgraded Prime. Xiao Tianhan sighed with relief, having pulled his brother from the brink of death. However, he soon noticed that the legendary power, having restored Optimus, did not cease. It flowed from the hammer into his own hands. Perhaps due to the absence of a transformation gear, the legendary power coursed through Xiao Tianhan's body, seeking to forge a new transformation gear within him. This was not what Xiao Tianhan desired. He could create a transformation gear himself, but he could not fabricate legendary power. If only legendary power could enhance the spark, he thought. To his astonishment, in the next moment, the legendary power indeed flowed towards his spark, continuously infusing it until the hammer of the heroes lost its radiance entirely. Chapter 55. The golden spark. Xiao Tianhan's spark had burned for millions of years, and throughout this vast accumulation of time, it had grown increasingly potent, yet it remained inconspicuous when compared to the primordial celestial sovereign and the cosmic emperor. Although Xiao Tianhan had not witnessed the spark of the cosmic emperor, he had encountered the transcendent power beyond physical form. It was the very essence of what he yearned to possess. While the body could be technologically enhanced, the opportunity for the spark to undergo transformation was exceedingly rare. The primordial celestial sovereign had once wielded this power to elevate the 13 apostles to a level sufficient to contend with the cosmic emperor. Thus Xiao Tianhan believed this power would take root and flourish within his spark, ultimately growing into a towering tree. The transformation was complete. Xiao Tianhan eagerly opened the fire seed chamber, only to find that the once blue fire seed had vanished, replaced by a golden seed radiating a brilliant light. As he sensed the upgraded fire seed, he noticed that it flickered intermittently, growing stronger with each flash. This indicated that Xiao Tianhan's fire seed was evolving on its own, filling him with anticipation. Perhaps one day, his fire seed would ascend to the levels of the primordial celestial venerable and the cosmic emperor. Xiao Tianhan, I do not believe you made the right choice, yet I still thank you. Xiao Tianhan closed the fire seed chamber. Optimus Prime had also adapted to his new form and awakened, his gaze immediately falling upon the energy-depleted hammer of the heroes. No, Optimus. I merely made what I believe to be the right choice. Xiao Tianhan shook his head. Furthermore, restoring Cybertron does not solely rely on legendary power. I believe that as long as we do not give up, one day we will restore Cybertron to its former glory. In fact, he had already begun attempting to create the digital substance of Cybertron, the liquid material within the ultimate divine lock. Although he had yet to achieve a breakthrough, he was confident that soon he would master this wondrous substance. Attention, everyone! Optimus Prime has returned, Xiao Tianhan announced to the Autobots, his voice echoing through the communication channel, prompting joyous exclamations from the Autobots aboard the ship. Wonderful! Thank you, Fire Seed, Ratchet exclaimed, excitedly clenching his fist before locking onto Xiao Tianhan's coordinates and activating the space bridge. Amidst a vortex of green and blue, 3 red figures approached, and under the eager gazes of the crowd, Optimus Prime stepped onto the ship. Following the upgrades from the Hammer of the Heroes, Optimus had undergone a remarkable transformation. His form more robust, yet it did not hinder the Autobots from recognizing him instantly. Bumblebee and Sideswipe exchanged celebratory fist bumps, while Ratchet and RC beamed with joy. I must say, the new Optimus Prime is incredibly cool. Can the Hammer of the Heroes transform you all like this? Mickey dashed to Optimus's side. Her curiosity piqued amidst her excitement. As her words hung in the air, everyone's gaze shifted past Optimus and Xiao Tianhan to the Hammer of the Heroes in the hands of Cheetor. At that moment, the Hammer of the Heroes, having continuously upgraded both Optimus and Xiao Tianhan, had exhausted its energy and dimmed to a shadow of its former self. Has the energy of the hammer truly been depleted? If so, the hope of reconstructing the ultimate divine lock may indeed be lost, Ratchet observed, a hint of pessimism flickering in his eyes. Xiao Tianhan approached Ratchet, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not underestimate our abilities. I firmly believe that with our own strength, we can also rebuild Cybertron. Although this path may be winding and fraught with challenges, we must trust in the wisdom of the Autobots. It will guide us in restoring Cybertron. Following a modest celebration, Xiao Tianhan approached the control console and re-established the connection to the planet Cybertron. His mechanical insect battalion was still recuperating there, along with the rare metal known as Xiantai, which he needed to retrieve. Hardshell, prepare for our return to Earth, he commanded. The current state of Cybertron resembled a cosmic junkyard, littered with scrap metal and devoid of any military significance. Master, I wish to report that I have gathered a group of mechanical insects on Cybertron, intending to bring them back to Earth, Hardshell announced. Xiao Tianhan was taken aback by this revelation. However, considering that mechanical insects could digest 95% of known substances, it was indeed plausible they had endured the harsh conditions on Cybertron. It was also possible they had remained dormant within their eggs. Well done, Hardshell, Xiao Tianhan praised without reservation. Please forgive my cowardice, Master. We spotted Shockwave on Cybertron, but I refrained from taking action due to the presence of a formidable creature beside him. Hardshell reported, sending some images to the Explorer. Xiao Tianhan immediately recognized Shockwave and the menacing figure of Thundercracker accompanying him. The last image indicated that Shockwave had traversed the Decepticon space bridge, likely arriving on Earth. Shockwave's return would indeed significantly bolster the Decepticons' power. Yet Xiao Tianhan believed Hardshell had made the right choice. Hardshell's assessment was sound. Thundercracker was a clone that Shockwave had painstakingly created, and he was considerably larger than both Cheetor and Xiantai. Furthermore, with Shockwave's presence, a being renowned for his logical prowess and formidable combat abilities, second only to Megatron. The situation became exceedingly complicated. Most importantly, Xiao Tianhan wished to prevent Thundercracker from witnessing Xian Tai's transformation, which could inadvertently activate his intelligence prematurely. The prospect of facing a leader-level combatant, especially one of Thundercracker's caliber, was a daunting challenge. Xiao Tianhan instructed Hardshell to return the troops to Earth while he sought out Ratchet, as he needed to reinstall the transformation gear. As for why he chose not to undertake the installation himself this time, because undergoing surgery while awake was painfully excruciating. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Shockwave offered a slight bow to Megatron. "Lord Megatron, allow me to present the ultimate Autobot hunter," he proclaimed, gesturing towards the space bridge. In the next moment, the expressions of the assembled Decepticons shifted dramatically. A razor-sharp claw emerged from the space bridge, effortlessly piercing the sturdy deck. Moments later, a monstrous dragon's head emerged, causing the nearby Decepticons to retreat in fear. The creature's massive form fully crossed the threshold of the space bridge, striding towards Megatron, whose seasoned demeanor faltered under the fierce aura emanating from Beast. He could not help but feel his pupils constrict, collapsing into his seat in utter astonishment. Megatron had never encountered such a ferocious creature, exuding an aura of slaughter that far surpassed the two brutish beasts of the Autobots. It was a Giganotosaurus. Had they not been extinct since the prehistoric era of Cybertron? Starscream exclaimed incredulously, having never laid eyes on Cheetor or Ironhide. Indeed, what you behold now is a specimen cultivated in the laboratory, derived from the most potent Giganotosaurus DNA extracted from Cybertronian fossils. Shockwave explained while caressing the creature's neck. "Shockwave, I must express my profound admiration for this extraordinary creation." Megatron revealed a sinister smile, for this was precisely the strategic advantage he sought. Chapter 56. The hunt begins. Megatron approached the Giganotosaurus, gently stroking the neck of this truly formidable prehistoric beast. Its might was incomparable to the hybrid Giganotosaurus infused with Autobot genes. "Starscream, how goes the interrogation of Smokescreen?" Megatron inquired, glancing back slightly. "I have meticulously sifted through all of Smokescreen's memories, documenting every useful piece of information," Starscream replied with a smug grin, eager to add to his accolades. He was ready to delve deeper into the Autobot's psyche at Megatron's command. "Excellent. Now, I require you to devise a flawless plan to return Smokescreen," Megatron continued. "What? Release the Autobot?" Starscream stepped back in astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. "However, Megatron, Starscream struggled to comprehend, but his inquiry was abruptly silenced by Megatron's dismissive wave. "We have decimated the Autobots' base, yet found no trace of them. I need a guide to lead us to the Autobots," Megatron stated, as Soundwave stepped forward. "An inexperienced recruit will be more beneficial for tracking his position." "You think I don't understand that, Soundwave?" Starscream vented his frustrations upon Soundwave, aware of the logic but unwilling to accept that the glory that should have belonged to him was being usurped by Shockwave. Yet, what could he do when Megatron had spoken? Reluctantly, Starscream acquiesced to Megatron's arrangements, staging a dramatic performance with Soundwave. The two feigned an argument, engaging in a scuffle during which Starscream pretended to stumble, inadvertently freeing Smokescreen from his restraints. Seizing the opportunity, Smokescreen bolted from the laboratory, sprinting with unimpeded momentum, surprisingly encountering not a single Decepticon before successfully reaching the battleship's deck. Fortuitously, the Decepticon warship was hovering perilously close to the ground due to the collection of a completed Energon specimen. "What did I tell you? This is destiny," Smokescreen exclaimed with exhilaration, leaping down and using the slope of the hillside to cushion his landing, before transforming and speeding away into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being broadcast live by Soundwave. "Let the hunt commence." Upon receiving the command, the Giganotosaurus unfurled its massive wings and ascended into the sky with great force. In the vastness of outer space, a medium-sized Autobot transport vessel swiftly breached the atmosphere and descended towards Earth. Within the spacecraft, the stoic figure of Optimus Prime furrowed his brow, as the ship's systems indicated that the Autobot base on this planet had been annihilated. Moreover, 2 Autobot signals were detected. He initially sought out the signal closest to him, only to discover it belonged to Jolt. "It's you," Jolt exclaimed in astonishment. During the final stages of the Cybertronian War, Optimus had been assigned to the Thunder Rescue Team, effectively making him Jolt's superior. However, Optimus was an extreme doctrinaire, a fact that Jolt found not only unappealing but outright detestable. Soldier, though we are no longer on Cybertron, I remain your commanding officer, Optimus admonished. Disapproving of Jolt's lax demeanor. I apologize, Commander, Jolt replied resignedly, standing at attention. As the saying goes, a higher rank can crush the spirit. And although the Thunder Rescue Team had disbanded, Optimus still held nominal authority over them. Furthermore, he was not a commander like Optimus Prime or Sentinel who empathized with their subordinates. Jolt was acutely aware that should he dare to oppose Optimus, he would undoubtedly face the harsh consequences of Autobot military law. Since the conclusion of the Cybertronian War, no one has laid eyes on you. What brings you to this planet? Jolt inquired. In response, Optimus shared, as with many Autobots, I have been adrift in the cosmos post-war, striving to locate my brethren. But the survivors are few, most having perished at the hands of the Decepticons. However, recently, I intercepted a signal from an Autobot transmission, originating from this very planet. Yet upon my arrival, I discovered it had succumbed to a Decepticon invasion, and I detected 2 Autobot signals, of which you are the closest. A flicker of sorrow crossed Optimus's traditionally stern visage as he explained. What? Only 2 signals? Jolt's incredulity was palpable, but upon meeting Optimus's scrutinizing gaze, he quickly added, Commander. Sensing Jolt's vague response, Optimus immediately retorted, Tell me, how many Autobot warriors exist on this planet? Jolt pondered briefly, estimating perhaps 100, maybe 200, or possibly more. I require an exact figure. Optimus's tone turned menacing, his annoyance palpable at Jolt's ambiguity. From their time in the Thunder Rescue Team, he had disdained Jolt's reckless approach. And years later, it seemed little had changed. I apologize, Commander. I have only met Optimus Prime a few times and am not well versed in their specific circumstances, Jolt explained. Upon hearing the mention of Optimus Prime, Optimus felt a sense of relief and ceased his inquiries. At the war's last moments, Optimus Prime had appointed him to lead the Thunder Rescue Team to rein in their wayward spirits. He believed that Optimus Prime would never permit a reckless and disobedient individual like Hoist within his ranks. We must now proceed to rescue the other Autobots, commanded Ultra Magnus, disregarding Hoist's opinion as he boarded the airship and piloted it into the distant skies. Hoist, with a resigned shake of his head, understood that although he was reluctant to follow Ultra Magnus' orders, he had no choice but to assist in the rescue of their fellow Autobots. He maneuvered his crane to follow Ultra Magnus, and soon they arrived at the location of the Autobot signal. It was on a highway where Smokescreen was frantically fleeing, pursued by a massive adversary. The formidable Predacon trailed him with an air of menace, sporadically unleashing fireballs as if herding sheep. Predacon. Ultra Magnus recognized the creature immediately, though it should have been extinct since the primordial era of Cybertron. Hoist, engage the Predacon and distract it while I rescue our brethren on the ground, Ultra Magnus commanded. All right, Hoist replied, steering his crane towards the Predacon, firing relentlessly in an attempt to bring it down. However, his efforts were futile. The Predacon remained unfazed. As the Predacon spotted the Autobots, a glint of malice shone in its eyes. Suddenly, an orange glow emanated from its chest, traveling up its neck and into its maw. In the next instant, the Predacon unleashed a colossal fireball towards Hoist. Hoist's pupils dilated as he swiftly maneuvered his crane to evade the attack. But in an instant, the massive Predacon dove down, its sharp claws aimed directly at Hoist's vehicle. Hoist attempted to shake off the Predacon's targeting, but it was too late. The creature's razor-sharp claws pierced through the chassis of his crane. At that critical moment, 2 high-energy ion blasts struck the Predacon, forcing it to release its grip, allowing Hoist to create distance. The Predacon halted, redirecting its focus towards the airship piloted by Ultra Magnus. After rescuing Hoist, Ultra Magnus wasted no time and swiftly maneuvered the airship to escape, with the Predacon hot on their tail. Try this, Hoist exclaimed as he circled behind the Predacon. Unleashing a barrage of fire, yet to no avail, he narrowly avoided being struck by a fireball. Ultra Magnus, realizing that conventional artillery was ineffective against the Predacon, began to devise a strategy. At that moment, the airship's intelligence system detected a ravine ahead that could accommodate their passage, sparking an idea. Soldier, protect yourself. Ultra Magnus cautioned Smokescreen, then piloted the airship into the narrow gap, with the Predacon in close pursuit. Ultra Magnus focused intently, accelerating through the crevice, and then, upon reaching a dead end, he suddenly pulled the airship up vertically. The formidable behemoth, with its vision obscured, nearly collided with the precipice due to a moment's inattention. However, its wings proved to be more agile than the propulsion system of the airship, allowing it to halt just before impact. Jacking engage, commanded Tong Xiangxiu as the Jack, positioned behind the Titan, suddenly opened fire, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles towards it. The echoes of explosions resounded as the projectiles collided with the mountainside, triggering a cataclysmic eruption that resulted in the simultaneous collapse of the 3 surrounding cliffs, burying the colossal creature beneath a cascade of boulders. This was Tong Xiangxiu's stratagem, to entomb the behemoth using the surrounding rock formations. With their plan successfully executed, Tong Xiangxiu and the Jack piloted the airship away with alacrity. Chapter 57. Vehicles. You must be sorely disappointed, Lord Megatron. On board the Decepticon warship, Starscream appeared smug as he approached Megatron, reveling in his newfound sense of importance. With the arrival of Shockwave, Megatron's authority had been effectively divided, leaving him with mere command over the army. Previously, he had contended with the likes of Soundwave for Megatron's favor, and now Shockwave had arrived, accompanied by his monstrous minions to usurp his power. Starscream yearned for Shockwave's incessant failures to infuriate Megatron, thus providing him the opportunity to reclaim his rightful position of power. Starscream continued to counsel Megatron. What is worse is that due to his inability to articulate, we remain in the dark as to why the behemoth suffered such a dismal defeat. He could not resist a derisive remark. Look at him, foolish, mute, and pitiable. Unbeknownst to Starscream, the creature before him was gradually awakening to its own intelligence, mocking the behemoth, which caused its jaws to tremble in frustration. Ambulin, do you read me? Having evaded the behemoth's pursuit, the Jack pondered whether to continue following Tong Xiangxiu or to embark on a solo venture. Suddenly, he noticed that the Autobots' communication channel had reactivated. Originally, the Autobots' communications relied on equipment from the Jasper base, which had been destroyed, rendering their channels temporarily inoperative. The Explorer's communication system, however, was still operational from the time of the High Council, as Xiao Tianhan had not altered it. It was only after Ambulin had installed the transformation gears for Xiao Tianhan that the system was recalibrated. Jack, where are you now? Ambulin inquired hastily, recognizing the Jack's voice. With the Decepticons currently tracking Autobots globally, Jack's isolated situation was decidedly perilous. Thank heavens you are safe. By the way, I have Optimus Prime's new recruit with me. You need not worry. Additionally, I have a special guest who wishes to meet you, Jack replied. Ambulin knew the new recruit referred to Smokescreen and felt a wave of relief, though the mention of the special guest left him perplexed. Ambulin activated the space bridge, bringing Jack over, as the Explorer's terrestrial bridge was still under reconstruction and temporarily unavailable. As the space bridge activated, Smokescreen emerged first, and upon witnessing his lively demeanor, an involuntary smile crept across the face of Ambulance. Following closely was the Jack, yet the old con artist did not seem particularly pleased, his expression dark and foreboding, leaving one to ponder who had incurred his displeasure. Before Ambulance could ruminate on this, the answer stepped forth. It was none other than Thundercracker. A tall figure cloaked in blue emerged from the land bridge, reminiscent of the former Optimus Prime, and Ambulance instantly recognized him as Thundercracker. Welcome to Earth, Thundercracker, and welcome to the Elite Guard, he proclaimed. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached, extending his trust towards Thundercracker, who, as his former second-in-command, was a source of reassurance for the Autobots. Thundercracker's arrival was undoubtedly a boon for their kind. However, it was not long before a new dilemma arose. The recuperating Skyquake also made his entrance. According to the hierarchy of the Autobots, Thundercracker held the position of Optimus Prime's first lieutenant. Yet on Earth, Skyquake was regarded as the de facto second-in-command among the Autobots. Moreover, the majority of the Autobot forces were now under Skyquake's command. Apart from Optimus Prime and Skyquake, no one else could effectively direct them. With the Thunder Rescue team disbanded, determining Thundercracker's role became a pressing issue. Ultimately, Optimus Prime resolved to maintain the status quo, allowing Thundercracker to continue in his position from the Thunder Rescue team. Being an ardent doctrinaire, Thundercracker would not question or defy Optimus Prime's decision. After welcoming Thundercracker, Another significant challenge presented itself to Skyquake and Optimus Prime, the matter of scanning new alt modes. With the addition of a jetpack, Optimus Prime's original truck mode was rendered obsolete. Skyquake's fire truck mode remained functional, yet his transformation gears were now capable of scanning a new aerial vehicle form. Skyquake had a particular fondness for the domestically produced 8-winged Angel, but regrettably, at this juncture, the aircraft had yet to reach maturity. Presently, the world's most advanced fighter jet was likely the American Raptor. Thus, both Skyquake and Optimus Prime entrusted the task of securing a new alt mode to Agent Fowler. Within a few days, Fowler delivered promising news. A sci-fi-inspired all-terrain combat vehicle was set to be the first to enter the spacecraft. Optimus Prime. This is the experimental all-terrain expeditionary vehicle designed by our finest engineers from the Mobile Armored Assault Team, Agent Fowler announced as he stepped out of the vehicle, proudly introducing the armed off-road vehicle equipped with 6 jet propulsion units. Thank you, Agent Fowler. This combat vehicle will be immensely helpful. Optimus Prime expressed his gratitude. Following this, Thundercracker maneuvered a semi-trailer into the spaceship, and Agent Fowler approached, pulling back the curtain that concealed the trailer, beginning his introduction to Skyquake. This is the Raptor Air Dominator, designed by the Air Force. It not only inherits the high stealth and maneuverability of the Raptor fighter jet, but its extraordinary thrust allows it to achieve speeds of up to Mach 3, while also possessing the capability to operate in outer space. Beneath the curtain, the appearance of the fighter jet bore no distinction from an ordinary Raptor, yet its size was grander, and its tail was adorned with a staggering 6 jet engines, a design that bordered on madness. Expressing gratitude to Agent Fuller, Optimus Prime and Skyfire began to scan the new vehicle form. A blue light emanated from Skyfire's eyes, methodically scanning the aircraft from head to tail, recording its information within the transformative gears. Chapter 58. Conflict. We scoured the ruins of the base, yet found no treasures. The vortex of blue and white opened, as Thunderclash transported a super-energy entity emerging from the land bridge. With the combined efforts of Skyfire and the ambulance, the land bridge of the Explorer was finally completed. This marked the first stroke of good fortune since the destruction of the Autobot base. After all, the space bridge not only emitted significant energy fluctuations, making it easily detectable, but also consumed an alarming amount of energy. With no discoveries, what did this signify? Jax followed closely behind Thunderclash, emerging from the land bridge while holding a metal ball. Skyfire recognized the iron sphere. It was a remnant from his previous playful contests with the partition at the Autobot base. Jax weighed the ball in his hand, then spun with accelerating force, launching the sphere towards the partition. Previously, Jax had enjoyed such antics during his visits to the Autobot base. However, this time, the partition was clearly unprepared for such a maneuver in front of Thunderclash. Caught off guard, it failed to catch the ball, which struck it squarely in the chest and was sent soaring high into the air. Bang! The ball rebounded with unmitigated velocity, crashing into the control panel, which immediately belched forth tendrils of black smoke. Skyfire's expression darkened. After all, this was his spacecraft. Yet before he could voice his discontent, the ambulance had already erupted in fury, striding towards Jax. Jax, what if someone gets hurt from your reckless throwing? Thunderclash's face mirrored the gravity of the situation. What are you trying to do, soldier? I thought the partition would surely catch the ball, Jax explained. Thunderclash's ire was palpable, as Optimus Prime's chief lieutenant. He would not tolerate the reckless conduct reminiscent of the Thunder Rescue Team within their ranks. It was undeniable that Thunderclash's arrival had precipitated a sharp conflict regarding the delineation of power within the Autobots. Prior to his arrival, Skyfire served as the scientific and military director under Optimus Prime, overseeing all Autobot research projects and commanding nearly 99% of the military. He, alongside the ambulance, had created the synthetic super-energy entity that alleviated the Autobots' energy concerns. He had journeyed alone to Cybertron, rescuing the Autobot leader Optimus Prime. His contributions were monumental, and his minions of mechanical insects and monstrous behemoths constituted the primary combat force of the Autobots. However, with Thunderclash's arrival, the former military director's stance towards the army was notably stringent, demanding that all troops adhere to Autobot discipline. Yet, what manner of beings comprise the current Autobots? Cybertron's ragtag mechanical insects and the monstrous behemoths, each claiming superiority in a chaotic hierarchy. To enforce discipline among them is virtually impossible. Aside from Optimus Prime and Soundwave, they hardly heed the commands of others. This has resulted in the current predicament where only the original Autobots can be directed by Optimus Prime, yet even among them, there are dissenters. Jack, for instance, openly defied Optimus Prime and then nonchalantly exited the scene, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Any updates on Optimus Prime? Soundwave deftly shifted the topic. He is investigating the Decepticon activities. It appears they have discovered an energy vein, as reported by Ratchet regarding Optimus Prime's situation. Prior to his mission, Optimus Prime had discussed this matter with Soundwave, but the Decepticons are not searching for any super energy mineral deposits. Rather, they are after the remains of the fearsome Predacons. During the Cybertronian War, Megatron had indeed cloned the Predacons and dispatched them to Earth, where they annihilated the Autobots guarding the super energy mineral deposits. In Soundwave's recollections, he had once annihilated 2 Predacons with the main cannon of his spaceship. Those 2 were the genetic progenitors of Cheetor and Ironhide. Soon, Optimus Prime would uncover the true intentions of the Decepticons, and the hunt for the Predacons would officially commence. However, Soundwave had no intention of participating in this hunt, for it would not be long before Megatron realized that even without the infusion of Autobot genes, the Predacons possessed the ability to transform. The might of the Beast King would instill considerable fear in Megatron. Out of dread, Megatron would ultimately destroy the painstakingly crafted Predacon clones. Nevertheless, as the Predacons are part of the Decepticons, Megatron would not act personally. Instead, he would employ the Autobots to eradicate the Predacon army. At that juncture, if Soundwave orchestrated his actions adeptly, the entire Predacon army, painstakingly cloned by Megatron, would fall into his hands. Thus, he instructed Hardshell to delay their return to Earth, while ensuring they remained prepared to return at a moment's notice. He also assigned Cheetor the task of transporting supplies to Cybertron, effectively relocating him from Earth. Following the last Cybertronian battle, Hardshell had amassed a considerable force of mechanical insects on Cybertron, with their numbers exceeding a staggering 10,000, coupled with the 2 Predacons. Should these forces be fully deployed on Earth, Optimus Prime would undoubtedly seek battle fervently. At that point, the Decepticons would not only struggle to clone the Predacons, but might even face fundamental survival challenges. In retaliation, Megatron would undoubtedly unleash a frenzied deployment of forces to Earth, transforming it into a battleground rife with devastation. Ultimately, Soundwave yearned for a resolution akin to the original narrative, one that would conclude the war through decisive action rather than dragging the situation back to the times of the Cybertronian War, which would hold no benefit for him. Shortly after Optimus Prime returned with the remains of the Predacons, satellites from the United Federation detected 2 locations of Decepticon activity, prompting Optimus Prime to mobilize Bumblebee and Smokescreen. In another location, under the leadership of the formidable Optimus Prime, the Thunder Rescue Team, consisting of Jax and the Separator, embarked on their mission. Not long after, a discord arose within the Thunder Rescue Team, leading Jax to return to the spacecraft alone. Coincidentally, Agent Fuller discovered traces of Decepticon activity. With Optimus Prime still absent, the spacecraft was left with only RC, Jax, Ratchet, and Starscream. Ratchet had recently reverted to a state reminiscent of his pre-Energon combination, rendering him unable to participate. Starscream, anticipating a gift from Megatron, had no intention of hindering the Decepticons in their collection of the gruesome remains. Thus, Jax had no choice but to accompany RC. Starscream was initially at ease, but soon he found that Rafi had located a gruesome remains in a human museum. However, Optimus Prime and the others had already mobilized. As Starscream voiced this, he noticed everyone's gaze fixated upon him. "You can't possibly expect me to go, can you?" he exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief. If he went, how would the Decepticons have any fun? The group nodded in agreement. "What about Ratchet?" Starscream suggested. The team turned their attention to Ratchet. "You can't be serious, asking me to abandon my pressing duties to seize the gruesome remains," Ratchet retorted with annoyance. Though Ratchet appeared busy, Starscream found himself unable to counter his logic. Fine. However, the gruesome remains are in the museum. Agent Fuller, you must accompany me." "Very well," Agent Fuller replied promptly, only to head in the opposite direction. "Ms. Darby, may I have the honor of inviting you along?" Fuller approached Jack's mother with a gentlemanly invitation, causing Jack to visibly change his expression. "Is that all right?" Jack's mother shyly inquired. Agent Fuller, this is a mission, not a date. Just as Fuller was about to respond, Starscream interjected, not wishing to exert effort only to witness romantic entanglements. All right, perhaps we can reschedule. Fuller kissed Jack's mother's hand in farewell, as Starscream found the display quite distasteful. Alas, having transformed into a Transformer, love was a concept far removed from his existence. With Fuller's assistance, Starscream effortlessly acquired the gruesome remains. Notably, while waiting for Fuller, he had encountered a foe, but opted to flee after a mere glance. Chapter 59. Soaring to New Heights, an Abandoned Energy Mine. Red Spider was led by Megatron out of the Decepticon warship to a deserted Energon mine, which startled him greatly. Ever since Megatron had previously subjected Red Spider to a beating within the confines of a forsaken mine, the dark depths had left him with a psychological scar. Come here. Red Spider. Megatron's summons resonated like a whisper from a demon, compelling Red Spider to follow with a heavy heart. Lord Megatron, I never anticipated that my contingency super soldier program would encounter such severe technical difficulties. The Insecticon, cautiously trailing behind Megatron, took the initiative to admit fault. Ever since the mechanical insects defected to the Autobots, he had observed a significant enhancement in their capabilities compared to the Cybertronian war era. Driven by curiosity, he commanded the dissection of a fallen Insecticon from the previous Cybertronian conflict. This dissection surprisingly unveiled the secret to synthesizing super energy bodies. Should he succeed in replicating these super energy bodies, the threat posed by Shockwave's formidable army to his standing would be rendered trivial. However, the Insecticon could scarcely fathom that Skywarp had long implemented anti-theft measures for the synthesized super energy bodies, once detached from their host or upon the host's demise. The internal structure of these energy bodies would collapse, thereby forfeiting their energetic properties. As the adage goes, one who does not court danger shall not meet it. Yet, the Insecticon clearly disbelieved in such wisdom. He instructed the dissection to infuse the inactive, synthesized super energy body with dark energy, and indeed, the strength of the Decepticon soldiers surged exponentially, much to his delight. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the soldiers infused with the Decepticon version of the synthesized super energy body succumbed to madness, launching themselves frantically at their fellow Decepticons, resulting in a biochemical crisis aboard the Decepticon warship. What infuriated Megatron the most was that the Insecticon, fully aware, had chosen to remain silent, allowing the biochemical Decepticon soldiers to roam unchecked. Had he not intervened in time, without the Autobots' assistance, the Decepticons would have faced total annihilation. This led to a catastrophic loss of nearly half our forces. Megatron scolded, his eyes ablaze with fury. Please forgive me, Lord Megatron. I acted with the best interests of all Decepticons in mind. I implore you, do not take my life. Spare me. The Insecticon pleaded, trembling on the ground, unable to meet Megatron's gaze. Hearing this familiar plea from the Insecticon, Megatron, torn between anger and resignation, rolled his eyes, sighed, and continued walking forward. The Insecticon cautiously rose and followed in Megatron's wake. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, revealing a series of incubation tanks. Shockwave's external laboratory left a profound impression. The Insecticon entered the incubation chamber, where massive Predacons lay in slumber. The Predacon cloning project, under Shockwave's meticulous guidance, was progressing remarkably well, nearing completion in 3 solar cycles, which greatly pleased Megatron. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from the abandoned energy mine, the very Predacon Shockwave had retrieved from the Cybertronian planet. The Predacon swept its gaze across the 2 rows of incubation tanks, unable to contain its excitement as it roared. How dare you, beast, bellow at me? The Insecticon, seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration, seized a metal rod, intent on teaching the raucous Predacon a lesson. However, the Predacon effortlessly swatted the rod away and, to the astonishment of all present, transformed into a humanoid form. Megatron gaped, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Should you dare to insult me again, I shall plunge this in your core. The menacing, transformed creature, known as Skyquake, declared as he crushed Red Spider's iron pipe into 2 segments. I never anticipated that this beast could also transform. Red Spider quivered, retreating several steps in fright. Neither did I, came the response. Megatron's peripheral gaze turned toward Shockwave, seemingly awaiting an explanation. There is nothing surprising about this. Transformation is a fundamental ability of all Cybertronians. It merely appears that no documentation has been found regarding Skyquake's evolutionary capacity to transform, as they have long been extinct since prehistoric times, Shockwave elucidated. Megatron reflected upon the two Skyquakes within the Autobots. Unlike Skyquake, they exhibited distinct Autobot characteristics. He had initially believed that their ability to transform stemmed from Autobot genetics. But it now seemed evident that it was an innate capability. "It seems you have concealed numerous secrets," Megatron remarked, fixing his gaze on Skyquake. "I never intended to withhold anything from you, Lord Megatron. I only recently discovered this ability. My initial memories were solely of hunting and enduring humiliation," Skyquake retorted, casting a fierce glare at Red Spider. Though somewhat incredulous, the humiliation inflicted by Red Spider compelled this Skyquake to introspect, ultimately leading to his self-awakening as Skyquake. Subsequently, Megatron returned to the Decepticon warship with everyone except Shockwave. On board, Skyquake pledged his allegiance to Megatron and expressed his desire to lead all Skyquakes under his identity. Megatron merely replied, "You certainly think far ahead." Though the original Beast had sworn allegiance to the Decepticons, Megatron believed that when this Beast King, Skyquake, discovered the formidable combat prowess of his forces, surpassing that of the Decepticons, he would betray Megatron's rule, much like Black Widow. Megatron would never permit anyone to threaten his dominion over the Decepticons, leaving him with but one choice: to eradicate these Skyquake replicas before they could revolt, ideally leaving none alive. However, to prevent Skyquake from discerning their intentions, Red Spider proposed a cunning stratagem, using the Autobots as a weapon against the Skyquake replicas. "We need only make Skyquake believe that the Autobots have taken notice of them and are poised to annihilate their entire kind. In doing so, these beasts will not suspect our involvement. Rather, they will turn against our enemies, or even fight for their own survival." A satisfied smile crept across Megatron's face. Red Spider's devious scheme was precisely what he required. Meanwhile, aboard the Autobot vessel, Jack and RC returned from their mission transformed, with Jack unexpectedly volunteering to calibrate the ship for Optimus. Not only Jack, but even Optimus, upon completing his task, behaved unusually. He not only refrained from having the Autobots document the mission, but also sought out Optimus to offer a self-reflection. The rapid transformation of the Autobots astonished Xiao Tianhan. Their adaptability was indeed remarkable. As he pondered, the spaceship's alert suddenly rang out, detecting exposed energy. Chapter 60. Seizing the opportunity. Given the formidable threat posed by the monstrous creature, Red Spider could finally justifiably eliminate this thorn in his side. He promptly commanded a Decepticon squad to present the Energon crystals for the Autobots to detect, simultaneously seeking vengeance against Shockwave for reclaiming his power. Red Spider deliberately advanced the operation's timing without informing Shockwave. Hardshell immediately led an elite team back to Earth, summoning both Cheetor and Ironhide to return as well. Upon detecting the Energon signal, howling coldly, he began urgent preparations, needing to seize the incubation tanks before Shockwave could destroy the monstrous clones. Due to the urgency of the situation, he did not wait for the Autobots to assemble. He merely informed Optimus Prime before crossing the land bridge. At the entrance of Shockwave's outdoor laboratory located within a mining cave, a group of Decepticons was bustling about, pushing 2 carts laden with Energon crystals. Suddenly, a land bridge opened before them, and a red figure emerged, none other than Howling Coldly. "Drop your weapons." The Decepticons raised their arms, aiming at Howling Coldly. Yet he did not transform into any weapon. He simply waved his hand nonchalantly. "Eliminate them." The Decepticons exchanged glances, bewildered. Abruptly, mechanical insects emerged from the surrounding mountains, encircling them. Upon receiving their orders, the mechanical insects transformed and charged toward the Decepticon soldiers, swiftly annihilating them. Howling Coldly did not linger on the battlefield. He calmly passed by the fallen Decepticon soldiers and quickly arrived at Shockwave's laboratory. Instantly, the laboratory structure came into view, with the orange-yellow monstrous incubation tanks particularly captivating. They were arranged in 2 rows, 12 tanks each, totaling 24 monstrous clones. Quite a substantial number. Megatron truly possessed vast resources, casually producing assets worth many times that of the Autobots. However, Now, these belonged to Howling Coldly. Reflecting on this, he could not help but recall a line from a song. Without guns or cannons, the enemy builds for us. With a cursory examination, Howling Coldly noted that most of the monstrous clones were nearly fully formed, ready to hatch soon, while one or two remained in their juvenile state, lacking several organs and resembling creatures such as scorpions and mosquitoes. His gaze did not linger excessively on the monstrous forms, but instead followed the line of tanks towards the control console. At the same moment, Shockwave, hidden behind the console, cast a glance at Howling Coldly. Their eyes met, and both transformed into weapons, exchanging fire. Red Spider, the Autobots have arrived. You did not inform me that the plan had commenced. Shockwave, concealed behind the console, opened communications to question Red Spider, who simply replied that maintaining secrecy was paramount before abruptly severing the connection. He was eager for Shockwave to fall into the hands of the Autobots, for that would allow him to seize power once more. When Skyfire noticed Shockwave's inactivity, he too came to a halt, fearing that he might damage the equipment and terminate the supply of formidable energy, leading to premature births. Soundwave, please activate the land bridge. With Red Spider unreliable, Shockwave immediately contacted Soundwave to initiate the land bridge. While he took advantage of the brief moment during its activation to rise from behind the control console and reach for the laboratory's self-destruct mechanism, Skyfire would not allow him to succeed. A beam of blue light shot from his hand, striking Shockwave with precision. In an instant, Shockwave was rendered immobile as if bound by a spell. Indeed, Skyfire had employed a locking staff to immobilize Shockwave. Having dealt with Shockwave, the mechanized insects led by Hardshell swiftly overcame the Decepticon soldiers and surged forward. Transport Shockwave and these incubation tanks back to the ship, Skyfire commanded, simultaneously activating the land bridge to the Explorer. The mechanized insects promptly advanced, pairing up to carry the incubation tanks. Cheetor and Ironhide were eager to assist, but were halted by Skyfire. You two guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter. If Megatron wished to convince Starscream that the Autobots had destroyed the formidable army, he would send Starscream himself to rescue them. This would not only compel the recently enlightened Beast King to serve the Decepticons, but also utilize Starscream's formidable power to eliminate the approaching Autobots. Cheetor and Ironhide, upon hearing this, complied and positioned themselves at the laboratory entrance. Aboard the Decepticon battleship, Red Spider hurriedly approached Megatron and Starscream, reporting that the Autobots had seized the laboratory for cloning the formidable army. Megatron feigned anger upon hearing this, commanding Red Spider to immediately dispatch a search fleet for rescue. Yet a cruel smile unconsciously crept across his lips. Red Spider, upon receiving the order, dashed out, appearing to be urgently notifying the search fleet to mobilize. The two were adept at their performance, yet one could hardly claim it was particularly convincing. In the 21st century, Earth had not regressed to a point where communication relied solely on foot travel. Any random Decepticon or Autobot could easily expose Megatron and Red Spider's ruse. However, the Beast King Starscream, newly enlightened, was oblivious to the existence of communication channels and readily fell for their trick, eagerly requesting to join the battle. This was precisely what Megatron desired. Under his direction, Soundwave opened the land bridge for Starscream to the laboratory. As Starscream stepped out of the land bridge, he beheld a swarm of mechanized insects transporting the incubation tanks of his brethren, instantly igniting his fury. "What are you doing to my kin?" Starscream roared, rushing into the laboratory to intervene, only to be blocked by two transformers of similar stature. "You're also formidable." Upon witnessing the emblems emblazoned upon the chests of the two combatants, Chong Yun-Xiao was taken aback, astonished to discover that, apart from himself and the formidable clone of Shockwave, there existed other titans. Tian Bao and Xian Tai paid no heed to Chong Yun-Xiao's astonishment. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly launched an assault against him. Tian Bao soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Chong Yun-Xiao's arm, compelling him to retreat. Following this, Xian Tai joined the fray, landing a kick squarely on Chong Yun-Xiao's chest, sending him crashing forcefully against the cavern wall. "Yes," Xian Tai exclaimed in triumph, extending his guard to celebrate with Tian Bao. Meanwhile, the commotion at the laboratory entrance captured the attention of Xiao Tianhan and Inku. Inku gestured to dispatch a portion of the mechanical insects for support, only to be restrained by Xiao Tianhan. While mechanical insects were indeed formidable compared to ordinary Autobots, they paled in comparison to the giants. Since the inception of Tian Bao and Xian Tai, no mechanical insect had ever withstood their onslaught, not even the mightiest among them. Inku. Cheng Yinxiao gradually rose from the ground, casting a glance at the colossal clone of the beast being transported away, and his fury erupted uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, he unleashed his full strength, sending Xian Tai hurtling through the air to crash against the cavern's ceiling, followed by another punch that sent Tian Bao flying, embedding him into the earthen wall behind. At last, an opponent of sufficient strength had emerged. Regaining his footing, Xian Tai felt exhilarated by Cheng Yinxiao's might. Chapter 61. The Might of the Dragon. Finally, he could unleash his full potential. Tian Bao effortlessly shattered the debris that had ensnared him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Unlike Cheng Yinxiao, Tian Bao, and Xian Tai, as hybrids bearing part of Xiao Tianhan's DNA, were valued from birth, with Xiao Tianhan even arranging the finest education for them. Under the tutelage of Optimus Prime, they learned the judicious use of force, yet their inherent combative instincts as Titans were innate, and with Cheng Yinxiao's arrival, this nature was fully unleashed. With legs coiled in preparation, Tian Bao leapt high into the air, fists clenched, aiming to strike Cheng Yinxiao. Upon landing, debris erupted around him, enveloping the area in dust and smoke. However, just as Cheng Yinxiao was about to be struck, he leapt away in the nick of time. At that moment, Xian Tai charged forward, swinging his fist toward Cheng Yinxiao, whose body was still suspended in midair, unable to evade. Xian Tai's punch connected with Cheng Yinxiao's face, disrupting his balance, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying. Seizing the momentum, Xian Tai accelerated and launched another punch. Yet it missed. Realizing his attack had failed, Xian Tai's heart sank as he attempted to pivot. Cheng Yinxiao, however, denied him this opportunity, delivering a punch to Xian Tai's back, embedding him into the earthen wall, before extracting him and unleashing a flurry of furious blows upon him. Upon witnessing the scene, the Sky Leopard immediately dashed forward, leaping high onto a small mound, intending to harness the immense force of inertia to topple Cheng Yinxiao. Yet, he was sent flying by a blow from Cheng Yinxiao in midair. Cheng Yinxiao shifted his focus, locking onto the Sky Leopard, and pursued him relentlessly, swinging a fist toward the point where the Sky Leopard was about to land. The iron fist loomed large in the eyes of the Sky Leopard, who swiftly rolled aside to evade the strike, promptly rising to his feet. The gazes of the Sky Leopard and Cheng Yinxiao collided as they both hurled their fists toward each other. Their iron fists clashed, generating a powerful shockwave that forced the Sky Leopard to stagger backward repeatedly. Observing the situation, Cheng Yinxiao climbed up a pillar in the mine and leaped down from a great height, charging toward the Sky Leopard. Just as he was about to strike, Xian Tai arrived at a critical moment, intercepting him midair and sending him flying with a kick. The Sky Leopard seized the opportunity to charge toward Cheng Yinxiao's landing point, delivering a punch that pinned him against the wall, followed by a second blow. After enduring several punches from a Sky Leopard, Cheng Yinxiao skillfully maneuvered around the Sky Leopard's fist, countering with a kick that knocked the Sky Leopard to the ground. However, the next instant, Xian Tai appeared behind Cheng Yinxiao, landing a punch that sent him staggering forward. The Sky Leopard rose again and retaliated with another punch, followed by Xian Tai striking him back, and the Sky Leopard responding once more. The two of them resembling a game of shuttlecock as they unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Cheng Yinxiao, who found himself caught in the middle. Cheng Yinxiao, enduring their relentless assault, steadied himself and swung his fist at the Sky Leopard, only to be taken aback the next moment. The Sky Leopard was right before him, yet his fist passed through the Sky Leopard's form. In that fleeting moment, when Cheng Yinxiao's fist completely passed through the Sky Leopard, an iron fist loomed large before him. Seizing the opening created by Cheng Yinxiao's strike, the Sky Leopard launched a powerful uppercut, striking Cheng Yinxiao's chin and sending him flying. At that moment, Xian Tai also took aim at Cheng Yinxiao, releasing a resonance sound wave from his palm. The potent wave slammed Cheng Yinxiao against the rocks within the mine, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cheng Yinxiao struggled to rise, but found himself utterly immobilized, as cracks began to creep up his chest plate under the relentless onslaught of the sound waves. Not far away, Xiao Tianhan observed the entire battle. Indeed, Cheng Yinxiao was worthy of being called the Beast King, possessing formidable strength, and the Sky Leopard and Xian Tai would undoubtedly be no match for him in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, had they not been enhanced by Xiao Tianhan, even a victory would not have allowed them to retain Chong Xiao. Xiao Tianhan glanced toward the direction of the mechanical insects, noting that their transport was nearly complete, and he had no intention of allowing the Sky Leopard and Xian Tai to continue their battle. He extended his hand, unleashing a beam of blue light that penetrated Chong Yunxiao's body, rendering him immobile, akin to a shockwave, before being dragged back to the spaceship by the Sky Leopard and Xian Tai. Good heavens! On board the spaceship, the medical team watched in disbelief as the mechanical insects carried back the grotesque cultivation tanks. Xiao Tianhan, your speed is truly astonishing, exclaimed the medical team as Xiao Tianhan returned to the spaceship. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Optimus Prime approached, casting a glance at the imposing figure of the Thunder Leopard, who was being carried away. He inquired, "How do you intend to deal with these formidable replicants, Xiao Tianhan?" "Our forces are insufficient, Optimus. These formidable replicants present us with a strategic advantage," replied Xiao Tianhan. The Decepticons seemed inexhaustible. For every adversary vanquished, they replenished their ranks, rendering the conflict seemingly endless. Hardshell had amassed numerous mechanical insects on Cybertron, yet these ordinary machines hardly surpassed the Decepticon soldiers in prowess. Deploying them in elite-level engagements would incur significant losses, prompting Xiao Tianhan's urgent need for a cadre of elite forces capable of bearing the brunt of the battle, thereby alleviating the toll on the insectoid troops and reducing their casualties. Following 2 fierce confrontations with the Decepticons, Xiao Tianhan witnessed the relentless demise of the mechanical insects under his command, a reality that weighed heavily on his heart. Among the fallen were those he had never even known. Casualties transcended mere statistics. They represented vibrant lives and loyal souls. Optimus pondered in silence for an extended period. Since Xiao Tianhan's enlistment in the Autobots, their ranks had swelled. Yet a dilemma emerged. While Xiao Tianhan championed the Autobot ideals, his followers did not necessarily share the same conviction. Optimus acknowledged the potential for enlightenment among the mechanical insects and the formidable replicants. Yet it was primarily Xiao Tianhan's authority that compelled them to amend their ways. Utilizing Xiao Tianhan and his army, the Autobots had secured numerous victories, but Optimus increasingly sensed a transformation within the Autobots. They no longer resembled their former selves, but bore a striking resemblance to an alternative faction of Decepticons. He remained uncertain whether this shift was beneficial or detrimental. Yet he found no justification to thwart Xiao Tianhan's ambitions. War invariably claimed lives, and it was Xiao Tianhan's followers who bore the brunt of the losses. Xiao Tianhan saw change, an augmentation of strength, employing methods that were primitive yet effective. However, such approaches could not yield everlasting solutions, for as one problem was resolved, new dilemmas emerged, potentially leading down the same treacherous path as the Decepticons. Optimus neither condemned nor endorsed Xiao Tianhan's plans, yet Xiao Tianhan proceeded with his course of action. He rejuvenated all cultivation tanks, and the verdant synthetic energy soon supplanted the yellow liquid within. Subsequently, Xiao Tianhan reintroduced the hive mind to the formidable replicants, ensuring their obedience to his commands. However, this hive mind differed from that of the mechanical insects. Within this new network, the consciousness of the formidable replicants remained independent, unaffected by the influence of their kin, solely under Xiao Tianhan's dominion. Thus, he preferred to designate it as Dragon Might. Chapter 62. Restoration of the Divine Lock. Within one of Xiao Tianhan's laboratories, a deep purple transformer was brought in. Its left arm was a square black cannon, connected to an elongated energy supply chain, while its head resembled an antiquated desktop computer with red facial armor akin to a surveillance camera. The being brought in was none other than Shockwave. In the recesses of Xiao Tianhan's mind lay memories of him, as Shockwave had once been, like Xiao Tianhan, a member of the High Council. He harbored a deep disdain for the bureaucratic constraints and persecution that plagued Cybertron, vehemently opposing functionalism. His actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the High Council, which ultimately resulted in his arrest and the execution of the 5 punishments. His hands were severed and his head replaced. Following the failure of the Council's attempts at coercion, he was subjected to the Shadow Puppet punishment. Shockwave had his emotional module removed, transforming him into a machine governed entirely by logic, devoid of any emotions. Xiao Tianhan's intention in bringing Shockwave back was to harness his intellect in the monumental task of reconstructing the ultimate divine lock. This endeavor was colossal, requiring an immense amount of effort, and with only Xiao Tianhan and Ratchet available, they would need to dedicate all their time and energy to this mission. Xiao Tianhan released the lock, and under his gaze, Shockwave gradually regained consciousness. "Long time no see, Shockwave," Xiao Tianhan remarked simply, reminiscing briefly before steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. "I sought you out to discuss the restoration of Cybertron." Shockwave fell silent for a moment, as if calculating the feasibility of restoring Cybertron, before concluding, "Your proposal is logical, but the probability of restoring Cybertron solely with the Autobot strength is less than 1%. What if we add this?" Xiao Tianhan stepped aside to reveal behind him a square pillar, orderly growing Cybertronian digital matter. At the sight of the Cybertronian digital substance, Shockwave's red lights flickered twice, astonished by its presence on Earth and Xiao Tianhan's ability to create it. Pure Cybertronian digital matter closely resembled that found on their home planet. Possessing it would enable them to reconstruct Cybertron with merely a starting device. Xiao Tianhan noticed Shockwave's flashing features, yet he could not decipher his emotions. It was said that a complete brightness chart was necessary to discern Shockwave's feelings. "The ultimate divine lock," Shockwave responded. "Indeed, however, to repair the ultimate divine lock, I require the collective wisdom of all existing Cybertronian scientists," Xiao Tianhan stated. "Your reasoning is sound. Although the Autobots and Decepticons are mortal enemies, they share a common goal: to witness the restoration of Cybertron's once prosperous homeland. Naturally, the Decepticons are primarily motivated by the desire to conquer Cybertron anew and oppress those who defy their rule. Thus, Xiao Tianhan would afford Shockwave no opportunity to relay information to the Decepticons. He had already scanned and documented the structure of the ultimate divine lock. Shockwave merely needed to assist him in designing the new ultimate divine lock. In this process, Shockwave was not permitted to step beyond the laboratory doors. Xiao Tianhan remained vigilant, ensuring that Shockwave would not engage in any actions detrimental to the Autobots. With Shockwave's assistance, the design process of the ultimate divine lock progressed expeditiously. However, due to the devastation of Cybertron, many technological products could not be manufactured and had to be substituted with Earth technology, which was of little consequence. Xiao Tianhan expressed his profound gratitude for the unwavering support towards the revival of Cybertron. The project unfolded smoothly, and Xiao Tianhan bowed in appreciation to Shockwave before activating the locking staff to once again induce Shockwave into a forced dormancy. He would rather place his trust in a defeated foe than in Shockwave, despite the significant aid he had rendered. And there was also Soundwave. As the saying goes, a dog that does not bark will bite. Presently, Xiao Tianhan had completed half of the reconstruction of the ultimate divine lock, yet subsequent construction could not commence. For Optimus Prime was negotiating with the human government to procure the necessary technological products. Once Optimus secured the agreement of the human government, the ultimate divine lock would soon be manufactured, a process that should not take long, as the Autobots were gathering in increasing numbers on Earth, causing the human government to grow increasingly apprehensive of this colossal entity. They now eagerly wish for the Autobots to return to Cybertron, preferably never to return to Earth again. With some leisure time, Xiao Tianhan could finally take a moment to appreciate his formidable army. Due to his decision to replace Shockwave's nurturing liquid with a synthetic super-energy cultivation fluid, the once dormant colossal creatures began to grow anew, their sizes becoming even more imposing, particularly the two giants that had previously suffered from malnutrition. The superior energy they received during their formative stages resulted in more robust physiques. One dragon sprouted 3 heads, while another grew stronger, its tail resembling a massive axe, adorned with 3 large horns atop its head. Among the remaining 22 colossal beings, most bore the standard dragon appearance, while others exhibited a variety of forms, including dragon eagles, griffins, 3-headed bird dragons, and scorpion lions, each more peculiar than the last. Xiao Tianhan approached the control panel, his fingers dancing deftly as he utilized the memories related to the transformations of the cheetah and dark iron to construct a model, transmitting it into the minds of all the colossal beings. He then pulled the lever. A surge of electricity flowed from the control panel to the cultivation tanks, activating all the colossal creatures. As the nurturing fluid was expelled, The giants opened their eyes in unison, with a series of crisp sounds. They effortlessly broke free from their tanks, transforming and landing gracefully, then kneeling on one knee as if in reverence. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, my sole master. The colossal beings declared in a thunderous chorus. Xiao Tianhan basked in their adoration, a sense of pride swelling within him as he commanded with authority. He divided the formidable behemoths into 2 battalions, the left-wing guard led by the fierce leopard, and the right-wing guard commanded by the enigmatic Xiantai. Simultaneously, he segmented one guard into 4 squads, allowing the position of squad leader to be determined through fair competition among the behemoths. What constitutes fairness for these titans? It is strength. In the wilderness, 24 behemoths were divided into 8 battlegrounds, engaging in an unprecedented melee, devoid of dazzling lights, only the visceral impact of flesh meeting flesh. The victors would rise, while the vanquished would grovel. Once all squads had selected their leaders, a unique transformer was brought forth. So what is your choice? Chongyan Xiao. Chapter 63, Subjugation. Xiao Tianhan released the lock, and the spark in Chong Yunxiao's eyes gradually returned. He opened his eyes and finally beheld the comrades he had longed for. Yet, to his surprise, his brethren stood behind the enemy, scrutinizing him. So, Chong Yunxiao, what is your choice? Xiao Tianhan stood before all the behemoths, examining the beast king who had instilled fear in even the mighty Megatron, willing to eliminate his own kind with the aid of the Autobots. I confess, I do not wish to live in this foreign world alone, but that does not mean I will betray Lord Megatron. Chong Yunxiao's expression was resolute, as if he had prepared himself to face death. How unfortunate! Your esteemed Lord Megatron wishes to eradicate your kind. Without me, your kin would have perished long ago. Xiao Tianhan shook his head, expressing regret. You merely intend to deceive me with such words. Chong Yunxiao was clearly skeptical. You consider yourself a wise being, do you not? Then set aside your primal instincts and calmly analyze the events of that day. Xiao Tianhan was quite eager to subdue this beast king. He recounted the day he discovered the laboratory of Shockwave, naturally emphasizing the parts that favored his narrative. That day I followed the clues, only to detect the Decepticons mining an energy vein. However, upon entering the mine, I stumbled upon Shockwave's laboratory. Such coincidence fails to convince me. Chong Yunxiao shook his head. For it was no coincidence. The mine had long since been depleted, and the exposed energon was deliberately placed there by the Decepticons to lure us in. Orchestrated by Megatron himself, Xiao Tianhan asserted, and if Megatron had intended for your kind to thrive, he would have dispatched troops the moment the mine was attacked, rather than waiting for us to breach the laboratory only to inform you then. Then why would he wish to destroy us? Chong Yunxiao began to entertain the validity of Xiao Tianhan's claims. Why? Because Megatron fears you and your brethren. You are far too powerful. He fears you would overthrow his dominion. Upon hearing Xiao Tianhan's response, Chong Yunxiao interwove Xiao Tianhan's account with his own observations, finally grasping the truth. His teeth clenched in fury. Why have you accepted us? Xiao Tianhan pondered, realizing that this beast king seemed to have grown wiser, yet his expression remained unchanged. The Autobots have never aspired to rule over anyone. We cherish freedom and pursue equality. Our mission is solely to rebuild Cybertron. Xiao Tianhan spoke with fervor, stepping forward to extend his hand. So please tell me your choice. I am willing to serve you. Chong Yunxiao did not rush to respond. His gaze shifted towards the 26 fierce beasts behind Xiao Tianhan. However, I must lead them in my own right, he asserted. Xiao Tianhan's outstretched hand hesitated imperceptibly. That depends on their will, he replied, slightly turning to reveal the furious army of giant beasts behind him. What would happen if one of them dared to challenge? Naturally, they would be dealt with. A ferocious battle among the beasts erupted once more. Excluding the formidable Tianbao Xiantai, the remaining 8 squad leaders faced Chong Yunxiao alone. All were injured, none had the upper hand. If victorious, Chong Yunxiao would undeniably become the Beast King. If defeated, Xiao Tianhan had not even considered the possibility of such an outcome. After all, Chong Yunxiao was capable of overpowering the upgraded Optimus Prime and Megatron. In the climactic battle of the original storyline, had it not been for the intervention of the Cosmic Emperor, the upgraded Megatron would have been incapacitated by Chong Yunxiao. The combat among the giant beasts was straightforward, characterized by the powerful clash of their formidable bodies. Although Xiao Tianhan's legion of giant beasts was cultivated from synthetic energy entities, their strength was inferior to that of Tian Bao Xin Tai, which required two to join forces to defeat Chongyan Xiao. The massive red dragon effortlessly tore through the encirclement of 8 giant beasts, swiftly conquering 6 of them. Ultimately, only 2 beasts of comparable size to Tian Bao Xin Tai remained, standing opposite Chongyan Xiao, the 3-headed giant beast and the triangular giant beast. The 2 beasts flanked Chongyan Xiao, with the 3-headed giant beast simultaneously biting at his neck, while the triangular giant beast swooped down from above, crashing him against the mountainside. Chongyan Xiao, however, was not to be underestimated. He immediately transformed into his humanoid form, seizing the horn of the triangular giant beast and flinging it aside. The 3-headed giant beast seized the opportunity to position itself above him, its claws gripping his shoulders, while the triangular giant beast steadied itself, charging with its 3 horns aimed at Chongyan Xiao. With a determined grit, Chongyan Xiao grasped the horn of the triangular giant beast once more, bracing himself against the impact, before lifting his body and slamming it down upon the 3-headed giant beast, sending both beasts flying back. What a spectacular battle it was! Thus, I shall honor our agreement. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the giant beast army. The outcome unfolded precisely as Xiao Tianhan had anticipated. Chongyan Xiao emerged victorious without a doubt. Although Chongyan Xiao was unaffected by the dragon's might, Xiao Tianhan did not hesitate to entrust the command of the giant beast army to him. It is essential to note that the formidable behemoth may have countless kings, yet their master remains singular. He is Xiao Tianhan. Should Chang'Yangxiu dare to defy him, he would not hesitate to cast him down from his exalted pedestal. With unwavering loyalty, I serve you, my master. Chang'Yangxiu, having transformed into human form, approached Xiao Tianhan, placing his right hand upon his chest and kneeling on one knee to pledge his fealty. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron summoned Black Arachnia to the bridge. Black Arachnia, have you discerned the whereabouts of Shockwave? He inquired. It is possible that Shockwave has become aware of his missteps and is now reflecting in some secluded corner of Earth, Black Arachnia replied, her hands clasped together, a hint of smugness in her tone. Those wretched days of Shockwave's disappearance have afforded me the sweetest of slumbers. I perceive that you have become overly confident in your cleverness. In truth, you have made no progress whatsoever. I have lost my most vital scientific director, and while the Autobots grow increasingly formidable, we languish in decline. Megatron could no longer suppress the fury boiling within him. He strode heavily towards Black Arachnia, seizing her by the head and lifting her off the ground, chastising her with ire. And Master Megatron, I shall immediately dispatch a search fleet to scour the globe for Shockwave. Black Arachnia trembled, her limbs turning to jelly. Had Megatron not held her aloft, she might have collapsed to the floor. Locate the Autobots base. Be swift. Megatron hurled Black Arachnia aside and summoned Soundwave. He had little expectation of her performance. As long as she did not hinder his efforts, he would be content. Soundwave, I seek your counsel, Megatron said, turning his gaze towards him. Soundwave maintained his customary silence, his facial screen displaying an image of Agent Fowler. Excellent. Chapter 64. The assault within Soundwave's records of Autobot searches. There are not only Jack, Miko, and Raph, but also one individual capable of freely entering and exiting the Autobots base, Agent Fowler. Xiao Tianhan, the instruments and equipment needed by Optimus Prime have arrived, and your signature is required for their receipt. On the route to the Autobots' temporary base, Agent Fowler drove a military transport vehicle, simultaneously contacting Xiao Tianhan. Nothing is more paramount than the construction of the ultimate divine lock. Upon receiving the communication, Xiao Tianhan promptly ceased his current tasks and activated the land bridge to the number 5 warehouse located within the Use military base. This warehouse, originally intended for storing discarded items, now served predominantly for receiving equipment provided by the government. This arrangement was proposed by Xiao Tianhan himself. As the confidentiality of the spacecraft was of utmost importance, the fewer individuals privy to its existence, the better. Xiao Tianhan opened the warehouse doors, revealing several military transport vehicles adorned with camouflage paint and a beaming William Fowler, exuding confidence. You appear to have bulked up considerably, Agent Fowler remarked, straightening his attire with a playful tone. Recently, Xiao Tianhan's physique had begun to develop laterally, becoming increasingly robust. This is due to the enhancement of the Fire Seed using the Celestial Hammer, which has significantly augmented the power of Xiao Tianhan's Fire Seed, greatly improving both energy output and utilization. Consequently, he is now capable of sustaining the operation of more devices. Therefore, Xiao Tianhan installed a supercomputer within his body, vastly enhancing his computational power. With the assistance of the supercomputer, he can now activate a terrestrial bridge at will, much like Soundwave. As Xiao Tianhan received the supply list from Agent Fuller and was about to take stock, he noticed an anomaly. It was not the government that had tampered with these instruments. Rather, Xiao Tianhan's radar detected a familiar special echo signal resembling that of a drone, yet with feedback from an extraordinary energy entity. It was the Laserbird. In an instant, Xiao Tianhan grasped the situation. It appeared that Soundwave intended to track Agent Fuller in order to ascertain the location of the Autobot base. Ambulance, please take charge of these devices. Xiao Tianhan contacted the ambulance, then leapt gracefully into the air, transforming into fighter jet mode. The 6 thrusters erupted with powerful thrust, allowing Xiao Tianhan to swiftly catch up to the Laserbird. His radar and laser targeting system locked onto the Laserbird with unwavering precision. He could have launched missiles from his belly to obliterate it, but he refrained. Instead, 2 machine guns transformed from the base of his wings near the cockpit, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the Laserbird as he aimed to bring it down, hoping to retrieve its remains. On the Decepticon warship, Soundwave's data connection with the Laserbird was severed, yet the Laserbird successfully pinpointed the coordinates of the Autobot base. Standing before Soundwave, Megatron smirked malevolently, proclaiming, "The Laserbird has been downed by the Autobots, but we have obtained the precise location of their base. Dispatch your fleet, Starscream. Annihilate their base once more." The Decepticons acted swiftly. Just as Xiao Tianhan secured the wreckage of the Laserbird, he detected an entire fleet advancing towards the temporary base. "Ambulance, have all the equipment been returned to the ship?" Xiao Tianhan's urgent voice crackled through the communication channel. "I've transported all the equipment back to the ship. What's the matter?" The ambulance queried, puzzled. "Inform Agent Fuller that the Decepticons are launching an assault on the temporary base." Xiao Tianhan severed the communication and immediately transformed into fighter jet mode to pursue. Simultaneously, the U.S. military base also detected Decepticon activity and promptly deployed fighter jets for interception. However, the Earth's aircraft stood little chance against the Transformers. Before even making contact, they were shot down by the Decepticons from a distance. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the human aircraft, Xiao Tianhan stealthily approached, locking onto the Decepticon fighter jets. All 6 missiles within his belly detached and soared toward their targets. Enemy aircraft at 6 o'clock. It's the Autobots. Red alert commanded within the Decepticon channel as he directed the fleet to evade the missile assault. Yet, a few unfortunate souls failed to escape in time, getting struck by the missiles and instantly disintegrating. The Red Spider gazed in disbelief at the rapidly approaching Xiao Tianhan, astonished by the emergence of a flying figure among the Autobots. Quickly, focus fire on warehouse number 5. As he watched the ferocious Xiao Tianhan relentlessly bring down his subordinates, the Red Spider, unwilling to prolong the battle, hastily launched missiles towards the Autobots' temporary base before retreating in haste. The Autobots' temporary base was engulfed in flames, reduced to a desolate ruin. The fertilizer factory ultimately became a mere heap of debris. Transforming and landing, Xiao Tianhan sighed lightly, yet they are fortunate. Using an abandoned warehouse as a temporary base has drawn the attention of the Decepticons. Had they followed us to the location of the Explorer, it would have been disastrous. It seemed we had narrowly escaped peril once more, thanks to Xiao Tianhan's strategic counsel. That night, Optimus Prime and the other Autobots concluded their day's tasks and returned to the base. The bridge of the Explorer was densely populated, with Optimus Prime standing at the forefront, expressing gratitude to Xiao Tianhan. The Autobots had evolved significantly since Xiao Tianhan's initial arrival, now bolstered by formidable warriors and mechanical insects. The bridge was brimming with the leaders of various squads. From what we observe, the Decepticons' ambition to conquer this world has never waned. To spare the indigenous species on this planet from the same fate as ours, we must decisively eliminate this threat before the Decepticons launch their next assault, Xiao Tianhan declared. The animosity between the Autobots and Decepticons was irreconcilable. Rather than allowing the Decepticons to persist in their harassment, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and annihilate them completely. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. casting his gaze upon the formidable warriors and transforming insects below on the bridge. The Autobots now possess the capability to conclusively end this millennia-long conflict. Indeed, further delay was inadvisable to prevent Megatron from executing any reckless actions. But how shall we locate the Decepticon warship? Asked Soundwave. The Decepticon warship, equipped with stealth technology, was indeed a challenge for the Autobots to find. Perhaps we could utilize the sonic laserbird to pinpoint the exact location of the Decepticon warship, Ratchet suggested, producing the laserbird that Xiao Tianhan had brought back. If it can communicate with the Decepticon vessel, we will be able to trace its signal. Chapter 65. The Great Showdown on the Decepticon warship. Soundwave screen displayed a special signal frequency pulsating, indicating he had detected the signal of the laserbird. You say you have scanned the signal of the laserbird? Megatron recognized the frequency Soundwave displayed, furrowing his brow as he turned to Red Spider. Red Spider, are you certain you have leveled the Autobots base to the ground? Upon hearing Megatron's inquiry, Red Spider lifted his gaze from the control panel, shrugging his shoulders in response. Of course it has been raised, Lord Megatron. Why do you ask? As our radar detected the signal of the laserbird, we realized that it had been shot down by the Autobots just hours earlier. This could very well be a ruse devised by the Autobots to ascertain our location. I am intrigued by how they managed to repair such a delicate device as the laserbird without any apparatus. Megatron's questioning tone sent a chill through Starscream, prompting him to urgently request, "Allow me to uncover the truth." Following the laserbird were Optimus Prime and Thundercracker, closely trailing it as they awaited its guidance to the Decepticon warship. Suddenly, a fleet emerged from behind the two. Eliminate Optimus Prime and Thundercracker. If we cannot neutralize the laserbird before it locates the warship, Lord Megatron will demand our heads. Starscream issued the command and swiftly turned to pursue the laserbird. Thundercracker, I'll provide cover for the laserbird. You deal with these minions. After a brief communication with Optimus Prime, Thundercracker also turned to follow the laserbird. Very well, he replied, acknowledging the chain of command. Thundercracker abruptly ascended, executing a rapid 360-degree turn in the air, successfully ambushing the Decepticon aircraft. The radar locked on, and missiles were unleashed in seamless succession. 6 missiles decimated 4 Decepticon soldiers, leaving only 2 remaining. Thundercracker's machine gun fired relentlessly as he pursued the 2 remaining Decepticons into the clouds. However, upon emerging, he found one of the Decepticon soldiers had vanished from his view. Clang! A light projectile struck Thundercracker from behind as the previously disappeared Decepticon soldier attacked him, while another, meant to divert his attention, attempted to flank him. Thundercracker, however, was not willing to grant them this opportunity. He instantly transformed mid-air, raising his cannon to obliterate the Decepticon behind him, and swiftly morphed back into a fighter jet to take down the last remaining soldier. Optimus, I've dealt with my side. Where are you? Thundercracker queried, scanning the radar only to discover that Optimus had inexplicably vanished. He hurriedly attempted to contact him. I am currently aboard the Decepticon warship. I have disabled their defensive systems. You must lock onto my coordinates immediately and prepare to launch an assault on the Decepticon warship. How did Optimus manage to infiltrate the Decepticon warship? This question surged to the forefront of Thundercracker's mind, yet he refrained from dwelling on it. He promptly activated the land bridge to teleport himself back to the spaceship. On board the Explorer, all troops had assembled, filling the warship to capacity. Optimus commanded a decisive strike against the Decepticons. Thundercracker stood on the bridge, formulating the battle strategy. Thunder Rescue Team, Infiltrator Squad, RC, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen. You are tasked with attacking the Decepticons' energy storage room to prevent them from detonating all the energon in a desperate attempt. Insecticon forces, you are to seize control of the critical compartments of the Decepticon warship and eliminate any retaliating Decepticons. The ferocious forces, let us together seize the bridge of the Decepticon flagship. Everyone move out. At the command of the formidable Xiao Tianhan, both the terrestrial and spatial bridges activated simultaneously, transporting all Autobots onto the Decepticon warship. Optimus Prime delivered his final address, his voice resonating within the minds of all present. Autobots and our human allies, it is my honor to lead you. Today marks a pivotal moment in the fate of our 2 worlds. This battle may well be our final stand. To protect Earth's native species from the Decepticons' wrath, and to restore Cybertron to its former glory. Upon the Decepticon warship, Chaos ensued with the arrival of Optimus Prime. Lord Megatron, do you truly intend to confront Optimus Prime yourself? Inquired Starscream, trailing behind Megatron. Optimus must be defeated by my hand alone. I wish to witness how he contends with the mightiest weapon, the Dark Star Saber. Although Optimus Prime's Star Saber had been shattered, Megatron's Dark Star Saber remained intact. Empowered by cosmic forces, Megatron saw no reason for his defeat. Suddenly, a Decepticon soldier fell before Megatron, causing Starscream to recoil in fright. Megatron, Optimus Prime's gaze was piercing, fixed upon Megatron. I shall retrieve the little trinket we just mentioned. Feeling the oppressive aura of Optimus Prime, Starscream eagerly volunteered to fetch the Dark Star Saber, transforming into his vehicle mode and roaring away with haste. Meanwhile, the Autobots had reached the Decepticon warship, alarms blaring throughout. Quickly, assemble our forces. This shall be our final battle. Megatron commanded Starscream, his eyes locked onto Optimus Prime. Optimus aimed his Gatling gun at Megatron, declaring, Megatron, today you shall pay for all your transgressions against Cybertron. If not, then I shall perish. Megatron raised his arm cannon, unflinching. Then it shall be my demise. On the bridge of the Decepticon warship, a terrestrial bridge suddenly opened, and the left-wing squad, led by Cheetor, surged forth. Seize the bridge, Cheetor commanded, as all members of the left-wing squad charged toward the bridge. The Decepticons tasked with obstructing the ferocious onslaught were no match for these beasts in mere moments. They were sent flying, crashing against the walls of the warship. Upon hearing the commotion, Soundwave turned, his facial screen locking onto the location of the Decepticons' hold. Suddenly, a terrestrial bridge opened beneath the left-wing squad, catching them off guard as they plummeted into the abyss. Concurrently, Xiao Tianhan, accompanied by Skyfire and the right-wing squad, arrived at the bridge. I will confront Soundwave, Skyfire proclaimed, charging onto the bridge. Facing the mighty Skyfire, Soundwave showed no fear. He extended his hand, and a swirling vortex of azure and white materialized, forming a terrestrial bridge whose destination remained unknown. The sound waves advanced relentlessly towards the towering clouds, forcing the figure known as Xiao to retreat step by step. Suddenly, another land bridge unfurled behind the sound waves, and Xiao revealed a faint smile. This land bridge was indeed his masterpiece. Soundwave, I ought to express my gratitude to you for teaching me how to wield the land bridge as a weapon. Xiao inarticulated sincerely. The phrase to question Soundwave, to understand Soundwave, to become Soundwave aptly encapsulated Xiao introspective journey after falling into Soundwave's trap previously. To speak candidly, employing the land bridge as a weapon is indeed effective, yet it bears a fatal flaw. Whoever initiates the land bridge is destined to lose without exception. The instant Xiao inactivated his land bridge, the energies of the two bridges began to intertwine, causing a distortion in the surrounding space. Soundwave sensed the anomaly and attempted to break free, but at that moment, the two land bridges unleashed a formidable pull, forcibly dragging Soundwave into the shadowy realm. I am Xiao. We have seized control of the bridge. The Thunder Rescue Team and the Stealth Squad successfully occupied the energy storage room. The mechanical insects have completed their takeover of the Decepticons' main chamber. Both Tianhan and YNGK simultaneously reported their victories. Now, they awaited Optimus Prime's triumph over Megatron to declare the Decepticons' demise once and for all. Inside the warship, JDO had successfully acquired the Dark Star Sword and was about to exit when he was confronted by a horde of menacing figures rushing through the corridor, prompting him to retreat in fright. Lighten the load. Lighten the load. JDO frantically searched the chamber for usable weapons. Knives, guns, clubs, every kind was available, yet none aligned with his intentions. Suddenly, he paused, grasping a polishing machine. Quality takes precedence, he declared, shouldering the polishing machine and the Dark Star Sword as he ventured forth. The Dark Star Sword was delayed in reaching JDO. Megatron was no match for the upgraded Optimus Prime as the battle escalated from within the warship to the deck. Optimus Prime delivered a powerful punch to Megatron's face, sending him sprawling to the edge of the warship's deck, whereupon Optimus transformed his left hand into a weapon. This time, Optimus showed no mercy, firing a shot that pierced Megatron's spark. Despair enveloped Megatron as he clutched the gaping wound in his chest. The optical lens gradually dimmed, and his body slipped from the edge of the deck, descending like a meteor towards Earth. The vast sky was devoid of clouds. A dark figure rapidly pursued the plummeting Megatron, the searing atmosphere scorching his frame, yet he paid it no heed. Soundwave, undeterred by his melting form, caught up with Megatron, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp him. However, in the depths of Soundwave's near-desperate gaze, his hand passed through Megatron's body. Chapter 66. It's time to go home. The assembly of the ultimate divine lock has been completed. We have set our course for Cybertron. The explorer broke free from the millennia of accumulated dirt, slowly ascending, bearing the ultimate divine lock as it traversed the space bridge, returning to Cybertron. Optimus Prime. Although we have produced an ample supply of Cybertronian material, Cybertron is no ordinary planet. To restore Cybertron, we must first heal the core, which has been tainted by the ravages of war. Axel Cold approached Optimus Prime, stating that the restoration of Cybertron is far more complex than merely rebuilding a planet. Cybertron is the very embodiment of the original Primus. Thus, to mend it, we must awaken the slumbering Primus. This may require us to directly inject this material into the heart of Cybertron, which is the heart of Primus himself. The explorer ship navigated towards the Well of All Sparks, the sole location on Cybertron that could directly connect to the heart of Primus. Axel Cold aimed the ultimate god lock at the Well of All Sparks and pressed the button, sending all the Cybertronian material aboard the explorer into the well, which then flowed directly into the heart of Primus. Under the watchful eyes of all Cybertronians, the Well of All Sparks gradually emitted a radiant blue glow, which, as if imbued with life, swiftly spread across the entire planet, illuminating it in its entirety. What a breathtaking spectacle! Is this truly our homeworld? As the sun rose on the horizon, its rays cascaded over the formidable figures, who excitedly burst forth from their vessel, dancing in joyous celebration upon this long-lost homeland. Although our homeworld has been reborn, much work remains to be done in its reconstruction, and we shall cherish the memories of this distant abode. With Cybertron rejuvenated, it is time for the Autobots to bid farewell to Earth. Farewells are always bittersweet, and Axel Cold too is on the verge of departing this familiar planet, embarking on a new journey, perhaps never to return. Transforming into a jet, he traversed mountains and rivers, guided by memory back to his homeland, gazing distantly at the familiar faces. Perhaps one day he would forget them entirely. Thus, before that day comes, he yearned for one last glimpse. Megatron, Megatron, Megatron. Within the realm of the Cosmic Emperor's anti-Allspark, Megatron slowly awakened to his summons, his eyes opening to behold the Cosmic Emperor before him, confusion washing over him. I do not comprehend. Why was I not integrated into the Allspark? Am I still alive? No, you're dead. Yet you cannot join the Allspark because my blood once coursed through your veins, binding you to my anti-Allspark, explained the Cosmic Emperor. Puzzled, Megatron inquired, years ago. Optimus Prime imprisoned you at the core of Earth using the Allspark. How then can you still converse with me? That foolish Autobot merely lulled my material form into slumber. But when I sensed my old rival awakening from afar in the cosmos, my energy form was roused from its dreams. A flicker of resentment danced in the Cosmic Emperor's eyes at the mention of Optimus Prime. The Cosmic Emperor's ancient adversary is Primus, a truth Megatron well understood. He spoke. It appears that Optimus Prime has successfully restored Cybertron, just after my demise. I wish to complete the mission initiated eons ago. For this, I must find a vessel for my anti-Allspark. The Cosmic Emperor conveyed his intentions to Megatron. So, I could be reborn? Indeed, but you must serve me. Your corporeal form is merely an instrument of my will. As the Cosmic Emperor's words resonated, a mysterious force surged into Megatron's battered body, causing spikes reminiscent of the Cosmic Emperor to sprout from his shoulders, elevating his stature, while his fingers morphed into lethal claws. Simultaneously, on the distant planet of Cybertron, Soundwave was diligently engaged in the reconstruction of his world. Knockout, where are you? Hurry and command your subordinates. Soundwave's roar echoed through the communication channel. The Autobots had triumphed over the Decepticons, and Knockout had willingly surrendered the Dark Star Sword, becoming a turncoat. Soundwave was more than willing to accept Knockout, the top scientist among the Decepticons, and placed the newly surrendered Decepticons under his jurisdiction, even releasing his trusted partner, Dead End, to assist in his endeavors. However, Soundwave soon regretted this decision. Upon Dead End's return, Knockout became engrossed in his obsession with polishing, resulting in utter chaos in the construction work previously managed by the former Decepticons. "Commander, what shall we construct today?" Knockout soon presented himself to Soundwave, flaunting his newly polished sheen, leaving Soundwave exasperated. "A new batch of Cybertronian materials has been synthesized. You must personally oversee the reconstruction of the broadcasting center and navigation hub with the ultimate divine lock, announcing the revival of Cybertron to the refugees and guiding them back home," Soundwave instructed. While the former Decepticon warriors excelled in battle, their skills in construction were woefully inadequate, prompting him to employ the ultimate divine lock for the task. Additionally, he repaired Bumblebee's vocalizer using Cybertronian materials. After delegating tasks to Knockout, Soundwave convened with Hardtop, emphasizing the need for machine insects to bolster the defense of crucial Cybertronian structures. Although Megatron was deceased and the Decepticon leadership had been eradicated, a small faction of misguided loyalists remained, posing a potential threat for retaliatory actions on Cybertron. Furthermore, the revival of the monstrous Predacons had brought many of their remains to the surface. Soundwave directed Starscream to lead the Predacons in collecting these remains, both to extract Cybertronian nucleic acid for cloning more Predacons and to prevent the resurrected Cosmic Emperor from transforming these remains into Cybertronian zombies to assault the core of Primus. Thundercracker was tasked with assessing the assets left behind by the Decepticons, while Optimus Prime, accompanied by Ratchet, ventured to Cancer to seek the Allspark. Everyone was occupied with their responsibilities. Soundwave contemplated whether to release Shockwave, but ultimately decided against it. He found Shockwave's peculiar logic incomprehensible. His existence was akin to a dud, unsettling yet harmless. "Commander, the construction of the broadcasting center is complete." Knockout's voice pulled Soundwave back to reality, prompting him to transform into his jet form and swiftly make his way to the broadcasting center. This is no ordinary broadcasting station. The technology of Cybertron enables it to transmit messages to other galaxies in a remarkably short span of time. Xiao Tianhan approached the control console and broadcasted to all Cybertronians across the universe. "I am Xiao Tianhan. The planet Cybertron has been restored. Fellow comrades, it is time to return home." Chapter 67. The Return, Soundwave. The Lord of Destruction. In the Dark Pinnacle, Soundwave sat upon Megatron's throne, playfully mimicking his demeanor. "How dare you occupy that seat? It brings ill fortune." The partition observed the capering Soundwave with a sense of exasperation. Bumblebee and RC were downloading the data left by Megatron in the Dark Pinnacle when suddenly, a figure approached swiftly from outer space. "Foolish Autobots, I shall be your Terminator." The newcomer transformed and landed, revealing his true form, Megatron. Startled, Soundwave leaped from the throne and quietly sidled away. "Megatron, you are still alive," RC exclaimed incredulously. "And equipped with upgrades," the partition added, equally astonished. "Megatron cannot respond to you now, but I can tell you that it was I who granted him new life and bestowed upon him a new mission. I am the Emperor of the universe. Moreover, I assure you, I shall not be easily extinguished." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Emperor's hands ignited with violet flames, which then morphed into twin cannons, unleashing energy projectiles towards Bumblebee and the others. The Autobots transformed to counterattack, yet their firepower inflicted no harm upon Megatron's form. Bumblebee charged forward, leaping before the Emperor, his hand cannon aimed at Megatron's spark, finally inflicting a slight wound upon him. "Annoying pest." The Emperor spat furiously within Megatron's consciousness. "He is Optimus Prime's underling. Today, I finally possess the strength to make Optimus experience the agony of loss." Megatron resolved to harness the Emperor's power to eliminate the Autobots before him. "You possess nothing. You must understand that all of this is mine. Forever." The Emperor unapologetically shattered Megatron's illusions. Continuing his barrage, Bumblebee attempted to call for land bridge. Yet he realized they needed to maintain their distance from the Emperor, lest he seize the opportunity to eradicate the Autobots en masse. Just as the group contemplated fleeing the Dark Pinnacle, a figure sped towards them from afar. Xiao Tianhan hastened to the Dark Pinnacle, for only moments ago, the Autobots' detection systems had registered a response akin to that of the dark energy entity, the Emperor of the universe. Transforming and landing before the Emperor, he stood resolute. He had never ceased his enhancements. Now, Even in comparison to the Megatron altered by the Emperor, he was not lacking. You too are an underling of Optimus Prime? Then you may return to the well of all sparks. The Emperor regarded Xiao Tianhan with utter disdain. You are not mistaken. However, it may not necessarily be I who returns to the source of the flames today. Xiao Tianhan retorted without hesitation. His hands ignited with blazing golden flames, a manifestation of the newfound power acquired after the transformation of the Fire Seed. Initially, he believed that the golden Fire Seed was merely a result of the modification by the Xiao hammer. It was only when the Fire Seed began to gradually emanate legendary power that he comprehended the truth. Such prowess could not possibly stem from the Xiao hammer, but rather from his own unique ability, his golden fingertip. The energy of the Xiao's hammer activated. A new apostle. How could this be? The Cosmic Emperor expressed disbelief, raising his hand cannon to unleash a frenzied assault upon Xiao Tianhan. Yet, all the projectiles merely passed through Xiao Tianhan's form as though his body were but a mere projection. Phase Displacer. The consciousness of the formidable Megatron quickly discerned Xiao Tianhan's method, yet he refrained from alerting the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron hoped that Xiao Tianhan might inflict some damage upon his physical form. If the damage reached a certain threshold, the Cosmic Emperor would be compelled to abandon this utterly useless vessel. He had endured enough of the Cosmic Emperor's manipulation and humiliation. To regain his freedom, even at the cost of a minor sacrifice, was far preferable to remaining a slave to the Cosmic Emperor. Nevertheless, the Cosmic Emperor eventually saw through Xiao Tianhan's ruse. He summoned forth a javelin of anti-fire seed energy, preparing to hurl it at Xiao Tianhan. Suddenly, a peculiar force bound the Cosmic Emperor's hands. Wearing metal armor near magnetic gloves is quite disadvantageous, for you cannot resist the principles of magnetism, Smokescreen elucidated. Xiao Tianhan cast a glance at Smokescreen, who promptly covered his mouth with his hands. At that moment, a magnificent golden sword coalesced in Xiao Tianhan's grasp. He charged toward the Cosmic Emperor, striking with the sword, which carved a colossal gash in a Megatron's new armor. Through the fissure, Xiao Tianhan could distinctly see the Fire Seed of Megatron, a testament to the sword's formidable strength. Impossible. In the realm of Megatron's consciousness, the Cosmic Emperor flickered momentarily. This Autobot had indeed inflicted harm upon himself. Yet soon, the Cosmic Emperor's mood shifted from cloudy to clear, for he observed the dissipation of Xiao Tianhan's golden sword. The legendary energy had been exhausted. Xiao Tianhan was acutely aware of his predicament. The legendary energy within him had always been scarce, and delivering such a potent strike had already reached the limits of his capacity. It appears your strength has been spent. The Cosmic Emperor broke free from the magnetic control, conjuring a pair of purple sides of death, and proclaimed with satisfaction, "You are indeed correct. However, since I have dared to come, I have made more than just a trivial preparation." From Xiao Tianhan's arm emerged a gigantic shield, isolating him from the Cosmic Emperor. Simultaneously, the air around the pinnacle of darkness reverberated with the roars of wild beasts. The Predacons had also arrived at the pinnacle of darkness, dozens of them occupying the surrounding high ground, encircling the Cosmic Emperor. Prehistoric creatures of Cybertron, it seems you have made considerable preparations, the Cosmic Emperor remarked. Though he did not recognize the Predacons, he could sense the ancient aura emanating from these beasts. After all, when confronting such a formidable ancient being, no amount of preparation is excessive, Xiao Tianhan remarked with due reason. Should I feel greatly honored then? The Cosmic Emperor retorted with barely concealed ire. For being outwitted by a mere Autobot could hardly be considered a privilege. Commanding the body of Megatron, the Cosmic Emperor swung the colossal scythe of death towards the pinnacle of darkness, and in an instant, it began to crumble. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into his fighter jet form and surged forth. Cloudbreaker rushed forward to pursue, but was intercepted by Xiao Tianhan. Relying solely on brute force would not suffice to vanquish the Cosmic Emperor, even if they were fortunate enough to dismantle Megatron's form. The Cosmic Emperor would inevitably find a new vessel to return. Currently, the only recourse was to await Optimus Prime's return with the Matrix of Leadership, which could encapsulate the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness. Are you simply going to flee? Megatron expressed his frustration at the Cosmic Emperor's abrupt retreat, almost escaping his grasp. A whip of intertwined energy lashed against Megatron's consciousness. I have but one purpose in Cybertron, to utterly annihilate the primordial celestial being, to plunge the universe back into chaos. Rather than remain entangled with the Autobots, the Cosmic Emperor chastised. Yet he soon regained his composure, acknowledging, "Now, I finally comprehend the tools I require." Chapter 68. Rebirth. Bring the warships to the Matrix well. Assemble all forces and, at any cost, prevent the Cosmic Emperor from approaching the heart of the primordial celestial being. Xiao Tianhan returned to the Avenger, commencing the deployment of battle orders. The remnants scattered across Cybertron were vast. Relying solely on Cloudbreaker's forces would not suffice to gather them swiftly. With the Cosmic Emperor's capabilities, locating these remains was merely a matter of time. What Xiao Tianhan needed to do now was to establish defensive lines along the route closest to the heart of the primordial celestial being, particularly around the Matrix Well. To lie in wait. The Matrix Well. 2 warships arrived simultaneously, with the ultimate divine lock aboard the Explorer unleashing a multitude of Cybertronian materials, constructing a massive fortress around the Matrix Well. The ships detected a significant energy surge, considering they were up against the Cosmic Emperor. Such an energy explosion could only indicate one possibility, a dark energon entity. But what could its purpose be? Ratchet observed the tremendous energy reaction erupting from a certain location on Cybertron. The dark energon entity can resurrect the deceased. The Cosmic Emperor must be utilizing this power to forge an undead army, Xiao Tianhan declared. They are traversing Hydra Island, heading towards the Matrix Well. Ratchet monitored the movements of the Cosmic Emperor. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Xiao Tianhan gazed towards the horizon where the Cosmic Emperor resided, as the radiance of the dark energon entity painted the entire sky in hues of purple. The past shall obliterate the future. The dead shall dominate the living. Chaos shall reign supreme. The Cosmic Emperor, commanding his legion of monstrous undead, drew ever closer to the Matrix Well. Upon the fortress, Chong Yinxiao gazed at the grotesque figure of the once mighty ancestor, now transformed into an undying abomination by the Cosmic Emperor, his teeth clenched in fury. The giant tyrants had once basked in glory, yet now, only we remain. The remains of our ancestors must be retrieved, not for any other reason, but to grant them the peace they deserve. Under Chong Yunxiao's command, the giant tyrant legion soared into the sky, launching an assault against the undead army. "Rise, my undead brethren. Tear them apart." The Cosmic Emperor also issued the command to engage in battle. The undead forces of the giant tyrants ascended, obscuring the heavens, a dark mass surging towards the fortress like an ominous cloud threatening the city. "Open fire," commanded the chilling voice of Xiao Tianhan. Instantly, 2 warships and the fortress roared in unison, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles that cleaved the very fabric of the sky. The formidable firepower of the fortress was a daunting challenge even for the giant tyrant army, let alone the rust-ridden undead, whose bodies could scarcely withstand the cannon's onslaught. Vast swathes of the giant tyrant undead were torn asunder by the relentless fire, reduced to swirling ash. Accursed Autobots! The undead could not approach the matrix of leadership, inciting the Cosmic Emperor's wrath. Regardless of ally or foe, all now stood united against a common enemy. Megatron's consciousness remained aware of the external chaos, observing the Autobots, Decepticons, mechanical insects, and giant tyrants collaborating on the fortress. "My warriors, strike at the matrix of leadership." Under the Cosmic Emperor's directive, the remaining giant tyrant undead congregated, forming a serpentine formation as they recklessly charged towards the core of the fortress, the very location of the Matrix. In the realm of consciousness, Megatron cursed the Cosmic Emperor's foolishness. He had thought the Emperor's reckless assault on the fortress without any artillery support to be foolish enough. Yet now he gathered the undead despite knowing the enemy possessed formidable weaponry. "Megatron, my decision is beyond question." A multitude of electric serpents entwined around Megatron's form, the agony piercing his very soul, rendering him speechless. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the advantage lies with me. 100,000 undead against 20,000 Autobots. As the Cosmic Emperor's words echoed, the super fusion cannon atop the fortress emitted a resplendent glow, a brilliant blue beam cleaving the sky, annihilating all the undead in an instant. "What?" The Cosmic Emperor paused, momentarily taken aback. Before he could lament, he was drawn to a mysterious aura. Such a familiar sensation. this power akin to that of the primordial celestial, a feeling I have not experienced in ages. The Cosmic Emperor savored the sensation before speaking. The Matrix. Optimus Prime has returned. The Autobots erupted in jubilation. This colossal truck brings me such joy for the first time. Even the Decepticons joined in the celebration. The Cosmic Emperor also beheld Optimus Prime, conjuring a spear which he hurled at the airship occupied by Optimus Prime and Jack, striking the engine with unerring precision. In the fleeting moment before the ship was struck, Optimus Prime leapt from the airship, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Cosmic Emperor. I must thank you for returning the Allspark to me, enabling me to obliterate it, the Cosmic Emperor declared. Let's first see if you can surpass me. Optimus Prime relentlessly launched assaults against the Cosmic Emperor, simultaneously addressing Megatron. Megatron. Once, we united to confront the Cosmic Emperor to save the world. Now we must join forces once more. Yet, Megatron found himself powerless, unable to act. The Cosmic Emperor concentrated, forming a spiked gauntlet, which sent Optimus Prime crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, within the confines of Megatron's consciousness, he endured the torturous whims of the Cosmic Emperor, rendered helpless. As Optimus Prime lay defeated, the Cosmic Emperor conjured a purple scythe of death, poised to end him. At that critical moment, a figure descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful blow to the Cosmic Emperor's head, shattering the energy he had amassed. Optimus Prime, save the Allspark. Hal came rushing in, engaging the Cosmic Emperor in combat before he could even glance back. The ship piloted by Jack's crew made an emergency landing nearby, from which he retrieved the Allspark from the damaged vessel and handed it to Optimus Prime. With the Allspark in hand, Optimus immediately soared toward the Allspark well. Witnessing Optimus's ascent, the Cosmic Emperor sent Hal flying with a single punch, transforming into a fighter jet to pursue him, subsequently shooting Optimus down. The Cosmic Emperor seized the Allspark container from Optimus and erupted into laughter. Now, no one can prevent me from destroying the Allspark. He opened the container, only to find it utterly empty. What? You tricked me. Just as the Cosmic Emperor realized he had been deceived, a powerful force erupted, absorbing and sealing away his essence. Optimus Prime held up the Allspark container, explaining, "The Cosmic Emperor is composed of pure energy, making him vulnerable to this Allspark container's absorption." Should the Cosmic Emperor be trapped within, Megatron experienced a moment of elation at the prospect of defeating him when suddenly, Smokescreen interjected. All eyes turned to Megatron, who had risen from his previous state of defeat. Optimus. Megatron flexed his arms and approached him. Sensing the shift, the Autobots transformed, readying their weapons. I have now grasped the true meaning of oppression. I no longer wish for anyone to endure such torment. Megatron's words astonished Optimus, who had believed Megatron would never achieve enlightenment. The Decepticons had become a memory. All was concluded. With those final words, Megatron transformed into a fighter jet and departed Cybertron. The calamity had passed, and dawn broke on the horizon. Optimus Prime stood atop the fortress overlooking the Allspark well, joined by Howl, Medic, Bumblebee RC, Sideswipe, Smokescreen, Jack's crew, Knockout, and Starscream. In order to better safeguard the matrix of leadership and suppress the tyrannical emperor of the universe, I must now release the contents of the container. Optimus Prime declared. Where shall you release it? Bumblebee inquired. Into the Energon matrix, for my life essence must merge with the life essences of all others within me. Optimus replied. Do you mean to say that you are to join the matrix? Ratchet questioned. The unspoken words hung in the air, but everyone understood the implications. If the matrix was not brought to the well, Cybertron would never birth new life, a fate I cannot accept. My mission must be fulfilled. Xiao Tianhan realized that Optimus Prime was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. However, he was at an impasse. The matrix container designed by Master Titanium was flawed. It could absorb the matrix but could not release it intact. It required a new vessel. Astonishingly, that vessel was the Energon matrix. Master Titanium possessed the foresight to anticipate this very moment, which might explain why he championed Optimus as leader before the High Council. Moreover, the Matrix container could only temporarily absorb the Emperor's consciousness and could not completely seal it away. Hence, Optimus sought to unite the powers of all leaders within the Energon Matrix to achieve a permanent sealing. This transcended the realm of material science, leaving Xiao Tianhan at a loss. Optimus, am I to lose the one I respect and care for most, rather than save you? Ratchet choked out. We have saved the planet. Surely we can find a way to save you. The divider consoled, patting Ratchet on the shoulder. We could use the magic sphere. We have done so before, Alcee added. From this moment forth, the Energon Matrix shall be replaced by the Matrix of Leadership. It cannot be repaired nor passed down. Yet it shall stand as a milestone marking our farewell to the era of leaders. Henceforth, leadership will no longer be measured by the Energon Matrix for my eyes. Each of you possesses the potential to lead. However, no one has ever set a good example for me. Knockout admitted with a hint of shame. As demonstrated by Megatron today, anyone has the right to redeem themselves. To my brethren, I have but one request. Continue to fight for justice. As Optimus spoke, he unfurled the wings upon his back. Optimus, Xiao Tianhan stepped forward. Do you mind if I embrace you one last time? In their final farewell, Xiao Tianhan and Optimus embraced. Do not mourn my departure, for to me, this does not signify an end. Optimus's words echoed in Xiao Tianhan's ears, and suddenly, he realized that the dissolution of physical form did not equate to the end of life. He opened his matrix chamber and released a golden beam of light, which flowed into Optimus's matrix. Optimus, please accept my final blessing. The golden spark's energy continuously infused into Optimus Prime's chamber, transforming into threads that enveloped his spark. Xiao Tianhan now harbored a singular hope, that Optimus would harness the transformative power of his own spark's energy to amalgamate the life force of all leaders and achieve his ultimate metamorphosis. This was all that Xiao Tianhan could do for Optimus. As the golden energy transmission concluded, Xiao Tianhan released his embrace, quietly observing as Optimus surged into the core of Cybertron, witnessing countless sparks erupting like radiant clouds from the wellspring of sparks. He awaited in silence. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until at last, he sensed a familiar fluctuation reactivating within the heart of Cybertron. Chapter 69. A new challenge in a distant galaxy. Two streaks of light swiftly traversed the planet's atmosphere, descending toward its surface. Transformers, must you pursue absolute annihilation? A spacecraft transformed and landed, revealing a transformer emblazoned with the purple insignia of the Decepticons. Decepticon, your actions on planet Bic 1 have violated the unforgivable crime of avarice as outlined by cosmic justice. I, Smokescreen, hereby strip you of all your powers and declare your capture. Surrender immediately. Following closely behind the Decepticon was a blue and white figure, who transformed upon landing. It was Smokescreen. With no escape, the Decepticon, resolute, transformed his arms into weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Smokescreen. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Smokescreen sauntered effortlessly through the barrage. The Decepticon observed, astonished, as all his attacks passed through Smokescreen's form without inflicting any harm. Smokescreen approached the Decepticon briskly, his fist clenched, and delivered a singular strike to the Decepticon's head. Instantly, the Decepticon's body stiffened and collapsed. TCH, such mediocrity dares to claim the title of the galaxy's greatest thief? What a waste of my time. As he chided, Smokescreen produced a palm-sized capsule, not to be underestimated. This capsule, crafted using Cybertronian spatial compression technology, could contain even a towering transformer within its small confines. Remarkably, whether held by a massive transformer or a diminutive one, the capsule remained the same size. After apprehending the Decepticon, Smokescreen leaped into the air, transforming into a Cybertronian spacecraft, ascending beyond the planet's atmosphere, and activating his faster-than-light drive to depart from the stellar system. Following the revival of Cybertron, although Optimus Prime did not join the wellspring of sparks and evolve into an existence transcending physical form due to the energy gifted by Xiao Tianhan, he chose to refrain from interfering in Cybertron's politics. He remained eternally within the wellspring, safeguarding the lifeblood of this Cybertronian civilization. Naturally, Xiao Tianhan ascended to the role of Cybertron's supreme leader, vowing to forge a new Cybertron where myriad races could coexist harmoniously. Consequently, the identity of a transformer no longer suited him, and he gracefully withdrew from their ranks. Xiao Tianhan resolutely dismissed the Autobots' request to restore the High Council, establishing the Cybertron People's Congress instead. Concurrently, 3 pivotal departments on Cybertron were founded with his support: the Cosmic Patrol, the Cosmic Security Bureau, and the Bureau of Science and Technology. The Bureau of Science and Technology, tasked with the research and deployment of cutting-edge technology, is led by Shockwave, who aligned himself with Xiao Tianhan in the wake of Cybertron's renaissance. The Cosmic Security Bureau, responsible for intelligence gathering and the security of Cybertron, is overseen by Hardshell, the individual who has been closest to Xiao Tianhan for the longest duration. The Cosmic Patrol, true to its name, is dedicated to maintaining order in the known universe. Composed of the mightiest Cybertronian warriors, predominantly consisting of the fierce and formidable. Thus, the position of Chief of the Cosmic Patrol naturally fell to Skyfire. Smokescreen, a member of the Cosmic Patrol, also serves as the head of the Galactic Branch, having undergone modifications under Xiao Tianhan's guidance. He not only possesses a more potent spark, but has also been outfitted with triple change gears and a superliminal space drive. His physical stature rivals that of the once mighty Optimus Prime, and his power has reached a leadership level. Utilizing the superliminal space drive, Smokescreen swiftly returned to Cybertron. This planet, previously ravaged by destruction, now emanated a brilliant blue light throughout the cosmos. Within, towering steel edifices stood rejuvenated, with elevated bridges connecting skyscrapers, vehicles flowing incessantly, aircraft roaring past, and dragons soaring majestically. The vitality of life and the flourishing of all things unfolded before him. I have returned. Smokescreen soared into the grand structure suspended above the ground, the military and political heart of Cybertron. Thank you for your efforts, Smokescreen, spoke Ratchet, who, during Cybertron's recovery phase and prior to the commencement of new elections, had taken on the responsibility of restoring the planet. For reasons unknown, remnants of the Decepticons have begun to resurface throughout the universe, Hardshell remarked. Numerous planets have reported sightings of Decepticon activity, seemingly organized in their efforts to undermine our strength. Skyfire expressed his concerns regarding the Decepticon tactics. Although Megatron had declared the Decepticons a relic of the past during Cybertron's revival and subsequently vanished from the cosmos, it was evident that their ambitions had not waned. They lurked in the universe's shadows, quietly amassing power in preparation for a potentially devastating strike, underscoring the need for vigilance. Xiao Tianhan emerged from the building, his demeanor grave. He did not underestimate the Decepticons' power, despite having achieved victory in the final battle. Moreover, this was not the first time the Decepticons had targeted Cybertron since Megatron's departure. Shortly after Xiao Tianhan broadcasted a message to all Cybertronians, a contingent of Decepticons arrived aboard warships, launching an assault on Cybertron. Regrettably for them, they could not even fire a shot. Before the eyes of the Cybertronian people, they and their vessels were reduced to ashes by Xiao Tianhan's might. Certainly, it is evident that Xiao Tianhan could not achieve such a monumental strike solely through his own strength. He owes his formidable power to Megatron. After Megatron's departure from Cybertron, Xiao Tianhan scoured the entire Dark Pinnacle. In the basement of Megatron's lair, he stumbled upon some intriguing artifacts. 7 peculiar mini-Decepticons, confined within experimental tubes. Though they were not the 7 gored warriors, they possessed extraordinary abilities akin to theirs. According to Megatron's experimental records, these 7 mini-Decepticons underwent genetic modification, endowing them with immense power. They had the capability to merge with Autobots or Decepticons, thereby providing their hosts with a significant enhancement in strength. The experimental documentation also contained a theory proposed by Megatron. If these 7 mini-Decepticons were to perform a super-energy fusion with a host, the resultant power would surpass that of a leader. It is essential to note that this surpassing power does not refer to Optimus Prime as strength, but rather to that of the 13 apostles who once aided Primus in vanquishing the Cosmic Emperor. Upon merging with the 7 mini-Decepticons, Xiao Tianhan's strength exceeded all expectations. With merely a casual swing of his sword, he reduced the incoming Decepticon warship to mere steel ash. Subsequently, to detain the surviving Decepticons, Xiao Tianhan harnessed his leader-surpassing power to construct a massive prison shaped like a cube in Cybertron's orbit, simultaneously serving as a warning to those who would covet Cybertron. Just as Xiao Tianhan and his companions were deliberating strategies, a stream of information flickered in his vision. "What is it?" asked Ratchet. "Bumblebee has activated the space bridge. Destination, Earth." Chapter 70. An unexpected turn, but why is Bumblebee heading to Earth? Ratchet inquired, perplexed. Is unclear, however. The Security Bureau's report indicates that a rookie officer named Iron Fist and a civilian called Hound have also accompanied Bumblebee to Earth, Xiao Tianhan replied, shaking his head. Since Optimus Prime's departure, The elite guard has disbanded. Ratchet has transitioned from frontline research to politics. Smokescreen has joined the Cosmic Patrol. RC has established an oil bath city, and Hound has formed his own construction team. Bumblebee has taken on the role of a police officer. Cybertron is vast, and everyone is occupied. Encounters are rare. Should we bring them back? Ratchet asked. No. It is fortuitous that there are signs of Decepticon activity on Earth. Let Bumblebee manage it, Xiao Tianhan decided. Bumblebee's abilities and prowess are beyond doubt, and Xiao Tianhan trusted he would competently handle affairs on Earth. Just as the group intended to return to their duties, Xiao Tianhan suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to Hardshell. What is the matter? Hardshell questioned, bewildered. Just now, I lost the signal from the Ark, yet the Security Bureau has provided no feedback. The Ark is a prison ship, housing Decepticon prisoners apprehended by the Cosmic Patrol and Security Bureau, and its security level is exceedingly high. The likelihood of a technical failure is virtually non-existent. How did this spacecraft vanish? Why has the Security Bureau remained silent regarding the disappearance of such a significant prison vessel? I must ascertain the truth at once. Upon observing the frown of the esteemed Xiao Tianhan, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He swiftly transformed and exited the building to investigate the matter personally. Perhaps the Security Bureau is verifying the status of the tomb of AI, suggested the ambulance. Let's hope so, replied Xiao Tianhan succinctly. The centipede, though dead, does not stiffen. He harbored an instinctive apprehension that the Decepticons would soon launch a renewed offensive against Cybertron, and this time, they might have infiltrated the very heart of Cybertron itself. The absence of any reports regarding attacks on the tomb of AI indicated that the issue likely lay within. Those Cybertronians capable of reaching into the Decepticon prisoner management system must hold a significantly low status within Cybertron. Both the security team and the Security Bureau are comprised of rigorously vetted individuals, rendering the likelihood of malfeasance exceedingly slim. Xiao Tianhan turned his gaze toward the ambulance. If the security team and bureau were intact, then the complication likely resided within the administrative system. The refugee situation on Cybertron was chaotic, making it all too easy for the Decepticons to blend in and manipulate the election process through various means, thereby infiltrating the administrative system. Ambulance. Verify the identity information of all candidates once more. I have a foreboding that the Decepticons have already infiltrated our ranks. Understood, the ambulance nodded, prepared to investigate. Only to be halted by Xiao Tianhan's voice. There is one more matter. I must journey to Earth, and I entrust the affairs of Cybertron to you for the time being. Xiao Tianhan had reached an impasse in his studies of the Allspark, and thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the Tomb of AI incident, he intended to return to Earth in search of potential breakthroughs from the cosmic essence of the Allspark. Without delay, a space bridge manifested before Xiao Tianhan, and he stepped into its depths. As he traversed the space bridge, he made his way toward Earth. Suddenly, his Allspark trembled unnaturally, and in an instant, the entire space bridge began to distort, consuming Xiao Tianhan's consciousness entirely. Earth, Colorado River, Hoover Dam, infusing the cube with radiance. Within the dam, in a nuclear standard sealed chamber, a specialized conduit connected from the chamber's ceiling, aimed at a military heavy truck parked within. As commands were issued, a unique radiation coursed through the conduit and into the military vehicle. The personnel on site watched with bated breath, fearful of missing the impending marvel. However, time passed without incident. This was not a failure of the Allspark's radiation. Rather, Xiao Tianhan's consciousness had descended upon the military truck just before the vehicle was exposed to the Allspark's radiance. Sensing the transformation within his body, Xiao Tianhan began to comprehend his current environment, specifically beneath the Hoover Dam where the Allspark resides. Just moments ago, as he traversed the space bridge to Earth, his extraordinary potential had undergone a remarkable enhancement. The last time the Golden Finger was activated, he acquired the ability for spontaneous upgrades through the spark. This time, he has gained the power to traverse worlds. Now, as long as he possesses sufficient golden energy, Xiao Tianhan can freely enter other realms, simultaneously acquiring a body native to the world he inhabits. However, there is a drawback. Once the energy is depleted, his consciousness will be forcibly returned. This time, he has traversed into the world of the Transformers movie, where at the onset of a narrative, he assumes the identity of a Transformer activated by the humans using the Allspark. Had he been in his original world, Xiao Tianhan would have immediately transformed and boldly exited the base. But now, He took a moment to assess his new form and found it somewhat fragile. Lacking reflective armor, a protective force field, and a self-repairing system, the material integrity of his body was alarmingly poor. Xiao Tianhan was certain that a single rocket could obliterate his physical manifestation. At present, he found himself ensconced within a nuclear weapons standard secure chamber, rendering any forced escape nearly impossible. He released cryogenic fluid, preparing to assess the condition of Unit 2. Xiao Tianhan heard the indistinct voices of humans, and soon after, the chamber's refrigeration system activated, causing the temperature to plummet. He sensed the systems of his body gradually failing. Fortunately, he managed to pry off a piece of metal and stowed it within the upgraded spatial compartment of his golden finger before departing from this world. For him, the Transformers live-action universe held little worth for his time. The Allspark might be one consideration, but it did not reach the level of necessity. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and Xiao Tianhan's consciousness returned to his own body. At that moment, he was still aboard the space bridge, checking the time. Only a second had elapsed. It appeared that the temporal marker for his return was precisely 1 second after his traversal. With newfound clarity, he continued his journey toward Earth. Xiao Tianhan's figure materialized at the location where Bumblebee had arrived on the space bridge. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no one present. However, he soon intercepted a distress signal emanating from the Tomb of Age. Rushing toward the source, it became evident that Bumblebee was in peril, under siege by a Decepticon known as Devastator. Xiao Tianhan uncovered the details about this formidable foe, identified as Rampage, who had been accused of devouring an entire city. While termed a city, it was merely a heap of ruins left over from the Cybertronian era. Were it not for Rampage's Decepticon affiliation, Cybertron might have awarded him a commendation for labor excellence. Rampage was immensely powerful, and Bumblebee, having undergone no upgrades, found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to contend with Rampage while simultaneously protecting Ironhide, Hound, and the Tomb's Guardian, the Minicon Blackout, who were all facing overwhelming odds. Furthermore, Rampage possessed a unique ability to convert the iron elements he consumed into raw power. The ferocious creature devoured a stasis pod used to confine prisoners, radiating an aura of energy. With just a few strikes, it incapacitated several members of the group. You are the ferocious creature. Lifting its claws, it was about to strike the dark-faced god when a sound from behind caught its attention. Indeed, it seemed someone recognized my esteemed name. The creature nodded in satisfaction before turning to display its robust form to Xiao Tianhan. However, as it straightened up and beheld the newcomer, it instantly collapsed to the ground. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Tianhan. It was the chief. The dark-faced god rushed over, gazing at Xiao Tianhan with profound admiration. Xiao Tianhan offered a slight smile to the dark-faced god and then continued to address the ferocious creature. If you return to your stasis pod now, I may consider mitigating your punishment. Yes, chief. The creature trembled as it rose unsteadily, hastily finding a stasis pod to retreat into. The name of Xiao Tianhan resonated throughout the ranks of the Decepticons, a figure of unparalleled renown. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate a warship. Who wouldn't be intimidated? Apologies. I may have faltered and failed to manage this Decepticon properly, Bumblebee confessed, stepping forward to Xiao Tianhan, filled with remorse. However, with your arrival, you will undoubtedly handle the matters concerning the Tomb of A. No, Bumblebee, I have my own tasks to undertake. I hope you can assemble a team to apprehend the Decepticons that have fled from the Tomb of A. Xiao Tianhan patted Bumblebee on the shoulder, glancing at Iron Arm and Horizontal Cannon behind him, who appeared as if they had committed mischief. It would have been simple for Xiao Tianhan to personally deal with the prisoners of the Tomb of A, yet he refrained. The youth must grow, and he believed Bumblebee could lead these young ones effectively. Moreover, Iron Arm and Horizontal Cannon were newly born Transformers, their sparks having been cleansed through Xiao Tianhan's transformative energy, allowing for swifter growth compared to the older Cybertronians. He was confident that it would not be long before they could stand on their own. Very well. Bumblebee glanced at the two behind him. Optimus Prime had summoned him to Earth, but had never mentioned bringing newcomers along. I hear fighting. Who is fighting? I want to fight too. Just as Xiao Tianhan was assigning tasks, a black head emerged from Stasis Pod. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. It was the dinosaur machine's steel cable, and Xiao Tianhan quickly recognized the owner of the head. Steel Cable also recognized Xiao Tianhan, grinning before promptly retreating back inside. I believe you could consider incorporating some new team members, Xiao Tianhan suggested. Steel cable may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he has potential. Chapter 71. He is not an Autobot. Detection indicated that Unit 2 was generating a force field protective device, with cube radiation continuously injected. Hoover Dam, Zone 7. A colossal robot was bound, liquid nitrogen cascading from its head, casting the entire laboratory into an ethereal realm, shrouded in mist. One exhilarating discovery. The commander of Zone 7 stood behind the protective glass, engaged in discussion with the nearby researchers. Initially, Zone 7 aspired to harness the extraterrestrial technology of the cube to fabricate controllable weapons of war. However, to their astonishment, the military truck, when exposed to the cube's rays capable of bestowing life upon electronic devices, exhibited no discernible change. Consequently, the experimenters infused the truck with an increased dosage of cube radiation. Although the truck still failed to exhibit intelligence, there was a silver lining. The internal systems of the artificial weapon were undergoing continuous self-upgradation due to the cube's exposure. The structure of the weapon became increasingly robust, and its thermal weaponry system gradually evolved into a pulse weapon system, while peculiar devices began to reorganize within the machine. At present, the researchers had definitively identified the capabilities of a powerful field protection system and a signal jamming device. This news filled everyone in Zone 7 with immense elation. In this world, humanity's automobiles, aircraft, and communications had all been derived from reverse engineering the first model, known as Megatron. The emergence of unprecedented technology on the second model held the potential to propel human innovation to new heights. In another realm, Xiao Tianhan glanced at the time, precisely traversing worlds. His corporeal form in the cinematic universe lay frozen by humans, rendering him immobile. Nonetheless, he would periodically return to observe his condition. Upon his second arrival in this body, Xiao Tianhan discovered that humans continued to infuse his form with cube energy, perhaps due to his lack of attained intelligence. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance, as the cube's radiation encompassed not only the power to metamorphose electronic products into mechanical life forms, but also contained super energy. His spark could extract this super energy from the radiation for his own utilization. Armed with energy, Xiao Tianhan activated his systems, which remained functional even at low temperatures, upgrading the materials of his body and assembling the field protection device and signal jamming apparatus, all in preparation for the potential battles ahead. Subsequently, he would periodically check on the situation. To Xiao Tianhan's surprise, the series of transformations within his body had captured the attention of Zone 7. In an effort to decode the technology embedded within him, Zone 7 lowered the freezing temperature of his torso, facilitating a swifter reorganization of his systems. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the artificial colossus as Xiao Tianhan returned to this world. The system of his new body had been completely reorganized. However, due to the freezing effect, he remained unable to move. Just as he was about to depart, after assessing the state of his new form, an ear-piercing alarm resonated through the air. The cooling system had malfunctioned. Model 1 was on the verge of losing control. As the alarm blared, the temperature of Xiao Tianhan's body began to rise, the low-temperature malfunctioning systems reactivating. Almost immediately, sounds of fierce combat and bomb explosions erupted from outside the laboratory. It appeared that Megatron had also awakened. Comprehending the situation, Xiao Tianhan summoned strength, and the chains binding his body shattered instantaneously. Swiftly, aim at the target and unleash continuous fire. Xiao Tianhan had just freed himself from his restraints when several fully armed soldiers approached, wielding liquid nitrogen and relentlessly spraying it toward him. This might be the most effective method conceivable by humanity at present, yet it proved utterly futile against Xiao Tianhan. If he wished to survive, remaining stationary was his only recourse. He bent down, his face nearly touching that of the leading soldier, allowing him to discern the man's eyelashes without the need for any adjustment of focus. Subsequently, he extended his hand and pushed the obstructing human aside, transforming his body into a vehicle and surging forth. "What should we do, Captain?" The soldier, momentarily disoriented by being shoved aside, inquired of his superior. The cacophony of gunfire echoed throughout Sector 7 as the captain pondered before responding. "Follow his instructions." Xiao Tianhan passed through the archway of the laboratory, emerging into a vast expanse that appeared to be the location of the concealed Allspark, though it was conspicuously absent, evidently relocated. He continued onward, steering toward the direction of the gunfire. Soon, a Cybertronian with exposed mechanical structures came into view. It was Megatron. Immediately locate the Allspark, Megatron commanded, casting a glance at Xiao Tianhan with an air of undeniable authority. Clearly, Megatron had mistaken Xiao Tianhan for a Decepticon. This was hardly surprising, as Earth's technology had been derived from reverse engineering Megatron's form. Consequently, all electronic devices on Earth bore his mark, and once activated, they became Decepticons. After issuing his command, Megatron transformed into a Cybertronian fighter jet and soared out of Sector 7, with Xiao Tianhan following suit. However, he did not pursue Megatron. Instead, he veered in the direction of Bumblebee, who was retreating with the Allspark. In this world, Autobots and Decepticons did not mask their energy signatures. A mere scan would reveal their locations, particularly since Bumblebee was carrying the Allspark. Its energy signature appeared in the detection system like a small sun, making it exceedingly difficult to go unnoticed. As Xiao Tianhan chased after, he soon spotted a Chevrolet Camaro trailed by a convoy of military vehicles. Clearly, it was Bumblebee. He refrained from acting impulsively, for on this highway, he recognized Optimus Prime, Ratchet, Jazz, and a multitude of other Autobots. However, his inaction did not deter other Decepticons. A tan mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle surged up on his right, while a Ford Mustang police car appeared on his left. "Get out of my way, you brat." The ambush vehicle slammed into Xiao Tianhan's flank before speeding past. "One irritable fellow," Xiao Tianhan mused. This transformer was none other than the infamous Bone Crusher. While the police car was barricaded, the Autobots sensed the Decepticons trailing behind them. Optimus Prime transformed and positioned himself in the center of the road, seemingly intending to delay the pursuing Decepticons. "Barricade, let's go." The Bone Crusher, invigorated by the sight of Optimus Prime, flipped his body and transformed, brandishing his massive spiked mace as he charged towards him. In contrast to Bone Crusher's reckless approach, Barricade opted for a more cautious tactic. Upon spotting Optimus Prime, he activated his siren, disguised himself as a responding police vehicle, and retreated in the opposite direction. Xiao Tianhan was left speechless. "So you're just going to play it safe? Huh?" Meanwhile, Bone Crusher had tackled Optimus Prime off a high overpass, which conveniently spared Xiao Tianhan a considerable amount of trouble. He continued to follow the convoy with Bumblebee, ensuring they remained out of human sight. Soon, the team transporting the Allspark entered the city. Xiao Tianhan could not fathom their reasoning for bringing the Decepticons in such an urban environment. Chicago was no small city. It was the third largest in the United States, with a high population density. Although humans might gain a home field advantage within the city, a war erupting there would lead to significant civilian casualties. More critically, in an urban setting, human heavy weaponry would be rendered ineffective, while the Decepticons would operate without restraint. Xiao Tianhan could only label this strategy as foolish. As the Autobots entered Chicago, a jet swept across the skyline, identified by Xiao Tianhan as Starscream. Unbeknownst to the humans below, they had also deployed smoke grenades, inadvertently guiding Starscream to his targets. Starscream locked onto the smoke and launched 2 missiles. Ironhide and Bumblebee were the first to sense the impending danger, realizing that the missiles were aimed at Sam, who was holding the Allspark behind them. "It's Starscream," Ironhide shouted. Without armor protection, the humans could not withstand Starscream's missiles. They had no choice but to lift a nearby truck together to shield themselves. One missile struck the truck, erupting in a shower of flames, while the other, affected by the explosion, crashed down at Bumblebee's feet. The blast sent Bumblebee flying, severing his legs at the knees. Sam and Michaela, having never witnessed such chaos, stood in stunned silence on the street, while Mika and Jack exhibited much greater composure. Just as Starscream's assault subsided, a tank emerged from behind, flanking them. It was the Decepticons' commotion. Megatron had also arrived. Jazz led the Autobots in an attempt to counter the Decepticons, with both factions exchanging fire across the street, while humans scrambled for cover. Had Xiao Tianhan and Optimus Prime been in command, they would have prioritized evacuating the civilians, especially since there was ample time for the authorities to respond. Yet, they failed to clear the area. In this world, Optimus Prime remained momentarily detained by Bone Crusher and had yet to arrive. The Autobots were no match for Megatron, who quickly knocked Jazz to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Tianhan sprang into action. He transformed, his palm morphing into a pulse cannon, and unleashed a barrage of shots at Megatron's back. Suddenly, the back of Megatron erupted with sparks, resembling a firework display, as various mechanical parts scattered around. After defeating Megatron, Starscream did not pause. Instead, he transformed into his vehicle form, maneuvering around the battleground streets to pursue Sam, who was hastily making his way to the rendezvous point. "Sam, hurry, get in. I'll cover you," Starscream called out, mimicking the tone of the Autobots. Trusting him without hesitation, Sam quickly climbed into the passenger seat of Starscream. The Ironhide and the ambulance, who were covering Sam, mistook this scene for a human military vehicle and continued to engage in battle with the Decepticon. Meanwhile, the Decepticon felt Starscream's ally recognition and exerted himself to hold off the Autobots. Thus, amidst the confusion, Starscream managed to whisk Sam and the cube away from the battlefield. "Hey, I don't think I've seen you before," Sam inquired. "That is quite normal. There are many Autobots on Earth," Starscream replied succinctly. With a series of mechanical clicks, he transformed into his humanoid form, gently cradling Sam in his hands and placing him upon the nearby sidewalk. "The Allspark. You didn't give me the Allspark," Sam remarked. Starscream said nothing and transformed back into his vehicle form, roaring away from the city. Chapter 72. The language of leaders. The surface of the Allspark cube was etched with ancient symbols and pictograms, presenting a perfect cube form, with a core containing the source code for folding and distorting space, enabling it to resize at will. In the world of the leaders, the Allspark was composed purely of energy, rendering it elusive to Starscream. However, in the realm of the live-action film, the core of the Allspark was made up of source code. When the Allspark cube detected metal, the source code was executed, releasing segments of hundreds of millions of bytes composed of ancient linguistic algorithms, akin to a soul-s chant. Additionally, the cube served as a super-energy storage device, containing energy equivalent to that of a massive star, which was utilized to execute the internal source code and energize creations. Thus, the Allspark cube could transform any electronic device into a transformer and recharge it. In the leader's world, Starscream was deciphering this unfamiliar script, which bore resemblance to the ancient text of Cybertron, making it relatively easy for him. "Master, it appears these characters resemble the leader's script of Cybertron," Blackface remarked while observing the text on the screen, though due to a slight malfunction in his language system, his words were occasionally unclear. The leader's script, used by the original 13 apostles of Cybertron, was akin to the language of the divine, imbued with the truths of the universe. However, by the time the Cybertronians came into existence, the 13 apostles had perished due to internal strife, leaving behind only a scant few examples of the leader's script. Although the remnants of the leader's script on Cybertron were few, they did not hinder Starscream. He reached out to Optimus Prime, who was far away on Cybertron, and obtained a reference guide for the leader's script from him. After all, Optimus Prime possesses the Allspark, which contains the wisdom of all leaders, including their inscriptions. While they may appear similar, they are not identical. There are subtle distinctions between them and the leader's inscriptions. Xiao Tianhan elucidated that due to the disparities across worlds, certain symbols representing the same ideas may carry different meanings, necessitating adjustments. Earth pales in comparison to Cybertron, and thus the analytical process may proceed at a more leisurely pace. Xiao Tianhan placed his palm upon the head of the black-faced deity, a stream of golden energy coursing through his hand and entering the deity's body, rectifying his speech impediment. Suddenly, the black-faced deity recited a tongue twister. Black fertilizer turns gray. Gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer doesn't turn gray. Gray fertilizer doesn't turn black. "Oh, my linguistic barrier. Thank you, Chief." He placed his hand upon his chest, intending to bow in gratitude to Xiao Tianhan. But at the instant his fist collided with his chest, it seemed to trigger some mechanism, and a pulse cannon unexpectedly morphed from his hand. With a resounding boom, the beam struck the scrap yard where the tomb of AI lay, obliterating the frontmost shelves into a mere wreck. "Oh, I sincerely apologize," the black-faced deity expressed regretfully. Xiao Tianhan stroked his chin, realizing that the golden energy had a far more significant effect on many Transformers than on the ordinary ones. "Black-faced deity, what transpired? Did the Decepticons breach our defenses?" Following the explosion, a middle-aged human male rushed in, accompanied by a child, Danny and Russell, the proprietor of the scrap yard, and his son. They were akin to Jack, Mickey, and Rafi, human allies of Bumblebee. It's nothing. The chief has merely repaired my speech impediment, the black-faced deity expressed with gratitude. Ah, I see. Then we shall return, Danny replied with a smile. The individual before him was the president of Cybertron, and he always felt somewhat constrained and uneasy in Xiao Tianhan's presence. Wait, Danny, I have a small favor to ask, Xiao Tianhan called out to him. It will be my honor to assist you, Danny promptly responded. Facing Danny, a blue virtual panel projected itself before him. I require a shipment of items from a human world. As I do not possess an account on Earth, I would like to borrow yours, if you consent. Although Xiao Tianhan could directly establish diplomatic relations with Earth and transact with the government, such a course would be cumbersome and involve foreign exchange, which he preferred to avoid. Consider it a trivial matter. Danny effortlessly input his account information. However, he soon found himself astonished as millions of dollars flowed out of his account before his eyes. It was exceedingly simple for Xiao Tianhan to amass funds on Earth, and every transaction was entirely legitimate. After acquiring the necessary items, he even left $1 million in Danny's account as a rental fee for the space. Danny's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly waved his hand in refusal. Thank you for your generosity. However, truth be told, I do not seek any recompense. The arrival of the Bumblebees has brought a vibrant energy to this remote locale, and, to be honest, I find myself to be a beneficiary of this occurrence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhan cast a lingering glance at Danny, and in the next moment, the digits in Danny's account reverted to a familiar figure. Watching the money slip away before his eyes, Danny felt a pang of anguish deep within. Ah, this infernal, gentlemanly demeanor. Father, you are truly remarkable. Russell gazed at his father, and in that instant, Danny stood tall in his eyes, silently giving a thumbs up. Danny offered a smile. Although he had missed the opportunity to become a millionaire, he had nonetheless set a commendable example for his son. Suddenly, the ship's alarm blared. Oh my goodness! The ship's systems have detected the formation of a black hole, exclaimed the black-faced deity in disbelief. What? A black hole? Danny echoed in shock. Indeed, there is a radiation of energy not far off, indicative of a black hole, likely caused by the collapse of a space bridge. But why would there be a space bridge on Earth? Xiao Tianhan inquired, glancing toward the black-faced deity. Earlier this morning, a group of humans arrived at the scrapyard with a list, seeking parts to construct a space bridge, the black-faced deity explained. Therefore, I did not provide them with the crucial motor, Danny added. They likely found other motors, Russell speculated. Lieutenant Bumblebee and the others were near the space bridge. The black-faced deity pinpointed the location of the space bridge. Black-faced deity, continue with your deciphering tasks. I shall investigate, Xiao Tianhan directed, transforming into a fighter jet and heading towards the Bumblebee's position. I had thought the leader of the Autobots was also an Autobot, Danny remarked as he watched Xiao Tianhan depart. Not at all. The planet Cybertron is home to countless races, and the Autobots are merely one among them, the black-faced deity elucidated to Danny and Russell. Utilizing the advantage of flight, Xiao Tianhan swiftly located the collapsed space bridge. Upon landing and transforming, he extended a data connection line from his palm, infiltrating the control system of the space bridge and forcibly shutting down the out-of-control structure. The nascent black hole vanished, and the Bumblebee, ensnared by the gravitational pull, surged forth with a mighty rush. To counteract the gravity, they transformed into vehicles, exerting all their might to flee in the opposite direction. As the gravitational force dissipated, they instantly burst forth, among them a blue Decepticon named Thunderhoof. In his humanoid form, he resembled an upright moose, the warlord of the Decepticons. Due to the denunciation by his subordinates, the Cosmic Guard discovered his lair. Faced with the formidable Cosmic Guard, Thunderhoof's forces were utterly powerless, falling in a single sweep. Ultimately, Thunderhoof was classified as part of the underworld, for during the old Cybertron era, he wielded control over a city's underground realm without any notable achievements within the Decepticon ranks. Xiao Tianhan, as Lei witnessed the closure of the black hole, he first exhaled in relief, only to be confronted by a crimson figure before him. Chapter 73, The Golden 12 Palaces. The capture of the fugitive from the Tomb of AI was merely a minor episode. Xiao Tianhan swiftly completed the interpretation of the source code for the primordial spark cube, marking a small step for him, yet a monumental leap for all factions of Cybertron. The source code of the primordial spark ensures that should the spark of the primordial wellspring ever be unleashed, the Cybertronian races will continue to flourish. Moreover, it signifies that the Cybertronians, who have long relied on the primordial deity for their survival, have truly achieved independence. More importantly, possessing the source code empowers Xiao Tianhan to summon a vast army in his future journeys through time and space utilizing the primordial spark. Black Mask. This matter is of utmost significance, Xiao Tianhan remarked sternly, turning his gaze towards the minicon who assisted in the translation. I will erase your knowledge of the cube to avert any unforeseen consequences. Anxiously fidgeting with his fingers, Black Mask hesitated before eventually nodding, as if resolving to make a significant decision. I understand, Chief. Black Mask replied nervously. There is no need for anxiety. It is merely a matter of erasing your memories of the cube, and it will be over swiftly. Xiao Tianhan extended his hand, placing it atop Black Mask's head, infusing a golden thread into the latter's memory chip. Due to the nature of physical erasure, even the most meticulous methods would leave traces, yet through golden energy, Xiao Tianhan could transform the memory chip into a new entity, devoid of any recollection of the cube. All right, see if you feel any discomfort. Xiao Tianhan concluded the procedure and withdrew his hand. Oh, I feel no discomfort at all, Chief. In fact, my core processing power has surged nearly 100-fold, and my storage capacity has increased almost 1,000-fold. Black Mask exclaimed with excitement. Thank you, Chief. I shall fulfill your command. Speaking of tasks, Black Mask suddenly paused. Tapping his head thoughtfully, what was it again? Investigate the location of the remaining wreckage of the Tomb of AI spacecraft, Xiao Tianhan reminded. Yes, investigate the whereabouts of another section of the spacecraft. My apologies, Chief, Black Mask said sheepishly, rubbing his head before making his way to the spacecraft at the junkyard to commence his work. Black Mask, we have not apprehended that fugitive. Check for any relevant information. Just as Black Mask began his task, Bumblebee and others rushed in urgently, seeking information about the prisoner. Recently, Bumblebee had been pursuing a thieving Decepticon fugitive, and it seemed they had found the individual, yet not captured him. Given Xiao Tianhan's presence, the group remained orderly, with horizontal cannon, iron arm, and steel cable lining up behind Bumblebee. Black Mask retrieved the data on a bird-like transformer, prompting steel cable to exclaim, "This is the pickpocket, a scoundrel deserving a beating. I can hardly wait to thrash him." At this moment, the indomitable iron arm spoke up, referencing the operational guidelines of the police department. Had it not been for the blatant violation of Article 134, Chapter 2, by the rogue, the pickpocket would have been apprehended long ago. The rogue, unwilling to yield, retorted, "You are nothing but a thorough, methodical oddity." Iron arm pressed against the rogue's chest, asserting, if we do not adhere to the principles outlined in this manual, success will forever elude us. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. You must bear witness that I did not instigate this, the rogue hastily explained, catching a glimpse of the figure of Xiao Tianhan. Bumblebee glanced at the retreating iron arm, and then at the seemingly innocent rogue, letting out a sigh. They were still young, and their upbringing had been relatively peaceful. The sudden arrival of Cybertron on Earth for a mission would inevitably lead to some discomfort. Xiao Tianhan offered a word of consolation, as Iron Arm reminded him of someone, Tong Tian Xiao, the extreme doctrinaire under Optimus Prime. During the latter stages of Cybertron's reconstruction, Xiao Tianhan had established the Cosmic United Council, with Tong Tian Xiao serving as its inaugural Secretary General, tasked with instituting a new order in the post-war universe. Should these two ever meet, they would undoubtedly resonate with each other. Indeed, I believe I was doing well enough, yet issues still arose within the team, Bumblebee expressed, a hint of despondency in his tone. If Optimus were here, he would undoubtedly know how to handle this. But you are not Optimus. You must resolve the issues on your own, just as you did during the Dark Summit, Xiao Tianhan reminded him. Bumblebee had once wounded the Cosmic Emperor at the Dark Summit, demonstrating exceptional judgment and decisiveness. His leadership capabilities were formidable. However, back then, he had led seasoned soldiers emerging from the battlefield. Now, facing these individuals, each with distinct personalities and strengths, he felt somewhat outmatched. Even Tong Tian Xiao struggled with the likes of Jax, did he not? I believe I know what I must do now. Thank you, Xiao Tianhan, Bumblebee nodded, before pursuing the direction in which Iron Arm had departed. With Iron Arm and Bumblebee gone, only the Rogue and Steel Cable remained to confront Xiao Tianhan. The Rogue's vibrant red, juxtaposed with Steel Cable's green, created a scene devoid of the serene beauty of nature's hues. It felt akin to being trapped in a forest ablaze, where one longs to flee but finds escape impossible, leading to a state of agitation and unease with wandering eyes. Suddenly, the doorbell of the junkyard rang, accompanied by the roar of engines. "I'll go take a look." Seizing the opportunity, the rogue sprang into action, dashing toward the entrance. "I want to go too," Steel Cable exclaimed, tail wagging as he followed suit. "Let us step aside," Xiao Tianhan remarked nonchalantly, signaling for Black-Face God to accompany him back inside the ship. The doorbell had alerted the owner of the junkyard, and Danny swiftly made his way to the entrance. "Welcome to Danny's Antique Collection. How may I assist you?" Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a sharply dressed professional holding a walkie-talkie, directing a convoy of tow trucks behind him. "Good day, are you Mr. Danny?" The suited man inquired politely. "Indeed I am." Upon confirming the identity of Danny, the suited gentleman produced a list, and Danny glanced over it, astonished to find it comprised an impressive array of supercars, no less than 12 in total. They were unloaded from a trailer by the staff and lined up neatly in front of the scrapyard, as the entrance was somewhat small, preventing the trailer from entering. Declining the suited man's offer to assist with parking, Danny affixed his signature, then proceeded to drive the vehicles into the scrapyard, one by one. "I thought you might acquire some high-tech gadgets," Danny remarked, leaning against a luxury car, addressing Xiao Tianhan. "Please, the greatest scientist in the universe stands before you. Who needs those trivial earthly trinkets?" The imposing figure interjected, ignoring their banter. Xiao Tianhan meticulously stored each supercar within his spatial realm, taking a moment to admire these exquisite masterpieces. As the saying goes, Earthlings have indeed designed a number of beautiful vehicles. "Wow, spatial technology," Russell exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he watched the vehicles being collected. It was Danny's first encounter with such spatial technology, and he too was filled with exhilaration. "I have matters to attend to. If it is not imperative, I wish to remain undisturbed," Xiao Tianhan instructed briefly before retreating deeper into the spaceship. Then, traversing worlds, the system rebooted. In the cinematic realm, Xiao Tianhan opened his eyes to a shroud of darkness. This was an abandoned mine, where he had concealed his body upon departing this world. Shaking off the dust, Xiao Tianhan noted from the records that he had lain incapacitated in this mine for 2 months, roughly the same duration as his time in the world of the Leader's Testament. He extracted a canister of golden energy from his spatial realm and infused it into his body. Instantly, a remarkable transformation occurred. His stature increased, becoming more robust, and the potency of his weapon systems significantly enhanced. Additionally, a jetpack reminiscent of an upgraded Optimus Prime materialized behind him. Accustomed to flight, Xiao Tianhan occasionally transformed into an automobile, though low-speed travel felt rather foreign to him. After completing his upgrades, he exited the mine and arranged all the supercars from his spatial realm before him. Then, he retrieved the Spark Source Cube, which upon detecting the vehicles, radiated soul energy, causing the supercars to flip and morph into humanoid forms. From left to right, 12 supercars were activated, transforming into towering transformers. Of course, this towering stature was only relative to humans. Standing at 10 meters tall, Xiao Tianhan found the 4 to 5 meter tall transformers to merely reach his waist. "Thank you for granting us life. We pledge our allegiance to you." The 12 transformers knelt, vowing loyalty to their creator. This was the very purpose of Xiao Tianhan's acquisition of supercars in the world of the Leader's Testament, to forge his own army. Given that all machines on this earth stemmed from Megatron, activating them would render them Decepticons. Thus, he opted for an alternative approach. Xiao Tianhan waved his hand, and a series of canisters brimming with golden energy materialized before the 12 individuals, each slightly smaller than the one he used himself. The eyes of the 12 transformers sparkled with longing as they eagerly picked up the canisters and infused the golden energy into their bodies. Golden arcs of lightning flickered as their forms began to ascend, enveloped in a resplendent golden hue. Before long, they completed their evolution, their heights reaching an impressive 8 meters. Their bodies entirely adorned in gold, and even manifesting unique, exclusive weapons. It is worth noting that even Optimus Prime from the cinematic universe stands just above 8 meters. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Golden 12 Palaces, tasked with safeguarding the Allspark. Chapter 74. The fallen Transformers. We have pinpointed the location of the Allspark, Decepticons. Let us proceed. In Earth's orbit, Soundwave had commandeered an Earth satellite, utilizing its scanning systems to detect the fluctuations of the Allspark. Megatron had already arrived on Earth, while the remaining Decepticons launched from Pluto, hurtling into the atmosphere with crimson flames. They soon appeared on the radar of the U.S. military. The Autobots transmitted a signal. The Decepticons were on the move. Multiple targets were heading westward. Dozens of Decepticons were flying toward the western United States, and their super energy signatures were detected on the ground. All the data conveyed a singular truth. The Decepticons were mobilizing en masse, although their objective remained unclear. Preparations for evacuation were underway. Within the atmosphere, Xiao Tianhan brushed past the Decepticon army, his destination being the moon, while the Decepticons clearly aimed for the location of the Golden 12 Palaces. Continuing his flight, Xiao Tianhan's immediate priority was to locate the slumbering Unicron on the far side of the moon and acquire the main control column of the space bridge within Unicron spacecraft, enabling his return to Cybertron. In Xiao Tianhan's eyes, Earth was merely a planet deficient in energy, already inhabited by a multitude of intelligent life forms, rendering it unsuitable as a base. Moreover, the Golden 12 Palaces, having undergone his enhancements, had grown sufficiently powerful, unless faced with an assault from the ancient Fallen Transformers. The Fallen could manipulate gravity and teleport instantaneously. Should he engage personally, Xiao Tianhan would find it exceedingly difficult to thwart him. However, he believed the Fallen would refrain from direct confrontation, for Optimus Prime had yet to perish. As the last of the Primes, Optimus possessed the capability to vanquish the Fallen. The Fallen harbored a profound fear of death. On the ground, upon receiving orders, the Golden 12 Palaces had already set forth. On the winding road, 12 massive vehicles traversed, each uniquely shaped and adorned in radiant golden armor. Suddenly, a jet screamed in from the distance. Starscream targeted the convoy on the road, opening his belly to release 4 missiles, hurling them toward the Golden 12 Palaces. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder struck the ground, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. The rolling yellow sands, akin to a giant serpent in motion, witnessed dozens of Decepticons erupting from the flanks of the road, encircling the Golden 12 Zodiac with an evident intent. They had clearly breached the confines of the Decepticons' ambush. Counterattack echoed the resolute voice of Gemini over the communication channel. With the enhancement of golden energy, Gemini not only acquired a formidable physique, but also birthed a second brain. The computational prowess of these 2 brains was astounding, enabling Gemini to simulate and predict future events. At that moment, the Decepticon soldiers had successfully severed the road. 2 Decepticons stood guard on either side, their limbs transformed, launching a barrage of missiles toward the Golden 12 Zodiac. Ares was the first to break from the ranks, executing a graceful maneuver that revealed a towering transformer clad in golden armor. With a mere lift of his hand, a crystalline barrier materialized instantaneously. The missiles struck the lattice shield with a thunderous crash, enveloping the area in smoke and debris. Yet, the crystalline barrier remained unscathed, and, as Ares clenched his fist, the shield vanished. Simultaneously, arcs of lightning danced between the Golden Ram's horns, as 2 pulsating plasma spheres, radiating a blue luminescence, surged toward the obstructing Decepticons. The speed of the lightning spheres was astonishing, swiftly melting away half of the bodies of 2 Decepticons. With the roadblock neutralized, reinforcement from the side rushed in. A tiger-like Decepticon soldier was the first to charge into the ranks of the Golden 12 Zodiac, lunging at Taurus, who bore a pair of magnificent horns. Taurus wasted no time, delivering a punch that collided with the Decepticon skull, sending shattered remnants flying. Leo moved with a spectral grace, seemingly leisurely, yet darting at several times the speed of sound. Before the Decepticons could react, their heads became detached from their bodies. The situation swiftly deteriorated. Megatron, caught off guard, realized that the Decepticons had already suffered significant losses. The ordinary soldiers were no match for them. My foolish apprentice. A shadowy figure adorned with a pharaoh's mask, the Fallen, appeared eerily beside Megatron. At his words, the entire crew of the excavator tiger began to gather, transform, and unite, culminating in the emergence of a colossal mechanical beast stretching several dozen meters across the desolate Gobi. It opened its gaping maw, devouring all obstacles in its path, its neck functioning like a crushing machine, pulverizing everything that entered. Within the Golden 12 Zodiac, Aquarius manifested, his chest opening like a bottle's mouth as photons surged forth. finding an outlet into Aquarius's core, causing the surrounding space to darken. In an instant, the concentrated photon beam erupted from Aquarius's chest, cascading onto the form of Hercules, transforming everything it touched into molten iron. The Fallen's expression soured as he flickered and vanished from sight. Megatron cast a lingering gaze at the Golden 12 Zodiac before transforming into a Cybertronian aircraft and disappearing into the horizon. Moments later, several Earth fighter jets soared overhead. As the silhouettes of the Autobots emerged on the horizon, the scene begins to rewind, the deceased rise, and bullets return to their chambers. The recent battle was merely a simulation of the future by Gemini, as the two obstructing Decepticons remained ahead. They raised their hands, launching several missiles directly towards the ranks, prompting Ares to break from the formation. Just as Ares was about to transform, Gemini's voice echoed through the communication channel. Proceed at full speed. Ares interrupted the transformation, roaring with engines, accelerating with all its might. After evading the missiles, it instantaneously changed direction, colliding sideways with the two Decepticons. The two were ensnared beneath the vehicle, sparks flying, and were utterly crushed by the 24-inch wheels. Gemini was dissatisfied with the recent calculations. Before having the chance to eliminate the ancient Prime, Fallen, he did not wish to reveal the full strength of the Golden 12 houses so soon. Observing the escape of the Golden 12 houses, Megatron was poised to issue a pursuit order when, in the next moment, Fallen appeared beside him. The matrix of leadership is not within them, Fallen stated, then pointed in another direction. Eliminate Optimus Prime, my apprentice. Following Fallen's, Megatron gazed towards the horizon, where Optimus Prime and the Autobots had emerged. Decepticons, redirect your targets. Annihilate the Autobots, Megatron commanded, leaping from the hillside and transforming into a Cybertronian fighter, leading the charge. Zing! Zing! Two blue energy blasts surged forth, and Megatron engaged in a fierce struggle with Optimus Prime. Autobots, counterattack! Optimus Prime shouted, delivering a punch that sent Megatron staggering back. Noticing the encroaching Decepticons from all sides, he immediately issued a command. Megatron took 2 steps back, regaining composure, and drew a massive sword from his back. The blade crackled with energy, releasing a blue blast that sent Optimus Prime flying several meters away. Optimus! Ratchet cried out anxiously as a helicopter landed and transformed behind Optimus Prime, revealing the Decepticon, Soundwave. Starscream soon arrived, transforming upon landing and kicking up clouds of dust. Optimus Prime glanced at the trio attacking him, spitting out a piece of scrap metal. With a clang, a heat blade sprang forth, and Optimus swiftly rose, plunging the blade into Megatron's abdomen. As Megatron swung his sword in retaliation, Optimus's other heat blade pierced his thigh. Starscream, witnessing Megatron's injury, paused for 2 seconds before charging at Optimus as he withdrew the heat blade, raising his arm cannon for a barrage. Optimus glanced at Soundwave, severing Starscream's arm with a decisive stroke, then delivering a kick to his chin that sent Starscream flying. At that moment, Soundwave arrived, wielding a spiral blade aimed at Optimus, while his other hand transformed into a Vulcan cannon that fired incessantly. Optimus sidestepped the spinning blade, bringing down his heat blade, which shattered Soundwave's hand at the joint. In an instant, Optimus pivoted and slashed, tearing apart Soundwave's entire chest. Scrap metal, Optimus exclaimed, transforming his arm into a hook claw, shattering Soundwave's head with disdain. As Optimus Prime fell under the weight of a surfboard, a colossal sword suddenly pierced through his back, shattering his spark and extinguishing his life. Autobots, retreat, he uttered his final notes, and with that, his spark was irrevocably extinguished. Chapter 75, Global Crisis on Earth. Megatron stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the human metropolis below. It's time the world recognizes our existence. No more concealment. No more mercy. His declaration resonated through the sound waves in Earth's orbit, prompting countless Decepticons to descend upon the planet. Standing on the moon, Starscream gazed up at Earth, where he could distinctly see hundreds of fiery orbs hurtling towards its surface. They were not meteors, but the landing pods of the Decepticons. A frown crossed Starscream's face. Did the Decepticons truly intend to confront the Golden Zodiac with unwavering resolve? Gemini, report your status. Starscream reached out to the Golden Zodiac. The leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, has perished. Optimus is dead? Starscream was taken aback. not anticipating this turn of events. This meant the Fallen would soon make his move. You must exert control over the situation on Earth. Starscream had yet to secure the main control pillar and could not return to Earth for the time being. The Decepticon invasion is spreading globally. I request the mobilization of human military forces, Gemini implored. After a moment of contemplation, Starscream granted Gemini's request. The instant he did, the global missile defense systems activated simultaneously, and all modern military forces sounded their battle alarms. What is happening? Why are the Pacific Fleet's fighter jets taking off without reason? The Army is mobilizing as well, sir. The Pentagon had descended into chaos as aircraft carrier groups commenced combat operations and the Army began to redeploy towards the cities, as if everyone had betrayed their posts in an instant. Order them to cease all actions. Stand by, roared the five-star general. General, we are unable to contact any of the units, a communications officer said in despair. Then send someone to ascertain the situation immediately. The commanding officer of the USS Eisenhower gazed at the combat deployment, which adhered to all protocols, still in disbelief. He promptly dialed the Pentagon. In the next moment, a video call from the five-star general came through, commanding him to execute the combat deployment without delay. This scene unfolded across the globe. In an instant, humanity's leaders lost control over their military forces. In the United States, at the Golden Gate Bridge, a Decepticon soldier scaled the bridge's apex, transforming his hands into weapons, poised to unleash an assault on the city before him. Suddenly, a dozen fighter jets appeared in the distance, simultaneously launching missiles before ascending to pursue their next targets. In France, at Charles de Gaulle Square, several fiery meteors descended, and fearsome Decepticons emerged from their landing pods, ready to commence a massacre. Yet, as they scanned the streets, they found no sign of the frail human populace, only fully armed soldiers, seemingly awaiting this moment. In the United Kingdom, Italy, and Germany, a similar situation continues to unfold, as the Decepticons seem to have fallen into a trap set by humanity, awaiting their descent, at which point a barrage of formidable weaponry will be unleashed upon them. On board the USS Eisenhower, the first officer gazed with satisfaction at the reports being presented, noting that their aircraft had successfully coordinated with the Egyptian army to eliminate 6 Decepticons. It is worth mentioning that not long ago, a single Decepticon had obliterated one of their military bases in Qatar. Now, having paid the price of merely a few aircraft, they had achieved an unprecedented victory by vanquishing 6 Decepticons. When did the Pentagon staff become so competent? The aide jested. The commander glanced at the report and then at the newly issued operational orders, his expression turning grave. Have you not realized? The true orchestrators of our military operations are not the Pentagon. But did you not just speak with the Pentagon? The first officer queried, perplexed. I have just received intelligence indicating that military forces worldwide are engaged in combat against the Decepticons. Such a significant military operation was not preceded by any notification. The aide hesitated regarding the impending battle orders, casting a glance at the communication devices in the command room. He was no fool, given the adversary's advanced technology. Their recent conversation was likely under surveillance. Proceed with the operational orders. The Supreme Commander handed the deployment plan to the aide, adding, verify with the Pentagon once more, and remember to preserve the video documentation for the records. This world is never short of intelligent individuals. Some have already seen through the FAA. Yet the war between humanity and the Decepticons has commenced, leaving them with no choice but to forge ahead into the abyss. They must either triumph and expel the Decepticons or capitulate and become their slaves. Humanity is embroiled in a bloody struggle, while the Golden Zodiac welcomes several extraordinary guests. Jazz, accompanied by Bumblebee, has discovered their hiding place. We have detected an exceptionally strong electromagnetic signal. Jazz raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he harbored no ill intentions. I am aware that you possess the Allspark, and thus I beseech you, save Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. The last of the Primes. Jazz lowered his stance, fearful of inciting the wrath of these unknown Transformers. Ares approached Jazz, expressing profound sorrow over the loss of the Primes. Yet we do not possess the Allspark. Sagittarius also stepped forward, having received a message from the cold-hearted Sentinel. When the dawn illuminates the tip of the dagger, the 3 kings shall unlock the entrance. Find that entrance, and you will be able to resurrect Optimus Prime. A hint, seek out your human allies. What Sagittarius articulated was the location of the Matrix, the core of leadership. Sentinel had no particular aspirations regarding the Matrix. It was merely a super-energy vessel created by the Primes using the Allspark. The Matrix possesses the capacity to activate the Allspark, but more importantly, it symbolizes the authority of the Primes, thus serving as the key to the Star Harvester. To Sentinel, the Matrix holds little utility. Meanwhile, a vessel designated as 22 descended upon Chicago. We encountered fierce resistance. Megatron, the Red Spider, transformed and landed before Megatron, lowering its posture to report. With a single punch, Megatron struck down the Red Spider, exclaiming, "You have truly bungled this. Red Spider, I doubt you could even thwart a picnic." They number in the billions, a formidable crowd. Trampled underfoot by Megatron, the Red Spider hastily retorted. Megatron kicked the Red Spider aside and directed a pulse towards the moon. "It is time to awaken my army." On the far side of the moon, several spacecraft emerged from the underground, with countless Decepticons clamoring to board, setting their course for Earth. The formidable howl of the cold sky sensed an overwhelming surge of super-energy signals and hastened to intervene. The Decepticon vessels had entered sublight speed cruising, swiftly departing the moon, leaving behind a few hapless Decepticon foot soldiers who failed aboard. The foot soldiers glared fiercely at Cold Sky, and with a commanding roar from their leader, they charged at him. Cold Sky unsheathed the great sword from his back, pointing its blade towards the Decepticons. A glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by a sweeping arc of the sword, sending several heads flying as their owners collapsed helplessly. It had been long since he last engaged in combat, yet fortunately, he remained uncorroded. Chapter 76. The Matrix. The CIA stated that the Sumerians referred to the Aqaba Bay as a dagger, resembling a blade that separates Egypt from Jordan. Within the nest established by the Autobots in conjunction with the U.S. military, Major Lynock hung up the phone and addressed Jazz. "The hope for Optimus Prime's revival lies there. Autobots, prepare to depart." Jazz turned to his comrades behind him, his expression resolute. "That is on the opposite side of the Earth. How do you intend to reach it?" Major Lynock inquired. The Autobots exchanged glances. At that moment, Jax had yet to arrive on Earth, and the Autobots possessed no spacecraft, rendering it impossible to traverse the vast ocean to Egypt. "We shall use our aircraft." Major Lynock indicated towards the hangar. The U.S. military's global Titan swiftly embarked with the Nest forces and Autobots, heading towards Egypt. On the moon, Cold Sky received a message from Gemini. "The Autobots are en route. Ensure Sagittarius follows them," Cold Sky commanded. For Sagittarius was the only aerial force under his command at present. Cold Sky turned to stow the long sword behind him, and behind him lay the scattered remains of dozens of Decepticons. Before him stood a massive Cybertronian spacecraft. Even with Cold Sky's towering 10-meter frame, he could navigate this vessel without obstruction. This was the Ark, the ship of Unicron. In the final moments of the Cybertronian War, Unicron departed Cybertron with a space bridge, seeking a new home for the Autobots. However, as he was about to leave Cybertron, he was struck by a Decepticon fighter, damaging the faster-than-light engine, forcing the ship to cruise at a lower speed towards Earth. During the prolonged journey, the ship veered off course and ultimately crashed upon the moon. Indeed, this is merely a version of the Autobots. In truth, Unicron had long conspired with Megatron. Both Unicron and Megatron were acutely aware that Cybertron was beyond salvation, and the inhabitants of Cybertron were in desperate need of a new sanctuary. Earth, or rather, the Cosmic Emperor, was the only being in the universe on par with the Primus, possessing the energy requisite to revive the Cybertronian planet. Regrettably, Unicron had descended upon the moon, while Megatron plummeted into the Arctic, causing the revival of Cybertron to be postponed for a millennium. As Scourge pressed the button, the floor at the center of the spacecraft opened, and Unicron's form was gradually elevated by a platform. Alongside him, 8 energy columns were also raised, including the main control column, precisely what Scourge desired. Alas, only 8 energy columns remained, whereas activating the space bridge necessitated over 100. He glanced at Unicron, pondering that the technology on Earth was far inferior to that of the Decepticon world, and constructing a space bridge would consume an excessive amount of time. Utilizing the space bridge designed by Unicron would undoubtedly be ideal. Scourge collected the energy columns, strapping them to his back, and then grasped Unicron, returning to Earth. On Earth, the Gemini altered the positioning system of the global tyrant, directly transporting the Autobots near the Matrix. To reiterate, when dawn illuminates the tip of the dagger, the 3 kings shall open the entrance. Jazz surveyed the severely weathered ancient structures and reiterated his statement. Major Lennox halted, gazing at the palace gates before him, which towered as high as 10 Earthlings. While astonished by the architectural prowess of ancient humanity, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why did the proportions of these edifices seem more suited for Cybertronians? He charged boldly into the ancient structure, relentlessly striking the walls. Suddenly, he paused and exclaimed, "This is it, Bumblebee. Open this place." Hearing Major Lennox's call, Bumblebee maneuvered through the crowd, transforming his arm into a weapon. With a flash of light, the shockwave from the cannon blasted through the wall. The wall shattered, revealing a peculiar hand adorned with strange inscriptions. "This is it." Jazz could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed inside. "What is this?" Major Lennox surveyed the colossal remains of ancient Cybertronians surrounding him. "I possess knowledge of some ancient secrets of the Cybertronians." Ratchet gently caressed the bodies of the elders. "In the earliest days of Cybertron, we had 7 formidable elders who traversed the cosmos in search of the super energy vital for our survival. The elders acquired the super energy we required by annihilating stars. Without it, we would age and succumb to rust. Over the long ages, the elders gradually reached a consensus to never destroy living planets. However, one individual defied this decree, and his name was none other than the Fallen. The Fallen, the most formidable of the primes, surpassed all others in power. To safeguard the existence of other life forms in the universe, the remaining primes sacrificed their lives to steal the matrix of leadership and sealed it within the cosmos. This tale, seldom recounted on Cybertron, was long believed to be a fabrication of the future generations. However, it now appears to hold a kernel of truth. Ratchet recounted the ancient legend, while Major Lennox exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates, realizing that they stood before the tomb of a leader. Indeed, Ratchet nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Jazz had reached the heart of the tomb, cradling a Cybertronian artifact that resembled a dagger. "The Matrix of Leadership," he exclaimed. "Can its energy awaken Optimus Prime?" Major Lennox inquired. "The Matrix was not originally conceived for such a purpose, yet this energy is extraordinary, filled with equal parts hope and despair," Ratchet replied. "Then we must act swiftly." Without delay, Major Lennox mobilized his team to carry the Matrix back to their camp, located 2 kilometers away, where Optimus Prime awaited. Jazz nodded, grasping the Matrix as they exited the leader's tomb. As Jazz was a Cybertronian and a member of the Autobots, the Matrix's security system did not trigger. Across the desolate desert, a convoy sped forth, the fierce winds tossing a small lizard-side. "Launch a signal flare to alert the camp to prepare." Major Lennox commanded his crew from the vehicle. Suddenly, he froze, witnessing a Transformer's figure adorned with a pharaoh's mask materialize before them. Before he could react, gravity within the vicinity went awry, causing everyone to float helplessly. "Surrender the Matrix," the Fallen's sinister voice whispered, chilling Major Lennox's heart. Jazz shielded the Matrix, firing several shots at the Fallen, which only served to enrage him. With a resounding thud, the Fallen pressed his hands downward, and instantly, the Autobots and the Nest team plummeted from the air. Chapter 77. "I am Major Lennox, and the situation is dire. We require fire support." On the roadside, he bandaged his fractured fingers and maneuvered his body behind a sand dune, urgently contacting the nearest U.S. military base, praying for swift action. A soldier pulled Major Lennox to safety behind cover, anxiously observing the chaos on the road. It was grim. The Fallen, akin to a sorcerer wielding spatial magic, appeared beside the Autobots in an instant, casting them aside one after another. The Autobots stood no chance against his might. Fortunately, the Fallen deemed them beneath his notice, granting them a brief reprieve. "Look, what is that?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, their attention diverted. Accompanied by the sound of tearing air, a black fighter jet emerged on the horizon, hurtling towards them at an extraordinary speed. Lennox turned, squinting to discern the aircraft's features. The Blackbird supersonic reconnaissance aircraft boasts a maximum altitude of 30,000 meters and a cruising speed of 3.2 Mach. In a mere 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 564 seconds, it can traverse the distance from New York to London, a remarkable feat of engineering that invokes pride in all who behold it. Yet at this moment, Major Lennox's expression shifts dramatically. "Conceal," Lennox commands urgently. With all Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft officially retired from service, it is evident that this particular Blackbird has transformed, resembling a Transformer. They have encountered nearly all Autobots, whose vehicle forms are all akin to cars, confirming that the newcomer is indeed a Decepticon. Surprisingly, the Decepticon does not engage the soldiers, but instead charges toward the fallen Transformer. The Blackbird sweeps over the dune where Lynok and his team are positioned, transforming upon landing. After a roll, it raises its staff, aiming at the fallen Transformer. With a sharp crack, a shell is ejected from the chamber, and a large-caliber armor-piercing round penetrates the body of the fallen Transformer. Quickly, fulfill your mission and insert the Matrix into Optimus Prime's spark. With a successful hit, the Blackbird, now transformed into a Decepticon, retracts its staff, its body shedding parts as if it were on the brink of disintegration, and shouts to Jazz. Jazz, regaining his composure, immediately transforms into vehicle mode, roaring his engine as he speeds towards Optimus Prime's location. Thundercracker, how dare you betray me? The wounded Decepticon seethes with fury. You have become addicted to murder. I shall not allow you to activate the Star Harvester, bringing ruin to this planet. Leaning on his staff, Thundercracker stands resolute before his former master, unyielding in his defiance. Thundercracker's betrayal fills the Decepticon with frustration as he flickers and suddenly appears behind Thundercracker. With a swift thrust, Thundercracker's staff pierces Thundercracker's back, emerging from his abdomen amidst shattered parts and sparks. My foolish servant, behold your decayed, rusted form. You shall slowly rot and perish. Grasping his damaged body, Thundercracker steadies himself with his staff, blue energy seeping from his wound, until he can no longer sustain himself and collapses to the ground. I shall claim the sun, while you will be reduced to ashes alongside this planet. Thundercracker kicks him aside and turns away, indifferent to his fate. The destruction of hope is far more despairing than the annihilation of the body. Thundercracker flickers and pursues the direction the Autobots fled. Meanwhile, Jazz successfully reunites with Optimus Prime's form. Without hesitation, he approaches and inserts the Matrix into Optimus Prime's chest. Everyone watches anxiously, caught between hope and despair. Suddenly, Optimus Prime's body shudders violently, and he opens his eyes. Optimus! The Autobots cheer joyously, and the surrounding human soldiers exhale in relief. You saved my life, my old friend. Optimus Prime expresses his gratitude to Jazz, then turns to the others behind him, his eyes reflecting appreciation before solidifying into determination. Although his spark has been extinguished, the consciousness of Optimus Prime, as an elder, continues to observe this world. The fate of the Autobots hangs in the balance, and under the oppression of the Decepticons, the Earth faces an uncertain future. These queries plague Optimus Prime. He should have returned to the well of all sparks, yet his concern for this world remains. Now, awakened once more, it signifies that his mission is far from complete. The entire world needs him. However, the pursuing Fallen is begrudgingly aware of Optimus Prime's resurrection, for he knows that Optimus has the power to vanquish him. In a flash, the Fallen appears before Optimus, and before the Autobot can react, he delivers a powerful kick that sends Optimus sprawling and seizes the Matrix. To eliminate the threat, the Fallen is resolute in his decision to obliterate the sun, intending to eradicate the cursed Autobots and the wretched human race entirely. The scene shifts as the Fallen arrives atop the pyramid that conceals the Star Harvester. He raises his arm, as if casting a spell, and immediately, the colossal stones of the pyramid begin to levitate, revealing the intricate Cybertronian creations within. The Star Harvester stands like a massive artillery piece as the Fallen inserts the Matrix, causing it to spring to life, adjusting its aim towards the sun. We must stop the Fallen, or the entire solar system will face annihilation, declares Optimus Prime with unwavering determination. At that moment, a smoke-belching aircraft descends from the distance, crashing near Optimus. The surviving Elder can scarcely believe his eyes. Jetfire senses the essence of the Elder within Optimus, reminiscent of those he has once served. During my days with the Decepticons, today I have truly accomplished something worthy. Optimus Prime, accept my gift. Its power is beyond your imagination, to fulfill your mission. Jetfire's form flickers with sparks. He is gravely wounded and beyond salvation. Yet before his end, he has one final task to complete, the mission entrusted to him by the Elders, to prevent the Fallen from destroying this planet. Facing Optimus Prime, Jetfire bestows his spark upon the last of the Elders. As he delivers his spark, he himself succumbs, having lost his own. The Autobots spring to life, implanting the power generator. The medic swiftly merges Jetfire's spark with Optimus Prime's, and instantly, Jetfire's form transforms into components that seamlessly integrate into Optimus's body. Just like the leader destined to save the world, Optimus grows more robust, and with the acquisition of Jetfire's jet engine, he gains the ability to soar. Autobots, let's move. Optimus Prime ascends into the sky, heading straight for the Star Harvester. At this moment, countless stones encircle the Star Harvester, forming an impenetrable barrier. These massive boulders, capable of crushing ordinary Transformers, pose no challenge to the newly empowered Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, relying solely on the fortitude of his physique, breached the defenses and lunged at the Fallen, dragging him down from the Stellar Harvester, obliterating it with a single shot. Infused with the power of the Matrix, Optimus was an unstoppable force, swiftly bringing the Fallen to the ground within mere seconds. Fear flickered in the Fallen's eyes as he attempted to flee, only to witness an arm pierce through his chest, gripping his spark. He beheld the shattering of his own spark, and in that moment his consciousness ceased. Victory! Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, Optimus Prime's silhouette emerged upon the horizon, reminiscent of a king returning to his throne. The Autobots erupted in cheers, soldiers embraced one another, sharing in the jubilation. Yet amidst this celebration, calamity struck suddenly. A fireball descended rapidly, landing not far from them. "Stand guard," commanded Major Linux, raising his weapon and aiming towards the unidentified object's descent. The Autobots transformed, cautiously advancing. Oh my goodness! As the smoke cleared, the Autobots were met with the imposing figure of a colossal Transformer, further shocking them with the sight of another figure lying in the impact crater. Unicron. Chapter 78. Departure. Unicron's life force was critically low. Ratchet approached Optimus from behind, speaking softly. Optimus nodded, his expression grave as he turned to face the imposing figure of the Fallen. "Who are you?" The Autobots and humans regarded the towering figure with suspicion, while the Fallen appeared unfazed, first unbinding the energy columns strapped to his form. At that moment, another figure descended from the skies, alighting behind the Fallen, Sagittarius. This only compounded the Autobots' distress. "You do not know me, but I'm acquainted with you, Optimus Prime," the Fallen stated, surveying Optimus. Though from distinct worlds, this Optimus exuded the same aura of leadership that the Fallen recognized. "I have brought Unicron and the energy columns to Earth from the cosmos." Intending to return them to their rightful owner, the Fallen continued, then shifted his tone. "However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Autobots must offer something of equal value in return." Retaining Unicron served little purpose and would only incite further animosity from the Autobots. As for the energy columns, there were only 8 aboard Unicron's ship. To activate the space bridge required 100 columns, with the remaining ones likely held by the Decepticons. The space bridge technology in this world was still in its infancy, and the Fallen sought the energy columns merely to expedite his return to Cybertron. Thus, rather than laboriously searching for the columns, it would be more prudent to seize the space bridge when Unicron and the Decepticons conspired to activate it. Initially, he had envisioned constructing a space bridge using legendary energy, but alas, only his true form possessed dominion over it. Even authorized legendary energy could only be passively accepted by other beings, incapable of independent planning or utilization. However, Xiao Tianhan did not return empty-handed. The Matrix technology for constructing the space bridge astounded him, a technological path he had never encountered before. "What do you desire?" Optimus Prime inquired, his brow furrowing. "Him," Xiao Tianhan replied candidly, casting his gaze upon the Fallen. Although Optimus Prime had crushed the Fallen spark, his form remained largely intact, with no damage to his head and the storage module presumably unharmed. One notable characteristic of Cybertronian civilization is that its leaders possess the entirety of the planet's knowledge. While warfare may sever the continuity of Cybertronian technology, the knowledge of those bygone eras resides within the minds of the elders. Optimus Prime was well aware of this and hesitated. A choice between the knowledge of the former leader, Unicron, and that of the elders would inevitably lead to regret. Would he resort to coercion? The combined might of Xiao Tianhan and Sagittarius was beyond the current Autobots' capacity, and furthermore, Optimus Prime abhorred such tactics. Just then, Major Lennox rushed before Optimus Prime. "Los Angeles is under attack by the Decepticon army. They have besieged the city, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Optimus, we must return immediately." Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime's furrowed brow deepened further. "I agree to your terms." After a brief impasse, he acquiesced to Xiao Tianhan's demands, prioritizing the safety of the humans under threat from the Decepticons over the fallen body. "You always make the right decision," Xiao Tianhan praised, then ascended into the sky with the fallen's body, Sagittarius closely following. He pressed on until he encountered a towering mountain range. Xiao Tianhan descended upon a high cliff, and beneath the crimson sunset, he opened the communication channel. "I am Xiao Tianhan. The space bridge is about to be activated. It is time to return to our long-lost homeland and rebuild Cybertron." He transmitted his plan to Gemini, and, as the sun's final rays bathed him, his form began to collapse, transforming into a cube that fell into Sagittarius's hands. The legendary energy had fused the spark source cube with his being, signifying that this spark source could no longer be returned to the realm of leadership, and all Transformers birthed from this spark would become his progeny. They would transcend the former Cybertronians, creating new possibilities. Xiao Tianhan should have witnessed it all firsthand, but upon acquiring the fallen's body, he devised other plans. On one hand, he had assimilated the matrix technology of this world and needed time to digest it. On the other hand, the Cybertron of the realm of leadership had yet to stabilize fully. Even though Optimus Prime was on Cybertron, his physical form had melted away when he plunged into the spark source. Thus, any actions Optimus took would require him to inhabit another mechanical body. Much like the stone soldiers of the Cosmic Emperor, they appeared formidable and majestic, yet they were merely stone. Optimus Prime found himself ensnared in a similar predicament. No matter how advanced, machines are merely constructs of steel. Devoid of their spark, they become vulnerable and fragile. Certainly, Optimus could wield control over other bodies imbued with sparks, akin to how the Cosmic Emperor dominates Megatron, yet he would never stoop to such measures. In summary, while Optimus experienced a transcendence in the essence of life, his prowess had diminished. Furthermore, due to the transformative energy absorbed from the howling cold of the void, Cybertron now exists in an era rampant with malevolence, where diminutive monstrosities have begun to challenge even the mightiest titans. These young beings, despite their tender years, possess extraordinary strength, inevitably leading to a degree of arrogance that worries the howling cold. It fears Optimus may struggle to maintain order. Consequently, the task of reconstructing the cinematic realm of Cybertron must be entrusted to the Golden Zodiac, as it is anticipated that the howling cold shall not return to this world for an extended period. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the howling cold found himself back in the realm of the Leader's Testament. The temporal flow between the two worlds is synchronized, akin to a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning he had merely been absent for 2 or 3 days, and the junkyard remained largely unchanged. The howling cold stretched his limbs before emerging from the wreckage of the spacecraft. He sought tools to investigate the fallen Transformers. Upon reaching the control console, he noticed a significant gash in its surface, with sparks intermittently erupting from it, indicating a circuit malfunction. A glance around the junkyard revealed chaos and disarray. The howling cold shook his head, conceding that he had spoken too soon. The junkyard was not only altered, but the changes were quite substantial. "Russell, quickly pass me the overrange regulator," the black face god called, his back turned as he diligently attempted to repair the console. "What does the over-something regulator look like?" Russell rummaged through the toolbox for an eternity before realizing he did not recognize the overrange regulator. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and a colossal hand descended from above, precisely retrieving the overrange regulator and presenting it to Russell. Looking up instinctively, Russell accepted it. "Russell, hurry," the black face god urged, extending his hand, yet feeling no presence of the regulator. "All right." Russell quickly handed over the overrange regulator. "If the communication system fails to stabilize, the theft prevention system of the Tomb of AI will obliterate us. 50-50 odds," the black face god explained. Upon hearing of the potential explosion at the Tomb of AI, Russell appeared somewhat anxious, being merely a child. "Do not fret. It will not detonate," the howling cold reassured him, having observed the situation closely. The black face god was indeed making commendable progress, enough to restore communication. Chapter 79. The Cosmic Rescue Corps now. "May I inquire as to what transpired here?" the howling cold asked, turning to the black face god after assisting in the complete repair of the console. The junkyard appeared as though it had been looted, and the howling cold was quite eager to ascertain which Decepticon possessed the audacity to ravage his encampment. "The fugitive from the Tomb of AI," a creature known as Minitan, a Cybertronian louse, seized control of Steel Cable and launched an assault against us, even absconding with the stasis pod of the fierce tyrant. Xiao Tianhan is well aware of this type of louse. They are indeed the nightmares of the colossal titans. Though smaller in size than the iron-eating worm, they possess an alarming dominance. Once bitten, one becomes ensnared under their control. The Grand Titans hardly pay heed to such diminutive beings, rendering it effortless for the Cybertronian lice to dominate their hosts. Dark Face God, you are tasked with contacting Bumblebee and the others to inform them of Steel Cable's predicament. Xiao Tianhan instructed. He then approached the control panel, for he required a set of equipment not available on Earth, and he had no intention of returning to Cybertron, lest he alert the Decepticons lurking there and allow them to resurface. If he were to confront these Decepticons, it would be prudent to provide them with a stage to wreak havoc, only to capture them all at once. Thus, the equipment he sought could only be procured through external means, preferably without traversing Cybertron. In this regard, only one organization met Xiao Tianhan's criteria, the Cosmic Rescue Team. This armed force of the Galactic Union comprises elite members from various planets, dedicated to interstellar rescue missions and the apprehension of cosmic criminals. Furthermore, the diversity of the Cosmic Rescue Team would enable Xiao Tianhan to disseminate certain information, ensuring that the Decepticon disturbances do not ripple across the universe. Meanwhile, at the Crown River Dam, Steel Cable wheeled the fierce tyrant into the expansive, fully automated space, devoid of any human presence, ensuring utmost secrecy. Approaching him was a Decepticon resembling an earthly gray wolf. He was the current leader of the Decepticons on Earth, Steel Claw. I must say, your pace is quite commendable. Allow me to assist you with these stasis pods. A true leader should always lead by example. Steel Claw expressed his approval of Steel Cable. Yet such approval instilled a sense of trepidation in Steel Cable, for he was a fugitive. Upon hearing of Xiao Tianhan's presence at the junkyard, he had nearly lost his wits in fear, managing to escape with only one stasis pod. Boss, there was a slight mishap. I only managed to bring back one stasis pod, Steel Cable confessed, cautiously observing Steel Claw's expression. Noting the displeasure on the latter's face, he quickly added, however, I have dealt with Bumblebee and his team, and I also retrieved the fierce tyrant. With both Tyrant and myself, what more assistance could you possibly require? You have clearly failed, yet still seek to justify your shortcomings, Steel Claw replied, not yielding to Steel Cable's excuse. Nevertheless, he found himself without adequate manpower, and the fierce tyrant's prowess was indeed commendable. Very well, until I transform this planet into a paradise for all Decepticons, you and Tyrant shall serve as a starting point. Upon hearing Steel Claw's intention to convert Earth into a Decepticon utopia, Steel Cable trembled in fear. Help! He had merely been incarcerated for orchestrating destruction through control. Following the fall of the Tomb of AI, although he had escaped, he would likely face charges of jailbreak at most. Now, he listened to the tone of his superior, as if a rebellion were imminent. Most importantly, their target for insurrection was currently on Earth. Oh no, could Xiao Tianhan possibly execute me? Gongsu felt an overwhelming anxiety. Boss, I have heard that Xiao Tianhan is indeed on Earth, he remarked. Gangxian scrutinized Gongsu for a moment, questioning, are you afraid? Gongsu nodded earnestly. Gangxian slightly lowered his head, his entire visage shrouded in shadow. Do you think we escaped for no reason? A storm is brewing within Cybertron, and we are merely the beginning. Gangxian clasped Gongsu's shoulder and leaned in closer, whispering, if we cannot fulfill the desires of those prominent figures from Cybertron, we shall meet our doom. Gongsu trembled in fear, feeling utterly insignificant as a mere Cybertron insect, attracting the attention of such formidable beings. Oh dear, I am on the brink of demise, he lamented. See, could we possibly win? Gongsu inquired cautiously. I have heard that Xiao Tianhan is a ruthless warrior capable of toppling warships with a mere gesture. If we fail, what then? Do not worry. They're not yet aware of me. Victory is assured, my dear brother, Gangxian reassured, attempting to soothe the nerves of his only subordinate. Gangxian, surrender now. Just then, a voice echoed. It was Bumblebee and his team members who had tracked him down. Gangxian's expression darkened as he turned to Gongsu. Did you not say you had dealt with them? Gongsu lowered his head and retorted, well, I had essentially dealt with them. Upon hearing this, Gangxian gritted his teeth in frustration, extending his sharp claws. Gaze upon this light once more. Darkness is about to envelop us. With that, Gangxian charged toward Bumblebee. It was a clash of warriors, Gangxian against Bumblebee, while Longarm and Ironhide confronted the Minotaur-controlled Gongsu. Bumblebee, a warrior bestowed with the title of Valor by Optimus Prime, was not inept in battle, despite his struggles with handling children. Facing the nameless Gangqian, he felt no pressure. However, Longarm and Ironhide were another matter. Together, they were no match for the dinosaur machines, forcing Bumblebee to turn back to assist them. In that moment, Gangqian seized the opportunity to escape, taking Brawl with him. Yet, Bumblebee was not left empty-handed. They captured Minotaur, a creature evidently more dangerous than Brawl. Minotaur, held captive by Gongsu, was powerless against the relentless grip of the dinosaur machines and could only beg for mercy in a frenzy. Hey, Gongsu grinned wickedly, clutching this audacious insect that dared to control him, leaving Minotaur in a state of terror. Gongsu, I understand that Minotaur has harmed you, but he is defenseless now. We cannot annihilate him completely. Bumblebee interjected, recalling the teachings of Optimus Prime, which reflected the principles of the Autobots. Minotaur nodded vigorously in response. But Gongsu's sinister smile remained unchanged. We must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. The steel cable's dinosaur-like maw stretched into a terrifying grin, causing Minitan to faint from fright. Upon witnessing Minitan's collapse, the steel cable retracted its smile, merely having intended to frighten him. Bumblebee, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and approached the steel cable, earnestly stating, "You have grown, steel cable." Chapter 80. The thunderous Sovereign 10 kilometers from the Crown River Dam, in the woods. A gray werewolf transformer pushed a cart laden with a colossal tank. Steel Claw extended its claw and pried open the hatch of the stasis pod, awakening the Decepticon, Barricade. "All right, you can come out and catch your breath now." Barricade cautiously lifted his eyelids a fraction, ensuring the absence of any lurking shadows. Before bursting forth from the stasis pod, I was suffocating in there. Stretching his limbs, Barricade then turned around and devoured the entire storage tank, finally regaining some strength. "Your name is Steel Claw, right? Why did you rescue me?" Once rejuvenated, Barricade inquired, eyeing Steel Claw. Though Steel Claw found Barricade's attitude displeasing, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. "I saved you because I wish for you to assist me in my grand endeavor." A smile graced Steel Claw's face as he extended an invitation to Barricade. "What grand endeavor?" Barricade questioned. "To transform Earth into a paradise for all Decepticons," Steel Claw declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of ambition. However, this monumental aspiration startled Barricade. "Are you out of your mind?" Barricade exclaimed, his tone urgent. Not only was Shockwave currently on Earth, but even if he departed, the Cybertronian Galactic Patrol would not idly stand by while Earth faced invasion. Despite his audacity, Barricade harbored 4 fears. First, of Shockwave, for his strength was such that he could rend warships asunder and construct cosmic prisons with a mere gesture. Second, of the Galactic Patrol, filled with formidable beings he could not contend with. Third, of the scarcity of resources. And fourth, of death. He had a premonition that following Steel Claw would surely lead to his utter demise. "Are you frightened? What is it that terrifies you?" "Shockwave?" Steel Claw dismissed Barricade's trepidation, continuing, "Let me share a secret. Shockwave will not last much longer." "Do I appear foolish to you?" Barricade retorted, irked by Steel Claw's arrogance. "Do you think we managed to escape for no reason?" Steel Claw countered, causing Barricade to momentarily falter. Although the Tomb of Ether was not on par with the cosmic prison, it was heavily fortified, and without external assistance, prisoners therein could not feasibly escape. The Decepticons had infiltrated the upper echelons of Cybertron, and soon, Cybertron would be utterly overturned, and Shockwave's dominion would be no more. Steel Claw reveled in the expressions of confusion on others' faces, for it allowed him to clarify their doubts and establish an image of omniscience. "Is that all they've got?" Barricade initially thought the Decepticons harbored some hidden trump card, only to be met with this. "Megatron has failed. Do you truly believe a handful of strays can overthrow Shockwave's reign? It's preposterous." "Of course not." The Steel Claw extended its index finger, gesturing in an air of profound significance. Without support, they would undoubtedly hesitate to take such risks. "I am aware of this supporter. He is none other than the Fallen." The Steel Claw recalled a few days ago when Minitan stealthily approached the Autobot base, during which a mysterious figure reached out to him. This individual claimed responsibility for the fall of the Allspark and asserted himself as the master of the Decepticons, introducing himself as the Fallen, one of the fabled 13 primes. Although the condescending tone of the Fallen, akin to addressing vermin, irked him, the Steel Claw could not deny that the Fallen possessed a certain arrogance justified by his stature. Eager to carve out a piece of the impending chaos, the Steel Claw resolutely agreed to serve him. He placed his hopes in the Fallen, one of the 13 primes, to vanquish Starscream. Otherwise, under the cosmic order dictated by Starscream, he would remain forever beneath the surface. The Fallen. The toothy grin initially startled the Decepticon, but quickly settled into composure. He had heard whispers of the 13 primes, yet he doubted the Fallen could rival Starscream. For all Cybertronians were well aware of Starscream's terror, while the 13 primes remained mere legends. So what is your answer? The Steel Claw issued another invitation to join forces. But the Decepticon shook his head. I refuse. Why? The Steel Claw was taken aback. There is no reason, if you insist on one. It is simply that I detest power struggles. The Decepticon turned and departed. It is only when one confronts death that one truly grasps the folly of their previous thoughts. The moment Starscream stood before him, the Decepticon realized just how foolish he had been. He had always believed himself to be exceptionally powerful, thinking that as long as he possessed enough iron, he could defeat any formidable opponent. It now seemed apparent that his previous audacity stemmed solely from the disdain of those stronger than himself. The Steel Claw's expression darkened. The Decepticon had indeed declined. This was not in line with his plans, as the Decepticon should have been the easiest criminal to manipulate. Observing the retreating figure, the Steel Claw extended his talons, but quickly retracted them. He was no match for the Iron King. After parting ways with the Steel Claw, the Decepticon aimlessly wandered through the forest, uncertain of his destination. The city? Venturing that would likely result in capture, yet avoiding it meant a lack of iron. And without iron, he would starve. Just as he found himself in this quandary, he suddenly sensed something. Metal. There could be no mistake. The Iron King has a natural sensitivity to metals, and he could detect a trove of precious metals nearby. Above, the Decepticon looked up. Lo and behold, it was a warship. Although the vessel was cloaked, the Iron King's instincts were rarely wrong. The outline unmistakably belonged to a warship. Goodness, could it be that the Galactic Patrol has come to apprehend him? Panic set in. He knew he stood no chance against those formidable enforcers. However, having finally regained his freedom, he was reluctant to return to the confines of that cramped stasis pod. What to do? What to do? Nervously pacing back and forth, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. If memory served him correctly, there existed a decree on Cybertron stating that those who performed significant acts of valor could be absolved of their crimes. Without hesitation, he hastened to the junkyard. Standing at the entrance, glancing around, hesitating to push the door open, yet feeling a twinge of trepidation. Hey, what are you doing at my doorstep? Danny, monitoring the surveillance, happened to spot him and immediately contacted Bumblebee. As he conversed with Danny, Bumblebee and his companions stealthily approached from behind the door. I wish to speak with the chief. I possess crucial intelligence, he hurriedly explained. Come in, Bumblebee responded, having recognized that he sought to meet with Starscream. He sheathed his weapon and opened the door. Let me make one thing clear. Behave yourself, for if you dare to cause any trouble, I will apprehend you without hesitation. Bumblebee led him to the control console of the Ark, simultaneously cautioning him about the resilience of Cybertronians, yet noting that Russell was quite fragile and susceptible to harm. He exchanged a glance with Ironhide and Ratchet, signaling them to keep a close watch on him before stepping into the Ark to inform Starscream. Starscream, intrigued by the prospect of meeting with him, set aside his research and emerged. Very well, what is your intelligence? Steeling himself, he began. The Decepticons are planning a coup on Cybertron. At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present, save for Starscream, shifted dramatically. Is there more? Starscream inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of turmoil. Starscream, did you already know? Bumblebee asked, having spent considerable time with him and perceiving subtle cues. Perhaps Starscream had been aware all along, and his prolonged stay on Earth must have held significant implications. One could say that I suspected the Decepticons had infiltrated Cybertron's ranks since the Ark's descent, Starscream replied nonchalantly. There is truly no need for concealment. Ambulin, Smokescreen, and Skyfire are all privy to this information. Heartened, yet alarmed, he realized that even before taking action, the Decepticons' plans had been uncovered. How could they succeed now? He secretly rejoiced at having made the right decision. He continued, the supporter behind the Decepticons is Galvatron. Galvatron. Starscream murmured. He had considered that the puppet master might be Megatron and had pondered the disappearance of Black Arachnia, yet he had never anticipated the involvement of Galvatron. The Decepticons in this world should have no ties to Galvatron. Perhaps there were hidden motives, or perhaps the Decepticons were simply desperate for assistance. Is it Galvatron, one of the 13 primes? But why would he aid the Decepticons? Bumblebee questioned, bewildered. According to the Autobots, the 13 primes were the leaders of the Autobots, their very ancestors. Now, is it not utterly astonishing that your ancestors seek to confront you? Xiao Tianhan, however, finds no surprise in this. The 13 apostles have always been chaotic, each driven by their own distinct will. Even Maximilian the Great and Xiao Tianhan possess villainous personas. One revels in cunning schemes, while the other betrays the cosmic emperor. Should Xiao Tianhan be the adversary, Xiao Tianhan must prepare, for he remains unaware of Xiao Tianhan's hidden cards. I am intrigued. Having escaped, why would you choose to return? Xiao Tianhan gazed at Baoya. I humbly request your forgiveness for my transgressions, Baoya stated plainly. Xiao Tianhan nodded. Baoya's request was modest. Yet releasing him without restraint could inevitably lead to further troubles. Very well, but I have one stipulation. Before the matters concerning the grave of AI are resolved, you shall remain to assist Bumblebee and his team in capturing fugitives. Reforming a criminal bears more significance than mere confinement. It is indeed a far greater challenge. The opportunity has been granted. Now it lies in Bumblebee's guidance and Baoya's own transformation. The transport ship has arrived above the scrapyard, and the atmosphere has grown peculiar. A colossal transport vessel reveals itself, casting a shadow over the entire expanse. The Cosmic Rescue Team's transport ship. How could it have come to Earth? Bumblebee recognized the vessel's insignia and inquired with curiosity. Soon, an elevator descended from the ship, and a transformer emerged. Jazz! Bumblebee exclaimed in astonishment. Bumblebee! Jazz responded, equally surprised. They had both served among the Autobots and shared a close bond. Jazz had originally been part of the Cosmic Patrol, but due to a shortage of personnel in the Cosmic Rescue Team, he had requested a transfer. His credentials were well established. Yet the pressure within the formidable Cosmic Patrol was immense, making the transition a beneficial one. What brings you to this scrapyard? Jazz queried. Oh, please mind your language, Danny retorted. Jazz, this is a salvage yard, arguably the finest place on this planet. Bumblebee interjected diplomatically. Well, in truth, I am here on a mission. Do you know where the chief is? Bumblebee pointed towards the damaged spacecraft and replied, he is right there. Jazz had arrived bearing a task for Xiao Tianhan, having transported the equipment he required. As for why Xiao Tianhan chose to bring such equipment to this underdeveloped planet, that was not for him to discern. Xiao Tianhan soon emerged from the spacecraft, verified the checklist, and instructed Jazz to organize the personnel for the unloading of the equipment. One by one, instruments were lowered by the ship's elevator, accompanied by various intelligent beings disembarking. Members of the Cosmic Rescue Team hail from diverse planets and races. Each year, Xiao Tianhan invests a substantial amount of cosmic currency into the Cosmic Rescue Team, as participation in their selection process is the sole means for ordinary citizens of other civilizations to earn cosmic currency. Cosmic currency is a byproduct of Xiao Tianhan's efforts to restore order to the universe. The exterior manifests as a golden block of energy, etched with the visage of Xiao Tianhan. Within this energy block lies a small reservoir of legendary energy, authorized by Xiao Tianhan himself. Through this miraculous energy, all beings in the universe are afforded the opportunity for a leap in life, though the pathways to obtain it are exceedingly scarce. The cosmic currency, in addition to rewarding various civilizations for their contributions to the maintenance of universal peace, is exclusively dispensed as salaries and bonuses by organizations directly under Xiao Tianhan as command. For instance, entities such as the Cosmic Garrison, Security Bureau, and Bureau of Science and Technology, institutions of Cybertron, are the only ones privy to these rewards, leaving other races with no opportunity whatsoever. For them, the only remaining avenue is the Cosmic Rescue Team. The upper echelons of each civilization are unlikely to generously distribute the rare cosmic currency to their citizens. Under the allure of such currency, recruitment for the Cosmic Rescue Team is perpetually oversubscribed each year. Experts within the cosmos have surmised that Xiao Tianhan is employing the cosmic currency to bind the entire universe, rendering all civilizations as mere appendages to his will. Nevertheless, what of it? If one is unwilling to progress, there are plenty who are eager to advance. Failure to strive will only lead to obsolescence. While falling behind may not always invite conflict, it will certainly entail a forfeiture of one's dominion over cosmic resources. As all were engaged in the transportation of equipment, the ground of the scrap station suddenly collapsed. This unforeseen event caused two members of the cosmic rescue team to inadvertently plunge into the abyss, along with a piece of equipment. However, only the most skilled individuals are admitted into the cosmic rescue team, and the two quickly regained their balance and leaped back up, although the equipment fell into the pit. Xiao Tianhan frowned, pondering who possessed the audacity to disturb the ground beneath him. With a subtle gesture of his hand, the fallen instrument floated back up, returning to the hands of the two rescuers. Concurrently, a crimson figure was extracted from the depths, much like pulling a radish from the earth. A fugitive from the tomb of AI, Xiao Tianhan directed his gaze towards the black-faced god. The figure, known as Little Soil Particle, was bewildered. He had merely sensed the presence of a super-energy entity and had burrowed over to seize it, only to be abruptly yanked from the tunnel by an immense force. Upon opening his eyes, he found numerous combatants fixated upon him, and he even noticed individuals from other planets discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Most importantly, the crimson figure before him was the very nightmare of all Decepticons. Before he could utter a word of protest, he was forcibly put into stasis by Xiao Tianhan and handed over to Bumblebee, confined within a stasis chamber, without a moment for explanation. Jazz, how many Decepticon signals can the transport ship detect? Xiao Tianhan inquired. A dozen or so, though some signals are unstable, appearing intermittently, answered Jazz. These Decepticons have been particularly unruly of late. You are to personally organize a team and apprehend every Decepticon that can be found. After experiencing 2 home invasions, even Xiao Tianhan's patience has its limits. When training newcomers, there is no need for so many Decepticons. Leaving a few cunning ones behind to teach Longarm and his crew a lesson will suffice. Jazz nodded. He was well aware of the formidable presence of the Decepticons on this planet, and their proliferation posed a significant threat. Bumblebee, what about you? Would your team care to join in? Jazz turned to Bumblebee. The Decepticons must be eradicated, yet this task originally fell to Bumblebee and his team. Being close friends, he deemed it prudent to seek Bumblebee's input. It would be our honor, Bumblebee readily agreed. Very well. I shall proceed to negotiate with Earth's authorities and initiate action forthwith. Jazz departed from the junkyard, for Earth remained in a pre-nuclear era, lacking the capability to venture into space, rendering it a prime candidate for cosmic protection. They ought not to be aware of extraterrestrial existence, yet the battles fought between Autobots and Decepticons had already revealed much. The government was aware of Cybertron and had previously aided the Autobots. Whether out of respect or adherence to cosmic rescue protocols, Earth had a right to be informed. Bumblebee's team proceed to Area 3. New Decepticon signals have been detected. The operation commenced swiftly with a mission objective to apprehend all detectable Decepticons. Bumblebee and his squad quickly received their first command and hastened toward the designated location. However, before they could approach, Decepticon signals surged toward them with alarming speed. Closer and closer it came. A Cybertronian hover motorcycle materialized within their sight, leaping high before transforming into a purple transformer. An unexpected boon. The Decepticon, upon spotting Bumblebee and his team, exhibited not a trace of fear, but rather palpable excitement. Simultaneously, an Autobot followed closely behind, confronting the Decepticon. The purple Decepticon gritted its teeth, clearly disdainful of the pursuing Autobot. Skyblade Warrior, Dapang, subdue them. The Decepticon pointed at Bumblebee's group, and 2 mini-transformers ejected from its shoulders like cannonballs. Though standing under 2 meters tall, they bravely charged toward Bumblebee and his companions, who towered over them at 5 to 6 meters. Skyfall, Slipstream, halt them. The pursuing Autobots' arm-mounted shields also deployed 2 mini-transformers, who advanced to engage the Decepticons' mini-transformers. The battle between Decepticons and Autobots erupted, leaving Bumblebee uncertain about the unfolding circumstances. Transport ship, investigate the identity of this Decepticon. Bumblebee uploaded the visual data of the purple Decepticon. Swiftly, the transport ship responded. The purple Decepticon was identified as a bounty hunter and a war criminal for Cybertron. Capture was imperative. Bumblebee nodded, recalling that he had encountered the Autobot in Carlin City. His name was Drift. Chapter 82. Dimensional Space Commander. 2 spacecraft have appeared in outer space. How should we proceed? An operator reported to Jazz aboard the transport ship. Detain them. Jazz replied after a moment's contemplation. Now is a crucial moment for action, as Xiao Tianhan is keenly observing this operation. The Duke is unwilling to take any risks. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bumblebee has resolved to first capture Bonebreaker. Listen, later, Raging Teeth and Steel Cable will restrain Bonebreaker, while Cannon and I will flank him. An Iron Fist will provide fire support, commanded Bumblebee. However, Steel Cable raised his hand. I may not be able to restrain Bonebreaker. I am too heavy, and so is Raging Teeth. Our large sizes hinder our aim. Iron Fist added, indeed. All right, Cannon and I will handle the restraint. Steel Cable, Raging Teeth. You will take care of the flanking, Bumblebee replied, shaking his head helplessly. He led Cannon forward, encircling Bonebreaker in the center. Though it may seem like we are outnumbering you, it is prudent to be cautious with a violent felon like you, Bumblebee stated. He and Cannon exchanged glances. Launching their assault, Bonebreaker, a formidable bounty hunter, faced the dual onslaught without a hint of fear, his arms unfurling blades as he deflected Bumblebee's strikes, then leveraging the force to counter Cannon's long knife. Let us join in, Steel Cable shouted to Raging Teeth, seeing Bumblebee and Cannon engage, and promptly charge forward. The ground trembled as the Dinosaur Machine and the Iron Eater King simultaneously charged. Sensing the impending threat, Bonebreaker swiftly withdrew, lowering his center of gravity and leaping high, landing on Steel Cable's head and vaulting behind him. Steel Cable, caught off guard, stumbled and unfortunately slipped on a stone, colliding headlong with Raging Teeth, inadvertently trapping Bumblebee and Cannon between them. The 4 collapsed in a heap, much to Iron Fist's dismay. In an instant, 4 members of the 5-person team were rendered incapacitated. Even Bonebreaker hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming effect from a single kick. Well, it appears I must rely on my exceptional skills as an officer to salvage this situation. Iron Fist thought calmly, her lips curling into a smile. This was her opportunity to prove herself. You would do well to surrender. Iron Fist leveled her weapon at Bonebreaker. Bonebreaker scoffed derisively. He had no fear of a rookie like Iron Fist. Defiantly, he resisted, prompting Iron Fist to open fire. Simultaneously, Drift, using the cover of fire, drew his twin blades to strike at Bonebreaker. However, as a powerful Decepticon and Drift's mentor, Bonebreaker easily neutralized Drift's techniques, severing the control circuit of Drift's left leg. Drift fell to one knee, incapacitated, leaving Iron Fist as the sole combatant. Come on, little cop, Bonebreaker taunted, beckoning with a finger. Angered, Iron Fist charged forward. Just then, a flash of lightning flickered across the open space, and Xiao Tianhan's figure suddenly appeared between the two. How can this be? Bonebreaker exclaimed, perceiving Xiao Tianhan as a formidable adversary. What is happening? Bonebreaker's heart raced. There was clearly no land bridge activated, yet Xiao Tianhan had materialized unexpectedly. Xiao Tianhan gazed at Duangu, refraining from idle chatter. With a subtle lift of his hand, Duangu floated into the air as if liberated from the grip of gravity, accompanied by his 2 miniature titans. What manner of weapon is this? Duangu exclaimed in terror. Xiao Tianhan offered no reply. Instead, he induced a state of forced slumber upon the 3. Their optical lenses extinguishing in unison, their bodies freezing and subsequently collapsing to the ground. The manipulation of gravity proved to be more effective than magnetic control. Having neutralized Duangu, Xiao Tianhan finally spoke. This was the gravitational control he had reverse-engineered from the fallen titans, alongside the superdimensional teleportation technology he had employed on his arrival. The superdimensional teleportation technique, by establishing temporal bridges, allows individuals to be transported to any coordinate in space. Unlike terrestrial bridges, which are continuous connections between 2 coordinates, superdimensional teleportation resembles a one-way ticket, akin to a blink. Moreover, Xiao Tianhan made another significant discovery. The fallen titans had not installed the superdimensional teleportation device within their bodies, as it was too large, akin to a space bridge, to fit within a Cybertronian frame. Perhaps it was the design of the Allspark or the wisdom of the ancients. The fallen titans had ingeniously created an independent space within their bodies using spatial technology, wherein the gravity manipulation device, superdimensional teleportation apparatus, and the knowledge of the ancients were housed. This space Xiao Tianhan termed the spatial plane. This revelation sparked a light of inspiration within Xiao Tianhan. Although this world possessed spatial expansion technology, it fell far short of the capability to manufacture independent spaces. Xiao Tianhan's ability to wield superdimensional teleportation and gravity manipulation stemmed solely from the transplantation of the fallen Titan spatial plane. Cybertronians, as autonomous mechanical life forms, require substantial equipment to enhance their power. To accommodate more devices, one could either miniaturize the equipment to suit their form, a prevalent approach today, albeit at the cost of diminished potency, or one could adapt their body to accommodate the equipment, resulting in a colossal form. This path birthed the City Titans. These massive beings, endowed with formidable strength, indeed ruled the battlefield in the early stages of the Cybertronian War. However, they soon encountered significant issues. Their immense size, while providing great power, rendered their movements sluggish. As the conflict escalated, ultimately involving warships on the battlefield, the City Titans became living targets. In the end, all City Titans perished in the Cybertronian War, with none escaping their fate. Thus, the evolutionary direction of gigantism was deemed impractical. Yet many Cybertronian technologies could not be miniaturized. The emergence of the spatial plane adeptly resolved this dilemma. By housing large-scale equipment within the spatial plane, individuals could freely utilize the functions of these devices. Even merely storing Cybertronian matter within it would serve as a wellspring of resources, fighting while recovering, rendering them nearly immortal. If the Allspark could also be placed within the spatial plane, it would be an embodiment of true immortality. My apologies. The sound of Bumblebee drew Xiao Tianhan's thoughts back to reality. Although Bonecrusher is a formidable Decepticon, Bumblebee's poor performance today genuinely surprised Xiao Tianhan. Has prolonged interaction with novices truly dulled his edge? Bumblebee, if my forthcoming words cause you any distress, it is not my intention. Your recent decline in performance is alarming. Where has the agile scout of yours vanished? Reflect deeply on this, and upon your return, I expect a comprehensive report from you. Xiao Tianhan observed Bumblebee's performance keenly. He attempted to lead the team in the manner of Optimus Prime, but forgot his own inherent skills. Bumblebee's decision-making abilities had waned, in his desire to be all-encompassing. He lost his decisiveness, and his coordination devolved into compromise. Xiao Tianhan and Optimus Prime never wavered. Chapter 83. Windblade in the Forest. Hound ambled towards the designated location, feeling rather listless. With Bumblebee called away, he was left to act alone, a prospect he relished for its freedom. Hound swung his iron fist, executing a rapid combination of moves. Excellent, my speed has increased. Hound felt quite pleased. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him from the side, attacking without granting him a moment to react. In a critical moment, a blue energy blast shot towards the shadow, repelling it and causing it to collapse unconscious on the ground. The insignia revealed it to be a Decepticon. That was close. Hound took refuge behind a large rock, exhaling in relief. However, he soon realized that the Autobot who had just attacked the Decepticon had now aimed its weapon at him. Stand still, Decepticon. The newcomer scanned Hound's emblem, recognizing he was not an Autobot, and immediately targeted him with their weapon. Wait, I'm on your side. Hound waved his hands in a placating gesture, but the newcomer did not trust him and swiftly took him down, subduing him. Then explain your emblem. Ah, this is the emblem of Cybertron. You don't know? Hound rose, somewhat astonished. Since Cybertron's restoration, an increasing number of factions had emerged, rendering the former Autobot insignia obsolete. And new emblems have been designed. The original emblem had transformed into a representation of Cybertron, and apart from the Decepticons and a few reluctant old Autobots, everyone bore the Cybertron emblem. Hound then explained the changes on Cybertron to the female Autobot who bore a similar emblem, and she finally lowered her weapon. All right, I admit you were quite clever and seem to follow the rules. The female Autobot accepted Hound's explanation and put away her weapon. I am Hound. Hound introduced himself first. Windblade. Windblade turned to deal with the unconscious Decepticon, leaving Hound momentarily aside. Hey, we are also capturing Decepticons, and our base is nearby. How about we team up? Hound was quite impressed with Windblade's initial demeanor. She exuded a spirited elegance. Very well, this saves me the trouble of detaining those Decepticons at home. Windblade lifted the Decepticon and tossed him to Hound. Lead the way, you clever little rascal. Hound fell silent, shouldering the Decepticon and leading the way ahead. Soon, the two arrived at the junkyard, securing the Decepticon in the stasis pod. It seems that your assembled team boasts a commendably high success rate. You are quite the leader, I must say. Windblade counted the neatly arranged stasis pods and praised Bumblebee. In truth, I have imparted quite a bit of education and influence upon them. Bumblebee scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. He turned to glance at the others behind him. Steeljaw and Barricade showed their prominent fangs, drifting with an air of indifference, while Ironhide appeared somewhat disdainful. A glimpse of the clever little fellow reveals much. Windblade gestured towards Hound, agreeing with Bumblebee's sentiments. Upon hearing Windblade's commendation, Hound could not help but grin widely, casting a challenging glance at Ironhide. Clever? Can we get straight to the point? For instance, where do you hail from? If you came from Cybertron, that insignia would not be yours. Ironhide pointed at Windblade's Autobot emblem. Skepticism etched across his face. I am indeed not from Cybertron. You suspicious being, Windblade admitted without hesitation. I have a name. It is Ironhide. I have been dispatched by Primus, the very one you envision, to independently accomplish a task here for a millennium. Primus believes that one day, Earth will be targeted by a malevolent force, threatening all life within the galaxy. I was sealed away upon my upgrade, entrusted with the duty of safeguarding this world. I can see how your loquacious nature could possibly protect the world, Ironhide muttered quietly. Truly, a person of great stories. Hound admired Windblade's experiences, which irked Ironhide. Windblade disregarded the two, continuing, a month ago, upon awakening on the opposite side of this planet, I knew that the malevolent force foretold by Primus was imminent. Since my awakening, not a single Decepticon has escaped my grasp, and I shall not spare the final demon. This is akin to the mission entrusted to me by Optimus Prime, Bumblebee interjected. It is precisely because of Optimus's task that he utilized the space bridge to return to Earth. It appears we can collaborate, Windblade suggested. Bumblebee nodded. Every additional ally fortifies our strength. Though uncertain of the identity of the ultimate demon, any foe that garners Primus's attention is undoubtedly formidable. This little sprite must be one of those mini Autobots, brimming with information and well-trained. Just then, Black Arachnia emerged from the tomb of A, capturing Windblade's attention. Upon receiving the praise, Black Arachnia shyly lowered her head. I suppose so, though I merely stand as the foremost in this stellar quadrant. Upon the utterance of the black-faced deity, he shyly concealed himself behind Bumblebee. Incredible. Iron Arm grumbled, feeling disgruntled after Windblade effortlessly subdued his teammates in a matter of moments. By the way, the chief wishes to meet you. The black-faced deity suddenly recalled that he had come on a mission concerning Skyfire, hastily approaching Windblade and stating, The chief? This is the first time I've heard that title, Windblade responded, somewhat puzzled. The chief is the supreme leader of Cybertron, Bumblebee elucidated. Isn't the leader Optimus Prime? Windblade inquired. The situation is rather complex. I shall explain it to you later. The matter of Optimus Prime cannot be clarified in a brief discussion. Bumblebee decided to escort Windblade to meet Skyfire instead. Very well, Windblade acquiesced, following Bumblebee as they entered the half-submerged hull of the Arkansas. The vessel appeared diminutive, yet its interior was vast, especially after Skyfire's modifications, which had expanded the space several-fold. Bumblebee guided Windblade through the corridor to the innermost chamber, scanning for biological information before opening the door. Windblade, the chief is inside, Bumblebee announced, stepping aside as he intended to complete his report. Windblade said nothing, striding directly into the chamber. Soon, he beheld a towering figure clad in red, even taller than Optimus Prime, who was busily engaged at the console. So, you're the chief they speak of? Indeed, Skyfire replied, turning from his work upon hearing the commotion behind him. He recognized the female Autobot from the data archives, though her appearance had undergone some alterations. The records indicated she was the city commander's voice, awakened by Optimus Prime during the Cybertronian War. However, she had vanished thereafter. I wish to know how much you are aware of the malevolent force prophesied by the Primus, Skyfire initiated, for he had originally come to Earth to draw out a serpent, only to encounter yet another formidable adversary intent on invading the planet. He speculated that the evil force referred to by Primus was, in fact, Unicron. If it were a more powerful enemy, Primus would not have dispatched Windblade alone. In truth, I am only aware of a sinister force coveting Earth, though Primus did not elaborate further, Windblade replied, shrugging her shoulders. Along my journey, I encountered several individuals apprehending Decepticons. Are they your subordinates? After a moment of silence, Windblade spoke again. You could say that. Your ability to unite different factions is remarkable. However, it seems your followers have overlooked some details. There's a Decepticon lurking nearby. I can sense it. Windblade maneuvered around Skyfire, accessing the console to display a map. With a slight adjustment to the detection path, a red dot emerged on the previously bare map. Shall we proceed to capture it? Feng turned her gaze towards Xiao Tianhan, eager to witness the prowess of the new leader who had supplanted Optimus Prime. Xiao Tianhan glanced at the coordinates and nodded. Indeed, it had been a considerable time since he had ventured out, and his research progress was commendable, allowing for a brief respite. Chapter 84. The Arrival of Optimus Prime. Are you prepared? Xiao Tianhan would not approach on foot. Instead, arcs of lightning flickered beside the two, and in an instant, they vanished, as light and shadow danced. Before Feng could react, they found themselves near a factory. Xiao Tianhan, towering in stature, stood amidst the trees bordering the factory, half of his form exposed to the open air. He chose not to conceal himself, instead locking onto the energy signatures of the Decepticons and began his advance. Are we not required to formulate an operational plan? Feng queried, jogging to keep pace with Xiao Tianhan, her head tilted upward. Having undergone transformation by the primordial celestial master, her frame was barely on par with Xiao Tianhan's long legs. With each of his strides, she had to take 4 or 5 steps to keep up. No need. There are no formidable Decepticons imprisoned in the tomb of AI. They are all insignificant Decepticons. Some even less capable than mere foot soldiers, Xiao Tianhan replied, unperturbed by the details of their operation. Inside the factory, a throng of humans shuffled about like zombies, their heads downcast, failing to acknowledge Xiao Tianhan's presence, akin to mindless automatons. These individuals were under control. Feng reached out and grasped one of the humans. Noting the heavy dark circles under their eyes, their gaze vacant, their feet dragging as if they were oblivious to their own condition. After observing for a moment, she set the human back on the ground and turned her attention to the factory. It seemed that a Decepticon was concealed within the factory, adept at remaining undetected. Xiao Tianhan nodded. Feng tracking system was indeed more sensitive than that of the average Cybertronian. Yet it paled in comparison to the advanced technology housed within Xiao Tianhan's massive frame. He could distinctly pinpoint the Decepticon's location, situated at the heart of the factory, reveling in the attire of the humans. However, a predicament arose. The factory was too small for Xiao Tianhan to enter. Being large was not always advantageous. Sensing his discomfort, Feng teased lightly, preparing to infiltrate the factory alone. Wait, take this, Xiao Tianhan remarked. Since he could not enter, the task would fall to Feng. Yet he had never witnessed her in combat, and was uncertain of her capabilities. He then retrieved a slender object resembling an antenna from his arm, and handed it to Feng. What is this? She scrutinized the antenna in Xiao Tianhan's hand, noting its delicate structure, which did not resemble a weapon. It's a locking device that can induce forced dormancy in Cybertronians. Xiao Tianhan briefly explained its operation before placing it in her hands. You possess such a device? Feng examined it closely, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship, and felt a spark of curiosity towards the new leader of Cybertron. He seems to possess an uncanny ability to conjure unexpected objects, such as temporal bridges and locking staffs, as though every inch of his being harbors some device. Moreover, his confidence is palpable. Xiao Tianhan appears to be exceedingly self-assured. She has never observed a trace of concern upon his countenance. As Windblade strides into the factory, Xiao Tianhan remains outside, perusing a communication. It is from Ratchet. The message reveals that Optimus Prime has departed from the Well of All Sparks, piloting a small spacecraft away from Cybertron, with Earth likely being his destination. Xiao Tianhan is taken aback. It seems Optimus Prime is already aware of the Fallen's machinations. The receipt of Ratchet's message implies that Optimus is nearing Earth. While Xiao Tianhan contemplates this development, Windblade has swiftly dealt with the Decepticons, and with their control shattered, the surrounding humans awaken, screaming and fleeing at the sight of Xiao Tianhan. The Fallen is imminent. Xiao Tianhan has yet to encounter the leader of this world and remains uncertain of the Fallen's power. However, one thing is indisputable. The Fallen here is undoubtedly far more formidable than the one she has previously vanquished. Due to the existence of legendary power, Xiao Tianhan does not possess complete assurance in defeating an apostle. It is time to summon them. Xiao Tianhan raises her gaze towards the luminous moon suspended in the sky. Under the sun's brilliance, it does not shine as brightly as it does at night. Of course, the moon is not her target. What truly captivates her is the far side, where the Decepticons once constructed a space bridge. After the war, the space bridge was left untouched, and although it has fallen into disrepair over the years, it remains operational. Locking in the coordinates, a cerulean vortex suddenly opens before Xiao Tianhan, and without hesitation, she steps inside. Your little gadget is quite impressive. After the space bridge closes, Windblade arrives, though Xiao Tianhan's presence has already vanished from the factory's exterior. What a reckless man. On the other side of the space bridge lies Cybertron. A towering crimson figure greets Xiao Tianhan, with Jetfire accompanying her side, reporting the current situation as they walk. Recently, the Decepticons across the universe have become increasingly active, causing considerable trouble for the Galactic Patrol. Additionally, the newly developed combiners pose significant challenges for frontline warriors, though fortunately, there have been no casualties. Jetfire's tone is calm, exhibiting more of a leader's demeanor than the fierce king of the past. This is the Fallen, originally one of the 13 apostles, who has since betrayed Cybertron. Xiao Tianhan succinctly outlines the situation. The Predacon is an ancient creature, seldom inclined to delve into the history of the Autobots, and due to its lack of civilization, it remains unaware of the more primitive 13 apostles. Upon hearing that it is the Fallen, Jetfire's expression remains unchanged. It is entirely reasonable. The imposing figure of the behemoth may have imprinted the image of the apostles in the mind of the beholder. Confronted with the upgraded Optimus Prime, even the former high-flying warrior seemed undaunted, let alone this contemporary, enhanced version of that valiant fighter. However, Xiao Tianhan is different. He speculates that the 13 apostles, as the testament of leadership, must possess formidable strength, for he has stood alongside Optimus Prime in the face of the Cosmic Emperor. Even a mass-produced stone soldiers spawned by the Cosmic Emperor can pose significant challenges to the Autobots. Yet, the 13 apostles have faced the Cosmic Emperor directly and triumphed. We must prepare in advance. Xiao Tianhan summoned a select group of elite members from the Cosmic Security Force, along with 7 modified minicons. Subsequently, he returned to his private laboratory, activated the security mechanisms, and retrieved a gleaming silver longsword, the Star Sword, originally fractured during the climactic battle against the ultimate godlock. Xiao Tianhan had restored it and preserved it here. Now it was time for its rightful return. Let us depart. The tall, crimson figure, bearing the long sword, stepped forward under the gaze of all present as light and shadow intertwined, and the Azure Space Bridge activated. The 7 minicons exchanged glances, sprinting ahead and transforming into protective gear embedded into Xiao Tianhan's form. With mechanical whirs, his stature grew more imposing and dignified. The elite behind him remained solemn, following closely as they traversed the space bridge. Chapter 85. This world is beautiful. Earth a scrapyard. The treetops swayed violently, dancing wildly with Danny's laundry. A Cybertronian spacecraft materialized above the scrapyard. The hatch opened, and from a beam of blue light descended a figure. "Oh my goodness!" the black-faced god exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment, as Danny and Russell rushed over to witness the spectacle. That figure was recognized by the black-faced god, as well as by Danny and Russell. His achievements were celebrated in the textbooks of Cybertron, and a statue of him stood proudly in the Hero Plaza. Legends of him circulated across Earth. The last apostle, the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. "Are you Danny and Russell?" Optimus Prime inquired, lowering himself to meet their gaze, having been informed of his new human allies through Bumblebee. "You are Optimus Prime," Russell exclaimed in delight, recalling the documentaries that spoke of the great leader's existence. "I never imagined I would encounter you here on Earth." The black-faced god joyfully approached Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime nodded, then proceeded to inquire about Bumblebee's whereabouts. The leaders had foretold of a new threat looming on the horizon. In preparation for the impending crisis, he had contacted Bumblebee, urging him to arrive on Earth ahead of time. The Decepticons have initiated new operations. Bumblebee and his team have gone to thwart them. However, I can pinpoint their location. The black-faced god explained, revealing that the Cosmic Rescue Team had located the remnants of the Allspark and were escorting Decepticon prisoners away from Earth, leaving only Bumblebee behind. At that moment, the space surrounding the junkyard rippled with immense energy as a cerulean space bridge materialized unexpectedly. It had been a long time since their last encounter, Optimus Prime. The figure of Xiao Tianhan emerged from the space bridge, striding forward to stand before Optimus Prime. Compared to their previous reunion, the changes in you are far more profound. A nostalgic expression crossed Optimus Prime's face as he recalled their first meeting on Earth, where they joined forces to vanquish Megatron and usher in a new era. Back then, Xiao Tianhan was destitute, yet his optimism remained unwavering, as if victory was just within reach. During the Autobots' most challenging times, he inspired hope among them. Now, Xiao Tianhan had transformed Cybertron into a flourishing realm, prosperous, civilized, harmonious, and benevolent, steadily advancing toward his dream of a utopian home. I have long awaited the day to entrust it to you. Xiao Tianhan unsheathed the star sword, cradling it in both hands and presenting it before him. With the enhancement of 7 minicon units, Xiao Tianhan's height had surged to 16 meters, yet he stood at parity with the current Optimus Prime. It was evident that Optimus had truly become a genuine apostle, not merely a leader possessing the matrix of leadership. As Xiao Tianhan returned the star sword, the security team accompanying him began to disembark from the space bridge. They were the finest warriors of Cybertron, each towering over 10 meters, their formidable figures resembling monstrous dinosaurs. Heavy armored vehicles and massive aerial fighters, appearing as mere children before the two superlative leaders. There was little time for reminiscing. Optimus Prime activated the jetpack on his back, leading the charge. The dinosaur machines and vehicle battalions secured the ground, while the aerial squadrons claimed the skies. This was their domain, and they could not allow the enemy to escape easily. Action commenced. Xiao Tianhan leapt gracefully, transforming into jet mode as 6 engines roared to life, propelling him toward the designated target. Meanwhile, on the other end, when Bumblebee and his team arrived at the scene, it was already too late. Steeljaw had rallied a group of fleeing Decepticons, who constructed an arch tower and successfully formed a space bridge with the power of the Fallen. A cataclysmic explosion sent Bumblebee's squad tumbling, and amidst the smoke, the Fallen's figure emerged, adorned in gray and purple hues. At last, Megatron made his grand entrance. The Fallen gazed down at the fallen warriors, vociferously declaring his arrival. This is impossible. Bumblebee could hardly believe his eyes. The legendary apostle who had defeated Unicron was still alive in this world. I am now homeless, and both Cybertron and Earth are entwined in this fate. I will make them pay. The Fallen, weapon in hand, advanced step by step towards Bumblebee. You shall be the first martyr. Feel honored. Just as the raised weapon was about to descend, a brilliant light streaked across the distant horizon, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. Xiao Tianhan locked onto the Fallen, and the beam of light he unleashed struck the Fallen's chest with a resounding impact. The reaction armor of the Fallen Titan failed to withstand the searing laser unleashed by Xiao Tianhan, billowing thick black smoke as the resulting explosion forced it back. Halt! A commanding voice followed, as Optimus Prime descended with the Star Sword in hand. With a swift stroke, the Star Sword carved a blue arc that expanded rapidly in the eyes of the Fallen Titan. In a desperate roll, the Fallen Titan barely evaded the blade's lethal energy. Have you harnessed the power of the Apostle Spark? Yet, I possess a far greater force. Unyielding, the Fallen Titan brandished its weapon, engaging Optimus Prime in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. As they remained locked in combat, the security team swiftly surrounded the scene. Xiao Tianhan, unhurried, stood at a distance, observing the unfolding chaos. Noticing the increasing number of adversaries around him, the Fallen Titan sensed impending doom. Summoning all his strength, he repelled Optimus Prime and retrieved a staff, a powerful artifact capable of extracting the sparks of the Primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor, merging them into one. The spark of the Primordial Celestial represented the positive force, while that of the Cosmic Emperor embodied the negative, an antithesis. When these two forces collided, they would negate each other, resulting in the annihilation of 2 planets. This was the Fallen Titan's sinister aim. With determination, the Fallen Titan raised the staff and plunged it into the ground, drawing the spark of the Cosmic Emperor from the Earth's core toward the staff. Simultaneously, a colossal space bridge manifested in the sky, clearly visible, its opposite end aligned with Cybertron. This is my vengeance. The Fallen Titan laughed joyously, though his mirth was abruptly cut short. Arcs of electricity crackled as a figure suddenly appeared before him, grasping the staff. Xiao Tianhan exerted a slight force, shattering the staff into two segments, causing the two spark sources approaching it to vanish in an instant. No, but there was no time for fury. Xiao Tianhan's iron fist loomed large in the fallen titan's vision. The overwhelming force sending the ancient apostle staggering back several paces before he could regain his balance. Xiao Tianhan's strike seemed to signal the surrounding security personnel to launch their assault. Brilliant beams of light enveloping the fallen titan in an instant. Optimus Prime, wielding the Star Sword, infused it with spark energy, gathering strength for a decisive blow. The blue energy wave appeared poised to rend the heavens as it descended mercilessly upon the fallen titan. Boom! The energy surged forward. The residual force obliterating the mountaintop, it struck into mere dust, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence, reminiscent of the moment when Optimus Prime cleaved the stone mountain with the Star Sword. As the dust settled, the fallen titan lay helplessly in the crater left by the energy's impact, his form disheveled, his gaze filled with defiance. Today, Optimus Prime showed no mercy. He plunged the Star Sword into the heart of the fallen titan with an air of detached normalcy. Resolute, Optimus Prime had transformed, his hesitation evaporating since the moment he had been assailed by Megatron. Beneath the orange-red sunset, Xiao Tianhan stood shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime gazed at the setting sun and spoke, "This is the best of times. This world is truly beautiful. Forgive Xiao Tianhan for not being sentimental." After a moment of silence, he continued, "I intend to stay on Earth for a while. I trust you will manage things on Cybertron." He sensed that a new world was on the horizon. Chapter 86. A new world, system functionality now online. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Xiao Tianhan opened his eyes. This was Cybertron. He felt a tinge of surprise as his gaze fell upon a landscape of steel ruins, reminiscent of the once abandoned Cybertron, yet distinct. Strange vegetation thrived upon the metal, a sight he had never believed possible. Vibrant flowers blooming upon a metallic surface. Nevertheless, there was no doubt this planet was indeed Cybertron, for he could distinctly feel the heartbeat of the primordial supreme emanating from deep within its core. As the spark continued to grow, it was not just his soul that traversed, but also the fervent Cybertronian heart within him. This time, he bore the identity of a fallen Cybertronian soldier, perhaps a victim of a catastrophic defeat, his lifeless form callously abandoned amidst the steel jungle's ruins. Scanning the body revealed the spark chamber had been penetrated. The transformation cog was missing, and the memory module and core chip had been incinerated, confirming that this body had participated in a brutal conflict. However, mere fatal injuries were insufficient to deter Xiao Tianhan. With a mere thought, pure Cybertronian digital matter flowed from the golden spark, filling the spark chamber before coursing through the super energy conduits to swiftly repair the damaged body. After a cacophony of metallic friction, Xiao Tianhan's form was finally restored. He felt akin to the original leader of the Cybertronians, with a composition nearly identical to his own. What surprised him, however, was that the transformation cog was located not in the abdomen, as expected, but rather in the chest, resembling a spinning top. Initially, he had not perceived the cog's presence, as it had been utterly obliterated along with the spark. Intriguingly, the location of the transformation cog nearly coincided with where Optimus Prime stored his energy source. Did this imply that the transformation cog in this universe could be extracted without surgical intervention? Xiao Tianhan opened the armor on his chest, revealing the half-moon transformation cog laid bare before him, and he reached out to retrieve it. In the next moment, all transformation modules ceased to function, and he suddenly lost the ability to transform, his size diminishing by 1/10. However, this was far preferable to the last time he had sacrificed his own essence. Though his strength was significantly reduced, his body did not relay a sense of weakness. After installing the exposed transformation cog, Xiao Tianhan once again connected with the spark. Before officially stepping onto this land, he resolved to upgrade himself. Shield generators, phase shifters, and locking rods. Thanks to the spatial technology within him, Xiao Tianhan's form, though growing in stature, did not become unwieldy with the installation of numerous devices. Rather, he now resembled a towering figure ready to soar into the skies. Simultaneously, his appearance underwent a transformation, and under the deliberate control of Xiao Tianhan, he morphed into the upgraded form wielding the celestial hammer. The Cybertronian landscape was alive with activity. With each heartbeat of the primordial celestial, the digital essence of Cybertron surged like ocean waves, forming towering metallic peaks that rapidly advanced forward, rendering the planet's surface akin to a vast ocean of metal. In his jet form, Xiao Tianhan soared over the metallic tide, witnessing firsthand as it shattered several Cybertronian moose into fragments. The perilous terrain resembled a return to the primordial era of Cybertron, prompting Xiao Tianhan to assign this celestial body the codename Origin Cybertron. With the superluminal space drive pulsating with power, Xiao Tianhan traversed the treacherous metallic sea in mere seconds. The electromagnetic waves of Origin Cybertron were eerily tranquil, as if all Cybertronians had vanished without a trace, devoid of any transmitted messages. Countless cities lay in ruins, and the data center's information had been utterly obliterated, leaving Xiao Tianhan bereft of understanding of this world. Suddenly, a massive disturbance rippled through the Cybertronian ionosphere, and as Xiao Tianhan transformed and landed, a multitude of data projections materialized before him. A mothership was breaking through Cybertron's atmosphere. He was taken aback. According to the feedback from his detection systems, this mothership spanned 1,000 meters in length, appearing incongruous amidst the emptiness of Cybertron. Xiao Tianhan immediately pursued it, hopeful that this vessel could elucidate the mysteries surrounding this planet. Soon, he beheld the full silhouette of the mothership. To which race did it belong? The warship before him resembled a king crab stripped of its limbs, its armor exhibiting a biological texture, as if he were gazing upon a creature transformed into a warship. Xiao Tianhan refrained from rash actions, choosing instead to trail it stealthily. As they passed a ruin, the mothership opened its underbelly and deployed a small warship toward the surface. With the mothership now idle, Xiao Tianhan turned his attention to the small vessel. Its target was undoubtedly the ruins beneath. It halted its descent at an altitude of 100 meters, activating numerous sensors from its underbelly, unleashing a barrage of crimson rays upon the ground. A mechanical moose inadvertently wandered into the path of the beams. In the blink of an eye, it was obliterated by several energy projectiles. After scanning the ruins, the warship confirmed the absence of mechanical life forms and swiftly retreated to the mothership. However, Xiao Tianhan's sensors detected 4 signals of super-energy entities flickering amidst the debris. There were beings on the surface. Xiao Tianhan swiftly approached the ground and transformed upon landing. He refrained from revealing himself immediately, opting instead to observe the movements of the 4 Cybertronians from a distance. They were drawing closer. Among them, a female transformer projected a map from her wrist and led the way toward a towering, vegetation-clad steel mountain not far off. They seemed to be in search of something. It had been 50 years since the 5-faced anomaly had last appeared. The red and blue transformers were on the verge of being reduced to scrap metal by the battleship, prompting an involuntary remark while simultaneously providing a piece of information to Xiao Tianhan. The term 5-faced monster, an ancient lexicon, exists solely in the legends of the leader of Cybertron. They are a life form that is both mechanical and biological, imbued with malevolence and ambition. Rumors suggest that they were creations of the Cosmic Emperor, while others claim they were spawned by the Primus. Regardless of their origins, their civilization never attained the strength to pose a threat to Cybertron and was extinguished long ago due to its own wickedness. However, in this universe, it seems the 5-faced monsters have triumphed over Cybertron, even annihilating the majority of Cybertronians on the planet's surface. Keep up, Olain. A youthful complaint was interrupted by a silver-haired young man ahead, compelling him to hasten his steps. Olain? Xiao Tianhan mused as he emerged from the ruins. Could this lad be Olain Pax? Was that silver-haired youth truly Megatron? He scrutinized the retreating figures. The individual named Olain indeed bore some resemblance to Optimus Prime, and the silver-haired youth did possess a distinctly barrel-shaped head. As for Alita and Bumblebee, they were unmistakable, as they closely matched the appearances from the animated series Xiao Tianhan had watched in his youth. Chapter 87. The 13 primes the 4 of Olain ascended the steep steel peaks, with Xiao Tianhan trailing behind. The scant information gleaned from their conversation revealed that the current leader of Cybertron was Unicron. The surface had succumbed, and the resources of Energon were depleted. They were merely surviving in the mines beneath Iron Fortress. Yet, Xiao Tianhan could distinctly sense the vibrant life force of the planet. The original Celestial One had not been ravaged by war, and the Energon resources should not have been exhausted. Could it be that a transformation had occurred within Cybertron? Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Tianhan noticed that Olaine and his companions had entered a diminutive cavern, and he activated his phase shift device to follow closely behind. Initially narrow, the passageway opened up after several dozen steps. Sunlight streamed through the crevice at the cave's apex, illuminating the spacious interior. Olaine halted, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had beheld something extraordinary. Following his gaze, Xiao Tianhan looked down and beheld several familiar figures lying within the cave. The 13 Primes. He saw Vector Prime. He saw Alpha Trion, and even Sentinel Prime. The battered remains of the 13 Primes lay scattered within the cavern. Except for Master Titanium, all were deceased. How could the 13 Primes have perished simultaneously in this cavern? What on earth transpired on this planet? Meanwhile, it seemed Olaine sensed something, hastening to Master Titanium's side. Hey, everyone, come over here. Optimus Prime beckoned the others. It was Master Titanium, who had powered down, yet his sparks still flickered with life. Under the gaze of the gathered companions, Optimus Prime infused a shard of energon into Master Titanium's body. In the next moment, the optical lens of Master Titanium flickered back to life, and the five-faced monstrosities launched a surprise attack. Counterattack. Quickly transmit the message. Master Titanium shouted, instinctively attempting to strike at Olaine, but his long-dormant body could not sustain his actions. After sparks erupted from his arm, Master Titanium collapsed to the ground. It's all right. It's all right. The battle is over. You're safe. It was only upon hearing Olaine's voice that Master Titanium regained his composure. Trembling as he rose and surveyed the few individuals in front of him. What has happened to your transformation gears? Who are you? Master Titanium inquired, pointing at Olaine's hollow chest. We are miners from Iron Fortress, lacking transformation gears. We received your message to seek the leadership module, replied the one known as Megatron, who now appeared remarkably like a model youth. Miners? Why? Elita responded. After our energy depletion, we must resort to mining. Olaine elaborated. Thus, we need to restore energy, locate the leadership module, and then deliver it to the leader, Unicron. Unicron is unworthy of being a leader. Master Titanium erupted in sudden fury, interrupting Olaine. What? Bumblebee exclaimed in surprise, seemingly at a loss for words. It appeared his mind had faltered. Elita, too, seemed to harbor doubts about the ancient Autobot before her. Unicron protects us from the attacks of the five-faced monstrosities. Megatron glared furiously at Master Titanium, seemingly idolizing Unicron. You have not been protected. Rather, you dwell in a web of deceit. Faced with the insolence of the younger generation, Master Titanium remained unperturbed. Instead, he led them to the center of the cavern. I witnessed the truth with my own eyes. Come, I shall show you. Master Titanium placed his palm upon the earth, and in an instant, countless grains of sand began to coalesce, illustrating scenes in midair as he recounted the tale. For millennia, the war between the Cybertronians and the five-faced monstrosities had been unbearably grim, until the subordinates of the 13 Primes intercepted enemy transmissions relayed by Unicron. In a sandy tableau, Unicron excitedly reported something before the 13 Primes. The commander of the five-faced monstrosities is to hold a secret meeting. If we eliminate them, we can bring an end to this war. This mission is of utmost importance. We Primes must undertake it ourselves. We arrived at the location of the secret meeting of the five-faced monstrosity commander based on the intel intercepted by Unicron, right here in this cavern. But we fell into an ambush. The scene shifted in the flowing sands, revealing a multitude of five-faced monstrosities surging in through the crevices at the cavern's apex. There was no commander to be found within the cavern. It was a trap. Soon, the entire cavern was filled with the relentless tide of five-faced monstrosities, leaving the 13 Primes to hastily prepare for battle. Though our numbers are few, victory is within reach. Until we faced betrayal, the imagery depicted the 13 Primes, seemingly unstoppable, swiftly vanquishing the majority of the five-faced monstrosities until the arrival of Unicron. The 13 primordial titans, believing reinforcements had arrived, began to cheer for victory, unaware that a true crisis was about to unfold. As the 13 primordial titans clashed with the five-faced monster, the cosmic enemy plunged a blade through the chest of Jing Tianwei, subsequently utilizing Jing Tianwei's energy to obliterate Seixiangio and Jingdians. Together with the five-faced monster, the cosmic enemy decapitated Zhen Tianzuan, Every action taken by the cosmic enemy was driven by the desire to seize the leadership module and harness the most formidable power of Cybertron. However, the cosmic enemy remained oblivious to the fact that without the endorsement of the original celestial sovereign, no Cybertronian could rightfully possess the leadership module. Just as the cosmic enemy was on the verge of success, the leadership module dissipated. The scene vanished. The worldview of Megatron was nearly shattered by the truth revealed by Master Titanium, while Orion sat helplessly on the ground, repeatedly uttering that the leadership module had simply vanished, seemingly filled with despair for Cybertron's future. Megatron, on the other hand, incessantly exclaimed disbelief, insisting that it was impossible. At that moment, Xiao Tianhan stood unnoticed behind him. Why did the cosmic enemy do this? Xiao Tianhan's calm voice abruptly interrupted, startling Orion and the others. Wow, dude, when did you arrive? Bumblebee's exclamation echoed through the cavern. Faced with the sudden appearance of Xiao Tianhan, Master Titanium was slightly taken aback, but responded. He made a deal with the five-faced monster. This was his way of purchasing rights from the new master of this land. Xiao Tianhan nodded, as this explained everything. He felt no surprise at the cosmic enemy's betrayal of the 13 primordial titans. This was not the first time. The cosmic enemy had shown ruthlessness to the point of eliminating his own kind, let alone those who obstructed his path. Just then, the mountains suddenly trembled violently. The mothership, stationed in the outer space of Cybertron, began its descent. Upon exiting the cave, Xiao Tianhan beheld the cosmic enemy bowing submissively before the five-faced monster, kneeling in utter disgrace. In the face of the alien master's harsh demands, the cosmic enemy, as the leader, did not rise in defiance, but instead promised to compel miners to triple their daily output of super energy bodies. It was a veritable disgrace for a leader. Chapter 88. The Supreme Guardian Orion, Megatron, Bumblebee, and Alita were engulfed in anger at having been deceived by the cosmic enemy, each venting their frustrations. What has happened to your transformation gears? Xiao Tianhan re-entered the cave, his towering figure standing twice the height of Orion and the others, his commanding presence instantly silencing their emotional outpour. I don't know. It has always been empty here. Megatron pounded his chest, his tone fervent. However, as far as I know, every Cybertronian possesses transformation gears from the moment of their birth. Xiao Tianhan continued. Whether they are leader Cybertronians or origin Cybertronians, transformation gears are biological organs, not artificial devices. The transformation gear is a divine miracle of the original celestial sovereign, one that even an ambulance cannot replicate. He merely wished to inquire who had removed their transformation gears. No, it is inconceivable. No one could be so malevolent, not even the Lord of the Skies. Bumblebee found it hard to accept such a grim reality. Removing the transformation gears from newly born Cybertronians was akin to extracting the organs from an infant. This was far more sinister than bowing to an enemy. The Lord of the Skies had taken your transformation gears long before your inception. Master Titanium surveyed the agitated youths, articulating this even harsher truth. Xiao Tianhan could not help but exclaim that the Lord of the Skies was truly inhuman. Such an act was likely beyond even Megatron's capacity. Master Titanium cast a glance at Xiao Tianhan. The Cybertronians before him were extraordinary, surpassing even his peak strength, yet fortuitously, they were not foes. However, it is never the transformation gear that defines a transformer, but rather the spark that resides within your core. The spark endows transformers with the ability to enhance the world. Master Titanium approached the remains of the Primus, stating that all his fellow Primus possessed such sparks, and he had witnessed their strength. As Master Titanium's hands once more touched the earth, the transformation gears of the Primus gravitated towards him. These warriors possessed noble souls, unwavering loyalty, and formidable power. Wield their transformation gears and unleash your full potential. With a flourish, Master Titanium embedded 4 transformation gears into the chests of 4 individuals. Orion received the gear of the Awakening Sky, while Megatron acquired the gear of the Sharp Skyhawk. Bumblebee and Alita each obtained the gears of the Gathered Sky and the Subtle Star, respectively. As the gears integrated into their bodies, the individuals visibly expanded and their forms grew taller. Then, with another sweeping gesture, Master Titanium sent the remaining 8 transformation gears soaring toward Xiao Tianhan, leaving only Megatron's gear unaccounted for. Xiao Tianhan was perplexed. He had no shortage of such items. Find someone worthy of inheriting the power of the Primus and bestow upon them the transformation gears. Master Titanium instructed with a tone of delegation. Very well. Being the sage among the 13 Primus, Master Titanium's directives held profound significance, and Xiao Tianhan resolutely accepted the levitating gears before him. In no time, Unnamed and the others successfully fused with the Primus transformation gears, and Master Titanium's voice resonated once more. You have acquired the power to alter your world. How you wield this power is your choice. Unnamed and Megatron were exhilarated by their newfound gears. Just then, the mountain trembled again. A dozen Transformers arrived. Encircling the mountain, Xiao Tianhan could distinctly scan the number of super energy signals. Their numbers were not vast. It was time to counterattack. Without hesitation, Megatron proclaimed, raising his fist. Master Titanium coldly rejected Megatron's proposal. No, you must return to Iron Fortress and alert everyone. Here lies the record I have shown you. Use it to unveil the truth. He entrusted the creation that records the truth to Orin and then said, you must leave from the back mountain. The future of Cybertron lies in your hands. Xiao Tianhan watched as Orin and his companions departed, but chose not to follow, nor did Master Titanium. Do you not intend to leave? Master Titanium inquired. You should know that they pose no threat to me. This was not arrogance on Xiao Tianhan's part. With the weapons embedded within him, he could withstand even 100-fold adversaries. Master Titanium nodded in agreement with Xiao Tianhan's assertion, yet he did not plan to involve him in this battle. Your fight is yet to come, my friend. The primordial celestial master has bestowed upon us different objectives, and this battle is solely mine. The primordial celestial master had not granted him a purpose, Xiao Tianhan mused. After the primordial celestial master's awakening, Xiao Tianhan had ventured to the core of the earth, but the master had always withheld his ideology from him, neither endorsing nor intervening. Fortunately, the unwavering support of Optimus Prime had alleviated many unnecessary troubles. Following Master Titanium's advice, Xiao Tianhan departed first, well aware that Master Titanium's physical condition rendered him no match for the Transformers outside. Master Titanium understood that Xiao Tianhan was aware of his physical limitations compared to the adversaries outside. Xiao Tianhan was also cognizant that Master Titanium knew he recognized his own frailty against those Transformers. However, for the 13 ancestral Autobots, death was not the end. They would reunite in the spark of the primordial celestial master. Master Titanium had completed his guidance of the future leader. One could say his mission was accomplished. Perhaps, more than becoming the last ancestral Autobot, he yearned to return to the source of the spark. Meanwhile, after acquiring the powers of the ancestral Autobot, Megatron's relentless nature began to manifest, nearly sparking a dispute with Orin. Xiao Tianhan silently trailed behind them, observing everything unfold. Megatron's obstinacy was not easily swayed by external forces. Unless he experienced an epiphany, he had no intention of intervening until several Transformers descended from the sky, attacking Orin and his group and abducting them. Let me see whose subordinates you are. Xiao Tianhan followed those who had taken Orin to an abandoned spacecraft, where an army had gathered. Orin, Megatron, Bumblebee, and Elita were bound in the center of the ship, with all the Transformers' gazes fixated on them, completely ignoring Xiao Tianhan's presence. I am the dominant Autobot. Suddenly, the unconscious Bumblebee straightened up, introducing himself in an exceedingly deep voice, and, as if a switch had been flipped, he began to spew forth an endless stream of words, compelling Soundwave to seal his mouth. Execute all these spies at the uppermost part of the venue, upon a throne forged from scrap metal. Tarantulas showed no intention of investigating Orin and the others, declaring their death sentence on the spot. A cacophony of cheers erupted within the derelict spacecraft. These individuals resembled a pack of lunatics. Do you truly believe they're spies? Xiao Tianhan gradually emerged from the crowd before Orion, scrutinizing the Red Spider with an appraising gaze. Regardless of the setting, Red Spider's self-important demeanor was invariably irksome. Invader. The first to react were Shockwave and Soundwave, both simultaneously aiming their weapons at Xiao Tianhan. The surrounding Transformers were eager to rush forward, yet confronted by the towering figure before them, none wished to take the lead. Instead, they merely drew their weapons, locking onto Xiao Tianhan. It appears you are an accomplice among this group of spies. You now have two choices. First, we shall methodically dismantle your body until you experience the utmost agony. Second, Divulge the information regarding the train to the mine and any intelligence that could harm your superior. Unicron. Rising from his tattered throne, Red Spider approached Xiao Tianhan step by step. Perhaps you should first reveal who you are, Xiao Tianhan retorted, finding amusement in Red Spider's pretentious gait. Simultaneously, he sought to ascertain the identities of Red Spider, Shockwave, and Soundwave in this universe. Although the trio had convened, they had yet to transform into Megatron, nor did they bear the Decepticon insignia, suggesting they were likely not Decepticons. We were once the High Guardians, witnesses to Unicron's treachery and the fall of Primus. Thereafter, we continued to battle in the shadows, striving to thwart Unicron's schemes. Red Spider never hesitated to flaunt his past, a quality that might be the sole aspect Xiao Tianhan found admirable in him. And you hide in a dilapidated spacecraft, seated upon that makeshift throne, pretending to be a ruler? Xiao Tianhan unabashedly expressed his thoughts. Who was Red Spider? The self-proclaimed king of Cybertron, the finest of the Decepticons in retreat. He could scarcely believe that Red Spider would dare confront Unicron directly. Do you think you can humiliate me and walk away unscathed? Red Spider furiously approached Xiao Tianhan, standing undaunted before the imposing figure, and delivered a powerful punch. Clang! Red Spider's fist struck Xiao Tianhan's chest. The scene he had envisioned of easily toppling the giant did not materialize, for Xiao Tianhan did not even budge. Soft and feeble. Have you not eaten? Xiao Tianhan suddenly realized that he derived an unrelenting pleasure from mocking Red Spider, just as he always had. Allow me to demonstrate. With a single punch, Xiao Tianhan sent Red Spider crashing into the ceiling, only for him to plummet back to the floor before Xiao Tianhan. Shockwave attempted to intervene, but was pulled back by Soundwave. Xiao Tianhan's formidable strength incited the surrounding High Guardians to raise their hands and cheer, seemingly oblivious to their former enmity. As previously stated, the High Guardians were a band of lunatics, a collective of madmen who revered personal strength. Chapter 89. Follow me. The Decepticons held a straightforward philosophy. Might makes right. They were powerful and abundant in talent, if such a force could be harnessed for my purposes. Xiao Tianhan could firmly establish roots on the origin of Cybertron, especially the Shockwave and Soundwave. The value of these two far exceeds that of a formidable army. Xiao Tianhan traversed past the Red Spider and ascended the steps. The formidable strength he had just displayed had already captivated most of the Supreme Guardians, yet some remained unmoved, such as Soundwave and Shockwave. He was preparing to deliver a speech when suddenly, with a resounding boom, several missiles surged forth, and the violent explosions tore apart the remnants of the spacecraft. Xiao Tianhan's gaze pierced through the gaps, revealing a battalion of fully armed Transformers charging at full speed. It seemed that the minions of the celestial enemy had traced the path left by Orion and others to this location. They arrived swiftly. Xiao Tianhan snorted coldly and retrieved the long-sealed Dark Star sword from his spatial pocket. This divine weapon, forged from the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, possessed a might that rivaled the Cybertronian relic, the Star Sword, and after countless ages of dormancy, it once again graced the world. With a single swing of the sword, a violet sword aura pierced the heavens like a malevolent moon, and before the minions of the celestial enemy could react, they were instantly dismembered by the sword's energy. Inside the cabin, a deathly silence ensued. The Supreme Guardians stared in astonishment, the scene before them surpassing their comprehension. This defied all logic. Shockwave murmured in disbelief. Supreme Guardians, you now have two choices. Either continue to evade the pursuit of the celestial enemy and live in misery, or follow me. Let us march towards Iron Fortress and utterly defeat the celestial enemy. A decisive victory. Xiao Tianhan's resonant voice echoed within the shattered spacecraft, and without hesitation, all the Supreme Guardians raised their arms in a unified cheer. Soundwave is willing to follow you until the last spark extinguishes. Shockwave, Red Spider, we pledge our lives to follow you. The three chief Supreme Guardians knelt on one knee, swearing allegiance, and the tumultuous cheers reverberating in the broken spacecraft abruptly ceased as all the Supreme Guardians knelt in unison to pledge their loyalty. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Xiao Tianhan summoned 8 gleaming transformation gears to hover before him. The transformation gears of the primal bots hold immense power. Use them to unleash your full potential. 3 of the transformation gears disengage from the formation. Xiao Tianhan bestowed the gear of Wuchang Tian upon Soundwave and granted the gear of Jing Tianwei to Shockwave. As for the Red Spider, though he had always been associated with failure in Xiao Tianhan's memory, his ability to manage the future stronghold of the Decepticons with order proved him to be a competent assistant. Xiao Tianhan entrusted Maxim Emperor's transformation gear to the Red Spider, hoping that this strategist among the primal bots could bring about improvement. The power of the primal bots was within reach, and the three unhesitatingly replaced their transformation gears. Click, click, click. Their exterior armors transformed. The three future Decepticon leaders became even more formidable, and an aura of strength emanated from the throne, igniting fervor among the watching Supreme Guardians. Fight for me, earn my recognition, and the power of the primal bots shall belong to you. Xiao Tianhan raised his arm in a rallying cry, and the atmosphere within the cabin reached a fever pitch. Hey, these fellows seem a bit fervent. The exalted cheers of the Supreme Guardians roused the unconscious quartet of Orion. Alita, glancing around, commented somewhat awkwardly amidst the jubilant transformers. I recognize them. Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream. They are the Supreme Guardians, a unit steeped in legend. Bumblebee leaned closer to Alita and Optimus Prime, whispering, Indeed, I have encountered their files at Iron Fortress. But do you see that? Orion nodded in agreement, gesturing toward the apex of the spacecraft. The trio followed Orion's, and there stood Skyquake. It's him, Alita mused, lowering her gaze in contemplation, only to suddenly realize that something seemed amiss behind her. 16? Where are you going? Alita called out, and upon turning, Orion saw Megatron rising, intent on crossing past the jubilant Supreme Guardians to leave the ship. Why? Orion questioned, bewildered. I refuse to cower in this derelict vessel, pretending to be a sovereign. I shan't feign delivering a blow only to retreat. What would that change? I have discovered that Unicron is a traitor. He must pay the price. Right now, Megatron's fervor escalated with each word, his voice resonating louder, and the entire ship fell silent as the Supreme Guardians redirected their weapons, aiming at his head. Calm down. Orion swiftly interposed himself before Megatron, anxious that his impassioned state might lead to an unwise action. Orion cast an apologetic glance towards Skyquake on the platform, saying, I am sorry. He is merely too agitated. Let him pass. Skyquake interjected, restraining the advancing Starscream, understanding Megatron's unwavering resolve. However, the current Megatron lacked the cunning of his future self, charging forth recklessly. Forcing him to stay would not yield assistance, but rather exacerbate matters. The Supreme Guardians parted to create a passage, allowing Megatron to depart. Orion watched him step away, calling out loudly, but seeing no sign of hesitation, his worry deepened. It was only when Megatron's figure had entirely vanished that Skyquake resumed speaking. I shall lead the Supreme Guardians to assault Iron Fortress and overthrow Unicron. Optimus, Orion, I require you to return to Iron Fortress ahead of us to persuade your comrades, not to enlist them in battle, but at the very least, to refrain from causing disruption. Very well, came the prompt response. Skyquake then turned to Alita, stating, I also need a transport train heading to Iron Fortress. No problem. I shall take care of it. Alita readily agreed. Skyquake nodded, rising to proclaim, Supreme Guardians, let us reclaim our lost honor. March on Iron Fortress. Let Unicron pay the price. March on Iron Fortress. March on Iron Fortress. Chapter 90. Assault on Iron Fortress. In the heart of Iron Fortress, the palace of Unicron gleamed resplendently. My subordinates have failed in their duties. Black Widow followed closely behind Unicron, feeling fortunate to have survived Skyquake's onslaught, though her form was severely damaged, with several spider legs missing from her abdomen. Fortunately, she did not leave empty-handed. It cannot be deemed a complete failure. Nothing to worry about. The countenance of the Overlord radiated a triumphant smile. Not long ago, he personally executed the last of the ancient Titan Masters, thereby obliterating any threat to his leadership. Once he eradicates the concealed Supreme Guardians, his past deeds will remain forever shrouded in secrecy. The Supreme Guardians are but a pack of stray dogs, incapable of stirring any tempest. A flicker of disdain crossed the Overlord's eyes as he strode towards a kneeling Transformer in the hall. Oh, 16, your fate will be dire. The Overlord lifted the chin of Megatron, who, on the surface, appeared to be a model student, yet harbored the treachery within. I'm not a traitor. You are the traitor, Megatron retorted, shaking off the Overlord's grip and roaring in indignation. The Overlord remained unfazed. No, you are the traitor. You conspired with the Quintessence to undermine my exploration on the surface, preventing me from reclaiming the leadership module and extinguishing the hope for Cybertron's prosperity. That is not the truth. When I publicly execute you, it will indeed be the truth, for the truth here is dictated by me. Thud! To the Overlord's astonishment, Megatron suddenly stood up. The Overlord looked down at Megatron with mockery. What do you intend to do now? I shall no longer kneel to you. Megatron suddenly regained his composure. You are quite confident. Megatron stood tall. Do you know why I fear you not? Why? Because I have nothing left to lose. You have taken everything from me. Once, Megatron was the Overlord's most ardent admirer, passionately devoted to this traitor before him. How absurd it now seemed. The Overlord revealed a mocking smile, indeed. No sooner had he spoken than his fist struck Megatron's face without warning, sending him flying. Oh, the insignia of Lord Megatron. The Overlord peeled off the sticker from Megatron's arm, a gift from Orion and one of his most cherished possessions. You have exquisite taste. Megatron is the largest, the fiercest, and the mightiest of all the Titans. Thus, after I slay him, I shall claim his transformation gears for myself. The Overlord opened his chest armor, showcasing the transformation gears that rightfully belong to Megatron. At this moment, Megatron's animosity towards the Overlord reached its zenith. He shall always be greater than you. It is difficult to say. I am quite great, the Overlord declared with pride, though his expression darkened. Yet I do not comprehend why you aspire to be him rather than to be me. This Overlord is truly despicable, the most contemptible character in the history of Transformers. Without exception, as the words fell, the Overlord affixed the insignia of Megatron onto his chest, ruthlessly employing a high-powered spray gun to engrave Megatron's visage upon it. The wails echoed throughout the Golden Hall, as the celestial adversary prepared to execute Megatron after toying with him for long enough. A transport train suddenly burst into the Iron Fortress, speeding toward the palace of the celestial adversary. Enemies were invading. Quickly, protect the celestial adversary. The fortress's defensive artillery erupted, unleashing a barrage of shells upon the train. The Black Widow, fixated on the train, the devastating attack evoking a sense of trepidation that restrained her from recklessly engaging. Xiao Tianhan arrived at the control room, extending his hand as a blue energy screen unfolded, enveloping the entire train. The dense artillery fire surrounded the train, but could not penetrate the azure energy shield. The train drew ever closer to the celestial adversary's palace, and the defensive fire ceased. Supreme Guardian, launch! Sonic commanded, opening the doors of the train, while simultaneously issuing combat orders. The Supreme Guardians mobilized, yet the number of enemy forces ahead vastly outnumbered them, densely occupying the entire airspace. There are too many enemies. We must retreat. The Shockwave, through meticulous logical analysis, concluded that the Supreme Guardians were no match for the defending army. Continue the assault. Xiao Tianhan conveyed orders to Sonic, shattering the glass of the train's control room with his hand, which morphed into a radar the size of half his body. Buzz! The sleep ray instantly enveloped the airspace in front of the Supreme Guardians, causing the advancing enemy forces to lose momentum and plummet. A sleep ray? That makes sense. The train, shielded by the Supreme Guardians, plunged into the palace of the celestial adversary, the front of the train striking him squarely. Bang! Xiao Tianhan Pride opened the cabin door and stepped down, followed closely by Sonic and Shockwave, while the Red Spider engaged the continuously reinforcing garrison of the Iron Fortress outside. Ah! The Black Widow shouted, lunging toward Xiao Tianhan, but they were not even in the same league. He effortlessly seized her hands. Black Widow? You seem a bit different. The Black Widow before him bore no trace of mechanical insect features, her body brimming with cameras, rendering her quite unappealing. Sonic, I want her to know everything, and prepare for a citywide broadcast. Without a hint of mercy, Xiao Tianhan snapped the Black Widow's arms and tossed her Sonic, striding past Megatron towards the celestial adversary. A multitude of guards rushed in, blocking Xiao Tianhan's path, incessantly firing upon him. Meanwhile, the phase shifter on Xiao Tianhan was already activated, allowing his form to glide through the ranks of guards, arriving before the beleaguered celestial adversary. Did you truly believe you could destroy everything I have created? The celestial adversary, finally stripped of his earlier smugness towards Megatron, channeled vast energy to activate the transformation gear belonging to Megatron embedded in his chest. Yet, regardless of how he transformed, he remained a mere dwarf before the towering Xiao Tianhan. You shall pay for the crimes you have committed. What crimes? Is it the forcible extraction of newborns' transformation gears so they may mine to repay the quintessence while I live like a king? Is it still the case that the five-faced monster colludes to eliminate the 13 ancestral titans? Such matters are trivial, for the truth is mine to forge. The adversary, Yu exhibits not an iota of remorse as he brazenly recounts his transgressions before Xiao Tianhan. The expression in Xiao Tianhan's eyes shifts peculiarly. Is it possible that such a being could successfully manipulate the ancestral titans and reign over Cybertron? Has Cybertron truly awakened? I refer to its intellect. Is that so? Xiao Tianhan nods at Soundwave, and in an instant, Yu Qiandi's blasphemous declarations flood every screen within the Iron Fortress. An uproar ensues, with the denizens of Cybertron vociferously denouncing Yu Qiandi as a charlatan, while the laboring miners upend mining carts and vandalize equipment in protest. As Yu Qiandi strides toward the palace's exterior, the screens incessantly replay his kneeling before the five-faced monster, accompanied by a cacophony of accusations against him. Even the Iron Fortress's guard forces cease their combat, gazing at Yu Qiandi in disbelief. I never anticipated your folly. Xiao Tianhan's silhouette emerges slowly from the palace. In his grand design, this was to be a conflict rivaling that of the ultimate divine lock, even contemplating the potential reemergence of the Dark Star Sword, that legendary artifact. He had never envisioned that everything would transpire so effortlessly. His frame had yet to even warm up. You have ruined everything. Yu Qiandi, seething with rage, hurled his fist towards Xiao Tianhan, yet he was no match for him, promptly pinned against the wall, gasping for breath. Chapter 91. Journey to the core of the war concluded with Yu Qiandi's downfall, yet a myriad of issues emerged in its wake. Damn that Yu Qiandi. He has obliterated all transformation gears. Red Spider lamented while reporting, cursing Yu Qiandi. Over the years, countless newly awakened Cybertronians had their transformation gears wrenched away by Yu Qiandi, relegated to the lowest echelons as miners, while the gears belonging to the miners themselves were destroyed. The liberated miners required new transformation gears, but that was not the gravest predicament. The energy of Cybertron had not been restored. Following their liberation, the remaining super energy within the Iron Fortress would soon be depleted. This posed an unprecedented crisis for all leaders, yet for Xiao Tianhan, it represented an opportunity, a chance to win the hearts of the people entirely. Soundwave, initiate a citywide broadcast. The screens of the Iron Fortress flickered in unison, then projected the image of Xiao Tianhan. There were no impassioned speeches. He merely extended his arms, his chest plate gradually parting to reveal the radiant spark nestled within, shimmering with divine splendor. In the presence of all Cybertronians, Xiao Tianhan continuously released Cybertronian digital matter, which coalesced before him into transformation gears, subsequently directed towards the miners who gazed up at him in awe. Amidst countless hopeful gazes, the transformation gears embedded themselves into the miners' chests, their bodies metamorphosing into perfection and strength. Surprise and exhilaration enveloped the Iron Fortress that night. Long live Xiao Tianhan! The Red Spider raised his voice in a fervent call, as if activating some unseen switch. The Supreme Guards, the miners from the lower tiers, and even the Iron Fortress's protective forces echoed the 5 words, "Long live the Howling Cold." Orion surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the exuberant celebration of the Cybertronians, their cheers rising in fervor with each passing moment. He understood that from this day forth, no one would be able to threaten the position of the individual before him, until their very forms were rendered obsolete and history faded into mere legend. With a gentle gesture, Howling Cold subdued the raucous cheers within the Iron Fortress. We gather here united in purpose to restore order and enhance our world. From this day forth, freedom and autonomy are the rights of all sentient beings. I've got to fight for this. With that, Howling Cold ended the broadcast. The people's jubilation persisted, yet Howling Cold was compelled to contemplate other pressing matters. Energy. The super energy core was the lifeblood of the Cybertronians, yet the Sky Enemy had nearly depleted the Iron Fortress's entire stockpile of these vital resources. With the vast population of the Iron Fortress and the loss of all miners, the remaining super energy cores would soon dwindle. It was imperative to synthesize new super energy cores before the existing resources ran dry. Shockwave, come and examine this. Howling Cold summoned Shockwave privately. He presented the synthesis formula for the super energy core before him. This is a formula for an artificially synthesized super energy core. Remarkable. Once in production, the energy crisis of Cybertron will be entirely resolved, Shockwave exclaimed, his singular eye gleaming with excitement as he pondered the implications. Yet, he noted, no one has ever studied such technology, and I am concerned about its stability. I have already conducted tests. It is absolutely safe, Howling Cold interjected. The task of producing the synthetic super energy cores is entrusted to you, and the synthesis formula must remain confidential. The synthetic super energy core had undergone numerous iterations, achieving remarkable stability with comprehensive anti-reverse engineering measures. As long as the formula remained undisclosed, replication would be nearly impossible. The synthesis process was thoroughly developed, requiring merely optimization to commence production. After a brief period of study, Shockwave affirmed, I will proceed. Considering the technological disparity between Origin Cybertron and Leader Cybertron, Howling Cold decided to provide only the formula while leaving the synthesis process to the inhabitants of this world. He gestured for Shockwave to commence his work immediately. Next, Howling Cold intended to journey to the core of the Earth to seek an audience with the primordial deity, hoping to obtain the Leader module. For Cybertron's resurgence, reliance solely on synthetic super energy cores would be insufficient. Should a conflict arise with the Sky Enemy, the demand for resources would only escalate. At that moment, a Supreme Guard reported, My Lord, Orion Pixis seeks an audience. Let him enter. As the words left his lips, Orion Pixis stepped into the Grand Hall. He bore an increasingly familiar resemblance to the Orion he once knew. He led the miners' uprising and provided timely support to the Supreme Guardian, earning him considerable respect among the miners. Olean, is there something on your mind? Asked Xiao Tianhan. I apologize for disturbing you, my lord, but I'm deeply concerned about the situation regarding 16, Olean replied cautiously. After the celestial enemy was forcefully embedded into the wall by Xiao Tianhan, Megatron seized the transformation gear of Shockwave and nearly tore the celestial enemy in half. The sudden surge in power had begun to erode the mind in an unknown state, compelling Xiao Tianhan to use physical means to bring him back to his senses. Given Megatron's encroachment upon the transformation gear of the Primordial Supreme and the injury inflicted upon numerous guards, although the transformation gear of Shockwave had not been recovered, he was sentenced to imprisonment until he came to his senses. Olean understood Megatron better than anyone, aware of his tenacity. Such a sentence was practically equivalent to a life sentence, which filled him with great concern for Megatron's condition. Only I can help him now, Olean implored. You are quite confident, Xiao Tianhan remarked, his expression inscrutable. You may visit him, but first, accompany me to a certain place. Where to? The core. Deep within the core of Cybertron lay a colossal flame, radiating a blue glow, upon which stood the silhouettes of the 13 original primes, gazing at Xiao Tianhan and the beseeching Olean. Xiao Tianhan, your deeds in saving Cybertron have not gone unnoticed by the Primordial Supreme. Yet the future of Cybertron cannot be entrusted to you and the leadership module. Master Titanium spoke first. Why? Olean interjected, having witnessed Xiao Tianhan's actions, finding it hard to fathom that such might could not secure leadership. Xiao Tianhan's face remained impassive, as if he had anticipated this. All that he had accomplished was beyond the reach of the Cybertronians, but to the Primordial Supreme beneath him, it was but a fleeting thought. If even the salvation of the ailing Primordial Supreme could not earn the energy gem, what significance did defeating a mere celestial enemy hold? You have transcended humanity. Worldly power holds no sway over you. Master Titanium disregarded Olean's doubts, his gaze fixed solely upon Xiao Tianhan. Were it not for the Primordial Supreme's revelation, Master Titanium would scarcely believe that the figure before him was indeed a Supreme. Today, I will pause with this chapter to clarify the ensuing plot. Chapter 92, The Leadership Module Iron Fortress Imprisonment Chamber. The sturdy alloy door creaked open slowly, accompanied by a heavy scraping sound, revealing Olean's figure at the threshold. Olean moved lightly, his eyes clouded, as he found Megatron crouched in the corner. Megatron lowered his head, suppressing the urge to acknowledge Olean. The frigid atmosphere of the imprisonment chamber had sharpened his rationality. He knew Olean would find a way to rescue him, yet he did not wish to drag Olean into his plight. Olean was not like him. He had a promising future ahead. However, confronted by the seemingly lost Olean, Megatron could not help but inquire, what has transpired? I am uncertain, yet Orion, drawing near to Megatron, revealed the leadership module upon his chest amidst the latter's incredulous gaze. The Primes have chosen me. Megatron's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld the leadership module adorning Orion's torso. This signified that Cybertron's new leader, Starscream, had not garnered the recognition of the leadership module. No. Why? How has it come to this? Megatron turned, striking his fist against the alloy wall. His emotions stirred. Unicron has stripped me of everything. After all I have endured, why must you be the savior? Megatron bellowed furiously at Orion. His wrath was not directed at Orion himself. Rather, it stemmed from his own bitter resentment. He had reluctantly chosen to believe in the savior residing within the Iron Fortress. Yet now, Orion had acquired the leadership module, rendering Starscream a mere counterfeit. He detested those false leaders. He abhorred their deceit. Megatron's tumultuous emotions unsettled Orion. No, Starscream is not Unicron. He possesses the capability to lead us in rebuilding our home. Orion grasped Megatron's shoulder, striving to soothe his agitated state. I know, but he has usurped the rights of leadership. Sooner or later, he will become the next Unicron. No, I have faith enough. Orion, I can no longer place my trust in you. Megatron could bear no more of Orion's defense of the usurper. He shrugged off Orion's hand and retreated to a corner. Orion cast a final glance at Megatron's retreating figure, his own heart a tempest of conflict. That day, he had followed Starscream into the core of Cybertron, only to confront the very creator of their kind, the original Primus. He witnessed the 13 Primes reject Starscream, and just when he thought the revival of Cybertron was hopeless, Starscream propelled him towards Primus. In that moment of divergence, Master Titanium bestowed upon him the leadership module, the symbol of authority. Orion could not fathom its deeper significance. Faced with the expectant gazes of the citizens of Iron Fortress, he ultimately refrained from revealing this harsh truth. Between honor and peace, Orion chose the latter. He buried deep within his heart the honor bestowed upon him by Primus and applied for a position at the Iron Fortress archives. The application swiftly reached Starscream, who was somewhat taken aback. Orion, or rather, Optimus Prime now, had not anticipated that Optimus would relinquish his leadership role, nor that he would do so completely. In my view, this was entirely unnecessary, Starscream remarked calmly, his profound gaze seeming to pierce through all of Optimus's thoughts. Cybertron lay in ruins, and any internal discord could prove fatal. Starscream nodded, acknowledging that the leadership module indeed served as an excellent pretext for dissent against oneself. And Optimus's concerns were not without merit. The leadership module is not merely a reservoir of knowledge, devoid of the wisdom of all Cybertronian leaders. Optimus Prime's journey to the Iron Fortress archive signifies a convergence of countless insights from the inhabitants of Cybertron. It is within this repository that the ascent of Optimus Prime is nurtured, endowing him with an extraordinary perspective that transcends the ordinary. As he prepared to depart, Optimus Prime uttered one final request. I endeavored to accommodate his wish. I recognized the impulsiveness of the 16 personality and acknowledged previous missteps. Nonetheless, I implored you to grant him chance. The Iron Fortress ushered in tranquility, yet the war for Cybertron had only just commenced. 16, you have been summoned. In the Grand Hall of the Iron Fortress Defense Department, hundreds of Supreme Guards stood in disciplined formation, and Megatron was brought forth. At the forefront of the ranks, Starscream delivered a series of inconsequential remarks before outlining the operational directives. First, locate and obliterate all outposts of the Insecticons stationed on the Cybertronian satellites. Second, ascertain the position of the Insecticon mothership. Commence the operation. Megatron accompanied the Supreme Guards aboard the vessel heading towards Satellite 2. Due to the widely dispersed deployment, the ship refrained from entering the satellite's atmosphere, opting instead to deploy numerous escape pods to reinforce the satellite. One by one, the pods descended through heavy anti-air fire, streaking through the satellite's atmosphere like meteors. Megatron found himself assigned to a 4-member squad. As the escape pod touched down, the protective mechanism deployed, and the Supreme Guards immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. Adhering to battlefield protocols, they swiftly arranged into formation. New recruit, we entrust our rear to your care. The commanding Supreme Guard issued his order. Stepping out of the pod, the battered vessel warned Megatron of the imminent danger. Communications were compromised, leaving them to rely solely on their own capabilities. Do not let me see your names on the casualty list. The Supreme Guards transformed their weapons, advancing cautiously, their extensive experience from millennia of conflict with the Insecticons guiding them. As they traversed a valley, dozens of infrared detection signals suddenly appeared on their optical sensors. Zooming in, they observed the Insecticons flanking them from 3 sides. A barrage of aquamarine lasers rained down upon them, prompting Megatron to instinctively raise his arm for protection. While the Supreme Guards remained unmoved, the Insecticons' weaponry failed to penetrate the reactive armor of the Supreme Guards. 3 Supreme Guards raised their weapons, unleashing a volley of colored lasers that obliterated the Insecticon at the forefront in an instant. New recruit, open fire, urged the leading Supreme Guard, prompting Megatron to attempt the use of the cannon affixed to his arm for the first time. A purple laser erupted forth, crashing into the Insecticons and decimating over half of their ranks. He gazed in astonishment at the cannon on his arm, marveling at the immense power he possessed. The tremendous explosion caught the attention of the Supreme Guards, who glanced in his direction. Is this the might of the original Transformers transformation gears? In an instant, a yearning for such power arose within their hearts, compelling them to redouble their efforts in battle to gain the recognition of their leader. With only 6 positions available, competition was fierce. Advance. Annihilate the remaining 5 monstrosities, commanded the Supreme Guardian. As they traversed the desolate land, a peculiar tower suddenly loomed before them, an incongruous sight against the backdrop of Cybertron. This was the outpost established by the 5 monstrosities upon the Cybertronian satellite. The Supreme Guardian, unstoppable, stepped over the corpses of the 5 creatures as he entered the tower.